control of it. Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance. Yeah, we're on. Yeah. John and Lance, along with Del, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's cold in here.
It is cold in here. And look at this. My mic is limp.
So far, so good.
It won't stay up. That's what. Oh my God! Look at it. Look at it. Just for those of you who can't see, my microphone the arm just keeps. There it is. Okay, now we're good. And boy, do we have a lot of Texans talk.
Well, what do we start with? Do we start first with the Rockets win over Orlando?
Okay, so the Rockets beat Orlando.
I was just joking.
No. Well, you know what? We got to give them their due. They're in the middle of their season.
For that performance,
they're in
a bad team. They're playing a bad team, playing poorly, and
it was kind of a mess.
It was
a little
game.
Listen, but Orlando's one of the best defensive teams in the league.
Keep winning.
They put 97 up and they held them in an 84. So
because Orlando can't score.
Well, no, Orlando can't score and they can't. But they're good at stopping you.
When's the last time an NBA team scored 84 points?
When's the last time an NBA team scored 97 and won?
Listen, that was
in the 90s.
Listen, they play to their competition. I don't know if you heard, but they do. They suck against. Did you see their record against good teams and their record against mediocre teams?
They suck against suck.
They suck against suck. So beating a mediocre team is okay by me. That's fine.
Orlando's bad.
They are just a game behind the Lakers and the Grizzlies now, and 2 games behind the Nuggets for the overall 2 seed.
It's freezing in this room.
It's freezing.
You literally could hang meat in here.
So they're 3.5 games ahead of the play-in. So you know what? Every single win important, and you know what? That's a tough game. That's a team that plays good defense. And oh, by the way, they have looked like crap against that team before. They have looked like crap against Wagner and Banchero. So I'm okay with it. That was a nice win. They didn't look great, but you know what? They haven't looked great, period, except the other Saturday night. But you know what? They got to get through this time, and they got games that they can win. Just win those games, and let's stay in the playoffs. That's all. Now,
no big deal.
Now, holy crap, first Tunsil, and I'm seeing where. I mean, the players love Tunsil. Okay. I'm seeing that the players just love that guy, and how in the world you weaken. I put in there. You got to get it, Del. The sound that I put in from ESPN. They are perplexed by, and specifically Dan Orlovsky, who I thought quit. I thought he quit.
Yeah,
I thought he was done.
Oh well.
Oh, that's right. He just wanted to get paid.
Schefter, he's like Myles Garrett. Schefter was like, "We love Dan," and Dan was like, "We'll see."
Yeah,
we'll see about that.
We'll see. And oh, by the way, he did see. Okay. So Louis Riddick and Dan Orlovsky both commented on it. Louis Riddick about the Commanders.
Well, it's an insider article.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to find it in a different way.
Oh, you gotta find it in a different place. Okay. So anyway, Louis Riddick thought it was a good move protecting Jaden Daniels. Dan Orlovsky is perplexed how a crappy offensive line, you get rid of your best offensive lineman. Okay. You've brought it up before. You've heard, I've heard, we've both heard he's not a great locker room guy. That has been denied, or they said that's not true. A couple of guys that cover the Texans.
That's not what was said. It was he's not great. He's
not a leader.
What they want in the locker room.
He's a leader. He's not a leader.
They want it wired. This is really pretty, and I've been on this for a while now because I know. And there's a reason I had the Texans trading up to 16 for Kelvin Banks in my last mock draft before any of this. Why would I do that? Because this move fits for a few reasons, but it's very inconvenient for the football reason. Granted, there's no question about it. But they want somebody they want a guy who's wired like an offensive lineman, a dirt dog. That's what they want.
Yeah.
And if you listen, I was standing right there on the podium, and so was Big Sarge. I mean, he must have missed this, but I'm standing right there. And by the way, shout out to Sarge for asking a question we wanted to ask of Ime Udoka. He asked it yesterday, but we'll get to it later.
Okay.
About I'm being in the game. Yeah. But and actually, I think Sarge does a great job of hustling. Like, he's at every event.
Yeah.
This dude is everywhere, and he's at the. But so we're bringing this up because he's a guy who does local media stuff, and he's I made a comment about after the trade, this is about culture in the locker room. And he made a comment, well, you know, he didn't directly say me, but he meant me about, you know, there's people saying that he was a problem in the locker room, and that couldn't be further from the truth. The players loved him.
The players
this isn't about the players loving him. That's one of the problems, is that there's a belief that too many of the guys were following him, including Shaq and Titus Howard, were two of the guys that I was told. And they want dirt dogs in the offensive line. They want offensive linemen who are wired like nasty, grimy offensive linemen. That's what, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Laremy Tunsil's a good left tackle, but he's not wired the way D'Amico wants him. He wants him more like Will Anderson, is who he wants. And when we were at Indianapolis, and the question was asked, and I may have been the one to ask the question actually, although he answered it kind of different than the question I asked. He very specifically said, we want tough guys.
Who, D'Amico or
Ryans?
Okay.
D'Amico Ryans.
D'Amico.
He said, we want tough guys. We want guys who are
about linemen too. This is specifically about linemen.
Specifically about what he wants in the offense.
I remember this quote. Yeah.
And he
wants dogs.
We played it. He wants dogs, basically in there, and he wants guys who will go knock your head off if you F with his quarterback. Yeah. Not just walk back while the quarterback picks himself up after getting hammered by the sideline. He wants guys who are wired a certain way. And that's understandable, because the offensive line is the heartbeat of your team, and the O-line and the D-line. Ask the Eagles. That's how they built it. It's the heartbeat. And so you've got, like, he just wants it a certain way. And that checks out with what we've heard about Laremy. He wore the C. He had the captain. Yeah. But you'll notice that and we pointed this out multiple times on the show with quotes. You never heard CJ, when they talked about leadership, CJ said, man, Joe Mixon, he goes, we got the leaders of the team. Joe Mixon, Aziz, Will Anderson, me. He never mentioned the other captain. There was never a mention of him.
No,
of Laremy Tunsil.
Then here, this is true. Laremy Tunsil is not a dirt dog. He's a drip dog. Okay. He loves the drip. Yeah. Look at his Instagram and everything else. And you know what D'Amico doesn't want? He doesn't want his linemen coming in with Gucci bags. He wants them coming in with dirt bags. He wants them coming in. Not dirt bags, but looking like dirt bags. Okay. He wants them to be gritty, tough, all of those things.
He wants guys who are ball.
He doesn't want Gucci.
Ball comes first.
Okay. He wants them underwear that you can.
No. The problem for D'Amico is his linemen buy underwear in singles. Like, he wants them buying them in packs. From like Target.
Right.
He doesn't want them going. He doesn't want them going to Nordstrom.
Right.
And buying single underwear.
That's a good point.
That's exactly true.
Yeah, he wants them buying in 3 packs.
Yeah.
Right.
Not a single in 3 packs. But it's more than just like, I think he wants a different culture, but it's also financial. Like, it's both, because you'll notice 2 of the guys from the line are gone. Shaq and Laremy Tunsil now are gone. So here's the thing with Laremy Tunsil. He was going to be a free agent after next year. You could, if you think he's really good, you play the extension game, you give him money, a little bit of money up front now, you cut Danico Autry and create more room for Tunsil, and you extend him and give him 2 more years. That's what you do. If you think Laremy Tunsil is what you want, because he's got some talent. He didn't play as well last year, but he's got talent, clearly, as a left tackle. But they didn't do that. They didn't extend him and have a friendly cap number, or pay him more this year and then have friendlier cap numbers the next couple of years, as much as they can get it to. They didn't do that. They moved him, and the reason's simple. He's going to be a free agent next year. You could let him walk, and then if you signed fewer than who walked on you in free agency, you're going to be eligible for a compensatory pick, which, based on what he'd signed for, probably a 3rd round pick, maybe a 4th, but probably a 3rd, a good chance of a 3rd, worst case scenario, 4th. Instead, here's what the Texans said: let's move him. We free up money cap-wise, because they freed up money this year for the salary cap, so they can sign more players. That's one of the benefits of this. Yep. Another benefit is you ended up getting a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Really, it turns into a 2nd and a 7th when you do the cancellations.
Yeah, because you gave up a 4th. Right.
So it turns into a 2nd and a 7th.
That's not as much as I thought they'd get, or you thought they'd get.
I thought
we were talking about 2 1s.
No, I thought they could get 1-1. Myles Garrett, I thought you could get 2 1s. Laremy, I did not think 2 1s. I thought 1-1. I thought you could get 1-1.
Well, the trade calculator says second and third it calculates to a mid. It calculates to a mid first, but you gotta offset the fourth rounder you're giving up as well.
Well, yeah, but you get one of their fourths too. So I don't know. It's I didn't think it was bad value, to be honest with you, because here's the problem. He's 31 now. Okay, if you take a car, we overpaid for him, but that car was brand new off the lot for the most part. This car now has 5 years on it. No. It's got a lot more mileage on it. It's a lot more now. The price
but
left
tackle ain't worried about that.
The price tag is up to about $27 million for a left tackle now. So the Washington will not make that trade. If they're smart, they already have an idea.
But this ain't okay. So it's but the guys were saying, well, this is just about money to free up that money. No. It ain't just about money.
No, there's ancillary benefit. It's an ancillary.
You don't
benefit.
Just get rid of one of your better players.
No,
just for money.
Your best offensive line. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Ask yourself why you would do that. Yes, it benefits you cap-wise this year. Yes, you get more in return draft-wise than you would have got from a compensatory pick, but you don't have them for this year. And you do have a whole left tackle this year. They did it despite the fact that they don't know if they have an answer. I went and counted the number of snaps. For let me see if I have it on this paper. I don't think I have it on this paper. For Laramie Tunsil and Fisher, Blake Fisher. I went all the way back to their entire college careers and everything they played in pros. Blake Fisher has 500 and some snaps at left tackle. No, I'm sorry. Titus Howard has 500 and some snaps at left tackle for his career and over 3,000 at right tackle. Blake Fisher is something like 1,500 snaps for his career at right tackle, and it's a low amount at left tackle. Neither one of those guys has played a lot of left tackle in their careers, college or pro.
Well, there's some left tackles in this draft.
It's not a good left tackle draft. And I'll tell you this, Will Campbell, I think that's, number one, he'll be gone. Will Campbell's a big concern to me. Honestly, Kelvin Banks, I'm concerned with his pass sets. He needs work in pass protection. He hasn't gotten any better from his freshman year. It's a little bit of a concern to me, but you do have some guys that you can target. And I 100% believe the Texans are going to trade up. I had it in my mock draft trade in the 16 because I think the Texans, and we had the discussion why, they see this as a win now situation. Now they're in a little bit more desperate mode for an offensive tackle, unless Fisher, and I don't think they'll move. I don't think he's the – I think they'll try Fisher at left tackle, but there's no guarantee he works out at left tackle.
Okay, let's say – okay, Membo's still there at 16, 17.
Oh, God. I mean, it would be the easiest pick in the world, but he's a right tackle.
But you got to move up. You got to move up to get him.
Yeah, but he's going in the top. He's probably going into the top 7.
You don't like Campbell?
No, him and Campbell.
What about Josh Simmons?
Him and Campbell, yeah, but Simmons is not a worker. He's not known to be, there's scouts tell me that it's not been, feedback hasn't been very good on
You don't
Josh
like
Simmons.
Kelvin Banks?
I like Kelvin. I wonder if he's going to be in a guard. Is the problem with Kelvin Banks. But, Kelvin Banks' best game of his career was when he shut down Will Anderson as a freshman. Will Anderson got nothing against the Longhorns.
Zabel's a guard?
Zabel's a center guard, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's not Ozzie Trapillo from Boston College.
They must like something. They must.
Well, they got to have
Or they got Titus at the left guard, and they're going to get themselves an interior, and they're going to get a Zabel or something.
Now, what they could do is they could draft a right tackle, like the kid from Boston College who Bill O'Brien has. They could draft him at right tackle and try Fisher at left. The problem is
that's dangerous. Bill might sabotage that.
Do you have somebody at left? Do you have somebody at left tackle? Is the question. And I don't know.
What about Titus?
They don't know. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. They obviously that's their first thing is either going to be Titus or Blake. Yeah. I think Titus goes to right, and I think Blake Fisher goes to left, and we see what happens. But you have a football concern right now that has not been answered. And I think they will draft offensive linemen in the first because they're not messing around with it. They got to make sure that they get it right. So I think they will use one of their extra draft picks. I think they'll move up.
You cannot get rid of Tunsil and not draft an offensive lineman high.
They have more money for free agency now. They have a draft capital they wouldn't have had, and they change the locker room leadership on the offensive line. I think there's a vacuum in the leadership that maybe Howard can, take over. But I don't know that he's long for this team beyond next year. I don't know that Howard's got anything guaranteed.
This is like an Ime move, a culture move. We don't want James Harden in here. But is Titus now, is he defective because of the years that he spent with? I mean, is he?
I think he's on notice.
Can he change though? I mean, is it,
I don't know if any of these guys were problems. I just don't think they're like.
They're not dogs.
There wasn't a lot of accountability.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of accountability from the offensive line. And I think this is a big wake-up call for Howard, because if you draft, let's say you traded up and drafted Kelvin Banks. Well, guess what? Blake Fisher's got that right tackle spot in the future, and Kelvin Banks got that left tackle spot. Where does that leave an overpriced right tackle playing guard? Leaves him out in the cold.
Yeah.
So right now, Titus Howard needs to have his best season of his career this year.
Well, they all do. I mean,
but
they all need to play
clear.
better.
Shaq Mason's gone. So now Laramie Tunsil's gone. They've already eliminated 40% of their offensive line. Everybody, D'Amico's basically saying that ain't good enough, and we're changing it.
I got to tell you, you brought a couple of things to the table that have come true. You said right when the season or before the season was over, Shaq Mason's got to go, and they're going to trade Laramie Tunsil, and both of those happened.
Well, it's just, but I mean, it's not. I didn't do anything special other than, if you get paid that much in the NFL, if you get paid a certain price tag, and you don't play to that price tag, or you don't have that value.
Well, but it's more than that. It's more than that. It's the effect that Tunsil had in that locker room.
Yes. And that was something
which people have denied. We had a caller call up, which was
either Israel or Willie.
Israel or Willie. Why would you trade your best?
And they tried to come after me. I mean, I was telling you, this is something they didn't want, because I
he heard in the locker room. Remember, he said he heard.
Listen, I don't care what the play. You know, if his other.
He had a guy.
He had a guy in the locker room that loved him.
All I know is, if you listen to D'Amico, every time they talk leadership, they never mention 78, D'Amico or CJ. When names were checked, his name never got brought up. And number two, I listen to what the head coach says. And when it's, and they'll tell you, if you read between the lines, they will tell you. Nick won't tell you. You can't get anything like that from Nick. I sat there, and as soon as he was done, I was like, ooh, I already kind of figured that was what he wants, but he made a point. We want toughness. We want leadership. We want, he kept saying all the buzzwords that I thought, oh man, he's talking about Laramie. He's talking about Shaq Mason.
Right. Well, all right. We're just getting started. 713-780-3776. If you want toughness and leadership, I got HRP for you. I mean, that's how HRP looks at me, right? Is tough leader here. And now, do I get anything? No, I don't get anything for it, but I know that's how HRP looks at me.
What about the rest of us?
Just followers. That's all. Okay. But you, especially.
I'm a follower of you.
Right. You're always on probation here. So it's double secret probation. HRP ain't telling anybody, but okay, you're just on probation all the time. But I know these kind of things because we're tight. Me and HRP are tight. Can you turn that off? Me and HRP, that's not true. HRP doesn't reveal anything to any of the employees. If you're looking for the best way to get HR and payroll to your company, there's one way. We love HRP. We've been with them now for over a decade. And you've heard all of the guys on this station talking about how much they love what HRP does for them. Don't stop handling your own payroll. Stop handling your own HR. Or if you're with an admin company, that admin company has taken over everything. They've got your 401k. They've got your insurance packages. They got all your benefits packages. And you know what? They're probably making a lot more off of you than you need to be paying, because HRP is going to give you options on the benefits packages, and they're going to bring you the HR and the payroll at a price that, you know what, you are going to love. You're going to love what HRP does for your business. If your business is growing now, look at HRP to help you guys manage all of these things that you don't need to manage. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. They're celebrating Colombia at the Rockets game Saturday.
March 15th.
March 15th. And Melissa was just in here telling us all about it and how important it is because there's so many NBA Colombians.
There is. I was here for that match in the
NBA
CONCACAF.
It was
not NBA.
It wasn't.
But there's a lot of Colombians here. Colombians, she said, not Colombia. She said, it's not
Copa America.
Colombia.
It's probably Copa America.
Yeah, Copa.
Yeah. Colombia, we found
Colombia,
out.
And it was
not Colombia.
And
Colombia.
It was packed. You know how big energy is. There was about, I would say, a good 58 to 60,000 in attendance from that
Just
Colombians.
Wearing yellow?
Well, I'm wearing yellow.
Yeah,
I think probably, you had some weirdos like me supporting them, but you probably had, it was probably like 70%, I bet, from a nationality standpoint. There's a lot here. Yeah. There's a lot here.
All right, back to the Texans now. Back to the Texans. And congratulations, Colombia, on all your NBA ties. So Tunsil. Here is, Louis Riddick just talked about how it was good for the Commander. He loved it for Washington.
Do you like it for Washington?
I kind of do.
I kind of do too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's y'all can deal with this false starts and the drip and all that stuff. But if you got your locker room right, and you don't care, he makes you better at left tackle.
Yes.
No question.
Yeah. No, they're better. But here is Dan Orlovsky talking about the trade.
You like what Adam Peters, the general manager, is doing from a planning standpoint to help his young quarterback. He's saying, look, we want to make sure that we're dominant on the offensive line. We want to make sure he's protected on the perimeter.
This is Riddick.
Laremy Tunsil, that's what you do. You upgraded at left tackle now. Now what else do you do? You've got to get him a home run threat at running back, someone who is a guy who provides juice. And there's a bunch of guys in the draft. I'm telling you, they're going to get one. They're going to get somebody who can hit home runs. Get him more help on the prep. Look, Debo's already there. That's great. Terry McLaurin's there. That's great. Get him another one. This offense is rolling. This team is rolling. I love fundamentally how they're building it.
Fantastic move by Washington. I'm very confused by Houston right now with this. Weird. Because the one thing that went poorly for them last year was their offensive line. They're trading away their best offensive linemen. So you're taking what was your weakness last year and making it weaker. And that's my concern. I love it for Washington. But if you're CJ Stroud and you're going into year 3 and you got your butt kicked last year by pressure, I'm very confused by this move by Houston.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think any of them, I guess Orlovsky in this case, employs critical thinking? So, the offensive line's bad. Your franchise quarterback got their ass kicked. They're trading their best offensive lineman. Do you think he would ever think to go, why is that? Start asking questions about Laremy Tunsil?
Yeah.
I don't know if he has sources in Houston, but maybe ask around and ask why they would, so you have a better.
That's what I don't like.
I think Dan Orlovsky has got PTSD on asking about culture or guys.
Yeah.
That guys in the locker room, or I think I'm.
He always opts for the.
He can't. He can't go. He's not a great.
But you know what? To be fair, because James Palmer reached out and said, James used to be here, and he said these guys from the outside don't really know. His whole point was that Tunsil is not playing like they think. Like he's not as good as he once was. His point was that the outside people who are on the outside looking in, they think Tunsil's still a top 1 or 2 player in the league.
I just saw one article that said, listen, we had him at 72nd in the NFL, which is a big drop for him over previously. He was their best offensive lineman.
Well, he was. So you should.
Now he's not incorrect on he was the best offensive lineman.
But it feels counterintuitive to if you were bad on the offensive line, you get rid of your. But to Dell's point, you should ask yourself, why would they do that? Yeah. Well, it's easy to find. Number one, you could say number one, they needed cap. Honestly, they need cap room to make free agency moves, like to sign a roster. They need more cap space. Number two. They decided we're not going to just play it out and get nothing for him, basically. Because if you end up signing more free agents next year than you do this year, Tunsil leaving won't matter at all on compensatory picks. You don't get any picks if you sign more than you lose. And then lastly, if he dug around a little bit on the local scene, which most people, I guess, aren't going to, you find out that there was, there's just been some concern. We're not making it up. I mean, I'm not making it up. I'm sure the Texans aren't going to, and the Texans will never come out and say that. And guys who cover the team but just are friends with the players are never going to say that. They won't know unless they're going deeper than that. And I'm sure Tunsil was well liked by his teammates, especially on the offensive line and all that stuff. That has nothing to do with them wanting to get a different mentality on the offensive line.
Okay.
D'Amico told us
Yeah.
at the combine, he told us after the season, the same time he answered the Bobby Slowick questions, one of the ones that came up was offensive line. He wants more toughness up front, and he wants a different mentality up front.
So you talk about the money that they freed up. Darrell Taylor, 5 years, $25 million. Darrell Taylor. Interesting. Derek Barnett, 1 year, $5 million. Tremon Smith, 1 year. Tremon Smith got 1 year, 7.5 million deal.
And he can
Braxton Berrios, 1 year, $2 million contract. Sheldon Rankins, 1 year, $7 million deal.
Well, Taylor's interesting. So what they've done is Taylor's a backup, but he's got some. You got
Barnett, you got Taylor,
so
you
now
got
you got
Anderson, you got Hunter.
Right, you got your four. There's your four. So you've now got your four there. You notice that they've got a move with Autry in the pocket if they need to free up more room, but I don't think they have to now. I think the Tunsil move has freed them up to make moves to get their roster right. Like, this really helps get the roster where it needs to be. It serves moving Tunsil served multiple purposes. It helps you have the money.
That was my bad. 1 year, 5.25.
Yeah. I was about to say that. It's
1 year, 5.25.
And Braxton Berrios is just over $2 million, which I don't even know if that whole thing's guaranteed. He could still get cut, although I don't expect him to.
I don't expect him to get cut.
I don't expect him to.
Tremon Smith is an expensive, mostly special teams guy, but he's going to be on the field defensively.
He's he plays DB, and he's got some wheels now. He can return. Yeah.
I saw 5.25. 5.25. I was like, 5 years, 25 minutes. No, 5.25. Right. So Darrell Taylor and Derek Barnett, which isn't bad. Barnett had himself a nice season. You bring back Sheldon Rankins, you bring in Taylor, and you keep Barnett.
You need a big boy in the middle.
You
still need a
what
a big
about
boy
in the second? What about
let me give you somebody here.
Because you gotta address offensive line.
Yeah, it's actually a good defensive tackle draft, and that could be your first round pick could actually be a defensive tackle. A D tackle, let's see. My D tackles that I think would make some sense. Walter Nolan could fall to you, and then you got a decision to make. Because he's got maturity issues, but he's very talented. And if he falls to you, there's a reason he's fallen. So if your whole thing is about culture, you got to ask some serious questions about Walter Nolan. Derek Harmon, he's a drain clogger from Oregon. He is not going to be a great rusher. That's okay. That's not what you want. Like, he's part of a swarm unit, but I don't think he's going to make a whole lot of plays, but he's going to eat up some space inside. He's strong. Derek Harmon would make some sense at 25 at defensive tackle. Kenneth Grant would. I don't think he'll be there. Tyleik Williams from Ohio State. If you were to move back in the second round, maybe somewhere in the second round, Josh Farmer from Florida State is another guy who I think late in the second could be somebody that you look at, because I think he'll go in the second. These are guys with size I'm trying to give you. And then it kind of
cloggers.
Yeah, it kind of slows down a little bit. JJ Pegues doesn't always show up as much. Cam Jackson just really tested.
So but we agree. It's got to be offensive line in the first,
or defensive line.
and defense in the second. You can't wait till the second.
I would tell you, you just never know what the trades are going to be. I think it's offensive line or defensive line in the first. If you don't move, then it could be defensive line at 25. If you do move, it's for an offensive line. Yeah.
All right, Justin Watson, 3 Super Bowl rings, 1 with Tampa, 2 with Kansas City. He is going to play a role offensively.
I mean, he's okay. That's another guy who can play some teams also. He's okay.
He can block though too.
Yeah, he is.
You know what?
He is. Somebody compared him to
Haley used Puka Nacua. I saw Puka Nacua would go in motion inside and then head upfield and take on a linebacker.
I mean,
I could certainly see Justin Watson.
Justin Watson is a big wide receiver. He does have some Kevin Walter in him.
Yes.
Right? He's got some Kevin Walter in him. He's not used. Whenever he's used, he does pretty well. He wasn't used a whole lot with Kansas City, but when he was, he did his job. I'm going to look up his snap count because I feel like he's just not getting a whole lot of reps.
Well, between Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy and Travis Kelce,
he's going to be
a fourth or fifth option.
What was his number?
It was 1 year. It was 1 year, couple million.
Oh, it's just one?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then you're just filling out your roster.
Pretty sure. Let me.
You didn't mention the great Braxton Berrios.
Yeah,
we did.
You did. Okay.
So, what do you think, though?
He is a fringe roster guy.
Yeah.
He's not going to give you a lot of juice in special teams, although that was calling card early in his career. He won't drop a punt, so if you need somebody who will at least catch the punt, he's good for that. There's not a lot of juice there, but he was a guy who played behind two stars, but he didn't really make a name for himself. He got hurt last year. He's just a guy. And
he's a poor man, Xavier Restrepo.
And Berrios was the original, and then Restrepo came along.
We're just going a little smallish.
Miami short-arm receivers.
Slot receiver.
But
that people call white, but Restrepo's not white.
He's not white. Half, I guess, if you want to call him white. He might make the roster, is where you are with Restrepo.
Really?
He might. I mean, they signed him to a deal that means they know he's not a guarantee to make the roster.
There's nowhere's reporting. I can't find Justin Watson's contract anywhere. I assumed it was just a 1 year, but it might be more.
Well, he actually played more snaps than I thought last year.
He was on the field.
Yeah, he had 700. Rashee Rice going out. Yeah, he had 700 snaps last year. 693, 566, 159, 231, 73. Like, he hasn't played last year. He's coming off of the most snaps he's ever played, but he's. From a receiving.
You think there's too much tread off the tire?
Well, no, I just think that you're just filling out the roster.
Yeah.
Like, you're just filling out. Look, their fourth and fifth wide receivers weren't very good last year. They're just guys.
He's a fourth guy.
That's what they're just basically shuffling the deck.
Yeah.
We're done with these guys. Let's try these guys.
Yeah.
That's what that is. And that's fine.
Right.
That's fine.
There's nowhere. I misspoke. I thought it was a one. I have no idea. No one's reporting what the contract.
You're
for
just
Watson
giving
is.
guys so much money this year.
I didn't give him any
contracts.
money. I just said it was
You
a 1 year
gave
deal.
Daryl Taylor so much money.
I did give Daryl Taylor.
Well, you gave.
I went
$5 million.
525, and it was
5.25.
5.25. All right, let's get a couple of. Oh no, we got a break, and we'll get calls in here when we come back. 7:34 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Busy day. So wow, with underdog now. Where do you put Watson? Okay, I'm going to go higher on Watson catches this year, an underdog.
Well, these are discussions. Now, you typically will do it game by game by game. So when it's NBA games or your college basketball games, when the NFL's around, baseball. Okay, so baseball, you have strikeouts all the time, higher or lower, 5.5 strikeouts for Hunter Brown, 6.5 strikeouts. So I want you to know that this is something you're going to use your Ryan. I won with the UFC over the weekend. I hit 2 out of 3, but it was still a winner. So you can, if you use the flex option, you can go, it lowers your payouts, but it also gives you a chance to win with 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, 4 out of 6, the double flex that you have available to you. These are all available to you with Underdog Fantasy. Might I interest you in discounted statistics where it makes it easier for you to win? How about automatic winners where they go higher than 0.5 rushing yards for Saquon Barkley, you know what I mean? Or higher than 0.5 points for Luka. I mean, these are automatic winners they're giving you. Then they also have profit boosters. So I see 50% profit boosters all the time. Every once in a while, they throw one over 70%, which is like, oh my gosh, you got to jump in on that. So there's so many different ways for you to win with Underdog Fantasy. You're watching the games anyway. You're watching the sporting events. Take your knowledge that you have right now. You're sitting there yelling at us from your car, and we don't know what we're talking about in sports. We'll take your sports knowledge and use it on Underdog Fantasy. Use my promo code Lance. They're going to take care of you with the bonus cash. Make your first deposit. Use promo code Lance. You get bonus cash back up to $1,000 and a free pick. So, I mean, what are you waiting for? This is a chance for you to make real money using your sports knowledge on games you're already watching. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you. And we got a busy morning, and we got all kinds of calls here. All right. Israel is here. Israel, it was Israel who had the people in the locker room that said.
No, I believe that was Willie.
It was Willie?
Yes.
Willie had the people in the locker room
so.
that knew that Tunsil was a great guy and he wasn't going to get traded.
Well, his response to Lance was, I know people too, pretty much.
I know people too, except, well, Lance was right. Israel, what's going on, Israel?
What up? What up? Hey, man, they did Tunsil a favor, bro. DC is that's a historical franchise, and they knew the value of him. He don't have to go. He going to a different press, the media there. It's different. That's Chocolate City. Plus, Magic Johnson is one of the owners. Only thing downside to me was he going to the NFC East. He got to go up against Philly, and people talking about that, and Dallas. He got to go against Dak and my man from Channelview. That's the only downside. And he's leaving a weak, the weak division that he was in. Other than that, they building Magic Johnson like he did with the Dodgers and with the Lakers. They are gonna build a championship. I don't know if it's gonna be right now because they got to deal with Jalen Hurts, right? And I think that. So they did him a favor. He got to work. He got a chocolate media down there. And I'm all right. I'm free to get off. And then Leprechaun's he's still a bunch. Y'all still mad about that? All right.
All right. So you're right. It's a better organization. There's no question.
The Commanders
because
of the 1 year.
Now they are, as opposed to the Daniel Snyder
because
Commanders.
Of 1 year, they're.
Oh no, absolutely. They made the NFC Championship game, which is something the Texans have never done.
Understood.
I
But
mean,
that doesn't mean that.
No. They're on a trajectory. They're better than the Texans. They are. They're better than the Texans.
I don't think most people would say that. This has been a bad organization for Dan. Like it's literally
it's turned.
Your 1 year.
Yeah.
You're 1 year.
Well,
removed?
The Texans are 2 years.
You're 1 year removed,
and they didn't.
No,
do
I'm just saying you're 1 year removed.
And the
for
Texans
Snyder.
have gotten slammed. The Commanders went into Detroit and beat the best team in the NFL in Detroit. Okay, and they got Jaden is on a better trajectory than CJ is right now.
This is very recency. But
so is the Texans. They're 2 years.
But you're working off 1 year. But this team has been like.
You would learn.
I don't know about what my problem is. This
they're
like
a more historic franchise.
Historic. In the 80s,
yeah, right. No,
in the early 90s, like this is not. Let's slow down on Big Up in Washington. They're no different than Houston, really.
Listen, and in the toughest division in football, they made the playoffs. They beat Detroit in Detroit.
We're in the second toughest
division in football.
Yeah,
the Giants and the Cowboys reside in that division.
The Super Bowl champ was there, and both teams played in the NFC Championship.
That's two teams. That's not the toughest division in football.
And the Cowboys are better than they were because Dak was hurt. Okay, the Cowboys are better than they were.
What game are you playing right now?
I'm not playing any game.
A silly game.
He's right. Washington is a better organization than the Texans.
I think that's up for debate.
Wouldn't we have learned from what the Texans did in 2023 not to jump to who's better? Because considering the step back they took in 2024, why are the Commanders immune to that happening in 2025?
Well, no, they're not.
They're not.
They're not immune.
Exactly. They're one injury from a skinny quarterback away from being all of a sudden they're a bad organization.
Well, and the Texans were the toast of the town last offseason.
That's what we were saying.
And they laid an egg.
That's what we're saying.
We'll see what the Commanders do this year.
I'm willing to see. But I also think being a good organization is not necessarily just your win count. It's about how you operate. And how did the Texans have operated. Look, they were atrocious during the Bill O'Brien stuff, especially once not necessarily when Rick Smith was here. Rick kind of kept things, Rick and Bill's beef kind of it was still kept on track. It went obviously crazy. They were the worst organization in football. Well, the Jets are terrible, but they're one of the worst in football. But once they cleared out Smeagol and they got rid of Billy, it's been way better. You have a GM who knows what he's doing. You have a head coach who knows what he's doing. I mean, it's not a bad organization. They take care of players. Players don't dislike the Texans. They'll come here. Your money definitely spent.
No, absolutely.
They've got pretty good facilities. I think the Texans are not a bad organization. They just haven't learned to win at the highest level. But I don't think that makes you, for me, I'm thinking good organization is, do the players around the league think highly of you?
Well, I know that listen, Dan Snyder getting out of that building,
It helps.
that's the same as Smiaga leaving here.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, so it's a much better
And
organization.
he was the owner.
By the way, they're making really good decisions. I don't know that the coaching. I don't know. Dan Quinn and Cliff was better than D'Amico and Slowick.
They got off to a Texans start, even better than the Texans last year. They're off to a good start too.
Yeah.
I just want to, after last year, I want to see them now that they're the
absolutely.
hunted and
Well,
not
we
the
wanted to
hunter.
see the Texans,
but what's the point of it?
And
anyway?
they didn't.
Well, like the pissing match about
no.
who's
They did
better
him a
between-
favor. He's playing in a more high-profile place. Tunsil is. He's. We'll see how much if he plays
They don't
well or
care
whatever.
what they did for him. They even said, did you see Aaron Wilson said he talked to people inside the organization who said, we did what was best for, we feel like this is best for both sides.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah.
And so, because you know why? Because he's going to get because Washington's going to give him an extension now. Houston wasn't going to give him one.
Let's get, exactly.
Houston wasn't going to give him one.
Houston didn't want to give him an extension.
So he'll get an
We'll
extension.
see whether or not it's a mistake, and we'll see if he poisons out. I don't want to say poisons the locker room.
Well, there's some
but I
people in
wanna
Washington who are a little concerned about that didn't love this move because they say his play has come down. You're giving away a lot of future draft
and you got to pay
capital.
him. And you got to pay.
And you're going to have to pay him.
Well, let's get. We're going to have Israel and Willie in the same segment. Let's go.
Cool.
I mean, does it get any better than this?
I've had my headphones down the whole time.
All
so
right,
it's
let's
fine.
get
I'll
Willie
just
in
keep
here. Hey,
them down.
Willie.
Yeah, you might as well turn your headphones down. You on the talk show and don't want to talk. The reason why I'm calling is when I called last week and I said, no, I'm not going to apologize. A broke clock right 2 times a day. Reason why I'm calling is John said that I said I knew some people in the locker room now. I don't know any people in the locker room.
No, you
now.
said that last week. You said that last week. I know people too.
I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
That's what I said. I didn't say I know people too. I said I know 2 people too, but not right now. I knew 2 people under Bill O'Brien. That they are not there.
Well, you didn't say that
What
last
does
week.
that have to do-
You
Don't-
intimated that you knew people right now. So
It
that's
doesn't
all.
matter. You weren't right.
No, I didn't say right now.
Willie, you
Don't
came
say
after me
what
for
I
saying
said. I
something
know
that
what I
came
said.
true because it's obvious. If you actually knew, you would know that they needed moves to be made. There's also financial advantages to moving him. There's also draft capital advantages. Now, you're not going to be as good at left tackle. That's the truth.
Okay,
but
so-
they wanted to change.
So, Willie, what was said was we knew people in the locker room. Lance had talked to people in the locker room about Tunsil and his influence in that locker room. And you said, I know people too. Okay, so that intimates.
But did I say I know people now?
Okay, whatever, Willie, whatever. Move on, whatever.
They got worse.
Well, I think they are more. It's more challenging on the field, but they added more space for Cap. They got draft picks they wouldn't have gotten had they not traded them, and they get to change the locker room leadership on the offensive line. They get to get a guy out that they don't think was a big leader.
Yep.
It's just a fact. And you came after me because I said that, but I knew what I was talking about, Willie. Sorry, broke clock, got it again.
On that, you got that one right. You got that one right.
Thank you, Willie. Apology accepted.
I'm still gonna make money off of you.
Apology accepted.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Willie. Lance is dabbing over here because Willie apologized.
Yeah, Willie apologized. He said, I think he said, headphones low, but I think he said Lance was right.
He got that one right.
He said you got that one right.
He did say that.
Broke clock.
I don't know if that's an apology, but he did say you got
I
it
think
right.
it's an apology. Sounds
It
like an
felt-
apology to
If
me.
someone called you broke, would that be an apology?
I'm broke.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it didn't sound like a
I'm a
compliment
broke,
from Willie.
broke. Okay.
Well, you're broke. Broke if Wendy wasn't around. You're just broke.
If Wendy wasn't around, I'd be broke.
You're just broke. You can borrow. So you're not broke.
Yeah.
There are some people not happy about the trade for football reasons. There's some people who don't think you got enough. But listen, you saw.
I thought they'd get more.
Well, who did we just see? The wide receiver that went for a 6th-round pick, and everyone's like, "Wait, he's only worth a 6th." Like DK got it. Yeah, Debo. You have to understand the sliding scale is based on how old are you, how much money are you going to cost, and in this case, a new contract. And this is a spiraling out of control financial situation we have here from a player standpoint, from the contract standpoint, Washington's getting ready to take on a massive contract with a 31-year-old player who is probably starting to decline a little bit.
Yeah. But he's still going to be.
So what are you going to give? So what are you going to give for that? You're not going to give. You're not going to give probably a
As
first.
long as-
I thought you could get a first. So
as long as he's not a leader, and he doesn't necessarily have to. I don't know the rest of his offensive line and what kind of room it is or whatever. Maybe Dan Quinn has got a room that can stand Laramie Tunsil. That's a question. They need a room that can stand Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel now. Okay, so they're picking up guys that they think can play, but their room is. Remember, Charlie Casserly told us, "Hey, now listen, hey, you got to have a room strong enough, to take on guys like this." See?
Yeah.
And Dan
Quinn
might be able.
But it's usually not the coach. It's usually the player.
And they lost Jonathan Allen, who you look at as a leader. He's now a Viking. So.
He's gone. Hey, it can get out of control on them quick if they don't have if the dynamics shift too much. But they're trying to approach it from a talent standpoint, and I get it.
Yeah,
I totally get them going for Tunsil. They're saying, "Look, we're willing to pay a little extra because we want to get our quarterback because we feel like we got a chance to win right now. Like we feel like now is our time." And the Texans, I think the Texans have felt like that also.
They were in the NFC Championship. Of course, they feel like they can win now. And now they've added some better players.
I get it for them.
Whether or not it affects the locker room is another question.
But for the Texans, this was a move that the Texans, I think, welcome on multiple fronts. But yes, football-wise, I'm not disagreeing. It just got more challenging at left tackle.
All right, we got a lot more to talk about. 713-780-3776. How about the Gulf Coast windows? Let's talk about that for a minute. Talk about challenging is replacing your windows, okay? And if you need new windows, you've got really shoddy windows or whatever, you know what it can do to the value of your home to have new windows, especially Gulf Coast windows? You go to that showroom and you see these windows and you're going to be like, wow, this is just first class, best, top of the line. All of those accolades, all of those adjectives that describe the best, that's what you're getting in a Gulf Coast window. It's founded by a veteran of the industry in Jim Fiume. Been doing this for over 35 years. He's just the best. You can trust him because you can trust the track record that he has built. He has built, and I talk about the Pinnacle Award all the time, but it's just everybody. They're getting the quality window. They're getting the quality installation, the quality warranty. They're standing behind their work. They're standing behind their product. They're standing behind everything. They don't leave until the job is perfectly done. It is going to be a perfect scenario for you. You're building a home or you are replacing your windows and doors. Whatever it is that you're doing, go with the best. It's not even arguable. Ask the Better Business Bureau. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454. Tell them you heard it right here. Sorry about the long break, everybody, but Lance versus Lex Luthor and the Joker. Okay, I mean, we want to talk about arch enemies of Lance.
You're even a terrible nerd. Like
it's
those
Lex
are two different supervillains for two different superheroes.
Lex Luger, he said.
Whatever.
That's a wrestler.
Lex Luger.
Lex Luger.
Lex
Luthor.
He said Lex Luthor, but Luthor.
I thought you just said Lex Luger.
No, he said Lex Luthor, but Luthor is a Superman villain, and Joker's a Batman villain.
Thing.
No different.
Same thing.
Aren't they both DC?
Yeah, but
they're both DC in the same family.
No one.
I've seen them hook up before.
They've been in movies together.
Yeah,
hook up
against their arch rivals.
Robin was hooking up with people.
Burt Ward.
Well, him or the character Robin, either way.
Oh. So all right, we're back,
and we got people. Lord of the Rings, please.
Listen, I do. I don't know. I don't know any of those stupid cartoons you watch.
Just
Thorn. Okay, here's the deal. Shield. Here's the deal. We got a lot of Texan stuff. The Tunsil trade. Christian Watson is here. Braxton Berrios is here. Christian Watson. I wish it was Christian Watson. It's Justin Watson is here. Daryl Taylor is here. We've got all kinds of signings. We got Braxton Berrios here. Derek Barnett for another. I like Derek Barnett for another year. I like Derek.
Yeah,
he made some plays for him.
You just want to have rush. Yeah. They say swarm, right? That they want it to be a never-ending attack of the pocket. Well, that's what you want. You want to have rotational rush.
You think there's a possibility Danico Autry might be gone?
No, I not now. I mean, they have it in their back pocket.
Well, they still need more money.
They have it. How much more money?
Well, they just signed guys, and they still got more moves.
So I think only your salary cap, only your top 51 guys count against your cap, and so that's something to keep in mind. I'd forgotten about that, and so I was looking at over the caps, top 51.
But they've got 50
salary cap. So their top 51 is 2. So right now it says they have 11.4 million available. The Texans. They freed up some decent money by moving Tunsil. Now,
does that count for draft picks too? Because you got draft picks coming.
You gotta have draft space.
Yes.
That's true. Right now, if you want to, if you were to look at somebody who could get cut, so they've already done Shaq. Well, okay, they don't have Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason's one. So I thought they had it yesterday in there, but I'm looking at, let me see, cut pre-June 1. Is there anywhere you could save money? No, not really. They could get rid of Jimmy Ward and save $1 million, but that's not really going to do anything. Now, they could get rid of Tim Settle and save $3 million. No. I take it back. That's after June 1st.
Yeah, well, I think that's why you probably don't see. We'll see. There's a lot. There's still moves to be made. The Texans, I don't know that they got better, but that locker room might have gotten better, and there's still the draft. So there's still offensive line and defensive line still certainly in play. We'll see, how much is Traymon going to be on the field next year as a defensive back? He's primarily a special teamer. And, we'll see because there's going to be injuries. There's always injuries. The Texans have injuries in their defensive backfield.
Tremon Smith over the last, in his career, when we look up his career snaps, he has played, man, basically nothing.
Yeah. He's a special teamer.
He played with the Texans.
He is the top paid special teamer in the NFL.
But you remember, he was part of the Cully and Lovey Texans. He was here. People forget that Tremon Smith was one of the guys that they signed, and the most time he's played 497 snaps in his career. That's it. The highest number was with the Texans. He played 382 of his 497 snaps with the Texans. And Nick Caserio had him in 2002, so he knows him.
Yeah.
So that's one. I mean, he's back for teams.
Yeah, but
teams. Really more than likely,
he is the highest paid special teamer in the NFL.
Oh yeah, because look at his special teams. He's played 2,024 snaps as a special teamer. In terms of coverage and stuff like that, 424. This is purely a team signing.
All right, let's get guys. Let's go. Who's first? Corey and then Keith. Corey, what do you think about Tunsil?
Hey, this is Corey in Norfolk, Virginia. I live in Commander's Country. Before I get to my point on the Tunsil trade, John, I think you're jumping the gun there with the Commanders a better organization, because that Commanders team before they had Jaden Daniels has been hot garbage for over the last.
Yeah, so were the
years.
Texans before they got CJ. The Texans were hot garbage before.
Yeah.
That's what happens. A guy changes the organization.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you, John. However, I think we've got to slow our rolls here before we sit here and say, hey, that they're a better organization. I think they're right there where the Texans are, and then we'll just have to see how things look as the Commanders progress forward. And I just say that as a person who's been living in a place that, where I have a lot of friends and follow the Commanders closely. Now with the Tonsil trade, I do like that. I do like the trade. I believe we got this year's third and next year's second and fourth. Can y'all correct me on that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me make sure that I know it's 2, 3, 4. Let me make sure of the dates on them. But go ahead. Keep going.
Yes. So I have my question, Lance. What do you think the Texans can do with that draft capital with this year? Is there any left tackles that the Texans could be looking at targeting? Like, do you see anybody in your draft? I like your draft expertness. I'm gonna hang up and listen.
It's not great. It's not a great tackle draft. It's a lot more volatile in the first round. I think, my top tackles, Armand Mimbu, who maybe he can play left tackle, but he's only played right tackle. And I think he goes to the Patriots at 4 anyway, or maybe Jacksonville at 5. He's going to go early. Will Campbell will go relatively early. Kelvin Banks could be a pick for the Texans. Josh Simmons could be a pick for the Texans. Josh Connerly, to me, you're asking for trouble if you get him at 25. I just think there's, he played left tackle at Oregon. He's still got a little ways to go. Anthony Belton from North Carolina State is an enormous 350-pound left tackle who doesn't move real well, but he's not a bad tackle. You could probably get him in the 3rd, but my guess is maybe before the Texans draft in the 3rd. But this is the point. There's a guy named Ariante Ursary from Minnesota who played left tackle, but I just think he's kind of average. It's just not a great year for left tackles. It's just not. I'm looking through the entire list. And if you're going to do something, I do think that draft capital allows you to potentially move up and make a trade, but you can't do it until you're on the clock. And you have to hope that tackles slip past the Bears at 10. If the Bears don't draft tackle at 10, then there's a chance that it slides a little bit. And that's what you need for either Josh Simmons or Kelvin Banks, 2 guys who played left tackle, to slide a little bit. But I do believe that there are 3 left tackles in the first round: Banks, Simmons, Connerly, and there's Will Campbell, but I'm eliminating him. Those 3 are potential Texans in the first round. Connerly is closer to 25. Simmons is kind of a wild card, and then Kelvin Banks, I think, is somewhere between 12 and 18 probably. So you'd still have to trade up if you want to get Kelvin Banks. But I think that's why I think that's one of the reasons they make this move, is they have enough draft capital now to potentially move up.
All right,
depends on how high up you want to go.
807 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get anybody else.
Bill O'Brien's completely out, right? We're done with Tunsil being moved. The O'Brien era is officially over.
There's nobody.
Well, I don't know, but Titus Howard was his pick. Yeah. But I feel like that was the big when they screamed at Chris Olsen, give him his guy, quit being a wussy. We don't need a contract in place.
That's exactly what they did.
And then Tunsil,
that's what Jack Easterby
clowned.
Being a wussy?
Dude, Tunsil clowned
Yep.
OB.
Yep.
So another grown man yelled that when a guy just had an opinion about what they should do.
Yep.
Now that worked out well.
That
worked out well for him.
Yep. Don't stop being scared.
Hmm.
Yep. 713-780-3776. Your thoughts on this or any of the other signings? You're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776. Keith, what are your thoughts? Get in here.
Hey, guys. 2 quick questions. Ravens did nothing yesterday. Wanted to see if Cooper Kupp to the Ravens is legitimate. Second question, huge QB domino yesterday. Zach Wilson to the Dolphins. Dale, do you like it?
You gotta love it.
You gotta love
well, not
that.
only
I
that,
don't have
And
real
he can
thoughts.
but how about the trade, Kenny Pickett for Dorian Thompson-Robinson? I mean, you want to talk about
Wait, I didn't even see that one.
yeah. Kenny
When did that
Pickett
go down?
Kenny Pickett going to the Browns and Dorian
So they traded
is
their
it DTR,
backup?
Dorian
DTR.
Thompson-Robinson to the Eagles.
Well,
In one of the biggest quarterback trades ever.
hold on. Well, what that does though is the Browns now they're trying not to be as desperate, is what they're trying to do. They're trying not to be desperate, like we have to get a quarterback.
Wow. Yes, they do. Did you see Kenny Pickett play?
Well, I think Kenny Pickett
They're still desperate.
Well, they probably are, but why would they? So they just upgraded their backup, I guess.
And what about Justin Fields to the Jets? We haven't even talked about that.
Yep.
Mike Greenberg has talked about it all morning, and we haven't even touched on it.
You got Justin Fields to the Jets. You got Sam Darnold to
The Seahawks.
the Seahawks. Daniel Jones will sign with the Colts. I'm almost sure. Like they have no one left, and they've got to get a quarterback from what they said. So Daniel Jones will probably be a Colt.
Well, and
you got who else is left?
apparently nobody. Aaron Rodgers is going to the Steelers.
Right.
Would be our guess.
Yeah.
These are all
Yeah.
guesses. Well, no. Darnold's real.
You don't think Chris Ballard might swoop in and grab Aaron Rodgers?
No.
It's his MO.
No.
He gets aging quarterbacks
No.
that are done.
Not this version
No.
of Aaron Rodgers.
He won't. He won't.
Well, Aaron Rodgers ain't running that.
He's not
team.
a good locker room guy.
No.
He doesn't want that. And the last people who tried to save their jobs with Aaron Rodgers are gone.
Yeah, that's true.
It didn't work too well for them. Everybody gone. Beat it. The whole thing. So he's already up against it. No, I'd like to see him, but I don't think Aaron would play in Indianapolis.
Well, how about that? This story.
Why? He can just drive over to McAfee's studio, right?
Well, no, that
is
a
true.
big advantage because
How much?
and boy, Ballard's already got EJ Speed. He's already got his backup. He's already got his linebackers doing podcasts. I don't know in season. I don't know that he wants more players doing podcasts in seasons. I can tell you, coaches really don't like in-season podcasts.
Yeah, but doesn't McAfee run the Colts with Ballard?
No, he's
Isn't
off
he
the Colts.
Ballard's Elon Musk?
No. He hates the Colts.
Oh,
you
yeah.
didn't see that?
Oh no, he loves the Colts.
No. He gutted his whole. No. He doesn't even have his. He got rid of his suite too.
Well, the Colts
He hates
players
Colts
turned
now.
on him.
Yeah,
They
the Colts.
didn't like the way
he was bad mouthing
Speaking of
the
his
Colts.
linebackers, they
He
didn't
went,
like the way.
he went in on the Colts.
Well, because when they played bad,
he went in on the Colts.
He was
and
an
the
a-hole
Colts-
about it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the Colts basically said "F you," and he really went in on Anthony Richardson. But that was the first thing.
But he was right about Anthony Richardson.
Well, he did it over and
Ballard's
over.
trying to trade him, and nobody wants Richardson. Nobody.
He's trying to trade him.
Yes, that was the story yesterday. That he's on the trade block and nobody wants him.
I don't know. No, why would you?
Yeah. No, I know.
I don't want Anthony Richardson. But why would he trade? Who
But
would he go to war with?
Oh, the linebackers you were talking about, but I think it was Leonard.
Well, it's EJ Speed and somebody else has a.
They have a podcast, but it was what's the linebacker's first name?
Not Shaq Leonard.
I don't know his first. I don't remember first name for whatever reason, but it
He
was
changed his first name.
Yeah, Shaq from Darius.
it was Leonard who took issue with something McAfee said.
Oh, okay.
And they trolled each other back and forth.
Well, I mean, McAfee had a strong opinion, and the Colts didn't like it because they feel like, hey, you're one of our guys, but you should be able to have an opinion. I mean, I'm just to take Pat's side on this one, but players get super sensitive now. Like, hey, I thought you were one of us. You're a former Colt. I thought you got, you always rep the Colts. You got your own suite. He's got a suite on the floor level. The suite was completely empty. Like, he's basically off the Colts. He's so mad at the Colts. He's off the Colts. So
that's
just,
a shame.
But he was there, and
I hate to see them break
all
up. Like
broken up about.
Yeah.
Chris, let's get Chris in here. What do you say, Chris?
Thanks for taking the calls, guys. So I just came back from vacation, and Wednesday morning when I left, y'all took a few calls where you kind of alluded to the Texas trade in Laremy Tunsil, and we got a couple angry people came in. It's like, why would they do that? Your inside guys are crazy. I came back Monday, and the first thing I saw was the Laremy Tunsil trade. So I just want to say, man, wherever y'all have on the inside, man, y'all might want to send them a bottle of wine or a tipple something, because I got some good information.
Well, appreciate it, but a lot of that is just listen to what Laremy Tunsil said. I mean, listen to what D'Amico Ryans has said. D'Amico Ryans. Now, I had heard that this has been going on for a while. I told you the story that I got this from somebody with the Giants who the former O-line coach here, I'm forgetting his name, but the former O-line coach here he interviewed for a job with Joe Judge and the Giants, and they said, when Joe Judge asked me, like, what happened with the offensive line? It really was a disappointment this year. What was going on over there?
Talking about Slauson?
No,
before.
No, before Strausser, you said.
Oh, Strausser.
Before Strausser.
Slauson. That's a street
I
in
can't
LA.
remember. I'm just
Every
forgetting.
time I saw it, I thought of Strausser.
And so this coach told him this, and this is from a coach who was on the staff with the Giants. I got this from. The coach told Joe Judge, we had a real problem with Laramie Tunsil. We had to negotiate with him to get him to practice, and it was like it leaked into the rest of the team. And like, that stuff doesn't. Leopards don't. I heard that, and this offensive line coach was gone after Bill O'Brien got fired. But Leopards don't change their spots. Like that's an issue. You don't want to practice. You don't think you have to practice. And I'd heard there's an issue with maybe Howard having an influence on Howard and some of the other guys. He didn't show up. He didn't go to OTAs, right? All the leadership captain stuff. He didn't show up in a lot of this stuff. He wouldn't always practice. CJ Stroud made a comment about talking about Tunsil days you don't practice, veterans don't practice or whatever. Those are all things that if you're a captain and you're one of the leaders of the team, they want you to be one of the dudes. They want you to be one of the dudes. You're getting paid that much. They want you to be like, not everyone's going to be like Will Anderson, but that's what they wanted. They wanted to look like CJ. They wanted to look like Will Anderson. They always talk about swarm and all that stuff. And if you looked at it, that wasn't the case. I had that story in the background. That's a really damning story. That, by the way, Judge apparently said, I will never hire that coach. Once he found out that the Texans were negotiating to get please Laramie practice. But they started that from the very beginning when they gave him all the leverage. Like, you don't understand. Bill O'Brien, by not getting a contract done, he gave him all the leverage. And then he was clowning OB when it was time for the contract. He would call Laramie, and Laramie would. I got this from somebody on the. Somebody close to Laramie. Yeah, he goes, don't answer. Yeah. You answer and tell him I'm mad at him. And Laramie played him like a fiddle. I give Laramie credit. Laramie didn't have an agent. Remember, he got rid of his agent because he's like, this is going to be easy. I am not going to give an agent any penny because this is going to be easy. And he got a deal that was so good that teams wouldn't even use it as a standard moving forward for contracts. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Nobody could touch Laramie.
So good or so bad.
Well, so bad for a team.
Yeah.
That teams go, no, this is not the new number. We did not reset the market with Tunsil's deal because he got played because he played the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
So he was always in control of the Texans. He always had the leverage.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. Big day for the Texans. We got, if you want to get in and talk about it, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Right now, we got John Daspit.
John Daspit texted yesterday. He was listening to the show, and he goes, I'll give you 1,000-to-1 odds that the Cougars don't lose in the first round of the tournament. 1,000-to-1. And I said, well, good defensive teams don't get. Yeah. They also have a bye. I was like, oh, yeah, they do have a bye in the first round. So I said, I see you're listening. Always listen. So he's listening to the show, and he does that at night. He works all day long.
In their first round, we said. We knew that they're not playing in the first round.
And he said technically they have a bye in the second round, too.
Well, not really, but yeah. Well, give us 1,000-to-1 on the second round. Their first round.
I'll take that. But no, he listens in the evening. He said, I'm listening right now, and this is at like 9-something. And that's because he works all day long. John has just had a second baby. He's got 2 little kids. He's got a beautiful wife. But, they'll see him when they see him because he's working on your cases, man. He's got to get you taken care of. If you've been injured in an accident, you want somebody who puts you first, who makes sure that you get the attention that you deserve. And that's what John Daspit's going to do. You're going to get the attention that your case deserves. That's why he has a big law count where you have a lot of lawyers, a lawyer count, I should say, that are going to be working on cases. So he keeps the caseload lower for this lawyer so they can give a lot of attention to all of these. So make sure you never come out of pocket for bills. You get the right amount of money. You get your fair amount of money on your pain and suffering. And sometimes he's going to beat the brakes off the other side on that one too. And then, of course, any time missed from work, you're going to get compensated for that because that was not your fault. It's my friend over at in the professional law offices and personal injury law offices, John Daspit. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, it's 8:22 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We would be remiss if we didn't mention the Rockets win again. We haven't talked about it in a while, but the Rockets with a nice listen, it wasn't pretty, nothing pretty about it. They scored 97 points, but they only gave up 84. Orlando's not a good basketball team, so you take care of that business. The Rockets are not good against bad basketball. They're better. They have a better winning percentage against playoff teams than they have against non-playoff teams. That's just how they act. Okay, so coming up with a few wins here now. This is the top part of the schedule where you got to make hay, and they've been making hay. The last 3 games against New Orleans and now Orlando. So they are taking care of that business, which they hadn't been before. So that's a good win. The Rockets now just a couple of games out of second place. And this is where, I mean, with LeBron down, okay, with the Rockets having an easy schedule.
LeBron's down. I need a nurse in here.
He does need a nurse in here. And the numbers just get. Steven Adams was a beast last night. A beast again. That Steven Adams pickup, you know, it was cool. They sat him last year. We knew what the plan was. And you were like, oh, they picked up Steven Adams while he's out for the year. That's okay. They got him next year now. So, and it's paying off. It's paying off in spades now. Alperen Şengün in scoring, 47.2 points per 100% per 100 possessions, 82% effective field goal percentage.
Ooh.
When
spicy.
Sharing the court with Steven Adams.
I don't know why the double bigs are working.
29.8 points per 100 possessions at 50% effective field goal percentage without Adams. Big difference.
Big difference.
Big
Why?
difference.
I don't know why that is. I don't know what it is, but it's making like their double big lineup has really worked well. It's not really a triple big with Jabari. Jabari's a small forward on the court all the time anyway. You know, he's been on the court as a 3, a lot of times a 4, but early on it was as a 3. I don't know what it is about that lineup, but it's working.
Mm-hmm.
It's been working for him. And it's a little weapon that Ime can go to from time to time. So, and Ime was asked about if he has any, I don't know if it was any regrets or kind of the thought process. It was kind of one of those about Amen Thompson. He goes, no, we don't like to do mass substitutions. We were getting ready to take him out. And, you know, that was his answer, at least. We were getting ready to take Amen Thompson out, and then the injury happened. But his whole thing was not, of course he didn't say I was trying to get him a triple double. And I don't know if he was or not, but people will speculate because he was 1 rebound away or assist away.
Rebound.
There were 2. What it was
when he got hurt, he was 1 rebound.
Rebound.
Yeah. So there's speculation about triple double, and it was a blowout. But Ime just said no. We don't do mass substitutions, and I was getting ready to take him and I think Whitmore out.
Okay.
And he said that happened.
Okay.
So he tried to downgrade it, which I figured he would. I mean, he's not going to go, yeah, I just really wish that I hadn't.
Listen, it was a blowout game. Don't have him on the floor. I don't care.
He was getting ready to go out.
You can say that and blah, 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 blah. But
Jabari was out there too.
Get him out of the game.
Oh, can Jabari get hurt? Is that okay for Jabari to get hurt?
Jabari hadn't played
stay out there?
Jabari hadn't played much.
Your rotation.
He needed minutes.
Reed Shepherd's hurt.
Listen,
now.
no, you don't want Jabari out there too. No, get him out of there too. You know what? Get them all out. No, you don't want to lose Jabari again. Listen, Aaron Holiday last night. Oh my God. You don't have Fred VanVleet. You don't have Amen Thompson. You don't have Reed Shepherd. Aaron Holiday is the only real point guard. They played the whole game. And you know what? You guys, well, they look like crap. They don't have a point guard. They don't. Jalen Green starts the offense. I mean, this is a problem, y'all. You're like, well, they look like crap because they don't have anybody who starts the offense.
And apologize to Fred right now.
I am apologizing to Fred right now. I'll admit I'm a bigger man than Fred is.
So can I do the sample size thing with Jalen Green now? Because in this last 82
Was
games,
that a
he's done
size?
this.
Was it? Well, hey, he just said I'm a bigger man than Fred is.
He might be taller than Fred. I'm not sure.
I'm probably all right. I probably am.
Can we do the
Are
sample?
you taking shots at the $40 million man?
Well, soon to be $33 million per year. So
what, when he gets his extension?
Yes. When they wipe out that final year, get him his extension.
What,
for 3 years.
33? I'll take him for 33. Oh, what do you got now? You got nothing. They have no point guard. Aaron Holiday dribbled into like four times.
What I have heard multiple
oh
times, what I've heard, what the streets are saying is that Reed Shepherd's trash.
And now he's injury prone as well.
Injury prone.
Yeah, how about it?
That's what the streets are saying.
He's got little baby tiny hands that get broken and stuff.
Yeah.
Too small to play defense. Hey, I know in Jalen's last 82 about a week ago, it's like, hey, look at his numbers. Can we do the small sample size for Jalen Green now and look at his numbers over his last 5?
Yeah.
In the month of March.
Yes.
He's shooting 36.7% from the floor, 31.1% from 3, averaging 15.3 points per game.
He's back.
How many games is this?
We're now at 6.
Well, he's running the point now.
Not all nights.
Did we do that? Was because that was like the
Fred
sample,
has been gone for.
Was that the February
how
sample
long?
size we did, or was it January?
John had a stat where over Jalen Green's last 82, his numbers are like this:
22 point whatever.
Yeah, and I said in response, can we just do the whole season? Stop going
back.
Stop going through a summer where he has the entire summer off and adding that with the 82, like an 82 game stretch as opposed to a whole year. This is what he is. He will have peaks and valleys where he looks great, and then he'll do this.
I mean, it does. I mean, it's we're deep enough in that you just hope that he continually chips away at it and chips away at it and chips away at it so that he's more consistent. And I do think he'll become more consistent. The question is, I don't think he'll ever be a consistent player. I don't think it's ever going to be. It's always going to be a little bit erratic, a little bit inconsistent. You just hope that he becomes a more consistent shooter.
You hope the lows when they come aren't the lows that we've seen over the last 4 games. That's all you're asking for.
And that's fine. He's not a max dollar player yet.
Not yet. He got a nice deal. And you talk about John, him playing point guard, or at least being the initiator. Tim Legler talked about it on one of his podcasts. Yeah, Jalen Green's great in the pick and roll when he can get his own shot, but he is not a guy who makes players around him better because he doesn't get people good shots, doesn't get them easy shots. And we kind of seen that when more responsibility has been put on his plate without a real point guard.
When is Fred coming? I mean,
well, he came back and then stepped on the ref's foot.
I know. When is he coming back? I mean, is that out another month now? I mean, goodness gracious, Fred.
And the Rockets are like, you know what?
Barbie dolls and glass.
Barbie dolls are pretty reliable, but
actually,
yeah. Hey, Barbie was like, "Hey, why are you comparing us to Fred for?" And then the Rockets after this time off, they're not going to say, "Hey, older player getting injured more." They're going to go, "Look how valuable he is. Give him 3 years, $98 million."
I'm all right with it. Better than $840 a year. That's better than $40 a year. And you see how valuable he is right now.
He's valuable because you don't really have a viable option.
Back to the Texans when we come back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 and the rest of the NFL. So much to talk about. 713-780-3776. Houston Powder Coaters is what I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about what Robin does for the community. Yeah, that's right. I said the community.
I got a feeling Fred's going to be out for the year.
How about the Woodlands Waterway? How about the Ferris wheel? How about at the Texans, the picnic tables? How about you see? I mean, light poles throughout the city. I mean, cities hire Houston Powder Coaters to take care of what they need. Houston Powder Coaters is a leader in the industry. Houston Powder Coaters, it loves residential as well. You've got patio furniture. Or if you have a community pool, they're going to Houston Powder Coaters to take care of all of the outdoor furniture there. Houston Powder Coaters is here for you as well. Pickup and delivery, absolutely free, and advice. They don't have to have your business, and they're not going to take your business if, in fact, you need to replace whatever it is. Yeah, they can fix the string, the slats, and all of the different stuff that you need for your patio furniture. They can do it all. They can make it the colors of your favorite team if you want that. But they're not going to fix it if it's unfixable. They'll tell you buy new stuff. We don't want your business. So here's the deal: You get somebody that's going to be straightforward with you and do a great job, and that's Houston Powder Coaters. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on the show. So, Laramie Tunsil, what do you guys think? What do you think? What was your initial reaction? Mine was, I don't think they got enough. But
mine was a little bit.
Looking at what guys are worth, I mean, Deebo Samuel for a sixth. I was
it's very, but it's.
I know.
But Deebo's older and is getting ready to get paid again. Like it really does balance out with age and how much you have to pay. And he has a new contract coming up, and you typically don't get as much. That's why Bill O'Brien got really jacked when there was a new contract coming for Tunsil. And so Bill O'Brien should have, when he first got him, should have said, we'll give you a 1 and we'll give you a 2. And we want Kenny, not a second one. And we want Kenny Stills, who they got Kenny Stills. They called back about Kenny Stills, and they asked for, Chris Greer asked for a 2, and Bill gave him a 2. That shows just how completely over his head. Bill O'Brien was completely had no idea what he was doing. Every deal he did was a worse deal than what somebody else got. Second rounder for DeAndre Hopkins, but Stephon Diggs gets a first rounder. I mean, it's a perfect example. Lance, well, what you're not talking about is that DeAndre Hopkins has a new contract coming up. That's why you can't get as much money for those guys. You had one at left tackle. And you
opposite.
you had one at left tackle, and you just gave him two firsts and a second for him and a throw-in wide receiver. What are you talking about, Bill? You just contradicted yourself. So anyway, I was a little surprised, but I'm not surprised, but I'm also surprised. I thought this could happen. I had Kelvin Banks. I had the Texans trading up to draft Kelvin Banks, but what I thought they might do is, okay, they'll put Kelvin Banks at one of the guard spots, and then they'll have Blake Fisher at right tackle, Kelvin Banks at right guard, Titus Howard at left guard, and then they'll play it out with Tunsil. Now, what I did bring up on the show is if you move Tunsil, you get draft picks and you free up a little bit. I didn't talk about cap space as much as getting draft picks. But my problem with that was always like, it's just not a great tackle draft, though. Like, that's my problem is this isn't a great tackle draft. All the free agent tackles got swooped up. You see that, Ronnie? The money that Dan Moore got? Did you see what Dan Moore got?
Yeah.
Like, left tackles got paid yesterday. You know why? Because nobody's crazy about this left tackle draft. So the Texans
got rid of theirs, and they're going to.
The Texans got rid of theirs.
They're not. Listen, I'm going to predict right here and now. It's Titus at left, and it's Blake Fisher at right. Okay.
I think it'll be the other way around. But regardless, that's who the team's going to be, I think.
You think they're going to depend on Blake Fisher at left?
Yeah, I think because they know Titus is a right tackle. Well, who's the most athletic is going to go out there? Titus isn't a great athlete. I think Blake's more athletic, but I didn't think Blake played great when he played. From a football standpoint, I'm a little concerned.
Whoever it is that they pick up, you can't just put a rookie at the 16th, 17th, 8th, whatever pick they get him at. You can't just throw him out there with CJ. You just can't. You're going to have Blake Fisher and Titus Howard have experience.
Well, they do that all the time. They put rookies out there all the time.
Not guys who aren't top of the draft.
Well, yeah. Last year, they had guys who Faltanu went, 20th, Pittsburgh Steelers. He was out there until he got hurt. They had him a starting tackle. I think it's on the right side.
But for this class,
they had a much more with Justin Fields. They had a much more mobile quarterback.
But Lance, for this class,
run. Did you not see that Charger game?
Yes, he did run.
When the ball was snapped, and
you think CJ's going to go? Oh, how good! We got rid of Laramie Tunsil. We're going to put a rookie at left.
Get the ball out. Quicker passing attack.
But do you trust any tackle in this draft to go out there?
There's a lot.
He's talking. You can't hear him.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, they do put guys out there, but for this class, do you want to see a tackle starting in this class?
Yeah.
No, that face says no.
Yes, that face that you're making.
Well, so Kelvin Banks got beat up by Jalen Walker and Michael Williams, who are both in this draft. Like, I'm having a hard time getting that out of my head. Austin Booker kicked his ass in 23 from Kansas. Like, that is a guy who didn't even play 700 college snaps. He got drafted in the 4th round, I think, by the Bears, 4th or 5th by the Bears. And I mean, he was whipping Banks. That's one of the reasons why I put such a high grade on Austin Booker. I was like, holy crap, look what he did to Banks. I'll admit, Kelvin Banks has concerned me because his pass pros hasn't gotten a lot better from his rookie. So his freshman year, I was at the game, he dominated Will Anderson. Will Anderson had a bunch of penalties in Austin for Alabama. Alabama won that game late, but I think their redhead kicker screwed up.
Oh yeah,
at Texas
Did you
in
see
that
him
game
pitch?
too. Bert Auburn?
Yeah, he's a pitcher for their team.
He is?
Yeah, and
for the baseball
he's good.
A real
he's
pitcher, or did he throw out the first pitch?
No, he's a real pitcher for them.
Is he a better pitcher?
He's a better pitcher than kicker.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, that wasn't that hard.
When it got a little tight for Auburn, he just sprayed it all over. But no, I think some of the stuff, like from a technical standpoint, he's too passive. He takes these vertical sets, which means, kind of straight back. So you don't have a lot of room to anchor before you get to the quarterback. But it allows you to cut off the edge a little quicker. But you got to have a good anchor to do that. And he doesn't have that strong an anchor. So I think if he sat out his pass sets and got on top of a guy, okay, Just have your little fun with this. Got on top of rushers quicker. Not got on top of guys quicker, but just got on top of the pass rush quicker. Got his hands on quicker. Was a more aggressive, proactive pass setter. I think he'd be a lot better off. I just think that his pass set stuff is too passive, and he lets guys, he lets rushers just get into him, see, and all this stuff. I already know Jetter's nickname in high school and all that stuff. I already know what the chat's saying.
Right.
But he lets.
What about your Bert Auburn thing? It gets when it got a little tight for him, he sprayed all over the place.
I know. It's just I really
and that noise
I'm really all over the. It's really a problem right now. But no, I really do think that I really do think some of the Kelvin Banks stuff can be corrected. But if not, I also think he's a good run blocker. Like he'll be a better run blocker than Laramie Tunsil off the rip if they were to draft him. And they could start him at guard and then maybe move him out to tackle if it doesn't work with Blake Fisher. That's one of the things I like about Banks is I think you can pull. That's where Laramie started for the Dolphins. Laramie started at guard. Remember that, Del?
I do, because
they started guard and then they moved him out to tackle.
Had Brandon Alberts. Remember that name?
Yeah.
And Jawan James. So they started him at guard until I think Brandon Alberts eventually retired or left or something like that.
Which I thought they might maybe draft Kelvin Banks, trade up, get Kelvin Banks, wait until Tunsil's gone, which is next year, and then because you could trade Tunsil in season 2, but not if you're a good team.
No,
and you're a good team who just traded an above-average left tackle and pass protection on a team that doesn't protect the passer well.
Change it. You predicted the trade. You were right. He was traded, and you know what? I'm going to tell you this. The Texans are going to be a better offensive line next year than they were this year.
I mean, it can't be worse.
It can't be much worse, dude.
It's true, but
listen,
but talent-wise, they're worse.
Talent-wise, but wait a minute. How many times have we said this? Yeah, you can add a really great offensive lineman. It doesn't make the offensive line better.
It's true. You know what? That's true. You got some average. My dad has had some average talent at offensive line,
they play well together.
But sometimes it's just about, do you have guys that are smart, that are tough, and that play well together, and that are assignment oriented? This offensive line busted pass pro assignments left and right.
Plus, let's see what Kaylee does with it too,
and what their new old offensive line coach
Popovich
does.
Yeah.
And
but currently, all those guys who busted, they haven't really added a piece. So how many pieces are they adding to this? Because right now it's the same guys who busted stuff last year.
Yeah, it's true.
It might be addition by subtraction.
When Will Fries just got signed,
for a lot of money.
You couldn't sign Will Fries. He's out of your rate. Like the Texans don't have enough free agents. I don't know if Nick mismanaged the cap or not. They were in a tough spot this year. They were in a tough spot cap wise.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the nature of when you go to free agency and you have to pay Shaq Mason. It costs you money when you have to pay free agents.
It was great last year when they had all that money. Yeah, spend it. Go. What? Yeah. And now, listen, it's going to be even worse when CJ takes up $50-60 million a year.
Stingley will get there first.
Stingley gets there. CJ gets there.
Kenyon Green. So all these guys getting a second contract is going to be a problem.
Wow.
You know what they can do when they get that contract?
What?
Go to Zadok.
They can go to Zadok. Mm-hmm. Maybe get some nice, simple diamond-studded earrings, something but not the offensive lineman. We're done with that. We're not doing that anymore. But if you've got a girlfriend that you want to impress, you want to show her that it's getting serious. Maybe you just want to give her a gift. Now you can go get the engagement ring. They can do the engagement ring for you. They've got the best designs. They've got unbelievable consultants in there who can take you through the entire process and make the engagement process the best and the most memorable. But what's really great about Zadok Jewelers is they've got gifts for any occasion, for any style, for any type of taste. They're amazing. 28,000 square feet. The Zadok family has people working there who have been in the jewelry business for a long time and who are well-schooled and understand what it takes to make her happy. And they do a great job. Now, if you're looking to make yourself happy with a new luxury watch, nobody's better. Every brand from around the world imaginable. They also have master craftsmen who can repair watches. They do buy, they do sell, and they do trade. of high-end watches. So if you're a watch person, make sure you go in there, male or female, men or women's watches. They have both of them there at Zadig Jewelers. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadig.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, let's go. I want to hear some thoughts, you guys. What do you think? I mean, hey, I can understand Dan Orlovsky, Willie. You're not better when you lose your best. You were bad at that position, and you just lost your best lineman. Sometimes there's addition by subtraction. Sometimes. The Seattle Mariners got rid of A-Rod and Griffey.
And Randy Johnson.
And won 125 games.
Some of that was financial too, but yeah, they still won.
Well,
this isn't the first time where it's hard for people who are only interested in assembling the very best talent you possibly can on a roster. This is really more about the Texans have played 2 straight years of 10-win football, and what they're saying is they're not going to say it publicly. Although D'Amico's words, he has said it publicly. They want to get tougher. They want to get more aggressive and physical on the offensive line. They want their offensive line to be different than it is.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually said that. And so they know that they've got work to do now at left tackle, but they freed up cap space to make necessary moves. They got draft capital for Laramie Tunsil rather than letting him walk next year and then maybe getting a third or fourth, but maybe not, depending on how the free agency game went, how many you signed and how many you lost on compensatory picks. And then the part that they're not going to say is we just wanted to go in a different direction with who the guys are following in the locker room. I think there are plenty of guys in the locker room who like Laramie Tunsil. I don't think he was somebody that wasn't well liked by a lot of people. I don't think the Texans organization cared about that. In fact, I don't think they were crazy about it because they'd rather you like Will Anderson, who's a dog.
Well, Joe Mixon didn't like
or
the
Joe
move.
Mixon.
He didn't like the move. He commented under a Instagram post announcing the trade. Hell no.
Oh yeah. Joe Mixon. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of players who don't like it.
I'm surprised that Joe Mixon was down with Laramie Tunsil though, because Joe Mixon is a dog. I'm surprised.
Well, but those kind of guys say, "I'm the dog. I don't need another dog.
Well,
I'm the dog. We're fine." What he looks at it as, "Hey, man, this is a guy who plays left tackle." You know, CJ Stroud is like, I bet he's drinking tea because he knows that it's going to be tougher on him. But I think because CJ's the one that I remember when he talked about all the leaders, and he never mentioned Laramie Tunsil.
I know he never mentioned him, but he also didn't have to worry that much about his backside.
1 year. You may be able to find one in the draft this year.
Yeah, you may be able to. But CJ took a beating. I'm not
Blake
so
Fisher
sure.
may be the answer.
I'm not going to speak for CJ on this one because I don't know. We'll see. He hasn't. Has he posted? Has he said anything? No.
No one's going to say good.
Listen, go good. I'm going to have a rookie left tackle.
No,
nobody's going to say that.
It's not going to be easy.
No.
But I think they felt like they needed to do this to get
I'll bet you
team.
they talked to CJ about it.
Maybe.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe. I think they want more leadership on the offensive side. They got Will Anderson. I think they want to look. They have veterans on that side. You got Joe Mixon, who I don't know how long he'll play with the Texans.
I'll bet you CJ would understand it just because of the stuff that you've said about it.
Yeah.
They went to CJ and said, dude, we got to change that culture. We got to change that room. And he was like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I think CJ
that
understands.
Probably happened. I think
he knows it's going to be harder for him. We all know that, potentially. But I also think pass protection gets a whole lot easier when your guard, center, guard are better, and they're not letting it leak from the interior. Because you can chip on the left tackle side with a running back. You can line up a tight end over there to widen out the pass rusher and make it tougher on them. Like you can slide protection that way. There's all kinds of things you can do to help out Blake Fisher or Titus Howard on the left side. When you're busted up guard, center, guard, it's really no answers. You don't have answers. Like you're going to get whipped. You're going to get isolated and whipped with double A gap looks. They give you different blitz looks. They get you into protection calls where they isolate guys who are not as effective man on man. You got to have a certain level of athleticism. That's why the idea of having another tackle playing guard like a Kelvin Banks appeals to me, because this is a guy with tackle pass pro stuff the same way it got a lot better when Titus Howard got down there. You know why? Because tackles pass pro better than guards. They're better athletes. They have better feet. They're more likely to have the range to protect both gaps, left and right, the B and the A gap. And so having a tackle down there wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. If you threw another tackle, you got 3 tackles on the offensive line. And when I say Kelvin Banks, once again, I don't think he makes it to 25. I'm not sure Josh Simmons does. Now, Josh Simmons has some stuff to him. He can play. Josh has some athleticism, but once again, I'm just telling y'all, I've heard that it's not all cookies and giggles and puppies with him in terms of being a dude. And so, maybe wanting to, I'm not sure he's Mr. Loves to practice either. This is coming from a couple different teams.
You just got rid of that. I don't know.
That's what I mean. I don't know. And there's no way the Texan scouts don't know this. They know this. Everyone knows this. So if that's the case, I don't know that he's, would they love to have a guy like Tyler Booker, who is an ass kicker? Yes. That's what D'Amico wants. He wants an ass
How
kicker.
long does Tyler Booker last?
He lasts till like 15, 14. He's a guard. His pass pro's okay. I think people are overdrafting. All this talk about him being in the top 12 or 13, I think he's a second-round talent. But everyone loves the way he's wired.
Yeah.
And that's one of those things.
How much did that help the
like
Colts?
At 25,
how much
did
did that help the Colts at guard?
What did with Quentin? Yeah, Quentin Nelson changed a lot of stuff. Quentin Nelson changed a lot of stuff, but that's what they intentionally set out to do.
If he's like a Will Anderson guy in that locker room,
he is.
Yeah.
Oh no, he is.
That changes.
And Donovan Jackson could be a pick for the Texans at 25 without trading up. He's a guard. He played tackle. He's not going to be a tackle, but he did when Josh Simmons went out. But Donovan Jackson from Ohio State is a guard on a really good team. Comes from winning culture at Ohio State. You know, he could be the pick at 25.
I've seen. He's been around. He might be around.
Yeah, I think he'll be there. So he's somebody you could look for. You could look for Gray Zabel from North Dakota State.
Yeah, they don't pick small school guys.
Not typically.
No.
No, not at all. Not with Nick. Alabama State, Titus Howard.
Well, that was before.
That was
Nick,
the old.
But
yeah, that was Brian Gaine and Bill.
The smallest school they've drafted from is Louisville.
And Bill O'Brien intentionally. Remember Andre Lillard?
Dillard.
Andre Dillard, who came out of Washington
but there was
State.
talk about him.
Yeah, but Bill didn't like him, and I knew that from texting back and forth. He didn't think he was a real dude, and he was right.
Mm-hmm.
He was right. Mentally, like from a mentality standpoint, he's been a huge bust. He's a first round pick.
Always right. You doubted him so much.
Bill was now Juwan Taylor. I wanted Juwan Taylor. I wanted Juwan Taylor, and Juwan Taylor. I told you, I heard from an agent who was backstage that Juwan Taylor's mom, I think it was, slapped Drew Rosenhaus in the face after the first round when Juwan Taylor fell out of the first round.
I'd slap his face.
Well, did he fall out of the first? I think he fell out of the first round, right?
Why didn't Drew Rosenhaus?
He was drafted by Jacksonville.
Why didn't Drew Rosenhaus have him picked? That's on him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why agents have to manage expectations.
And
like
moms.
Quinn Ewers' agent has been. He's terrified that Quinn won't go into first. Now a realization has set in that Quinn may go into third or fourth. And now he's got to manage expectations. Our guy who had Geno Smith got fired when he wasn't taken in the first round. Our guy had Geno Smith, and Geno Smith didn't get taken in the first round. And I think he may have fired the agent shortly after he got drafted, I believe. That happens. Like, you just have guys who get gassed up and they think they're. Now, we all thought Geno Smith was going in the first, but you have to manage expectations of families. If you gas up families trying to get a guy to come out, like, I don't want to say too much, but sometimes agents talk a real big game because they want a guy to come out because they want to represent them and make money. But some of what they're telling players is that they're going to go in around that they're not going in. And that's trouble. You got trouble on your hands.
Yep.
So I guess that's why Juwan Taylor's family thought he had gone to first. He had a medical issue with his knee, but that's who I wanted for the Texans was Juwan Taylor.
Oh, you thought you had a problem with false stars of Tunsil. And you wanted Juwan Taylor in here. Well, I guess he never gets called from, so maybe you would have been fine.
No.
Yeah, he never gets
called.
Boy,
that dude doesn't get dude likes to start early.
It helps when he plays for the Chiefs.
He didn't get called from with the Jags.
I know, because he had that false start there.
Yeah.
So
what is the deal? Is that like the gather step in the NBA where you just
it's
there's
only
some kind of technicality we don't know about?
So before we go to break, not how many new starters they're going to have because they've made moves, so they're definitely going to have new starters. How many new players that weren't on the Texans last year will start for them on the O-line? What's your prediction? Got the draft, you still got free agency right now.
Well, Shaq is gone, so there's got to be.
Yeah, I'm saying new players.
Oh, okay,
new players.
2 new players.
Unless they move Juice there.
Yeah.
Oh no, you might only have 1 new player. No. You have to have
whoever they draft.
Well, okay, we're counting Blake Fisher as a new player.
No,
just new players.
Player who wasn't on the roster in 2024. How many will start?
Only 1 new player. Yeah,
1.
Does that make you feel good?
Well, I don't think they're going to fix it all in 1 year.
Okay.
Well, they better.
And look, I think they want to get better.
Fix it in a hurry.
The Shaq Mason situation is just Shaq wasn't as good. Shaq wasn't good enough for the cap space. And if your cap space is too high and you like a player, you restructure. You give them more years. You give them money up front, and then you create a cap number that's more feasible. They didn't like him enough to keep him. And they said, "Ooh, you're way overpaid. Bye.
See ya."
I was looking at it, and of course things can change, but I don't think the Texans are going to make a giant move with salary. Titus Howard is their second largest cap hit. I don't like a player of that caliber. I know. I just don't like a player of that caliber being their second highest cap hit.
I don't either. They don't either. That's why I wonder. See, I thought Nick mismanaged this. I don't think Nick has been this perfect, spotless champion of GMs like you two do. You two think
like us?
Yeah, you and John think that he's been this incredible GM. I look at that and I say, why did you give Titus that contract when you didn't have to? You could have let him play the 5th-year option out. Like why give him? And it was a good
Well, now they need him desperately,
and it was a good tackle draft.
Now
last year.
they need him desperately.
It was a good tackle draft last year.
You hate him.
All right, we got to break. We got to break. We'll continue this. Your slander of Nick has got to stop. Okay. All right.
Nick's done a pretty good job.
Okay.
Nick's not been perfect. But he's not been perfect. I didn't like that culture deal at the time.
610 no more, apparently. GimmeTheVin.com. I love working for them. Okay. The best place to sell your car, and now even better with the GiveMeTheVin.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or $1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, your pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. Oh, yeah. And you can go to gmtvcc.com, which is it's a classic or collectible, gmtvcc.com. All right, that's where you can sell your classic or your collectible. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money. It provides you with hassle-free online option, and it takes seconds. Literally, it takes minutes to sign up and put your car in. You go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put your VIN number in or your license plate number in, and they're going to beat CarMax. And I'm telling you, they're going to beat your dealer. They're going to beat CarMax. They're going to do it all. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. Easy, it's fast. They'll bring you the check. GiveMeTheVin.com. Giving away $25,000 per month. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. All right, welcome back. Let's go. 713-780-3776. What do you think about all the deals for our Texans? 713-780-3776. We had some early thoughts. You could hate it. We're fine with that. I am okay if you are pissed off about what the Texans have done. It's okay. They've also picked up Justin Watson at wide receiver. Justin Watson over under number of catches and yards.
Catches would be 17.5.
Oh, I'm going over.
Well, I'm just going by historically. So you might be right though, but I'll make it 17.5.
Listen,
and I'll make the yards 10, 3. I'll make it 220.
Listen, he's still the fourth. He was the fourth option in Kansas City, probably the fifth at Tampa when he won with Brady. He's got 3 Super Bowl rings.
Well, so
yeah, no, I know.
They're bringing in champions. Tommy Townsend. Justin Watson.
This is the home of champions.
He's surprised. He was one of those surprise picks that he was he's a Patriot. Well, no. Oh, he's never a Patriot. I thought he was a Patriot.
He was a Buck, and now he's a
because everyone thought he was going to be a Patriot because he was a lacrosse player.
Oh.
And a really good one. He's from Penn.
Well, that just tells you how white he is.
It gives you, and he went to Penn. It gives you some. It gives you so the most yards he's ever had was in Kansas City, 460 yards in KC.
Okay. And how many catches?
289 last year.
What?
Yeah, you're 15, 27, 22.
Yeah.
Okay, let me reset the number.
Yeah.
I'll go 20.
I'm going to
go 23 and a half.
I'm going over. He's going to have almost 30. He'll have almost 30 catches.
So you think he's going to have about 500 yards in?
He's going to have average almost. Well, he'll average 1.7 per game.
Catches per game. Okay.
Yeah. 17 games. Yep.
So his yards per catch. Now he's averaged more. His average is 15.2. I feel like it'll be a little lower because the Texans are going to have to get the ball out a little quicker. I mean, it's fine. He's just, he's
the fourth. The first option is Nico. The second is Christian Kirk. The third is Dalton Schultz.
What about Xavier Hutchinson?
Yeah. The fourth is Justin Watson.
Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon before Watson. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, how much did they actually throw the ball to Joe last year?
He caught 36 balls.
Okay.
More than
52 targets.
I even thought.
Yeah, that was 2 a game. A little over 2 a game.
He only played 14.
More because he only played how many?
Played 14.
14 games, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So when you look at the Texans stats,
we thought it was going to be more than 36 catches, though.
I didn't think he'd rush the way he did, which is really, really good. In terms of receptions, your leader was Nico, then Dalton Schultz, then Tank Dell, 68, 53, 51. But you had injuries like 2 of those guys didn't play the full year. Stephon Diggs had 47 in 8 games. So he was on pace for about 100 catches. But here, your backups, John Mechie, 24, Robert Woods, 20, Xavier Hutchinson, 12. So in the position he's currently in, he's more like 24-20. Dare had more catches than Xavier Hutchinson. But I tend to...
Yeah, Xavier had to come on.
I think 24 is about the right number for me. For me, that's what I think.
And he'll have...
But you still have Xavier Hutchinson still on the team. You still have John Mechie. Yeah. Mechie may not make this roster. Do you know where Braxton Berrios played?
Yeah.
New England.
Yeah, but he was a.
If you played with New England, now he's got a 1 year.
He's a Hurricane first and foremost.
Well, not to Nick Caserio. To Nick Caserio, it's the Patriot way.
And he can date whoever he wants. So
that's part of the reason why he's appealing to some. Oh, he's bringing Alex Earl with him.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he was never.
Maybe.
Hey, no.
Maybe
Berrios was never a Patriot.
He'll upgrade.
Wait,
we don't know.
Hold on. They drafted.
I don't know if he played a regular season game, but they drafted him.
They did.
I remember some preseason games.
But he never. Yeah, he never played. He must have hit a practice squad. You sure they drafted him? Yeah.
Yes.
They did draft him in the 6th round while Nick was there. Nick drafted him.
Super Bowl champion, Braxton.
But he never.
Another champion, John.
Wait. How did he win a championship?
He was on the roster. He didn't play.
They won't give him a ring.
I don't know how it works.
He never did anything.
But he got to wear a jersey at media day at the Super Bowl. Got to walk around. Was on the sideline. Champion.
Yeah. Did he win? Did he win a national championship at Miami?
Did you
No
say he got
chance.
hurt
No one's
last
done that
year? Or
since
did he just
01.
not, did he get hurt or just
He wasn't
not
there in
play?
01?
No.
Did he get hurt or just not
No,
play?
Ed Reed was there in 01.
Okay, so he's going to be competition with Mechie. So Mechie now has competition in camp. One of those guys goes.
Oh, I don't think Barrios is going to. Well,
no, one of those guys goes. He has a $2 million deal. It's not even guaranteed.
No. Well,
Barrios could get
Barrios will go before. But Barrios is going to be returning kicks.
He was an all-pro returner in 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what he's there for.
He's not very.
He's not there to get on the field for, and maybe he will.
Well, you have to. If you're on the roster, you can get on the field at any time.
Yeah,
you got to be able to play.
He played 6 games last year, didn't catch a pass.
Yeah, I mean that's not.
He's no lock to make this roster.
No,
he's a body in camp right now, and if he makes
I'm going to predict he's returning punts for them.
Well, that's fine. Then I'm going to predict Mechie's off the team.
No.
You're not keeping both of those guys in your wide receiver room. They're too limited. Braxton Berrios doesn't offer hardly anything.
Well, now you're okay. What's your wide receiver room? It's Nico. It's Kirk. It's Watson.
Kirk is, by the way, Christian Kirk.
Yeah. It's Xavier, and it's Mechie.
Yep,
that's it
right now.
And Barrios would be 6.
Barrios would be 6, and they're not done. They'll go into camp with probably 8 or 9.
But they're just guys.
Oh, no. I would say you could go find a guy in the 4th round that could beat out Barrios.
They did like Wayne for whatever reason. They like that guy.
Wayne.
Yeah.
He could still. I think he's on the futures contract,
but
right?
he did not look good.
They
in the last
signed
game.
him.
Did he stop crying?
Oh, is he one of the ones that cried when Tank got hurt?
He was the one who was there when.
Oh, that's right. You mean the one that ran the wrong route and brought his man to run into Tank, and then Tank splattered like he.
No wonder he was crying.
Well, I didn't watch it,
Tank.
Is that what happened when they put the death stones or whatever? I don't watch those shows. But when he puts the stones in, what is it? The Marvel comics where the guy grabs the stones and then people just disintegrate. Is that what happened to Tank? Somebody
he's not Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet. And he snapped his fingers and Tank's legs got torn up. That's not what happened. It was a football accident.
All right. I didn't know somebody did an Infinity Stone on Tank's whole leg.
Didn't get blipped. He's still around. He's just hurt. You see him tweeting all the time.
Yeah, he's hurt. He won't play. Who plays first? Lance McCullers or Tank?
Lance McCullers.
I would say Lance McCullers.
Absolutely.
That's the first time we've ever answered Lance McCullers.
Let's get Mark in here. We asked for calls. We got Mark. What up, Mark?
Hey, good morning, guys. With the Steelers signing DK and potentially Rodgers, if that goes through, it seems like they're trying to go all in, if you will, and not waste any more years of TJ and Mink's prime. My question, mainly for Lance in regards to the draft, is they have pressing needs for another corner and pass rush and other positions, but do you think with them picking at 21st, they'll try to add more offensive firepower to go on and wrap around Rodgers if they get him, maybe Genty or Hampton, a running back, or even another receiver, trade back?
Oh, if Genty's there, yes, I think they would take Genty. I think they would look at that as, we're getting one of the best players in the draft. We just had a DK Metcalf. You got to beat the Ravens. So who do you have to? You always ask this question. Who do you have to beat in your division? The Ravens and the Bengals. You got to score points. Genty takes pressure off quarterback. Genty puts pressure on safeties. I think if Genty were there, they would take him. I just don't think he's going to be there where the Steelers are drafting. I don't think they add another wide receiver.
He goes to the Raiders.
That's early, but I could he's the wild card. I don't know where do you put him? Like, he's one of the best players in the draft. But it's a deep running back draft. So I don't know what you do with it. I don't know what you do with him. For the Steelers, I think you got to get a corner. Your corners stink. You got to get better in the secondary. So it's not a great corner draft though. When I was looking at 21, I gave you Matthew Golden. That's out now. And I think you'll look as a DB, and that could be a trade out spot for Omar Khan. I don't know. I think Pittsburgh right now is in position to go best available, a position of need, and DB is one of those needs. I don't see wide receiver though. I don't, and unless it's Ashton Genty, I definitely don't see running back. But tight end, I could see maybe looking at a Colston Loveland if he were to fall, because that's one of those, because he'll block a little bit and he's a weapon as a pass catcher from Michigan. So could be Could be a pick. If I'm the Steelers, that's one of those trade-in picks to me. I've already looked at it, and I feel like the Steelers could trade back out of 21 and add a pick.
All right. Appreciate Steeler talk right here.
Yeah.
All
Your
Steelers
home of
all the time.
Hey, you asked for calls. You didn't say what.
I know. I thought we might get somebody to talk about the Texans, but okay.
I mean,
thanks, Mark.
You want more Israel?
Yeah. Yeah, I like Israel. It brings a little controversy to the show. I'm not opposed to Israel or Willie. Okay? I'm not opposed to some controversy here. Let's go. It's a talk show. I want differing opinions. This is like The View. And when they bring on Scott Jennings, okay?
Scott Jennings.
Yeah. That's what this
is like The View.
When they bring on Scott Jennings.
Or CNN when they bring on Scott Jennings. Yeah. They do that every day. I don't know why they do that.
This show is a lot like that.
It's just
We're
like
a lot
The View.
like a news show that brings on an opposing viewpoint.
That's right.
Well, we did have an opposing viewpoint.
We did. And thank you. And we thank you for it. Okay?
Yeah, we're not. That's fine.
That's fine. No,
Just
we
don't
like
ca- just
opposing
don't
view.
ca-
If
just
you
don't
have an
call
opposing
names.
viewpoint, we want you on this
Be
show.
careful on calling names, or I just won't even listen to you. I'll just turn the headphones off.
Well, I mean, if you deserve to be called a name, then that's we
I
can't
didn't think
stop
I
that.
did.
We can't stop that. Okay. 713-780-3776, the number. If you want to get in here, come on. We want opposing viewpoints. 713-780-3776.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, someone 378-03776. Brianna's here. Your Uncle Freddie's daughter. Okay, she's called into the show before. Or has the other daughter?
No, the other daughter.
That was Alyssa.
It was Jordan.
That was Jordan.
Oh.
Yeah, the Taylor Swift fan.
But Uncle Freddie called in about the possibility of Braxton Berrios being in town last year when the Dolphins came in because of his
because
daughter.
of Brianna.
Yes,
she's a big fan
of not of Berrios, of his significant other.
Oh, Alex Earl.
She'll tell you. Yeah.
Well, let's bring her in here. Brianna, why I thought you would be
Hi.
I thought you would be a fan of Berrios, not Alex Earl.
Oh, no, definitely Alex Earl.
Really? Like, what does she do?
Well, she's just an influencer, but I feel like she's just fun. I feel like we'd be good friends.
What is, like, tell me what she influences.
People.
I know, but what? How? What does she do?
Makeup, fashion, clothes.
Oh, okay.
Girl stuff.
Yeah, she said, and you feel like you guys would be friends. Like I've got, like, there's people like that with me too, where I feel like, I
like
would
Jessica
probably
Alba.
No, just like dudes who I think he'd probably we probably.
Who's your number one
for
Lance? Dudes who you think you'd be friends with besides Texans OCs?
Josh.
I have to think about that.
Josh Pate.
Yeah, you do think you'd be friends with Josh.
Yeah, but that's not. We're talking about famous people.
He's pretty famous.
Celebrities.
Josh Pate is
Alex Earl.
Oh, you
she's
mean
talking about like people you see who wouldn't know you.
You think you'd be friends with
She
Pedro?
said, I like that. She said, I think I'd be friends with her. I like that.
What about you, Pedro Pascal?
I think you would be friends.
No.
I think you'd be friends with Justin Bieber.
Him?
I don't think Bieber would like me.
No chance.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he
Lance
would
and
like
Bieber
me.
have a lot in common.
He wouldn't like.
So
Bieber's
you
energy.
think Brianna?
Tom Segura would for sure like me.
I don't know. He's kind of
yeah.
Tom Segura would like me. Cam from Modern Family, who's a big Kansas State fan and Kansas City Chiefs fan. He's a big football fan.
Manny would like you.
I get along with Manny.
Yeah.
I was at a thing.
So
with
Brianna,
Manny.
you think you and Alex would be you'd be girls, right?
Oh, yeah, we'd be great friends.
You'd be great friends. Who else? You, Taylor?
Megan
Taylor Swift?
Maroney for sure.
Megan Maroney.
No, Megan Maroney.
Is she a fitness person? Is that who she is, or not?
She's a country singer.
Okay.
Yeah,
way
same
off.
thing.
She's an American singer and songwriter, Dell.
Yeah.
I thought
Google
she was an
tells me.
Australian
No one knows
fitness
So
person.
is she your age, or she's a little older than you, right? No. Is she your age? She's 27.
No.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, then yeah.
Okay.
How old are you, Brianna?
27.
27?
Yeah,
So
you probably
is
be
that
friends
same
with her.
age?
I can see that. I can see that for you.
We got to introduce you to JT.
What?
Yeah.
What
She
you
didn't
trying
call
to
in
do
looking
here?
for a date.
She might have. I
Did
don't know.
she?
Yeah.
Did you call and looking to
Are you
date John's
calling
son?
looking at?
Yeah.
Are you looking to date?
Are you really just trying to get a date with
John's son
JT?
John's son is a former quarterback,
At Rice in Texas.
handsome man, about 6'4", 6'3",
6'3",
4.
6'3".
Yeah,
Your boy went to Rice and where?
Missouri.
And
State.
Missouri
State.
State. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Is that appealing? He used to be a missionary, right?
He used to be a missionary.
Didn't he like give kids in Destin
Yeah, he
circumcision?
went over. He did nice guy
he did,
stuff.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he
he's
did
a
stuff.
leader. He's a Christian leader. Yeah.
Yes. Is that appealing?
This has really got uncomfortable. She just wanted to call in and say, "Hey, I like Alex Earl."
I
John
know.
started it.
I don't know. Just want.
He's looking.
She's a very pretty girl. Brianna's a very pretty
Well, I
girl.
assume you would
Yeah.
be trying to match your son up with someone who was
Yeah.
unattractive.
Right. Well, right.
You don't have to answer any of this.
Yeah, you don't
honestly.
have. You just yes. Alex Earl will be in town. I would try to make friends with her quickly because there's no guarantee Braxton will be here that long.
No,
Right.
yeah.
Do it in the summer.
Yeah.
Go
Do
out
it in
to
the
a
summer,
camp.
Brianna.
Go to a camp, go to an open practice.
Yeah. Very early.
Yeah.
Hope she's there.
One of those open practices and see if she's just hanging around.
And maybe Megan Maroney is going to be here in town on the same day or the day before one of her concerts. And maybe she's like, you know what I'd like to do? Go out and see a Texans practice in August
That's what all country
Outside.
singers think.
That's what they
Yeah.
all do.
with all this makeup on.
She'll
Just
be
wanna
in
go
Houston
start
May.
Yeah.
She'll be in Houston May 2nd. Megan
Hey.
Maroney.
Maybe she'll go drive me smooth over to the Texans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May 2nd, Megan Maroney is in town, just so you know.
Is there a Texans mini
Brianna.
camp that day?
No.
Oh, I know
Ricky.
she's coming to town.
Yeah, are you going?
No, unfortunately.
Oh,
I'm
Freddie
not.
will take.
No.
Freddie will
Maybe
take.
Uncle Freddie will give me tickets.
Hold on.
Uncle Freddie will take anybody
He
to
will.
Taylor Swift.
Hold
Your
on.
sister to Taylor Swift, but
Wait
not
a minute.
you.
We got an avenue here. What is JT doing on May 2nd?
Oh,
see.
I don't know
You
what
guys
kind of
are
Megan
making-
Maroney guy he is. I don't know.
That's not about Megan Maroney. It's about
not. What are you
Brianna.
talking
Oh yeah.
about?
Oh yeah.
Who cares what he thinks of Megan Maroney?
Well, but he's got to put up with that whole concert thing.
But he will have the benefit of dating, as you said, a very pretty girl.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, we'll see.
This whole show is uncomfortable. You're making it uncomfortable too, Dale.
I'm just following
Don't act
his-
like it's just the
I'm just-
problem over here.
I'm just following his lead. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. We'll see. We'll see if we can't hook that whole thing up. We'll see.
I want to make sure she meets Alex. Or I don't really care that
Right.
much about JT. to be honest
Maybe
with
if
you.
there's somebody else out there that wants to take Brianna
No,
too.
let's not offer her up. Let's not do that.
I mean,
Offer her up.
That's what he's doing. Hey,
Good
anyone want to call
Lord.
in?
we'll see.
Anyone want
I'm
to
sure
call
Twitch
in?
is already trying.
they
All right,
don't-
713
No,
780.
don't do it. Don't
Yeah.
do it.
I thought we were doing that.
We're not doing
I
that.
thought you said
Give a call.
No.
713 780 3776.
I feel less
Do
bad.
you
about,
like Megan Maroney?
I feel less bad about
Do
this.
you like
Yeah.
Alex Earl?
We'll see. We'll see it.
Do you want to
Do
take?
you want to fake like you do?
Do you want to take
Yeah,
Brianna
but
to
you got
Texans?
to. Uncle Freddie ain't buying those tickets, or you got to buy them.
Do you want
Yeah.
to take Brianna to Texans mini camp?
Right.
Do you want to go to a mini camp in May or maybe even an open camp in
And
August
Yeah.
outside, but in the evening?
Yeah. All right. We'll see. We'll work on that for you, Brianna.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Brianna, do you regret calling in?
No, of course
Ooh,
not.
there's a
Never.
delay.
There's a pause. There was a pause.
There was a
There's a
pause.
delay.
There was. There was a little pause. Maybe it's the connection.
No,
Maybe.
disconnection between you and this conversation.
All right. Let's break it. Thank you, Brianna. We appreciate it. There is Brianna. Anybody wants to go to
Stop.
Okay, never mind.
Uncle Freddie, I'm sure, appreciates this.
He does. All right.
He thinks it's a good idea for you to.
I
She didn't even say she was single. What are you doing?
I don't know. Well, no one knows.
We just know about JT. Now we know JT's single.
Yeah,
Clearly.
JT's single. Yeah, he's out there for you girls out there. 713-780-3776. Time to talk about Champion Energy. All right. I don't know what your bill is. I just know that mine. I mean, I've been so happy with Champion Energy. I've been with them for about 16 years now. And, I sign a couple of year contract every couple of years. They come to me and they go, hey, listen, your contract is about up and there's a better rate out there right now. Let's sign it. Let's go. And we do. And I don't know that other companies do that. I think they try to wait as long as possible, keep sending you the bills with that rate from before. And you pay for it. We're not a Champion Energy. Looking for the best way to get that electricity and a company that is solid, wonderful, been with them. I'm always talking them up. I'm telling you, if you're looking for an electricity company that you'll be with for years and years and years to come, I'm telling you, it's Champion. Champion.energy/1560, champion.energy/1560.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. This is our final segment. Right?
Shout out Takarias Rondas.
Before news of the week. I'm not sure we have a lot of news of the weird today. Well, news of the weird has been really hit and miss.
Sam, come in here and show your new haircut.
Let's see your haircut. Let's see your bangs.
She didn't have bangs now because she's got her hair pulled back.
Well, come here. Sam.
Just get him on the show. You've been on before. We're gonna get you a date.
John, did you get new bangs or something?
Yes, hold on.
You did?
You know how radio works. And I don't. Hold on.
All right, Sam.
But we can't tell that you have bangs.
Yeah,
anyway.
you can't see bangs?
Yeah,
There's no bangs.
I pulled them back.
It's sassy.
I'm not a bang girl.
It's sassy. And her hair was really, she had it like, she said it's her normal hair.
See, that's what.
But it's like
that's
really,
what Jeter said, his nickname. I'm not a bang girl. That was Jetter's nickname in high school.
That's not, don't listen to
yeah.
So you got your hair cut the other day, and I noticed it, and I said, "Oh, look at you got your," and you don't like it.
Yeah, I don't.
1, 2, 3, no backs when you get banged.
That's it.
I don't know how to feel that you put me on the segment to
You
talk
have
about my
to-
hair during news of the weird.
This is not news of the weird yet.
It's
Oh,
not.
it's not.
You want to be in here for news of
It's
the weird?
what did you miss? Like, what have
Okay.
we not talked about today? Is what
Right.
we usually do here, and we hadn't talked about
My
you.
hair.
Yeah, we hadn't talked about you and no one who's on Twitch is going to be able to tell you got bangs anyway because you're pulling it back already. Is this what we're going to see all the time now? You're so scared.
I didn't like it. It didn't look good.
Yeah,
The haircut looked good. The haircut was good.
Yeah.
I just don't like the bangs. on
Why
me.
did you do that then?
Because it was an impulsive. I just let my impulsive thoughts win.
Ever since, and I think it was Dell said, ever since the Carlos thing happened.
Okay.
Not
Last
Carlos,
two
not Carlos,
segments
Jeremy.
have been about
Every-
influencers and
Yeah.
Sam's hair.
That's right.
And what's your point?
Laramie Tunsil just got
We
traded.
talked about that quite a bit.
Okay,
But
we
ever
have.
since she saw Jeremy,
What do you think of the Laramie
Pena
Tunsil
at
trade?
church, she's been out of control.
Yeah.
Ever since she saw Jeremy Pena
Jeremy
at
Pena.
church.
But we can talk about Cam Smith.
Oh.
Is he going to church? Cam Smith is like
No,
he's
is.
like
He's on Team God.
No,
Period.
and
Yeah.
not only that, but he also is he's like a mature.
Yeah.
He's like a really mature player too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's too young.
Whatever.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
He's
he is.
23.
He's a year younger than me.
He's a year younger than you.
That's not too young.
No.
I don't know.
John, we
That's-
live in a world where 20 years younger is not too young. What are you talking about?
All right. I'm just saying. I don't, you're
Why
robbing the
don't you-
cradle.
Cam Smith may
Up in the cradle.
Cam Smith may be Team God. Check them DMs though first before we lean all into
Yeah,
Team God.
we
Check the
gotta-
DMs.
No, he is.
Dell's always
Check.
let's just see what the DMs
Just
say.
see what the DMs say. Okay.
He has a girlfriend. He doesn't
That
say
what?
it. Yeah.
What does that mean?
You've already scouted
means-
this?
What does
Yeah,
that
I've
mean in
already
this world?
scouted.
He's
I've
off.
already
He's off the table for her.
investigated.
You've been scouring social media.
A little bit. Hopefully
Wow.
this doesn't
Has,
get
all
out.
right,
Stalker.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
We got a stalker.
Has anyone ever have you ever had an athlete like DM you?
No, but they just like my stuff.
Oh, they have?
Yeah.
People you don't know.
No,
You have
people I
no-
know. One of the Space Cowboys.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, okay. So you know
Yeah,
okay.
that's a tough life, girl.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But does
And
he
then
follow
someone
you?
From the Vikings.
From the Minnesota Vikings?
Yeah.
He liked one of your stuff. How did he
Well, I
find
went
your
to
stuff?
school. I went to school with him.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Yeah.
From,
It's different.
Wait a minute.
College
a
or high
Minnesota
school?
Viking played at the Assembly of God University?
No, he didn't.
What?
Who?
Who?
They don't have a team.
Yes, they do.
They
we have
do?
a football team. Yes.
Well, you played volleyball.
We don't
there.
have a stadium, but we have a team.
Where did you
We're working
play?
on that one.
I'm a Miami Hurricane fan. I know what that's like.
Wait.
No
wait.
stadium and have
Who
a
is
team.
this player?
I'm not gonna say.
Wait a minute.
Whoa,
Well, there's only one in
Wonder-
the league, so
This
that
is
won't
gonna
be
an
hard.
easy Google.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that simple. So what did you think of the Tunsil trade? You didn't think about it?
Yeah, I didn't think about it.
Did you put any of our stuff on?
She's doing that today.
on social media yet?
Yes.
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Duh.
Not stupid
My
stuff, right?
job. No, not stupid stuff.
Not stupid stuff. Well, I don't believe that, but
Well,
okay.
people like that he got traded. So
Wow.
hopefully
We
people-
got a big trade.
What happened?
When you hear the first name, you're not going to think big trade. But the Texans are trading Kenyon Green to the Eagles for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Really?
The teams are also swapping 5th and 6th round picks with the Texans go grab themselves a safety.
So
Chauncey
the
Gardner-Johnson.
Texans get 6th.
The teams are also swapping 5th and 6th round picks in 2026. I'm assuming the Eagles get the 5th and the Texans get the 6th, but they're acquiring Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
So Chauncey is a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
He's not a great.
He is not afraid to say stuff.
But
no, he is
But
not.
he also can cover multiple positions. Chauncey can play. Chauncey can play, but he's also a talker who wears his welcome out wherever he is.
Petrie and Jimmy Ward and Petrie are probably strong enough to hold Chauncey in that room.
Chauncey's and Chauncey's really can give you he can play some big nickel role.
Listen, Kenyon Green got you a guy that'll be on the field.
He did.
Yeah,
he did. This is who it is, Levi.
Just that.
Yeah.
But he didn't play. But he didn't finish.
Well,
there,
does
did
it
he?
concern you any that
Levi Drake?
Oh,
Levi
that's the
Drake
name?
Rodriguez, is the player.
Does it concern you any that
he's one of your people, Drake Rodriguez?
one of
That's wild. One of my
Oh, no,
people.
it's not the wildest.
Aren't
He'll
you
ever.
one of my people? What are you?
Well, you're.
He's Italian.
I'm not.
He's
I'm
Italian
Italian.
and Greek.
I'm Italian and Greek.
Guys,
Okay.
Okay.
You're Rico.
Yeah, I'm Rico.
Yeah,
He's
but
Rodriguez.
you are a Sabo, right?
Yeah, no Sabo.
that's what she's.
No Spanish.
I didn't even know that
Chelsea
phrase.
as well.
Yeah.
And apparently, all the young people know that phrase.
Yeah.
I didn't even know it.
So, does it concern you at all that Jeff Stoutland, the O-line guru, is like, "Give me that guy. I want
Well,
that
he
guy."
thinks he can fix it. Yeah. He thinks I can fix him.
Yeah.
Strasser couldn't fix him. Nobody can.
Yeah, that's how we operate.
Well, but he needs help. So Sam, you need us to find you a date or anything on the air?
No.
Okay.
No.
JT's out
Y'all
there.
don't.
He's trying to get his son.
His son.
Oh, your son?
Yeah,
The one you made me and Abigail arm wrestle for?
Yeah.
You
They
made
were gonna
them
arm
fight
wrestle.
over your son?
Yeah.
He made us.
That night I arm wrestled.
We did not
girls.
arm wrestle.
Oh,
They
okay.
did not arm wrestle, but I said they could.
Was he single at the time you had them arm wrestle?
Yeah, I think so. yeah.
Okay.
He's been single his whole life. What do you
think
mean?
so.
I thought you said he had a
Crazy.
girlfriend.
No, he had a girlfriend before.
Well, yeah, but
What?
Well, yeah, what?
Well, yeah, what? You never took that
not
seriously?
really. I don't.
Is
not
she
really.
out?
Not really. Yeah, yeah.
She's been out
She's
for
out?
Yeah, she's been on for a while.
Went on his Instagram page and stalked.
He's been. He does. I don't think he has an Instagram page.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a
Does he have a
plus.
mustache?
No,
No.
he doesn't have a mustache.
Well,
Can he
he's
grow
out.
one?
Yeah.
Has he ever roped a steer or a cow or whatever?
Oh my god.
A calf? Has he ever done calf roping at a rodeo?
Can he be a cowboy
He's
on demand?
not a
Can he do this?
cowboy. No,
Thought you
no.
fell.
A space.
You've been to. I guarantee you've been to a rodeo.
I'm going to tonight.
You're going tonight?
Mhm.
right. But I bet
He's
He's
you've
going
been
tonight too.
He's gonna go see Zach Top.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he is.
Oh.
He's going tonight.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
You wanna exchange numbers now?
Oh. All right.
Oh,
That's all.
oh.
I'm gonna leave on that note. I'll talk to you after the show.
He does not play for the Astros though.
Yeah.
He did play at Rice though.
He played at Rice.
Yeah,
Yep.
Rice.
Yeah.
He's a
Yeah.
D1. He's D1, Sam.
He's on Team God
He
too.
was
Don't worry.
Team God, and he was a D1 athlete.
Yes. Yep.
But Sam's not playing that. You ain't gonna be a hedonist in Sam's world.
No.
With or without bangs.
No,
she's not
no.
playing that.
No.
Sorry, everyone.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Twitch. Sorry, everyone, for the segment.
The last two segments,
Been
when we
good.
got a big trade and now Kenyon Green gone. Listen, that's more than I thought they would have gotten for Kenyon Green. I thought they were just going to have to release him.
Yeah, they get no. I mean, Chauncey, like I said, Kenyon Green is a zero with the Texans.
Yeah.
He has no
A
confidence. And you know what? Good for him. He gets a chance to start over. He had enough talent to get picked in the first round. Stoutland's a really good offensive line coach. They're going to see, can we get something out of him? Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is a big talker, but he's got some ability.
Yeah.
He's
And
got
so-
that dog, which the Texans love.
He's got a lot of dog in him. So much so that it can be like with him and Aziz on the same unit. Ooh. But he's got some woof in the background.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of talking.
Yeah, but you know what? You need a guy because Jimmy Ward's not on the field, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
And how is Jalen going to come back? I guess we're just assuming Jalen's coming back fine. I mean, I
Yeah,
guess.
we don't feel like it was a tank type injury where he's going to be out for another year, right?
No. But I mean, is he going to be as good as he was? Is he going to be?
Why did our viewership go up 140 when Sam
Why are
came
you
in?
asking
Because they wanted to
questions?
see her bangs.
Yeah, that's it.
They want to say, oh, look, she did get a haircut.
She might be she's an influencer now.
She's an influencer.
She influences our
People's
streamers.
haircuts.
Yeah.
She influences
And
haircuts.
one guy,
that's for
and
sure.
Ryan says, I could never date Sam because that would probably make my wife mad. And somebody else told him, don't let your wife stop you from finding the love of your life.
I mean, really, you got to take
It's
that.
Really not. It's not how things
That's
are
sage
supposed
advice.
to.
That's
not how things are
Guess
supposed to
what?
work.
Sam's not for you if you're married. I'm just
Yeah, it
guessing.
doesn't feel like she would be
No,
someone
no.
who would be down for that.
Mm-mm.
She's not going to be looked at as a home wrecker.
No.
Do you think that Nick Caserio is going to win Executive of the Year for getting a competitive player for Kenyon Green right now, considering that he's got no value on the Texans?
He should be someone who is early on that list. The fact that you can get a player who started for a Super Bowl
Damn,
winner.
Nick is putting some work in right now. He's busy.
I don't mind it.
No.
I don't mind it. And you get rid of Kenyon Green. I mean, a guy that wasn't even he's not even in the mix. You missed on that. That, you know what? That's a demerit on Nick's tenure. There's no question. He's got a lot of positives. That's not one of them. Kenyon Green was a miss, a huge miss, a bad miss.
Do we know Chauncey Gardner-Johnson? Is he a one-year guy left? Do we know how long they'll be able to keep him, or is it something that it's a one-year rental?
Probably.
And then they'll have to make a decision after the year.
Except
my guess is it's not gonna be for long.
Kenny
signed a 3-year, $27 million deal with the Eagles, including $10 million guarantee with an average salary.
Last offseason, right? Because he was a Lion the year before.
He's got a couple years left. But his cap space is 4.9 this year and 6 next year. Next year, you can save
for the Eagles or here, because the signing bonus doesn't count here.
Yeah, that's true. His base salary is 1.1. The option is 1.3, so that's 2.4. That's 3. That's 3. Yeah, you're right. He's going to be about 4.
Yeah, his cap number for the Eagles,
he's going to be about
going into 2025 was 4.9.
He'll be about 3. Yeah, he'll be about 3.8 for the Texans this year, and next year, he will be, in the neighborhood of 5-ish, 4.9. But you'll get some relief if you want to cut him next year. So it could be a 1-year deal, could be a 2-year deal.
Why does Spot Track take so long?
I went over the cap.
Just go over the cap. Spot Track's just
easier.
Why does Spot Track take that long?
I don't know what it is. I'm not even looking at. I'm not even messing with them anymore.
Oh, just overthecap.com.
Yeah, you can find player contracts there too.
Yeah, man, it's just bad. I mean, it takes forever to get on there.
They're like Twitter yesterday.
So these are option years, by the way. It looks like these are option years, which I don't know if it's team option or player option, but that's interesting. So the Texans obviously, so if it's an option year, they may not even pick it up after next year. And that way they clear up their cap space. So could be a 1-year deal.
Well, 25, 26. Option. That'll be interesting. Well, I listen. They turned Kenyon Green into a guy that'll be on the field. A big plus for Nick Caserio. I mean, we got to say, well done, sir. That you were able to get somebody that actually will play. All right, 713-780-3776.
They save money. They
Maybe
just
they
gave
wanted him out of the locker room.
They got an extension that they're giving to Saquon Barkley. And maybe they did want him out of the locker room. You never know.
Yeah, maybe they wanted him out of the locker room. And listen, that's one of the, isn't that the Tunsil? The Tunsil. It's not just always about money, and that doesn't seem like that's not money
that's not a ton of money.
No, it's not a ton of money. No,
but it's still free.
Tunsil's going to be a ton of money.
Actually, I don't think it freed up money for them.
713-780-37. Oh no, we got News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, I got Doc Linville to talk about. I've got about your hair to talk about, and I'm talking to you guys that are younger too. Okay, you're listening to the show, you're watching this show. If you're on Twitch right now, you say I use Doc Linville, and I can't be happier with what he has done for me. And I'm telling you, I did it. I'm old, and I did it. You are young. You are in your 20s. You're in your 30s. Your early 40s, and you're losing your hair because that's when it started for me in the 30s when I started to see the bald spots starting to grow, and people were, hey, you're starting to go bald. That's when you call Doc Linville. Okay, when that hairline starts to recede, when that bald spot starts to appear, that's when you call Doc Linville. That's when you go to 975hair.com. That's when you see what you can do to stop that process. Don't just sit there and wait until you're bald. Do something. Be preemptive, okay? Don't make it a big job. When I went in there, they had a lot of work to do, okay? I was a mangy dog. I had spots all over, and they filled in, and they filled in, and they filled in, and they did what they could. But here's the deal. Do it now. And it might not be the neo-grafting, which is awesome. It might be just the PRP. So Doc will tell you which way they're going to go. You, my friends, listen to them and get this job done. 975hair.com, 975hair.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, our final segment. Thank you for joining us this morning. We will continue Texans talk about everything that's going down again tomorrow. But listen throughout the rest of the day and get your Texans talk right here. It's real Texans talk, not, we have to back everything they say. Like,
don't promise
Texans
people,
Communist Radio Network.
Don't promise people what's going to be heard on my show.
You're talking Texans.
I'm talking about those new hats in Major League Baseball.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. An Air India flight from Chicago to Delhi had to turn around, make an emergency landing after just 5 hours because there were 12 toilets on the plane.
It's been a day of Lance being right. He is right again. The Colts are signing Daniel Jones.
Colts signed Daniel Jones. Well, they had very little options. After they had to turn around, make an emergency landing because passengers clogged 11 out of the plane's 12 toilets with monster dumps. Should Billy Brown be on any flight from Chicago to Delhi to make the Brown
How
go down?
do you have 12 toilets on a flight?
Well, this is a big flight. There were a lot of. This is one of those huge planes,
and it has 12
toilets, and they clogged 11 of them.
I've never been on a plane that big. Oh wait, you have 2 in the back, 2 in the middle, 2 in the front. That's still 6.
No.
What, a double decker?
No. In the bigger planes, there's 12 toilets. Absolutely. In the bigger planes, there's the 3 aisle ones. Yeah, yeah.
I've only seen 2, 2, and 2.
No,
but maybe it goes even further back.
It's way more than that. Anyway, 12 toilets. Does this have to do with how much Indian people they're eating? I don't know.
Don't do it.
No, the real question is, that's an awful question. The real question is, how many toilets do you think you're capable of clogging on a transatlantic flight?
Thank you. That's the question.
Yeah, not
hitting an ethnicity.
Yeah.
Do you think that you, I don't know.
As an individual.
Is that a Curry thing? I don't know.
See, he did it again.
I don't know. I don't know.
Somebody,
hey, it's a flight to Delhi.
It's a flight to Delhi. You don't know if it was.
It was predominantly.
He's trying to get Wendy fired and move back here.
Yeah.
Like
he wants to move back here.
If you had an 8-hour layover and you partook in all the airport food you could scarf down, how many toilets could you clog?
I could clog a few toilets.
Yeah, not the one you're trying to get us to answer.
I could clog a few.
2, 3?
I'm not clogging any. I'm a regular human.
Well,
not really.
The flush mechanism.
I don't think
you're not regular.
Yeah, you listen.
I've seen you drink that bone broth. You're not regular at all.
You ain't regular.
What are you talking about? Bone broth.
You have to drink boo-boo juice every once in a while.
Sometimes.
Yeah, you ain't for that flight.
You're not.
You ain't about that life.
And you're not regular if you have to drink that juice.
Is going to come. It's not clogging it. Well, I don't want to talk about it
anymore.
But if you're drinking that, trust me, ain't nothing clogging.
Apparently, there is a man Apparently, there's a man who stabbed another man 84 times, decapitated the victim, and played soccer with his head.
Oh, my goodness.
In New Mexico. Okay? Have you ever played soccer with somebody's head?
I can answer the first part of that question. Yes, I have played soccer. Never with an individual's head.
Not with somebody's head.
No. It feels like overkill. You've stabbed him, you decapitated him, and now you're taking free
illegal.
And now
he must not have liked that guy.
Wait, is he taking free kicks or is he just dribbling? Which one is he doing?
No one knows. Although they did see him. Apparently he had a history with. You gotta really dislike somebody to stab them 84 times and then play soccer with their head.
There was beef.
I thought you were going to say he has a history of playing soccer with people's heads.
No, you have a history with that guy.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
You're pretty pissed off at this person.
A mental patient was caught biting a man's genitals in the hospital ward after murder. A 33-year-old man was found dead inside a locked room at the psychiatric ward of the Philadelphia hospital after allegedly being attacked by another patient. Man, this is real. This is the most gruesome news of the weird we've ever had. But there's stuff going on here that we never had before. A lot of dumps, okay? A lot of big dumps. Not little dump, no, the biggest dumps.
Good Lord.
Okay?
I don't know how many times you're going to say it.
And then we had soccer with somebody's head, and now we have biting genitalia with a dead guy, okay? I'm sorry, but this is not the usual news of the weird.
You said there wasn't a lot here. There's a lot here.
There is too much here, I think. Okay, here's a nice one. A hotel guest returns to his room only to find it taken over by a grumpy seal in need of beauty rest. Apparently, this seal was not getting enough rest, and this grumpy seal in New Zealand.
Where is this?
In New Zealand.
So he's able to get into a hotel room?
Apparently, the SEAL got into his hotel room somehow and was in the room and was none too pleased to be disturbed. All right. He was near the bed sleeping, and apparently he was grumpy. Have you ever lost your room to a grumpy SEAL?
No.
I've heard seal-like noises in another room.
Oh, like the singer?
No, not like him. The grunting and the barking of it sounded like a seal.
Like that?
Through the wall, it sounded like a seal.
Who did Seal used to be married to?
Yeah, it was somebody was having a
Who was
time.
Seal married to?
He was married to Heidi Klum, but not anymore.
Man.
Yeah, that wasn't
Zeke
not surprisingly
Estacio.
not anymore.
Well, he married her in the first place.
I know.
What do you mean?
Nobody gets that. Nobody got that.
Well, what was your biggest issue with that wedding or
I
marriage?
mean, why didn't you just marry Ezekiel Estacio?
Because he can't sing like Seal.
First of all, because women aren't as shallow as we are. Turn around, not guilty. Okay, they're not like that. Number one, and number two, like he was a musician.
Well, they love singers.
Yeah, he's a musician.
Yeah.
He's an artist.
Those
and all
people
that.
love singers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those people who women.
Yeah. They do for whatever reason.
Ever since this presidential election, he's like, I'm going to take out a bazooka and I'm firing at everything.
I'm not sure why, because if he ever got in trouble, which he never will, it's not like someone's going to come to save him. I'm not sure
no,
why.
there's not going to be a Captain Save-A-Ho for him.
No.
Well, I don't care if anybody says
That's what I'm saying. That's the thing.
I know he said
he doesn't need a he doesn't need a safety net.
Yeah, I don't care.
Right now, he's basically like, I dare you.
He really is.
HRP, come get me. Okay, I just dare them every day.
And they don't care. They're just like, hey, just mention our name.
That's all.
We're not coming to get you.
As long as he doesn't mess up Wendy's thing, he doesn't care.
That's all. Actually,
that's why
I've been trying to sabotage it.
We'll bring back that video game. We'll bring back that special game that you like so much.
I can put an end to that deal.
Sweeping the nation.
I can put an end to that deal. How about Truck Month going on right now at Chastang Ford? That I love. A 2023 Ford F-150 XLT with $12,575 off. All right? At 2023. Now, that's a great – no, listen, over $12,000 off. It's a brand new truck. Who cares if it's a 23? It's brand new. Okay, so get that. Get on over there. I think it's probably gone. But they got 2024s on the lot right now, up to $6,500 off right now, plus the cash back from Chastang discounts. Chastang Ford Truck Month is awesome. It's March. It's Truck Month. They got to get 2024s off the lot. No add-ons, no markups. You're getting ripped off by the other dealers because they're going to just add on. They're going to try to make as much money as they possibly can. Ain't none of that bull crap that they pull. All right. How about nitrogen in your tires? How about tinted windows? How about the protection plan that protects nothing? That's what's happening at the other dealerships. Not at Chastang Ford. Love them. You'll love them. I buy my cars there. I want you to buy your cars there too. You will love them. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. It's Chastang Ford.
Welcome to the show. And this show was going to begin with the obvious. Whole lot of MLB hat talk. We'll get to that. We'll talk about Laramie Tunsil. If you missed it, the Rangers have already had their new hat banned because of the vulgarity. They've taken it off the store, their online store. We'll get to that at some point today. But it was going to be all about Laramie Tunsil until the Texans got a dog. They required a player who's perfect for all those Texans aggregation sites who like to talk about swarm and this guy's going to bring something new to the secondary. Although they have it now. He's just another guy in the no-fly zone. They acquired Chauncey Gardner-Johnson for Kenyon Green and a swap of a 5th and a 6th-round pick. I believe they're both 2026 picks. So you have what you might consider your second safety or your third safety, depending on how you want to put the hierarchy of Bullock, Petrie, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He will talk. He won't back down. He fits the Texans mentality of what they want on defense. I don't know how good he is of a leader. I don't know that much about him other than what I see on the field. But they do turn Kenyon Green into a viable player, which is something he was not. I don't want to give Nick Caserio too much credit for making that trade because first you can ask the question, why do the defending Super Bowl champions want to get off a guy who they just reacquired in the last offseason and helped them win the Super Bowl? But beyond that, from the Texans' point of view, you are trading a recent first-round pick who, as I said, was non-viable for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. From a unit, as far as that offensive line is concerned, that is lacking stability and I would say talent. And that leads us to Laramie Tunsil. If you want to get in on anything, so you certainly can, 713-780-3776, because of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson news broke late, and we didn't get to talk about it much on John and Lance. So if you want to talk about it, call in, you can. But Tunsil out. Traded to the Commanders. You swap fourths. You got a second and a third. Those are the major picks in the transaction. And beyond the trade, you start to ask why. Why'd they do it? There was some back and forth. I think it mainly started here, and there are other places that have talked about it. But John and Lance, particularly Lance on Twitter, talked about why this move was made beyond the financial implications of trading Tunsil and having to pay Stingley and Anderson and Stroud and Tunsil coming up on a new deal. It was a culture shift that the Texans wanted. You can read into what they said in the final parts of the season and then into the offseason and what they wanted from their O-line. And you can say Tunsil is the epitome of what they want to change. If you go by what people have said about him, not that anyone has gone on record as far as inside the building, but if you trust the people here, particularly the morning show, and you trust others, you would say Tunsil was a bad influence. And he's a grown man, and there are other grown men. How much of an influence can he be? The pushback yesterday was the players liked him. He wasn't a problem in the locker room. No one said the players didn't like him. In fact, the Texans might say the players liked him too much, and that's why he had to go. Joe Mixon didn't like the trade. On one of the social media posts talked about the trade. He said, hell no. Then threw in an emoji, of course, to show his disappointment. So I don't know that this trade is going to be well-liked by Texans players. I'm sure Laramie Tunsil was well-liked. But he's not the one he's not the one. Those guys aren't the ones who had to be happy. It is the people making the decisions. And they feel like he's not a good fit. So they have traded away two guys on opposite ends of the spectrum. A talented, expensive player who had, at least in their eyes, apparently undue influence. And then you have at this point, a draft bust. Now he does get traded to Philly in Kenyon Green. So we always have to be wary that he's another Mekhi Becton success story. And Jeff Stoutland turns him into a really good player. And all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. What? The question is, do we believe Kenyon Green has that in him? After watching him play when he wasn't injured, do we believe that all it's going to take is one of the best O-line coaches in the game, if not the best, to flip the trajectory of his career? It is somewhat concerning that Jeff Stoutland wants him.
Maybe it's just a flyer. But they did trade one of their starting safeties for him. So could it be that much of a flyer? They have to see at least enough in him to offer up Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, unless Johnson was a real problem and we didn't know about it. That's my only hesitation. From the Texans' point of view, I get it. Get a guy in here who can play. And the other thing is, you don't have Jeff Stoutland, so it may not have mattered if you kept him. No matter how good Kenyon Green might be, you don't have the best O-line coach in the game. So you might not have gotten anything out of him. And if the Eagles do, credit to him. But you weren't going to do it, so you make a trade.
Yeah, you had to worry about Kenyon Green turning into a all-pro, all Pro Bowler.
I would go Pro Bowler first.
Okay, you do have to worry about that for as long as he's on the Eagles. But maybe this is just I guess it's not the NBA, so they don't need matching salaries, but maybe they just cut him. Yeah, maybe it's just like, okay, we want to take a look at him in training camp or in whatever, OTAs. Nope, you guys.
You were right about him.
Chris Strasser. Yep, you're right.
It's very possible that this is simply a flyer that doesn't turn into anything for the Eagles. But when a team who knows how to draft and coach offensive linemen trade for one of your missteps, you go, what's that about? Why would they give up a starting safety for him? We don't know, but they did it. He's no longer the Texans' problem. With him gone and Laremy Tunsil gone, the Texans aren't in a Kenyon Green's probably not part of this next thought, but they're not in a better position on the offensive line. Like we can sell the intangibles of not having Laremy Tunsil as a alleged leader. He was a captain, but questions about was that just a status thing as opposed to something he earned. Questions will continue there, but they're not better. And I don't believe right now addition by subtraction is a real thing for them, because I think talent does win on the offensive line, and they haven't done anything at this point. And there's the rest of the offseason and the draft, all the caveats. They have not done anything to this point to mitigate the issues they had last year. In fact, all they've done right now is put less at least guys they felt were less talented in spots where they have to play. They have an offseason to figure out who's going to play where, what they can acquire. But right now, they have a worse offensive line room as far as talent.
And that's really only the Tunsil trade.
Yeah, the Kenyon Green thing is not part of it.
I was going to say, I do believe in addition by subtraction when it's guys like Kenyon Green or even Shaq Mason, honestly, where it's like, chances are you're just going to be able to find a guy
they weren't
without
able,
spending too much. Well, yeah, they haven't been. Then their offensive line is going to stink.
I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm not saying
they haven't been able to.
But I watched last year, and the guys they eventually replaced Kenyon Green with weren't any better. The last game of the year, they couldn't block anyone. They couldn't pick up stunts. They have to do what they have not been able to do so far in the Nick Caserio.
And they were going to have to do that no matter what.
Yes. So chances are, I don't know what the chances are. How high are the chances that they find people that are better? Yes, Shaq Mason wasn't good. They also identified Shaq Mason as some guy who solidified their offensive line. They were wrong about him. Do I trust the Texans to make the right decision with offensive linemen? No. But the decisions have to be made either way. They're going to have to find ways to improve this offensive line no matter what they did. Now the job becomes bigger because of not the Kenyon Green trade, but the Laremy Tunsil one. He, in my eyes, at the end of the year, was your only guy I would guarantee to come back. Yeah, Titus Howard, because of money, he was going to come back unless you found a trade partner for him. But he was the only guy I was going to be good with being back, even with all the other concerns. Now, I don't like any of their offensive line members right now. Some of those guys are going to play no matter what. And yes, the national narrative for people who don't understand is going to line up with what I'm saying. But I understand why they did it. Like Dan Orlovsky was like, I don't get it. They had a bad offensive line. You see a lot of tweets like that. I don't get it. They had a bad offensive line. Why are you trading away a Pro Bowler? Well, the critical thinking should pop in and go, wait a minute. They had a bad offensive line, and they're trading away their only real good offensive lineman. Now, why would they do that? Are they just dumb, or is there a real reason for that? But a lot of people weren't asking that question. It's like, hey, I don't get it. Why don't you ask a couple questions of people? Either maybe you have people in Houston that you could ask, or just start thinking to yourself, what could possibly be going on in that locker room or in that town that they decided to trade away Laremy Tunsil? Look,
they think good offensive linemen are bad and bad offensive linemen are good because all they did is add bad offensive linemen. So they don't know what a good offensive lineman is.
I feel like there's enough track record, and they paid Laremy Tunsil to know at least he's a good offensive lineman.
Bill O'Brien found him.
He found him.
Or Hugh Freeze or whoever.
Yeah, Hugh Freeze.
At Ole Miss.
Hugh Freeze found him. And then the Dolphins drafted him because of the bong mask. He was able to slip. So there it is. A couple relatively major trades because of the names involved as far as what you got back from the Eagles. And then, of course, Tunsil out the door, too. So the Texans got better in the secondary, which was actually a strength, but you needed another safety, and you get him. And now I would feel like the rest of the major priorities in the offseason are figuring out what that offensive line is going to be once September rolls around, which was always going to be the case. And they have not done anything to address it outside of getting someone they think is bad for the room out the door. So there we are. As I said, if you want to talk about this or anything else, you can. 713-780-3776. It's that time already where people are analyzing free agents moves and giving grades. The Texans have been graded already, and I say that in a tone that lets you know how dumb I think it is to have grades for moves that are so early. It's not even official. These are not even official. Yes, they have happened, but grading a free agency move less than 24 hours after it happened seems ridiculous, but you got to get that content up. So we'll talk about that and where the Texans rank. They did lose a player beyond Laremy Tunsil. Eric Murray is a Jag. So if you felt a way about Eric Murray, now you get to see Christian Kirk play against Eric Murray. And they also added other guys we'll get to. Not big name guys, but maybe guys who have a place on this roster. And, of course, they bring an influencer to town as well. We had a call about that this morning. Alex Earl is in town. We'll tell you who she's attached to in the next segment as well. The Rockets win. We'll talk about that. The Colts are making moves. Get ready for Daniel Jones. The Colts start Daniel Jones. Not exactly helping the profile of the AFC South's quarterbacks. Right now, we got Lawrence. At this point, we got Trevor Lawrence, CJ Stroud, maybe Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson, and potentially Will Levis or Cam Ward. The Texans are very fortunate they're in this division. It's a good division to be in. So we'll talk about some of the moves outside of the Texans and how they may be affected. And we'll get to the Astros as well, as Joe Espada is talking more about Cam Smith playing right field. So we'll get to that too. We're just getting started here on the show. We'll be back.
This is the Dale Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Dale Olaleye.
Fantastic move by Washington. I'm very confused by Houston right now with this.
Weird.
Because the one thing that went poorly for them last year was their offensive line. They're trading away their best offensive linemen. So you're taking what was your weakness last year and making it weaker. And that's my concern. I love it for Washington, but if you're CJ Stroud and you're going into year 3 and you got your butt kicked last year by pressure, I'm very confused by this move by Houston.
That's my phone hitting the floor. Maybe Orlovsky should have used it to call someone in Houston.
Yeah, worked up about this Orlovsky.
Nah.
Throwing your phone.
It just doesn't make sense to me not to employ a little critical thinking. If you don't get it, and his reasoning is sound why it doesn't make sense for Houston, maybe go to a different level and go, why would they do this? What could possibly be the reason that they're trading away their best offensive lineman? And then evolve the conversation. That's go, man, it's just weird. I don't get it. You heard, I think, Laura Rutledge go, yeah, weird. Okay. Dan Orlovsky's there for his football analysis. Perhaps make a call. Maybe he just doesn't have sources, but make a call and go, why would they do this? Why would the Texans want to get off of Larry Tunsil? And then maybe you have your answer. You could provide some better national analysis for why the Texans would do it. Give their side of the equation as opposed to, it doesn't make much sense to me. Thanks, buddy.
Weird.
It's odd. It's very
weird.
Very weird why they would do it. So there it is. That is part of the analysis nationally about why they did this.
I would love for every trade to just be like, oh, weird.
That's all I got for you.
Weird.
Hey, thanks for coming on the set today.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Why did the Eagles want Kenyon Green? Oh, weird.
I bet you they would say Jeff Stoutland knows offensive lineman. I bet he would add, and that's like surface level analysis. But I bet you they would even do that. Jeff Stoutland, known to love reclamation projects. Look what he did for Mekhi Becton last year. They would use that as a reason for why he would do it. But this one, weird. Don't get it. I appreciate that. That's what I tune in for.
Why did the Colts want Daniel Jones? Weird.
No, he wouldn't do that because he's not going to rip a fellow quarterback.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He wouldn't do that.
That's true.
The Colts also signed Travarius Ward, now the former 49er. So the Colts get a solid corner. Look, the Colts are a competent quarterback away from being a legitimate contender for this division. That's really what it is. But they still don't have a legitimate quarterback, so no worries there. And that goes for the rest of the AFC South. So as long as CJ doesn't lose a finger because of getting beat up in the first 8 games of the year, the Texans should be fine again. And of course, they got plenty of time to address the weirdness of trading Larry Tunsil. So other things that have gone on, I don't think we talked about Sam Darnold because I don't think that was finalized yesterday. He went to the Seahawks. So Seahawks trade Geno Smith. They sign Sam Darnold to a very Baker Mayfield type deal and bring him in. And the Sam Darnold renaissance last year leads to a pretty good deal. He's going to play for Kubiak, I believe, in Seattle. That's an offensive system that fits him. So it's not a bad spot for him. They're a team resetting. So throwing a Jackson Smith and Jigba will be pretty much the only guy we know on Seattle right now. They, like everyone else, they have plenty of time to go get Sam Darnold some weapons. As far as the Texans, sticking with them, they also signed Justin Watson from the Chiefs. They brought in Darrell Taylor from the Bears as a pass rusher. Justin Watson's like a 4th or 5th receiver. They are at a point where they're going to be bargain basement shopping for guys who can make the roster. They also brought in Braxton Berrios, the former Patriot and Jet and Dolphin, now finally gets out of the AFC East and comes to Houston. He and his influencer girlfriend, Alex Earl, made a video saying they're excited to be in Houston. Braxton Berrios he's not a guy you can really count on to be a receiver. If he makes a team, it'll be because he's a sure-handed special teamer. and his only real value in special teams is returning punts. He'll be back there watching the ball sail over his head into the end zone for kickoff. So catching the ball, fair catching it, not muffing them, and maybe breaking a 10-yard return is kind of what he is right now. That might not be enough to make the roster. The contract suggests nothing's guaranteed, but those are a couple receiver moves. Him and Watson are brought in at this point to complement Nico and Christian Kirk.
They have 4 number 1 receivers.
Well, Berrios was a number 1 in college.
Yeah. So CJ Stroud, when he's on a podcast,
he won't say that on a podcast this summer.
We got 4 number 1s. They messed up. They let me get some dogs in here like Braxton Berrios and Justin Watson.
You can be a dog, but if you are a Chihuahua, aggressive, doesn't back down, doesn't allow the size to limit what you think you are, but at some point the size of the dog's going to matter a little bit.
Scrappy Doo Berrios.
I know they say it's not the size of the dog in a fight, but the size of the dog. No, it's not the size. It's the size of the whatever that phrase is.
It's not the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog.
Exactly. But in the NFL, it does matter how big the dog is, particularly when the dog is like 5'9". And that's what he is. He may make the team, is what you can say, but don't bank on it. He'll be a guy who looks good in shorts in training camp. Man, Berrios got some juice, and then doesn't catch a pass all year like he did last year. So there that is. So those are the small Texans moves. They made a couple others, but as far as names you might know, those are the ones that have been brought in. And we'll see what they do as we're getting pretty close, if we're not already there, to tier 2 of free agency. They're big moves, and they've already made them will be through trade. I don't suspect that they're going to make a giant free agent signing this year because they don't have the space to do it. How much of the Rockets game did you watch? Because I watched it, and it was a tough watch for me.
Yeah, I watched most of it, but I was also like stepping away to do laundry, and like I didn't feel like I missed a lot.
You didn't
during the, because normally I tried to like either wait until halftime or a quarter break to like do stuff, and then the dryer went off. I was like, thank God, I can
go do something.
I can walk away from this 55 to 65 game at halftime. Yeah, or whatever it was.
Yeah,
actually, no, that was like a third quarter.
Yeah, that was a third quarter score. And the Magic actually had a good start to the third quarter to take a lead, and then they went on to score 16 points in that third quarter. 97-84 the final. The Rockets defense was suffocating, and they played a team who can't score but can play defense themselves. So that led to the score. It was ugly. No one really shot the ball well besides Alfred. Dylan Brooks, Tyrese, and Jalen Green. They were plus 17, plus 16, plus 16 because of how bad the Magic were. But it was the rebounding of the Rockets. Şengün and Adams, they combined for 31 rebounds. Steven Adams had 11 offensive rebounds. I was watching the Magic broadcast. My reasons for that have been documented on this show, why I can't watch the Rockets broadcast. And they were, wow, Steven Adams at it again. It was a lot of the Magic just can't keep Steven Adams off the boards. And it was right. It was a frustrating night for the Magic announcers watching Steven Adams bully everyone for rebounds and leading to second shots. And Steven Adams, when asked about it, was like, I wish we would make more shots. I don't care about getting offensive rebounds. He pretty much said, hey, I'd rather we just make shots.
Yeah.
Not really all that interested in grabbing offensive rebounds. And no one made a lot of shots last night.
Way easier for me.
Yeah.
Just go in.
I mean, sure, I'll do my job, but it'd be better if we just made the first shots.
I mean, there's times where he's got like 3 guys around him, and he's like tipping it to himself and then tipping it out. Like he's working hard for those 11 rebounds.
The Magic are considered a big basketball team. Like Paolo and Franz and Wendell Carter and Jonathan Isaac. They're all out there. Y'all got giant guys out there. Steven Adams, like, I don't care.
Not big enough.
And Alfred Şengün had his way on the defensive boards as well.
This is where I look at the Orlando Magic and I go, okay, so let me get this straight. You guys cannot score. Like they are beneath like some of the actual terrible teams in the league.
And now they're 6 games below 500, so they're not terrible, but they're not good because
they're like the 8th seed.
Yeah, well, the East is awful, but they're not. They have enough talent that if they could somehow put the ball in the basket, they could probably be a 6 seed, 5 seed, certainly above 500, but they can't shoot.
Yeah, and so you can't shoot. You're a pretty good defensive team. You're big, and you can't rebound, or you're getting dominated on them.
At least last night you were.
I'm looking at a lot of these big men going like, so Gogo Batatse, what do you do here exactly?
Nothing last night.
7 feet tall.
Şengün and Steven Adams combined for 17 offensive rebounds. 2 players, 17 offensive rebounds. What is that?
And Şengün's not like huge. He's not like physically
He's not
imposing.
known as a great guy on the glass. Last night didn't matter. They got every rebound they could. 17 of the 20 offensive rebounds were by Şengün and Adams, and it led to multiple opportunities. The Rockets found a way.
Yeah.
And in a season, not a season, but a stretch of games where they're not playing particularly well, it's really beneficial to play the Pelicans and a really struggling Magic team. So they're now 40-25. The goal, particularly early, and it seemed pretty like a foregone conclusion, was to get to 50 wins. They played 65 with 17 to go. That means they got to go 10-7. The schedule suggests that's a real possibility. And they're probably going to be a team with how tight the race is. And they feel like a team that will really go for as high a seed as possible. I would say the odds are pretty good to get the 50 wins, which I didn't think was going to happen this year.
They'll get close.
And they were trying their best not to get there.
Yeah.
Recently.
They don't worry. They'll still trick off a game or two. But I think 48 is kind of like the basement without looking at the schedule and actually going win-loss. But like, you know, they have a easy stretch coming up. But
48 would have
they're not going to win all of these games in the easy stretch. Like they're not going to.
They're not that team right now. No.
10 straight or 10 out of 12, but they should, you know, go. I think it's like a 13-game stretch or 14-game stretch. Like go 9-3 in that stretch. You know, get a decent record in that stretch, and you should be good. Yeah, man. We've talked a lot about how the Rockets are a rough watch. The Magic.
I can't imagine.
The Magic are just like worse Rockets.
Coming off a good.
They're the Rockets who get out rebounded by the Rockets by 25.
Yeah. They're a good defensive team. They can't shoot. The Rockets have those problems. But the bad version, we saw the bad version of the Rockets last night. Like if the Rockets couldn't offensive rebound.
Yeah, 20 turnovers.
Yeah.
They're just giving the ball away.
Yeah. If the Rockets had those flaws, they may have a very similar record because some of the problems on both teams are similar.
The Magic, I just looked at what they shot last night. 32% from the field.
Disgusting.
25% from 3.
Absolutely disgusting. And this is a team who was coming off a 7-game series loss in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, they almost beat the Cavs.
Yeah, they were
talk about arrows going in 2 different directions.
They were a 5 seed, I believe, last year. Each team won all the home games. No one could win on the road. I believe that's how it came about in that series. So they were feeling pretty good about themselves. They liked Paolo. That was a team on the rise, and they've taken a giant step back. And the fact that Jalen Suggs is so important to them, considering what he currently is as a player, not what his projection was when he was drafted coming out of Gonzaga. A little surprising that he means so much to them, but he does.
Yeah.
They're pretty much an awful team when he's not on the floor.
Yeah, considering Paolo is
in France. They both got giant deals.
They're both got giant deals. They're both held on this like high esteem level. And it's like, actually, the real key is Jalen Suggs. Guess what? Another guy who he plays great defense, cannot shoot. So this is what you're dealing with. Also, again, just looking at the box score, Rockets 20 offensive rebounds, Orlando Magic defensive rebounds 29. So if a shot went up, if the Rockets put up a shot, there's a pretty close to a 50-50 chance that the Rockets were just going to get the rebound.
It's a bad ratio if you're the Magic. It's a really bad one. And the announcers felt every rebound. They got progressively more depressed as that was going on last night. I was like, I had the game on second screen. I was on PlayStation, and I could hear a rebound get grabbed by Steven Adams, and another rebound. It eventually became another rebound by Steven Adams. That was the tone.
And then Jabari Smith closed out the Orlando Magic. Take that.
Yeah, and
How dare you not draft me number 1 overall?
and I'll clean it up a little bit. Paolo hasn't gotten his new deal yet. He will get it. Franz has gotten his.
Yeah, Franz got the Rockets negotiated harder with Şengün.
Yes, Franz got all the money.
He
The
got
Magic
all
just
the money,
gave it to him.
just whatever you want.
Yes, and Paolo's next.
And he will get whatever he wants.
Yes, I mean, what are the Magic going to do? Play hardball? It's not like they're free agent destination.
You can't play hardball with the one after not playing hardball with the other.
At least the Rockets at the same time are like, Jalen, come on. You think you're getting everything? We didn't even give Şengün everything. You think you're getting it? And they did that at the same time. So they got deals that they thought were favorable. We'll come back. You remember we talked about it yesterday. What was Ime Udoka's thinking on keeping Amen Thompson in the game as long as he did? Some people speculated that he was in for a triple-double. The local broadcast team thought so as well. Well, Ime was asked about it after the game. We will hear his response to that when we come back. We'll also get you some Astros news, like I said. 713-730-3780. 3776 is the number if you want to get in and talk to us. We're open to hear anything. Clearly, if any news breaks NFL-wise, we'll get to that as well. We will be back, but first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And this week is a big week. It's conference tournament week. That means there's action on, college basketball action on all day, every day. Tickets being punched and matchups, again, like I said, all day long. If that's what you're into, you can also mix and match with some college basketball, some NBA, which still in action, NHL, some spring training baseball. If you got a good feeling, hey, maybe Cam Smith is on there, you should probably take a lot of his mores. College basketball is here. March is here, and it's time to look at rosters that I've never seen before and go, hey, that guy has a name. So I'm going to take the more on Jizzle James, 17.5 points. I'm going to take the more on TCU forward David Punch with 7 points. And then Peja Stojakovic's kid plays for Cal. How about that? More than 14.5 points. Andrea Stojakovic. Congratulations. Good luck, Cal, in the ACC tournament playing Virginia Tech, which is very funny. If you like those picks, you can follow them. If you don't like the picks, make your own by downloading the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We wanted to know why Amen Thompson was playing late against the Pelicans, resulted in him taking a mid-range jumper, first mistake, and then turning his ankle when a player slid under him. He'll be out about 2 weeks or so. Hopefully that's the extent of his time missed. He, along with Reed Shepherd, will be out. Reed Shepherd longer than Amen Thompson. Well, I believe Big Sarge is the guy who asked him a question. I want to give him credit because someone should have asked him, and I believe Big Sarge did. He asked him about why Amen was in the game. Some people thought a triple-double was at stake, and that's why he did it. Here's Ime Udoka on why Amen Thompson was in late in that game against the Pelicans. We will get that squared away here. It happens. Trust me. I've been in there. I know. Okay. Looks like we got it. Here's Ime on Amen Thompson's late injury.
Coach, I know that hindsight is 2020, but with men still being in the game, up that amount of points, is it hard to really just pull him off the court because he loves the game of basketball so much?
No, not about his love for it. That's not the reason. What I typically don't do is wholesale substitutions, and I think coaches are kind of paranoid of, albeit 30 at 6 minutes is different than us losing to Minnesota or something like that with 16-point lead with 4 minutes, a little bit different. But I think that dead ball, it was Tari and Dylan came out, and the next dead ball, my man and Jabari were coming out, so we still have some guys in there. And like I said, I've seen it go both ways in the past, and you take guys out too early, you have to bring starters back, and vice versa. So that's just what it was. But unfortunately, it was could have been Jabari at that point, but could have been Dylan and Tari if we left it. And so it's just the two of the guys that I kept in, especially with Fred and Reed out, wanted another window out there at that point.
So a little unclear from Ime, but he said doesn't like mass substitutions. Amen and Jabari were next to come out. He also wanted another ball handler on the floor. That's something we talked about yesterday, that they didn't have anyone to really run the offense. And you may ask, why are you running an offense when you're up that big? Was there some paranoia that the Pelicans would come back? Has he seen the Pelicans? They weren't interested in coming back in that game. So I'm not necessarily buying that. He kind of said, yeah, it wasn't really an issue. It wasn't the same as us losing a lead against Minnesota. But it tracks that he wanted someone who could at least run the offense for another couple minutes or two before he was out. And he was going to come out. It just so happens that the bad luck hit before that could happen. Now, it wasn't as, hey, did you do that just so you can get a triple-double? Because you have to talk to him every day. Not exactly sure you want that death stare and him going, what are you, stupid? No, it wasn't because of that. Not exactly sure you want that as the response. So it wasn't asked that way. You kind of, lean into Amen's competitiveness and is it hard? So it's kind of an easy way to answer it. You may say no, it had nothing to do with Amen's competitiveness. We just hadn't gotten there yet. And there it is. I wasn't expecting anything more than that. And the question allowed for him to get into his thought process. It wasn't a yes or no. It wasn't, Coach, what are you doing? It wasn't that either.
I understand why you can't just go like, so were you trying to stat pad, like trying to have Amen Thompson stat pad or what, dude? What the hell?
What was that about,
What
man?
the hell was that? I get why you can't take that tone, but also the tone of like, is it hard because he's such a competitor to take him off the course?
I take him out of close games when I don't like how he's playing. What are you talking about? I make calls that are more consequential in games that are close if I don't want him out there. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I'm a guy who benches Şengün and Green regularly. Like, what?
And not Jeff Green. I'm talking about Jalen Green. Yeah. I will play Jeff Green down the stretch if I feel the need to.
Yeah.
Nothing's hard for me when it comes to player rotations.
Yeah. I will say though, the paranoia that like, comebacks, they happen at this league. Dude, they would have had to come back 5 points a minute
yeah.
for you to lose that game. You're up 30 with 6 minutes left.
It wasn't exactly like Anthony Edwards was out there looking to make a point.
No,
it was the
I mean,
Pelicans.
Honestly, all you had to do is dribble over half court and just hold the ball. Get a 24-second violation. You will win.
Yeah,
by
pull
doing
pull Illinois State high school basketball moves, and you're
Yeah.
going to win that game if you never take another shot.
You're the basketball equivalent of being able to just knee out the clock.
Yeah,
basically.
kneel it. Just run 24 seconds off the clock every possession, and you'll win that game probably by double digits.
But he would say, "You know who I need to do that? I need a ball handler out there."
Someone
and
I
then
trust.
I would say, "Aaron Holiday is right there, sir."
Just give him the ball.
Coach, Aaron Holiday is right there.
You did actually have another point guard that you could have given the ball
And
to.
now, in a game against the Orlando Magic, all they have is Aaron Holiday, basically, as far as like actual point guards go.
Jalen Green was your initiator, and we're going to hear from Chris Mannix on the Rockets and what their goals might be for the offseason. But Tim Legler said something, I think, in a podcast last week about Jalen Green. He talked about Jalen Green and his maybe not unwillingness, but currently right now he's incapable, or at least he simply doesn't get other guys good shots. He can come off a screen, he can knock down a jumper, he can be explosive to the rim, but he's not a guy who's going to create offense for others. It wasn't what was expected of him coming out. It's not what he is. And if he is your de facto point guard because of the injuries, and then you're not going to start Aaron Holiday, maybe some of these clunky performances against competitive defensive teams will continue until Fred is back, because Amon's going to be out for a while. So it's a lot on Jalen Green's plate. It's not exactly a strength. And maybe what we saw last night is a sign of things to come, where you not only have to get shots for yourself, you got to try to be a creator for others. And are we going to get 97 points tonight? I sure hope not. But we might have a stretch here where these games against teams we think the Rockets should beat don't go that way. If he has to be the one getting guys set up, doesn't help that he didn't shoot the ball well and Dylan Brooks didn't shoot the ball well. Knocking down threes, even off of bad offense, and simply running off of misses and getting offensive rebounds would have helped last night. Thankfully, the Magic were just terrible, so the Rockets get that win. Okay, we'll go to break here. We'll come back with more. We'll get to that We'll get to that Chris Mannix on Devin Booker sound a little bit later. That's the giveaway there. He thinks the Rockets are going to go all in on Devin Booker. We'll hear from him a little bit later. The number is 713-780-3776. We're going to talk about hats. Why am I going to talk about hats? Because the Rangers have already taken their hat off the store, off their online store, because MLB has every league does this. They want to sell merchandise. So they had an idea about new hats for every major league team. For whatever reason, the AOS caught the brunt of the nonsense. The Astros are involved. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So every year we get new hats from the sports leagues. They want you to go out and buy something. So one of the reason the Astros are going to come out with new City Connect jerseys. They want you to buy them. The last ones are pretty popular. There have been some fake ones, according to people out there. Whatever they look like, and the Astros have been hinting at it through their social media, people will buy them. Well, I ask you this, Sean. You're an Astros fan. I've seen you in an Astros hat. Have you seen the new hats for MLB this year?
I've seen they've made the rounds.
Yeah.
Some of the ones I wouldn't be buying. Primarily, well, actually, if I were to get a Rangers hat, it would be the TETAS hat.
Yes, if you've missed it. Now, these aren't hats that the players will wear. These are hats for the fans. But the Rangers have a hat with Texas spelled out, and you can actually see the X of Texas in the little piece of it, but they have the giant T for the Rangers logo in place of the X. So what you see prominently is Tetas.
Yes.
TETAS.
Basically, all these hats are the team name spelled out, and then on top of it is a giant, what the normal hat logo is. So for the Rangers, it's a giant T in the middle of the word Texas, covering up the X.
So it spells Tetas, which in Spanish translates to boobs. That cat has been pulled off the Rangers store because of obvious reasons. The Astros, I have yet to hear that the Astros have pulled their hat off the store. But as Sean described, the regular logo, as you know, is an H. They spelled out Astro. So if the H is centered and you cannot see the T, it appears to say Ashos.
Ashos.
Or Ashos, depending on where you want to, depending on how you want to pronounce it. That is what the hat looks like. Why?
I mean, the Angels right next to him are like dancing. Like, we'll get to them, but they're looking at E snuck in there.
Like as I said, why this was an AL West thing of all the teams? I can't find a real outlandish hat anywhere else. Any other division, I don't think has one of these.
The Colorado Rockies mail-in of the century. It literally has Colorado Rockies, 2 different lines, and then CR, which stands for Colorado and Rockies.
Yes, there's nothing there other than that's kind of a busy hat.
Yes, I mean right next to them, Arizona is the closest you get, but it doesn't spell out Ashos or Tetas. It just spells out Ariana.
Yes,
because the Z and O is covered up by the giant A.
So you guys get it. The Angels, there's a giant A halo logo, the one you traditionally see that Mike Trout's wearing when he's sitting in the dugout because he's not playing. You see that. ANAELS. And depending on how you want to pronounce something, you can get a particular word if you want to.
Anils?
Anales?
Anales? Again?
And if you want to make fun of it,
they would be the star of this list.
If not for
if that E was covered up.
Yes, if the A was just a little bit bigger, if the logo with the halo A was just a little bit bigger, but they catch a break. At the moment, Tetas for Texas is the one that is the most egregious, and it can no longer be bought.
Can you buy the? Oh, well, okay. One. No one should buy any of these hats. They're all
awful looking. Yes.
They're all terrible.
They're terrible.
Hats. Could you buy like the Ashos hat?
Yes, it's going to be in the team store. Would you wear it? It's another question.
No. I mean, I would wear the Ashos one because it spells something funny. But I wouldn't get the Detroit Tigers version if I was a Tigers fan. I wouldn't get the Detroit Tigers version. Like the only way these work is that they spell things inappropriate.
Of course.
All the other ones are just terrible looking hats where the word Yankees is covered up by the Yankees logo.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to buy one other than for the dumbness of having the Astros, Angels, or Texas hat on my head.
Also, a lot of I didn't notice how standard a lot of these the spelling or the fonts that they use, where it's like the team name in cursive, kind of diagonal with a line underneath. It's like 10 teams have that, where like the Orioles have that, the Guardians have that, the White Sox don't have the line underneath, the Royals, the Twins, the Athletics, they all just have this like weird font. The Dodgers,
If you want more information on that,
Nationals,
you can find it, but it's part of their New Era's overlap collection. But the
overlap collection.
Yes, that's what they're calling it. And MLB officials declined comment, but the hats have been removed. And some other teams' hats featuring overlap designs, such as the Houston Astros and Los Angeles Angels, remained on the MLB's online shop. So the story took notice of those hats as well, but those are still available. I'm not sure how long the Astros will keep them up. Maybe their pronunciation of what that hat is different from mine. Hell, Sean's is different from mine. He calls it ash hose. I said as hose because AS.
Because I'm trying to say it carefully.
Yes.
Ash hose.
But that's two S's that you're throwing in there.
Ash hose.
Not that any of this is grammatically correct.
Ash hose. Ash O's.
No, it can't be. You're adding two S's to it. It's only one S.
Ash O's.
Oh, you're saying Ash O's. Okay.
Yes.
Initially I thought you were saying Ash hose, Ash shows, but you were adding
Ash hose.
Okay, that's not what it looks like to me.
Ash O's.
It's fine. The Astros are selling those hats. You can go buy one right now. I think it's a mistake, not for you to buy them, but to wear it.
No, they're also a mistake. Well,
no, you can buy it, but I wouldn't wear it.
The Astros one is funny.
I would get in before they take them down.
The Astros one is the right level of funny and also won't get yanked off of the website like the Rangers.
Yes.
Rangers flew too close to the sun.
Yes.
And when I say that, I mean they obviously just didn't have someone who not even speaks Spanish, has been around someone
who's
ever spoke
Spanish, which
Spanish
is weird considering where they're
that's
located. You're in Texas. Someone in that building should be around someone who speaks Spanish.
I don't think the teams are actually designing these. I think this is just new era.
Yeah,
or
but don't you get a look at it and go, no, not for us. You can't do that for us. You better change what that looks like, or don't make a hat for us.
For these like crappy hats that like no one buys, like I don't know if this isn't exactly the City Connects. These are just kind of like, oh yeah, sure. So this will be at Ross Dress for Less. But 5 years.
But we know college football teams, when they see a jersey that might go on sale that they don't like, they're like, we're not wearing that. We're not wearing. And sometimes they step in and go, hey, no, you're not. That design is not what we're about. The Rangers could have stepped in and go, nah.
Yeah, but they're not wearing it. They're like, but
they're trying to sell it.
If these losers want to buy it, who cares?
You mean our fan base?
Yeah, I mean, have you gone to like the Fanatic store? Or
no,
whatever?
I haven't.
They're all terrible stuff, and I don't think that someone's job is to approve each and every one of these, because, like you said, they make a new one of these like every year.
True, but I think the Rangers and all these teams has someone get their eyes on these and go, okay, that's fine. Okay, that's not. And usually there isn't a that's not. They're usually just fine, but in this case, they're not.
I
fine.
refuse to believe that because so many of the designs are so terrible, and they're all so cookie cutter that it feels like it's just like we just have a template, we followed it, boom, we're out.
No, I don't think the Rangers have much say in what they look like. I don't think any of the teams do. It's pretty clear. It's just the written out name and then the logo over it. But you could take a look and go, hey, this cleared? No. Do you see what this says? No, it's not cleared. Yeah. And then, sorry, you're going to either have to change that, move the T, or do something else. Maybe put Rangers on it instead of Texas. You know what? That's an easy fix. Just put Rangers on it. Because the Angels don't put Anaheim on it, or Los Angeles Angels, Los Angeles of Anaheim. They put Angels.
The Astros didn't put Houston.
No, you could find
that is.
You can just put Rangers on it.
What the hell did they do?
Why put Texas to set yourself up for that?
Now I'm opening my third eye.
See?
I think they did that on purpose. I think they wanted to go viral.
Maybe. It's very possible. But you look at it. You could go.
Every other team. I mean,
you could pick. Phillies put Rockies. Phillies. They didn't put Philadelphia on it. You don't have to put Texas on it. And you could have avoided this whole thing.
Wow.
Instead, now you can't sell that hat. Eric, I see you. this is probably a perfect topic for you, but we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to talk about hats or anything else you can? We're deep in hour 2 before we officially start hour 2. We'll be back. All right. Welcome back to hour 2. Sean brought up a point that's going on TV right now. Pat McAfee, noted Colts supporter, at least when Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed are yelling at him a bit, was talking about the Colts, and they are signing Daniel Jones. Apparently, they were shopping Anthony Richardson. They're never going to admit to that because no trade got done. So you're never going to, yeah, okay. Yeah, we're trying to trade our recent top 5 pick. And he described Daniel Jones as having massive upside.
Yes. Dan Orlovsky was talking about the Daniel Jones news, and he said that's a lot of money for a chance to start. Anthony Richardson asked for a trade, ? And so, yeah. And Pat McAfee was like, the Colts brought in a guy with massive upside.
No, he wasn't a massive upside guy when he was drafted. He was a guy who people thought, they really think that highly of the guy from Duke. He didn't look like a massive upside guy when he was playing for David Cutcliffe. And it's kind of played out the way everyone expected, except for the Giants getting suckered into giving him a giant deal. And they'll always be remembered for deciding Daniel Jones and his money was something they were willing to pay and not Saquon Barkley. And of course, now that they've paid Darius Slayton a very similar deal to what Saquon Barkley's initial deal with the Eagles is, people are like, you chose this instead of this. And the Eagles have rewarded Saquon with a big-time extension. Let's get to Eric here. Eric's got a question for me. It's probably multiple questions. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Joe, I go all the way to Olaleye.
That's the thing I'm going to endorse.
Have you seen the new City Connect jerseys for the Astros? It looks like the long division symbol. Also, Mickey 17 is a garbage movie, that Euro trash. I'll hang up and listen.
I have not seen Mickey 17, but it did not get reviewed well. It is a Robert Pattinson movie where we talked about it on Friday with Michael, where he plays multiple versions of himself. They're disposable. One dies, another clone pops up. Apparently not good, according to people. As far as what else? I already forgot. What was the other thing?
That was an Astros long division.
Oh,
thing.
The City Connect jerseys. I have not seen enough. Are those out officially? I've seen what people have called fake City Connect Astro jerseys, but I've not seen the real ones right now. See, another account says these are the leaked ones. I don't know that they've released anything officially. I know they have teased some stuff on social media as far as what those jerseys are going to look like. I'm not a jersey buyer. They're not going to matter to me one way or the other. I know people care and they will buy them.
The leaks for City Connect jerseys is something I just cannot care about.
No.
Like, they're going to announce them probably next week or either this week or next week, right before the season starts. And then you'll see them every Monday home game for 3 years. Like I'll see plenty of these jerseys. I don't need to maybe see it a week early. So when they come, I'm not even going to spend the time to Google or to look up on Twitter the City Connect leak. I don't care.
Yeah, the Texans one was they haven't changed their uniforms outside of putting a logo above the nameplate since their inception.
Yes.
I get why there was some excitement. And of course, the regular ones are fine. I mean,
yeah, it's also the main uniforms that they wear.
So
it's
that
every game they would be wearing something different than the first 20-something years of the franchise. This is again, once a week at home, they're going to wear these.
And hopefully for the people who care about that, you like them. And certainly that's the case for the Astros too. They want you to buy them. You can buy the jersey and then the Astros hat as well.
People are not going to like these. I'm just going to go out on
the jerseys or the hats.
The City Connects.
Okay.
They're just
they bought the other ones, and I didn't think those were great.
I think originally it was pretty mixed,
and then because they saw them every Monday, people just bought them.
Also, we like the Twitter fan base and sports talk radio fan base. Their opinions is way different, or that they're just different people than the people that go to the game and just want to get a jersey.
They walk into the team store and say, "Oh, that's new. I already got my home Altuve, my road Altuve. Let me get this one." Yeah,
it's just people are just gonna buy jerseys.
Yeah, you're at this. You want that? When I go to see a band, I don't always buy a band sweatshirt or a T-shirt, but there's a chance I will.
Yeah,
because I'm at the concert, and if I love that band, I'll probably buy it. And
you're probably even more discerning with I don't like how this jersey looks. Or I don't like how this shirt looks.
Yes.
I don't like this design on this shirt. Where I feel like most people are just Astros.
It has Astros on. I'm going to buy it.
Or they get it as gifts.
And if it's it's once or twice they go to see a ball game every year, it's the whole thing. Let me get a jersey. It's part of the whole experience. So I'm sure they'll do just fine selling them unless they're atrocious.
Yeah, I feel like we just hold jerseys to this high standard. It's guys, it's not that important.
They're really not, unless.
Just don't be a disaster.
Don't be embarrassing. That's all we're really looking for.
These are freaking alternates. Like, who cares?
And of course, the narrative will begin whether if they win in them, good luck, and if they lose in them,
yeah.
trash them. That'll be part of it
Or
too. The cycle always goes that way.
The other ones were bad luck, right?
I know their first win of the year was a Monday in those because Renel Blanco came on the scene and was great.
Yeah.
Does that a no-hitter?
He did throw no-hitter
in his first start.
I don't know
last
if it was
year.
his first start.
Well, he was good from the jump.
Yeah.
And I think his first start was in those City Connect jerseys.
Okay, then he might have thrown it.
Yeah. So it got off to a good start last year. We'll see what happens this year. People love him and buy him, and other people who are on Twitter would never buy him will say they suck. That's how it goes. But get yourself an Astros hat, the new ones.
Yeah,
they really want you to get
an Astros hat.
Get you one of those new era overlap hats, just because of the novelty of them. Okay, we'll come back with actual Astros news. We didn't get to this yesterday, but there is an update on Christian Walker, and it's a good one. We also will hear. Yeah, I won't say here. I will read stuff from Joe Espada because the Cam Smith thing is moving, and right field is a real possibility. In fact, he's going to play right field in a game sometime this week, and that will get going today. I think he's going to play on one of the backfields. He'll play a couple innings today. I don't know what the backfields even means in baseball, but in a game that will keep stats, he'll do that later this week. We'll get a camp update from the Astros when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We didn't do one yesterday because of all the Texans news and all the NFL news in general. And we'll get back to some of that before we go. But let's get another camp update from the Astros. And Sean, what's the music for today?
Every day.
Oh, reliable.
Yeah. And, I only have a commercial break really to think about it. I'm not going home thinking about, what's the camp update song for today?
I don't know. I'm going to have to find a This Week in Baseball song and see if it's long enough. Just to give people a classic. Well, as I mentioned, Cam Smith will be playing on the backfield today. He'll get in some time in right field, and he will play in a game, according to Joe Espada, sooner rather than later. So maybe you can see, the chance of you actually seeing it live are low, but maybe you'll see highlights of Cam Smith in right field this week as he continues to surge. 9 for 17 this spring so far with 2 home runs and 5 walks. He's been, along with Jeremy Pena, the Astros' best hitters in spring. Got a real shot. And if they're going to open up right field as a place he can play, that's another avenue beyond the Christian Walker injury. There's another way that Cam Smith may make the opening day roster. If he can prove himself to be competent in right field and continue to hit, we know it's not exactly a spot the outfield is where the Astros have a lot of pop. So Cam Smith, look at that. Let's see how he does. Also, Christian Walker's been running the last couple of days. He'll do infield drills. He's not swinging a bat yet, but the MRI came back with good news. No long-term damage. There was a fear there because of the month he missed last year. Joe Espada, at least through the tweets from Brian McTaggart, didn't seem all that thrilled. Seemed like he was despondent over it, but things are okay. Christian Walker won't be out for too long. The ramp up for him swinging a bat again will get going, but he's out there doing baseball-like activities by doing infield drills. Lance McCullers is going to throw off. Well, he's already thrown off a mound. He'll do BP tomorrow before he gets in the games. So we're getting ever closer to Lance McCullers making it back. And the question was asked this morning, and for the first time, Lance McCullers was the answer. Who's going to play first, Lance McCullers or this guy? Finally, we answered with Lance McCullers. Of course, it was Tank Dell. So it wasn't exactly a hard choice. We did mention a guy who won't play till 2026, so Lance McCullers felt like a safe choice. And we're getting there. Lance McCullers, very close.
If Tank Dell beats him, that means Lance McCullers
his
never plays
career's
for the
over.
Astros
Yeah,
again.
his career's over. Tank Dell will beat him. So there it is. I am beyond Altuve playing left. If we got Altuve in left and Cam Smith in right, 2 guys who've never done it before, bring it on, Astros. Let's see how that goes. My pushback to anyone who's hesitant about it, do you want Chaz and Jake out there?
Yeah, at a certain point, it just becomes like, also like this lineup should be awesome if you're just prioritizing hitting, and you're just like, yeah, we'll put guys wherever they fit in. Where it's like, okay,
Yeah, I mean,
now you're talking about like second base and center field are your 2 weakest.
and Dubon is
with the bat.
pretty good.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
And then next it's shortstop with
But Pena, at least in the spring, he's been really good this spring. Him and Cam Smith going for best Astros hitter. So maybe we're finding answers in unconventional ways to add more pop to this lineup. Just need Christian Walker to come back, and I won't say you're set because we'll see how the Altuve and the potential Cam Smith and the outfield thing works. But you know what? In a year where I'm not quite sure how good they'll be. Mostly that's banking on how good their starting pitching can be. Give me something to watch.
Thank you. That's where I've been with this Altuve thing from the start. It's just like, at least this is interesting. Like the worst thing you can do is bore me, and this will definitely not bore me. I will be in for all the. I guess they're only going to play like a handful of March games, but all the April baseball games that are normally like I just watch just so I know what we'll talk about tomorrow. But my biggest takeaway is none of this matters. There's 150 more of these.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
I mean, what are we supposed to do? Like last year, they made the playoffs. They started 7-20. Like the world was falling every day in April last year, and then they won the AL West. It's all right.
They were awful early,
and then they just win the division,
and they wound up
not
winning
really
the division anyway.
That hard.
Yeah, they weren't really pressed. The question was, and if we remember, it was John Granado taking a victory lap because he said they'd be in first place by I think the end of June.
By the end of July. He said in June, at the start of June, that they would be in first place by the end of July. And they were,
what, 6-7 games back, something like that? At one point, they were 10 games back.
Yeah, they're like 9.5 back. And they were leading at like the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Or maybe like 1 game back at the All-Star
break. Unfortunately, he was right as far as how the morning show goes. But yes, for the Astros and the fans of the team, that was great. That prediction came true. Just didn't play out in the playoffs. So I would hope a better start occurs, but you know what? Even if they do get off to a bad start, I've seen the AL West before. They'll likely win the division again. It might be tighter, but they'll likely win it again. So there's your camp update. Cam Smith playing right is the big news. Dana Brown said earlier that he wouldn't be opposed to it, and now we're seeing that put into practice. Cam Smith, backfields today, playing right, and then eventually he'll get into an actual spring training game playing right. Hey, the odds are going up that he makes the roster if they're finding ways to accommodate him because of how well he's hitting.
To me, the only chance he had of making the roster is to play the outfield, and he hadn't played the outfield yet. So with all the talk, I was just like, well, if he's going to play right field, like he should play right field in spring training. And so now he's doing that. Now it's a really real possibility. It's still a possibility, though.
Yes, I'm not sure it's definite no matter how well he's hitting.
It's still like 18 at-bats that we're talking about, so.
It's not a lot. It's great that he's been great, but it's not exactly a large enough sample size, for particularly in the sport of baseball, where everything's like, as you mentioned, there's 154 more of these to go. Yeah. It's not exactly how baseball operates, where they just go, hey, let's make a spur this moment decision and bring this guy up, who we didn't really have plans on starting with the major league club. Cam Smith. Houston or Corpus Christi, you decide. You have the rest of the spring to make it impossible for the Astros to send you down to Corpus. I'm sure it's a nice place to spend a week.
I know. I'm sure he was like, you know what? Especially like late spring, early summer.
I said, yeah, a week. But no one who goes down to Corpus for spring break is like, let's spend 2 months here.
Well, you have to think half of those he's going to be on the road. So it's really only 1 month.
Still.
It's really
3 weeks too long. At least
like, wow, these seagulls are really mean.
At least they want you there. The people in Florida don't want you there at all for spring. Corpus welcomes you.
I don't know that. I don't know that for sure.
Yeah,
I don't know if they welcome.
I think it's actually a thing now in every spring break location where they give like a little PSA, hey, don't screw up our town. It's not unique to Florida, but those have popped up over the news.
I feel like they go the hardest in the paint about
yeah,
it.
They're the
word.
Yeah.
Normally that's just like, hey, please
be respectful.
And Florida's like, we don't want you.
Yeah. In fact, it doesn't do anything for us for you to be here, and we're out to get you if you screw up. I don't think Corpus is going to take that stance, but I think, like I saw somewhere, I don't think it was Corpus specifically, but like a Texas official was like, hey, guys, we're going to be aware of things. Just relax, come down, have a good time, but we're on the lookout. But we welcome you. Just be normal is pretty much what they're asking for. So apparently, the spring breakers, wild. Don't wreck a town is what all they're asking for. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go before we're out here. We'll get back to some Rockets news because, according to one SI reporter, the Rockets have a clear player they're after and a clear path as far as what they want to do in this offseason. And this is before we see what they are in the playoffs. They want one person specifically with who that player is when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get to the Chris Mannix sound on who the Rockets will be targeting in the offseason. We were talking about during the break that Texans defense. And what was the Instagram post or tweet by Kalen Bullock after the news about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson being a Texan broke?
He posted the NFL Network, breaking news. They traded for Gardner-Johnson. And he captured it. Yeah, it's about to get like that.
And we just assume that means great defense. But if you look at the personality,
no, I didn't.
What he means. What he means.
No, I don't know if that's what he means.
Okay. We look at the acquisitions the Texans have made defensively over the last couple of years since DeMeco Ryans has taken over. You got several guys who don't mind committing personal foul penalties and catching fines. Hell, Aziz Ashir will punch a guy on the sideline. He punched Texas great Roschon Johnson. How dare he? But one of their recent acquisitions, Darrell Taylor, has a $16,000 fine for hitting Brock Purdy on his resume. Got 2 unnecessary roughness penalties that totaled over $23,000 in a game as well. So he's about that life too. Obviously, Alshair's out there. Jamie Ward ain't above headhunting.
Jalen Petrie
ain't above it. We've got, you mentioned Henry To'oTo'o, although people were like, that's not a personal foul on Patrick Mahomes, but he got at least penalized for it. I don't know if he got fined for it. We got a lot of guys like that. Will Anderson ain't above hitting a guy later or so.
Autry,
or swiping
Edwards.
And hitting a guy in the head, quarterback specifically. We got plenty of guys. Mario Edwards. Yeah.
It's about to get like that.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson fits the profile of what the Texans want on defense. A little undisciplined, a little reckless, but an intimidator. A guy who's going to talk, hit, and let you know about it after he hits you. Fits perfectly into the attitude of the DeMeco Ryans defense. They're like a 90s Florida college football team on defense. Like, hey, we'll pick up a personal foul. We'll just sack you anyway and knock you out of field goal range. They're like the Florida States, the Floridas and the Miamis of the world. That's old school stuff. Hell, Nebraska, when they're good. They've got that vibe. I'm going back a little bit. I remember those defenses as a kid. They're about it.
Yeah, they're just a mean defense.
Yeah.
They're just full of mean guys.
And, mean football players.
They're just mean. They're out there just bullying people. And then letting you know.
They will talk and they will try to bully you. The question is, will you allow them to? Wow, that's a bad Tunsil edit on the McAfee show. Oof.
Oh.
They've got him in his new Commander's jersey. That's an awful edit. It's
It's
worse than anything someone on Twitter would do.
Oh, so they didn't just pull it from Twitter?
I don't know what happened, but I've seen better jersey swaps.
Someone got paid by Disney to make this?
Or McAfee out of his own pocket. I don't know, but that's terrible.
I can't see
You can't see it. It's bad. The Commander logo or the Commander script all in the wrong spot. It's awful. I don't know why they did it. They could have just had him in a Texans jersey. You don't need to do the edit every time. We know he's a Commander now, but there it is. Okay, let's get to a guy that a Houston team wants to bring in, not send out, according to Chris Mannix. Chris Mannix works for SI. He is a longtime basketball, I don't know if insider is the right word, but reporter. He's talked about the game for a long time, has a podcast just like everyone does. Here's Chris Mannix on who the Rockets will be targeting this offseason.
This Devin Booker messaging about how he's 100% going to be there, I'm just not buying it. Like, what deal can you make involving Kevin Durant that brings back pieces that puts you in play for the next couple of years? The reality of their situation is that they desperately need to do a deal with the Houston Rockets. They have to, because the Houston Rockets control a chunk of their draft capital over the next few years. And the Houston Rockets have made it abundantly clear. I was just down there, spent a few days down there talking to people. Like, they've made it abundantly clear. Like, they're not doing a Kevin Durant deal. They're not doing a deal just for the sake of doing it. They want Devin Booker. Like, that's the guy they want. That's the 20-something they see fitting into their core of a bunch of 20-somethings. So this
Chris Mannix, his podcast with Sports Illustrated. So a definite opinion, not even an opinion if you go by what he's saying. He said he talked to guys here in Houston. I don't know if that's Kelly. Kelly Iko. Is it Iko?
Eco.
I don't know if it's Kelly Iko that he talked to of the Athletic, or it's people with the Rockets.
Yeah.
But
Bellhop at the hotel that he was staying at.
yeah,
He just said I talked to people in Houston.
We're supposed to assume
they're connected.
that it's guys who would know, but I don't know that. Could have been his Uber guy. Who knows? Yeah, I heard they want Devin Booker.
No, if it was an Uber guy, it would be like, I heard they want, and then someone who's incredibly want. Or no, it'd be, I heard they want Bull. That's who the Uber driver.
He can't get that off on his podcast though. He can't sell the Bull stuff on his podcast. So Devin Booker is the Rockets' 20-something of choice. Good, because all the other names we heard were in their 30s. So it's the best part about it is he is in his 20s. So you have to ask yourself, is Phoenix such a bad situation that Booker, Durant, Beal, Tyus Jones, and others couldn't help that spot? Or what the hell is going on that a great player like Devin Booker can't make Phoenix better? I'm going to lean into it's just a bad fit all around. It's a bad spot. But as let's just say, as poorly constructed as that team is, those two, we can exclude Beal from the equation. Those two should be better. That team should be better no matter what. So I'm not going to hold Devin Booker to that because I've seen him be the best player on a team who made the finals and hell was up 2 on the finals. But I also have this in last year as well.
Yeah.
And Luka ending his year in embarrassing fashion. So is Devin Booker the right choice? I don't know what he's made of. I'm not going to get into the Skip Bayless thing or the Stephen A thing where they start to question a guy about what's inside of him. I don't know Devin Booker. I would be a little hesitant to go all in on him right now. I do think he's better than any player the Rockets currently have. Maybe the projection might be better than Devin Booker when they're 28 or so. But the likely trade would involve guys who aren't as good and draft picks. So if you can throw out Jalen Green as a likely option, maybe you're trading away a player you really don't want to trade, whether it be Şengün, and you have to go find yourself another big someplace else. I remove Amen from the equation because I think everyone's saying, no, never. We would never do it. No matter how great the player is on the other side, we never trade Amen Thompson. While I think he is a player that Rockets hold in high esteem, I don't think he's completely off the table. Maybe for Devin Booker.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think for anyone available,
but for someone else,
yeah, it's like he would get traded for other guys that are untouchable.
Yes,
like it'd be like for
if Anthony Edwards said, "Get me the F out of Minnesota," they trade Amen Thompson for Anthony
and the Minnesota was like the only way this gets done.
Yeah, but maybe Devin Booker doesn't meet that standard.
I don't think he does. Like you said, like he is a really good player. He's probably like a, I don't know, top 15, top 10-ish.
When he's at his best, yeah,
type player. But he's not a top 5 type player. He's not a top 10 type player. Like he's not, or if he is top 10, he is 8 through 10. And he's 8, 9, 10 of that list. He's not top 5. He's not top.
Man, there's something
7.
to be said beyond numbers. How you're impacting the entirety of your team.
Yeah.
And for the last couple of years, no matter how good he's been, and he's missed some time through injury, he's not been that type of player.
He just needs to be like the finishing piece on the Rockets. Like he needs to be the like star on top of like, all right, this is a good. I mean, obviously they might win 50 games this year, so they have good bones. This house has good bones. They just need to, move some chairs around and go from, hey, you know how like 3 out of 5 nights we get our starting shooting guard goes 3 for 15 from the field.
I've heard he's more consistent. Let's go 2 out of 5 nights.
2 out of 5 nights.
Yes.
You're right. He has been more consistent this year. So 40% of the games he's absolutely
not
dreadful.
Good. Yes.
What if instead we just got a top 15 player in there playing his position? And
that sounds great.
And you trade, maybe one guy that's actually in the rotation, one young guy who's actually in the rotation, let's say Jabari or Tari, one of those two. And then one of the guys who isn't Reed or Cam Whitmore, just make that deal done. Get with that, and then not all, but a good amount of the first round picks, all the Phoenix picks,
that
go back to
want
Phoenix.
Back, yeah. That's the dream from the Rockets' perspective. But when these things happen, particularly for a player of his standing in that city, and there's already, you only traded Luka for that. Now, Devin Booker has proven, at least when they play each other in games that matter, not to be Luka. But he has that type of standing in Phoenix.
Yeah.
You cannot, Luka said it to, and it was a ridiculous trade as far as what they got back. You could not leave a Devin Booker trade going, that's all they got.
Yeah.
So while what you're suggesting is what Rocket fans would be happy with, and what
would Phoenix fans want?
Phoenix would say
Şengün and Jalen Green and Amin Thompson.
They would say you're giving us a negative asset in Jalen Green. They would sell it that way.
He's a shot chucker. You guys love those,
yes,
right?
He's a neutral. At best, he's a neutral asset. They would say.
People said Devin Booker was a chucker who couldn't win games before he.
And you know what? He had like a 3-year run where he wasn't, and now he's back to being a chucker who doesn't win games. If we're taking the harsh approach to what the last couple of seasons have been, Phoenix is going to go, we're going to decimate you. And the Rockets have every right to go, no, you're not. We're not going to make that trade.
Yeah, or we could just keep all your draft picks and you guys are screwed forever.
Yes, that's the back and forth. But I heard
you
guys are desperate to win a title.
Hey,
don't you want a really good player to help you?
Yeah.
That'll be the back and forth of those negotiations.
You don't have the Suns do not have their own first round pick until 2031.
And we're going to say we're aware of that. We know we're in a bad spot. But you're
going to trade Kevin Durant.
But you're
from
not.
Your team
yes,
currently.
And we'll get assets. We'll get assets for that. Young players and picks. What you're not going to do is pull a Nico Harrison on us. You're not doing that to us. That's all. That's going to be the standard, at least.
Kevin Durant's going to choose where he wants to go.
That's fine.
You're only going to be trading with one team.
Understood.
You're
but we
probably not going to get a haul from him.
Yeah, and we know he's 36 and not helping us win. We're okay dealing him away. We understand. We've made mistakes.
No, but you're okay dealing away. You're not going to get better.
We get it.
You're the 12 seed. You're not going to get better.
And they will say, you know what? We'd rather have Devin Booker than do a bad trade.
All right. Enjoy the play-in with Devin Booker than having a future.
They'll say enjoy Jalen Green's screwing around and making you miss playoff.
We can just trade your picks to another. This is the NBA. Everyone's going to be unhappy at some point.
But Chris Mannix told us you really want Devin Booker. And no one else wants to trade their untouchable players for your guys.
He's the best guy available right
now.
The
issue for the Rockets is no matter who they trade a guy for, and if they want one of those dudes, it's going to hurt. It doesn't matter if it's Devin Booker. It doesn't matter whoever becomes available. If they decide we want to cash in some of these chips, the negotiations will go the same way unless they find a Nico Harrison somewhere else.
But what would hurt mean?
The Rockets?
Yeah. Like you keep saying, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt.
It's gonna.
You don't say what the things
you're trading
are.
Amen and either him or Şengün.
The guy that we said is untouchable, except for other untouchables.
Yes, and you know what? There may be a team that has a player that you wouldn't deem untouchable if Sean Mapes was running the Rockets, and they're gonna say, no, we don't care that you don't think he's untouchable. If you want him, and it seems like you do, it's not only you guys can go out and go get a different player. We can go make a different trade. And that's what these things turn into. And that's why they take longer than they should, because it's always, no, we have the leverage. No, actually, we have the leverage. And then we'll actually find out who has the leverage when the trade is made.
I was going to say, the team with the unhappy star player doesn't have the leverage.
Unless you're the Blazers and you go, we don't care what he wants. Not like they got a great haul.
Yeah, I was gonna say they got a crappy haul.
But they didn't.
Congrats, you got a crappy
But
haul.
they will tell you they got better than the team he wanted to go to was offering. So yes, we had to trade him, but we can always say no to the initial team and try to excavate more out of someone else. And that's what they tried to do.
You got the right to pay DeAndre Ayton the max. Congrats, you won the trade.
And the thing about that trade was
instead of getting decent young players.
The guy
who made the All-Star team.
DeAndre Ayton would have been part of that deal either way. It just would have how the math would have worked because they wanted Nurkic out of there. So he was part of that deal anyway. But that's just how trades will go. And if Devin Booker is on the cards or on the table for the Rockets, that's how this back and forth will go, where everyone thinks, sure, you want him, but are we going to get him at our price? We will see. We got a whole playoff run before that happens. So maybe Devin Booker and that potential acquisition becomes null and void because the Rockets are on some miraculous run, or they identify a different player who they might want to trade for. We got months before that becomes a reality. Okay, if it even does. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Dream Shake, who's a giant Kevin Durant fan, said the only thing that would hurt from his perspective would, whether they're trading for Booker or KD, would be Ahmed Thompson. I'm sure that's how plenty of people feel. They also, at least if you believe in the trajectory of Şengün, say that one will sting too. But these are the conversations that will be had if it ever comes about. Okay, we are almost done for the day. Paul Gallant is up next, and then the Killer Bees will follow him. So no real Texans news since the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson trade. If you missed it, we haven't talked about it in a little bit. He was traded for Kenyon Green. The Texans acquire a starting safety, a guy who is now a Super Bowl champion. He's already got his goodbye to Philly graphic up. He's had some kind words with Philly, which is funny because initially when he left, he trashed that city and those fans.
Actually, we do.
Oh, we have more Texans news?
Texans news. The Texans have signed left guard Lincoln
Tomlinson, the former 49er and Jet.
Yes.
So they have now secured a starting guard.
Yes. They've replaced I guess he's a left guard. So they've replaced Kenyon Green on the day they traded him.
Yes, he was most recently with Seattle. He is 33 years old. It's a one-year deal, maximum of $5 million. So base value 4.25. So it's not a giant salary. He is at minimum a competent guard. That salary doesn't suggest he's guaranteed to start. Not that the Texans have a lot of money, but that's not a regular deal for a starting guard. We will see how they view him, but as of now, when I look at what their roster is, feels like you can pencil him in as a starting guard. Don't exactly see a lot of competition there. We will see when we get more word about how they view him.
They just traded as competition, man.
Okay, sure. They also have, as I say, Juice Patterson still around. And is there more news?
This one's just a re-signing. So
okay.
It's, a little bit. But they have re-signed defensive lineman Mario Edwards, 2 years, $9.5 million.
He's part of the not effing around crew. That is that
Yes.
Texans defense.
He's part of the personal foul squad.
Excuse me. Would you like a personal foul? Because I can give you one. We can get this out of the way now because we can expect you to do something that will cause me to throw this flag.
Houston Texans, unnecessary roughness.
They will say swarm.
Hashtag unnecessary roughness.
They don't want that as their official title going into 2025. Their official tag.
Unnecessary toughness, because they're a tough team. But they also probably will get some 15-yard penalties.
There's no probably about it. They will get some 15-yard penalties.
One per game at least.
But it's the way they want to play, and it was effective last year up until another defense could bully their offense in a divisional round, which is how it always ends. We'll see if things change. Got a long way to go to fix their issues, but they start with Laken Tomlinson, the much-traveled guard now. Seattle, Jets, San Francisco. Now he's a Houston Texan. We're done for the day. As I mentioned, Paul Gallant up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to jump in? You heard the voice guy himself on what's been the tail end of a very busy 24 hours for the Houston Texans. Today, they made a couple of moves. They traded Kenyon Green and actually got something in return. Noted crazy man, Eagles Super Bowl champion safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They also signed a guard, Laken Tomlinson. And yesterday, right after we went off the air, they traded left tackle Laramie Tunsil and a 2025 fourth-round pick to the Washington Commanders for a third and seventh round pick in this year's draft and a second and fourth in next year's draft. The question for you to kick things off on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, why do you think the Texans traded Laramie Tunsil? Why do you think they did it? There's a variety of reasons. I think some people have been looking at it through the wrong prism. So, if you've listened to me long enough, specifically this past season where the offensive line had many issues and Laramie Tunsil was often penalized, I was annoyed that Laramie Tunsil at times seemed annoyed with the perception that the offensive line for the Texans sucked. And it wasn't a perception. It was a reality. That bothered me. It bothered me that he didn't regularly make himself available to all Houston media to be asked about their struggles, given that he's got a C on his chest. He's a captain of the Texans. But all that said, this is a piece that the Texans are going to miss. Now, is he as mean as you'd like as an offensive lineman? And does he care as much as you'd want an offensive lineman to? I think both of those things are worth questioning. But we're still talking about an exceptionally talented player that the Texans moved on from, and they traded, sure, for a bunch of picks. But are you going to find that left tackle with one of those picks? Are you going to find that left tackle in the draft? Unlikely given where you're drafting. Are you going to find that guy in free agency? There are options available, sure. But while I see a lot of people doing mini victory dances over moving on from Laramie Tunsil because it signifies a culture shift. And I get that. I totally understand that. But it's not as simple as just moving on from a player who was very good in pass protection, even if the offensive line around him didn't get better because of his presence. So if you want the Texans to show some accountability for a change and move on from guys who clearly aren't getting it done, Shaq Mason, cut. Kenyon Green, traded. Laramie Tunsil, traded. You're seeing it. That's great. They still got to find the replacements. And it's not going to be easy to find the replacements. And if your hope is that a new offensive line coach and a new offensive coordinator can get the offensive line back on the right track, okay, you got a lot of confidence. You got a lot of faith. Personally, just given the way that the Nick Caserio era is gone, there's one thing to question. It's his ability to evaluate offensive line talent. So, two things can be true. The Texans needed a culture shift, but now they're in a position where you could argue they're not very well equipped to fix the situation they're currently in. I mean, you moved on from two starters in one offseason, and I get it. This offensive line was so damn bad last year. Who cares if they get rid of a couple of guys on this offensive line? But I do not think it's going to be that easy to replace them. I really don't. I mean, it's hard to find left tackles. That's why Bill O'Brien was so desperate a couple of years ago in the 2019 offseason, trading 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick to get him. Like, it's hard to find guys like this. And even if you get turned off by some of the things that he does, the guy was respected in the locker room for what it's worth and has been considered by many, maybe on the outside looking in more so than here in our own backyard, one of the best offensive linemen in the game. And you just moved on from that guy. You brought in Laken Tomlinson today. You moved on from Kenyon Green. There's some other moves that the Texans have made. Free agency officially begins tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Time, but Texans might be done by then. They've been active, and I want to know how you feel about it. Specifically, why do you think the Houston Texans traded Laramie Tunsil? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Rocky comments, Paul, no Dalton Reisner, no Kevin Zietler, Mekhi Becton. We'll see if those guys get signed. I'm not going to criticize too much a lack of action on anything other than the Texans not trading, especially now, a 4th-round pick for Joe Thuney. If you thought you were moving on from Laramie Tunsil, hey, maybe trade a 4th-round pick for Joe Thuney, at least for the interim. Yeah, he's going to need a contract extension to stay around, but I'm cool with the 4th-round draft pick as a rental for a guy who was the Chiefs MVP this past season. But anyone else, let's just wait. Let's be patient on that front. Still, though, as I said on Channel 2 on Sunday night, offensive line, and offensive line. Those are the Texans' 5 top needs. Defensive tackle, cool. Wide receiver, cool. Whatever. You got to fix this offensive line. And you made it more difficult for yourself to do that by trading Laramie Tunsil, even if he wasn't exactly the culture guy that you wanted. More comments here. Rocky says, dudes are available. Sure, they're available. They're available for a reason. I mean, some of the guys who are available right now at tackle are Tyron Smith, who was awesome in Dallas, but he's been injured a lot over the last 5 years. Cam Robinson, who the Jaguars traded to the Vikings at the end of the year. Maybe he's okay. Probably going to have to spend a little extra on him. There's Jedrick Wills. There's Joseph Notebloom. There's Trent Brown, who played for the Patriots under Nick Caserio at left tackle back in the day. And maybe those guys are good. It's still going to be hard to replace Laramie Tunsil, no matter how much fair criticism the guy got this year. It's still going to be hard to replace him. You can join on Twitch as well at ESPN 975 or on the text line. 713-780-3776 is how you call in or text into the HRMP listener line. From the 936, RIP Laramie Tunsil. You would have loved meditating and listening to Bob Marley with Cam Smith. For those who don't know, Astro super prospect Cam Smith meditates before every single game, and he loves him some Bob Marley. And I get it. There's implications attached to liking Bob Marley. There's implications. But you don't always have to light up a doob to listen to Bob Marley. I will say this about Laramie Tunsil, who I love the man's Hawaiian shirts. The guy has some of the best fashion I've ever seen. Oh, Paul, I want my offensive lineman to be some redneck wearing a camouflage hat. I want to go in a different direction. Fine. The guy dressed well. Got to give him credit for that. But more credit is deserved for the engineering skills required to put together a gas mask bong. I don't know how you do that. I really do not. But his gas mask bong that he got canceled for on draft night, F whoever revealed that. Screw that person. And good for Tunsil for getting all the money.
It was a stepdad / former agent.
Of course. What a rat bastard move. A stepdad / former agent. I mean, just, we're talking about, some of the most loathsome people out there. I love my stepdad, but I know a lot of people don't like theirs. And on top of that, an agent, just a straight weasel. Oh, God, what a bastard. Putting that out there. Laramie Tunsil's gas mask bong, one of the coolest things I can remember seeing. And I as a scientist, as someone who's always trying to challenge the scientific method, I would be very curious to know what the effects of a gas mask bong are. More comments here from the 346. Tunsil's so happy right now. He's going to a team that was in the NFC Championship and a team on the rise. All right. a team that Magic is one of the owners of, and he's in a chocolate city. What does that mean? Does that mean that it's a little more black? Is that what he's trying to go with, this texter here?
Well, DC is like one of the nicknames is Chocolate City.
I've never heard that before. That's a badass name. I love it.
Yeah, it is because of the racial makeup.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
The area.
Listen, I'm just trying to figure that out on the fly. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, that does sound, I guess, right. By the way, DC, weirdly racist. I've brought this up before. Had some issues at a wedding in DC a couple of years ago. I was surprised. I've never experienced that many issues over the course of a couple of days. You know, I grew up in Boston. I've never dealt with it up there. DC, surprisingly aggro on that side of things. All opportunity haters, I guess, if you want to say. From the 409, is changing the culture worth getting your cornerstone quarterback murdered this upcoming season? Despite Tunsil's attitude, I want my quarterback standing up. That's sort of where I'm at. And so moving on from Tunsil is like the final chapter of moving on from guys who seem to get preferential treatment from the Texans, which I didn't like. DeAndre Hopkins and Jadeveon Clowney, when they were here, were two guys that during training camp were almost always off to the side, not practicing. And I didn't like that because it always made it feel like there's certain players who are bigger than the team. And Laramie Tunsil, when he came in here, he kind of kept that going. And really, of all the Texans, especially now that you've got C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson as the clear young leaders of this team, you've gone away from that, at least for a time. And I hope that they stay away from that. So I understand being annoyed with that. Still, he's a really good player. You know, this is, and some people are making this seem like this is neat. I mean, you didn't get first-round picks for him. You know, you didn't pull off a Bill O'Brien trade. You got a third-round pick and a fifth-round pick and a second-round pick and a fourth-round pick, and you swapped the fourth-round pick to do it. So you got some picks, but you're not finding a Laramie Tunsil with one of those picks. Not one of them. And the four combined, how many of them will be a starter, let alone Laramie Tunsil level? Probably zero, if we're being real.
Yeah, I mean, if Nick Casares is drafting the offensive lineman.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of my reaction to trade too, is that I saw immediate, like, almost victory laps from Texas fans that they got rid of Laramie Tunsil.
Clapping seals.
Yeah, it's like I get the I guess attitude stuff that people didn't like. I think it's a little silly, but there is kernels of truth to the not picking up CJ Stroud when he's on the ground, that kind of stuff. And that, we've talked about that throughout the years. Like Laramie Tunsil, not exactly the leader that you'd want in that group. But at the same time, like leaders, great locker room, great attitudes, good and all. I need some guys that can play football, and Laramie Tunsil can play football. Like he's just a good football player. And there is, as of right now, zero plan, or there might be a plan. We don't know how they're going to get someone or a unit that equals the sum of its parts, that with the almost $14 million that they freed up by doing this deal and the poo-poo platter of draft picks that they got. Like, there's not a clear and obvious, like, oh, okay, so that's where we're going to slide in at left tackle.
Right, exactly.
Because we spent this entire offseason saying that the Texans need offensive linemen, with the understanding that left tackle, you're set.
Left tackle was where you're fine.
And so
exactly.
now you're not set there. They picked up Lake and Tomlinson. Congrats. But you're not, there's just not been a move right now. And I don't know what the move is that makes me feel better about this.
Because in-house, Blake Fisher, he's basically only played right tackle. Yeah. I know that he's done spot duty there. Titus Howard did spot duty back in 2021 at left tackle. And by the way, like, who would you rather have? Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard? That's an obvious one, you know? And honestly, I don't think that he's necessarily safe. It's turning into the Lufthansa heist, like in the Goodfellas with all the Texans offensive linemen. Tunsil, moving on from him, you were going to have to give him an extension at some point. The guy's a great negotiator. He gets a lot of credit for it. He deserves a lot of credit for it. He's been the highest paid tackle in the NFL twice. You know, the guy's smart on that side of things. And this gives you the ability to re-sign Derek Stingley. This gives you the ability to give other guys contracts. Like, you can't keep everybody. But this is a person that, despite many questions about him, in the short term, you would prefer to keep him as opposed to acquiring 4 draft picks for him. That's at least how I feel. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube or Twitch. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Why do you think the Texans traded Laramie Tunsil? Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Texans have made a bunch of moves in free agency over the last couple of days, and they also traded left tackle Laramie Tunsil, one of their best players, away to the Washington Commanders in exchange for 3rd and 7th round picks this year's draft, 2nd and 4th round picks in the 2026 draft. They also sent a 2025 4th round pick to the Commanders as part of that deal. It happened right after we went off the air yesterday, so I had to get my 2 cents in on it. Okay. If you have thoughts on it, would love to hear from you. On YouTube, Christopher Soriano asked this question in reference to a take by Joe a couple of weeks ago. By the way, Joe George, still a member of the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 team. does a million different things here. Took a step away from the show, but does do those same responsibilities because he's got some family things going on back home. Love Joe. Saw him in here earlier today. Joe had this take a couple of weeks ago on the show. Perhaps the Texans are realizing they're not ready to win it all now and are accumulating picks to build up their roster through the draft. I do not believe that. I do not think that this trade shows that either. I think they believe that they're going to be able to turn this offensive line around quickly. And we've seen that happen in the not too distant past. If you remember, after Patrick Mahomes was running for his life in that Buccaneers-Chiefs Super Bowl a couple of years ago, the Chiefs did a very dramatic overhaul to their offensive line. I remember it because I remember Russell Wilson made it all about him because I was up in Seattle and Russell Wilson was acting like, hey, that's me. He was the Leonardo DiCaprio meme from the Hollywood movie.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood meme, Sean, where he's pointing at the TV. Hey, that's me. That's me out there. So Russell Wilson spent the whole offseason bitching about his offensive line and throwing them under the bus. High key, not even low key. And I remember that offseason looking at the Chiefs. The Chiefs, they were pretty aggressive. And guess what? Their offensive line was better. They won a couple Super Bowls. So sometimes you make aggressive moves thinking that you will be able to fix something very quickly. And I'm sure the Texans believe that they can. I'm just saying trading Laramie Tunsil makes it a lot more difficult. I don't care how the players, his teammates feel. Like Joe Mixon, hell nah, on Instagram. Titus Howard, I'm going to be sick. Like, I don't give a bleep what they think. I do, though, care about their ability to fix this. And this is going to be hard because the people available right now are probably not better than Laramie Tunsil in 2025/2026. They're probably not better.
Yeah. I mean, even if you go like the draft, use the first round pick on a tackle, it's like you're still depending on a rookie to step up and be that guy to fill in for Laramie Tunsil, and you're going to be starting a rookie at left tackle and a guy who's made 4 starts at right tackle.
Yeah.
Blake Fisher. I'm counting the playoff games.
Right.
But it's like,
and it was a struggle at first.
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 starts.
We don't even know he's good at right tackle.
Yeah, from Blake Fisher on one side, left side a rookie, Laken Tomlinson, Juice Patterson, whichever one of those. And then
Juice Crooks last year at Patterson.
right tackle to be, or right guard to be named later. Like it still is. You're gonna be depending a lot on a rookie, more than likely at one of these slots, if not 2 of these slots along the offensive line.
Greg Todd comments on Twitch, someone needs to tell Titus Howard he's next. I don't know at this point. I don't know. You're really doing it to the entire offensive line in one offseason like it's the end of the Lufthansa heist in Goodfellas? Are you really taking everyone out in the back and the piano's playing from Derek and the Dominoes there? Layla. Da, 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 da. There goes Shaq Mason. There goes Kenyon Green. There goes Laramie Tunsil. Uh-oh. Titus Howard's running. He's not running that fast. He's a big boy. He's a fatty boom batty. He's on the offensive line. Better run, Titus. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Look at that contract. It's way too much money. Right tackle only, my ass. You weren't very good at it. You seem to have changed your tune on it very quickly. But at the same time, if you're going to move on from him, you're making it more difficult for yourself. I'm amused by the bloodthirsty nature of Texans fans right now. And I get it. I mean, they allowed 8 sacks in that playoff game against the Chiefs. 8 sacks. I get it.
No, I do understand why people aren't like, man, Tunsil's my dog. Like, what am I going to do with my Laramie Tunsil jersey now? Like, I understand. I understand why people aren't doing that. But I feel like there's a certain level, like they're just ignoring the, like, well, now you need a left tackle. And you just traded like a top 5 one in the league.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard.
It's
going to be harder than thank God we got rid of this guy.
Just admit it. You could think that, by the way, thank God we got rid of this guy. I like the idea of shifting the culture away from certain players being above the rules because of having been here a long time. I do like that. But just acknowledge it's also going to be hard to find his replacement. That's all I'm asking for. You know, I'm sure that in the French Revolution, when they killed the king and they killed Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake. Let them eat cake. I'm sure they thought that everything that came next was going to be good. And instead, you just got a lot of dead people and eventually Napoleon, who was basically Hitler of the 1800s, minus all the death camps. So, the guy was trying to conquer everything because he had a short man complex and wasn't getting laid. It's a true story. So, I'm just saying, sometimes you make a move and you're like, yeah, and you don't really know what's coming next, and what's next isn't necessarily always better. Yeah, that's all. It could be. But Nick Casario's one weakness with the Texans has been addressing the offensive line. And, okay, you got rid of a holdover of Bill O'Brien acquiring when he was general manager. 2 first rounds. That's the second. Good God.
I will say, yes, they traded 2 first rounds and a second. Overpay at the time. I do feel like they got... I don't know if they got 100% of what you think you would get from Laramie Tunsil trading them away.
I would have thought at least 1 first.
I would have thought, maybe like another third, or you wouldn't have to exchange fourths or something like that, where like it's a little bit underwhelming of a haul. And I understand that 5 years have passed since the original Laramie Tunsil trade. So like there is some natural, like he's just not a guy in his mid-20s anymore. He's not a left tackle in his mid-20s anymore that you're trading for. But and you actually have to have him for 5 years. Like that matters in part of the value math. But it was a little bit, I don't want to say underwhelming of a haul, but it's not exactly like a heist. Maybe I just have heists on the brain, but it's not exactly like a, oh my God, robbery. Shocker of a trade. It's just kind of like, okay, yeah, some good pieces.
Good pieces for a guy who's going to be negotiating a new contract and is getting up there in age, and at some point the decline will happen.
Yeah, if you want to say that this is a Bill Belichick, 1 year too early instead of 1 year too late, all right. You still need to replace him. That doesn't change the fact that you need to replace now at this point 3 or 4 guys on the offensive line as opposed to 2 or 3 2 days ago. So
yeah,
and again, other than Lake and Tomlinson, they haven't done any of that.
Nothing yet, but give him time. Technically hasn't even started yet, free agency. From the 409 most interactive sports talk show in Houston, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube, at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. This texter from the 409 says, it's funny, y'all seriously think Tunsil is still good. Dude's attitude sucks, and he's a penalty merchant. 100% true that he's a penalty merchant. I don't think that his attitude sucks as much as his attitude is not what we want it to be, considering he has a captain's C.
Yes.
He's not a mean blocker, and there are times where he came off as aloof. He was still good at what he did, but him being good at what he did not raise up the level of the play of the offensive linemen around him. I saw some texters saying, hey, for what another from the 205, I expected Tunsil to be a leader and help the younger guys on the offensive line. He didn't at all. That's not his job, though. I mean, he's expected to help for sure, but it is not his job to make all of the offensive linemen on the interior better to a point where they can pick up stunts. That is the offensive line coach and the offensive coordinator as much as it's Tunsil, if not more than Tunsil.
I agree. You don't have to make them better, Laramie. Can you at least be a good example and show up to practice?
That's fair.
Not to go Bill O'Brien, but can you practice?
And not
can you practice for me?
And not seem annoyed that people are not making you first team All-Pro, which he cares about a lot.
Yeah.
And also on top of that, seeming annoyed that people were asking him about the penalties. The Vikings game, both he and Titus Howard were insufferable afterwards. And listen, nothing against these two guys. Like, I don't know them personally. All I know is in that moment right there, it was a major turnoff to hear the way that they handled being criticized for really just a rough day with mistakes that sure could have been the subject of the officials targeting things a little bit extra early on in the year, but also was like, hey, adjust. The whole game was a problem. That's Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Everything else the Houston Texans have done in free agency to this point, and anything else you might have missed over the weekend in the world of sports with, in case you missed it, stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Really quickly, other than Laramie Tunsil, here are the moves that the Houston Texans have made over the last couple of days. First off, they traded Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Commanders for a 3rd and 7th round pick in 2025, a 2nd and 4th round pick in 2026. We'll get back to some of your thoughts on that trade later on in the show. They signed today Laken Tomlinson. Tomlinson will be a guard for the Texans, probably their starting left guard. They moved on from Kenyon Green today. they traded Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They also traded a 5th-round pick in 2026 for an Eagles 6th-round pick in 2026. You might remember C.J. Gardner-Johnson from the Super Bowl talking bleep to Travis Kelce and suggesting that Kelce should have stuck with his ex, Kayla Nicole, who I have discussed far too much for my liking and gone viral for far too much for my liking, instead of sticking with Taylor Swift. And to C.J. Gardner-Johnson's credit, Kayla Nicole, who I'm not the biggest fan of, definitely has quite the butt. And if you've listened to me long enough, you know I am an ass man. Okay? Okay. Continuing, other moves the Texans have made. They brought in some exciting whites at wide receiver. It's a fun skit. Have you ever seen that? Exciting whites. It's a skit where people who maybe don't know a damn thing about wine, you can get the second least expensive wine and seem like it's actually a good kind of wine. It's a great skit. And it's one of the brands you could get are exciting whites.
I've just seen the picture on Twitter where it just says exciting white.
Exciting white wine. They signed 2 wide receivers yesterday. We talked about Braxton Berrios, boyfriend of Alex Earl. Not even kidding. The Cron, which is the fake Houston Chronicle that may or may not steal clout from the Houston Chronicle by being called the Cron. Whatever.
It's just called Cron, actually.
I get the business. I truly thought they were the same thing until like a year ago.
Yeah, so did I.
It's smart. It was smart. At Cron, they said the Texans have signed Alex Earl's boyfriend because Alex Earl is the TikTok it girl and was in that Carl's Jr. commercial as a strong, powerful, independent woman eating a cheeseburger, which I'm sorry, not sexy. Not sexy to see a woman eating
it's
cheeseburger.
It's a very like and I guess this is when they originally did these commercials, so it's like that makes sense. But it's a very 2000s way of like, this is sexy, hot blonde, and eating a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Guess what? Next to a American muscle car. It's just like, do you think I'm a caveman?
I know. I'm so turned on right now. I'm gonna buy a hamburger
from Carl's Jr.
Yeah, which are hard to find. Pretty good actually, though. There's a Hardee's variant in Florida.
Yeah.
But the other exciting white wide receiver that the Texans brought in, really copying the Patriots way, is Super Bowl champion receiver from the Kansas City Chiefs, Justin Watson. Now, you might remember Justin Watson for dropping a wide open touchdown pass in the first Texans-Chiefs game last year.
That's what I remember.
That's literally the only time I ever seen him in my life.
If you're because I know, like, I know of him. I know he's around because he's one of the Kansas City white guys who also, he wore a number in the 80s. So for a split second, I was like, oh, is that Kelce? No, it's not. It's Justin Watson, or was the Noah Gray is another one where it's like not Kelce. Might as well just say not Kelce on the back of his jersey.
I know. Not Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
No, not Taylor. Yeah.
Former Seahawks 2nd-round pick Darrell Taylor signed with the Texans for a 1-year deal. Skill. Guy's got a lot of skill as a pass rusher, but maybe hasn't always been able to put it together. He was with Chicago last year. I actually like that move as a rotational piece.
I was going to say, any situational pass rusher that DeMeco Ryans wants, I believe in it.
It's worked out. Derek Barnett, another one of those guys who they brought in after the Eagles released him in the middle of the 2023 season. He is back in the fold. Mario Edwards just signed an extension today. I love Mario Edwards. Yeah. Really did. I thought he was fantastic in the middle. I did not expect much out of him. He more than delivered. He's just an, lack of a better term, ogre in that defensive tackle spot. Huge-bodied guy. They also signed Tremont Smith, a special teamer, to a 2-year deal with a max of $7.5 million. He will be, I think, one of the highest paid special teamers in the league, if not the highest paid after that. They also brought back Sheldon Rankins, who was a defensive tackle here a couple of seasons ago. They brought back Dare Ogunbowale, who you might remember as like their 3rd down pass blocking specialist and emergency kicker. And he's a pretty good receiver out of the backfield. Kern Hinish, another defensive tackle, is back. I think this is writing on the wall for Danico Autry, who, given all the guys that are coming back, might be the odd man out, especially given his cap hit for this coming season. As far as other guys on the Texans, MJ Stewart is back in the fold, another safety. CJ Gardner-Johnson's probably going to be a starter. We'll see what happens with Jimmy Ward. And Eric Murray, who played pretty well for Jimmy Ward last year, signed with the Jaguars 3 years and $22.5 million. They haven't lost that many players yet, but that's just about everything that the Houston Texans have done in free agency to this point, in case you might have missed it. What else do we got going on in case you missed it? See this? Hear about this? Any team that wants to get Kevin Durant is going to have to trade at least 3 first-round picks to get him. So that might put a stick in the Houston Rockets trade bicycle. I don't know why I came up with that one going into this offseason. But interestingly, over the weekend, did you see Skip Bayless? I don't see color. Don't blame me.
Wow.
Skip Bayless and Kevin Durant got into it. Skip Bayless said on the Skip Bayless show, the more I watch Kevin Durant at age 36, the more he looks mentally semi-retired to me, which led it to Durant saying, F it, we're both washed. It was a great run. That was pretty funny.
That's a good clapback.
It's not too douchey because it's a bit of a self-own.
Yeah, it's self-deprecating enough to get the shot off on Skip. Because if you just went Skip Bayless, you're washed. Like, that's bad. But going, hey, we're both washed, I guess. You're looping yourself.
You're looping yourself. And also, I mean, Skip Bayless is unemployed. Like, he is self-employed, but he is unemployed.
When you have a podcast, you're self-employed.
When you're an old guard and you have moved into that territory,
yes.
and it's maybe not taking off the way that you would expect, you are probably more washed than the basketball player who just happens to be on a disastrous team this season.
Yeah. Because, like, again, Kevin Durant, like, he still has a job.
Yeah.
And this offseason, someone's going to trade for him. I don't know if they'll trade 3 first-round picks for him, but they'll trade for him. No one's doing that for Skip Bayless.
Definitely not.
No one's doing the media equivalent of that for Skip Bayless.
No. You know, like the Al Michaels trade back in the day, which involved the original Mickey Mouse. And last news, Garrett Cole needs Tommy John surgery. That's official. Yesterday we saw it, and then it was officially, I got a push notification. I was like, damn, did I beat an ESPN push notification on baseball? That might be why baseball and ESPN are breaking up, because ESPN's busy sending out push notifications for the effing WNBA at all moments. But, you know, one of the best players on the Yankees gets injured. They're like a day late. Very interesting. So there you go. That's in case you missed it. Everything you might have missed in the world of sports. We do this every single Tuesday at 12:30 to just recap some of the stuff we didn't get to on Monday's show. There's some other things that we could theoretically get to in case you missed it over the course of the rest of today's show. But big topic, as the NFL is in the midst of the tampering window of free agency, the Texans have been rather active. They moved on from Laramie Tunsil. Why do you think they did it? Plus, we're finally seeing the thing we all want to see with the Houston Astros. We just don't know when. Stay put. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
You know how to get in on ESPN Houston. Couple of comments about Laramie Tunsil. Aaron asks, how many times did Tunsil put the Texans behind the sticks? A lot. He's the most penalized player, I think, in the league last year. But he pass blocked really well on 3rd and 18, so his metrics look good. There are some reps that people have been focusing on where he didn't look good. The reality is all offensive linemen get beat from time to time. I do think ultimately the Texans want somebody who's a little bit more of a mauler out there. And I think they also are wondering if Tunsil's going to be the same player, because next offseason he's going to be asking for more money, and the Texans, you know, they've got a Derek Stingley contract to figure out. They've got a CJ Stroud contract to figure out. There's probably another Nico Collins extension coming in the near future. It's hard to keep everybody. They got some really good young players that are going to be asking for a lot of money in the near future. They just all happen to not be on the offensive line.
To answer the question, he had 13 penalties last season, 9 of which were false starts. 2 holds, 2 something else.
I think the 2
There's one ineligible man downfield.
Yeah. And the illegal formation a couple of times.
Oh, illegal formation.
I think where he lined up. Because the thing with Tunsil cheated. And a lot of offensive linemen do this. He's not alone. But a lot of tackles, they will, 1, start further back than they're allowed to. Yeah. And 2, they will start before the snap.
Yeah, they try to jump their own snap, basically.
And I think that's why refs targeted him this year, is that they were getting sick of him doing it all the time. Because it's certainly something he did to try to get an advantage. Hey, I get it.
Yeah, Juwan Taylor got made an example of one primetime Chiefs game after he got a big deal. And so
it's readily visible. That's the problem. And that's what
Lane Johnson does it a lot.
Yeah. And the NFL is going to self-correct things that people bitch about. They do this all the time. They're quick on the trigger finger when it comes to addressing stuff like that. So those are some of the reasons that he was probably getting dinged for false starts. Big news for the Astros. So over the weekend, we heard that Cam Smith is going to get a serious chance to play right field for the Astros this year. But we haven't seen Cam Smith in right field yet. Per Joe Espada, and you got to love the vague nature of this quote, Cam Smith is going to get some time in right field sooner than later. What the hell does that mean? Soon, but he could just say soon, sooner than later?
Sooner rather than later. So, vague.
That means at some point.
At some point.
That doesn't mean soon. That means at some point.
Yes. Soon that means more than sooner rather than later. Sooner rather than later, you're giving yourself some wiggle room. If you say soon, I'm expecting, I don't know, by Friday, by Thursday, depending on how many games they have. Like within the next 3 games that they play, he's got to be in right field. When you say sooner rather than later, it's like, that could be next week. That's sooner rather than later.
Greg Todd asks, is Dusty Baker back? Sooner rather than later?
That is a Dusty.
Virginia Bunweed asks if Cam Smith can play left tackle. I mean,
he probably could. Well, actually, let me see it.
I don't think he's big enough. He is an aircraft carrier.
You'd have to probably put on weight.
He could play left tackle in the 1950s.
Yeah, never mind. I thought he was like 6'5". He's 6'3". Never mind. Let's get his do we have his arm length? I know that's big.
Good question. I don't know. That one guy at the combine from LSU got absolutely crushed for having little T-Rex arms.
Yeah, the T-Rex Will Campbell.
Will Campbell from LSU,
Yeah, let's have Lance do a write-up of Cam Smith as
Smith as a football player?
As a lineman, yeah.
Per Brian McTaggart, Today, we will see Cam Smith in right field. Today, on the backfields. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming that's part of the minor league complex. You can't tell us you're going to put him in right field without actually putting him in right field. Don't tease us. Don't tease us. Just do it. If you want people to be excited about the Astros going into this year, after a rather disappointing year that featured a horrible start and a really great stretch to ultimately win the AL West rather easily, don't tease me. Just give me what I want. So F this right field on the backfields. Let's get Cam Smith in actual right field. What's the worst that's going to happen other than popping his hamstring or getting injured the way that Yordan Alvarez always seemed to do? Or Yordan Alvarez is an aircraft carrier too. You know, aircraft carrier sized, the capability to carry an entire lineup. So now you have a couple of aircraft carriers. Hell yeah. You're like the United States Navy in World War II. Suck it, Japan. We got so many aircraft carriers, and you guys can't replace them the way we can. But I'd like to see Cam Smith actually in right field. Also, get this. Saw an incredible highlight from spring training. It was a video. And you know what the video was? It was Jose Altuve throwing a ball from the outfield very far. Now, get this. Can you guess where in the outfield Jose Altuve was when he made this throw that was not to a base or anything? It was made to somebody who was in foul territory observing the field. Can you guess from where he made this throw, Sean? Sean, what? I'm just giving you the spring training updates.
So he threw a ball from the outfield to foul territory on purpose.
Yes.
From center field?
From right field to the third base line.
I mean, the guy's got a cannon.
Howitzer. Douche, 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 douche. Jose Altuve. Maybe it won't be so bad.
Is he a battleship instead of an aircraft carrier?
Mm-hmm. I would have guessed a little more of a destroyer. Nothing against destroyers. They're smaller boats.
Okay.
Smaller boats. These are the ones, they had depth charges. So they were the ones, destroyers, that were essentially tasked with finding all the U-boats and the submarines back in World War II. There were so many on the German side of things. Japan had some. They were tasked with finding them. Depth charges. You don't drop them in the water. But now Jose Altuve, yeah, he's showing some battleship range here. He is bombing people from far, far away. Very exciting to see. Very exciting to see. There's one video of Altuve throwing a ball from not his position to foul territory. Okay? Everyone's scared about his arm strength. I don't know, Jim. Might still have it.
It's also a type of throw that you never see.
It's like long toss.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's impressive or not because it's like kind of shifting the angle of where you're throwing.
I choose to believe it's
impressive.
Impressive. Sean Mapes Behind the Glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston, right here on ESPN Houston. Coming up next, we get back into the fallout of the Texans trading Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Commanders. What are you to make of the teammates' reaction to Laramie getting traded? Many seem to be questioning it. And are we perhaps going a little bit too far, like one of our compatriots here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, who has one of the hottest takes about this trade you'll ever see? You'll hear that one on the other side. Stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston, as the NFL is in the midst of the tampering window of free agency, and it's been a very busy last 24 hours for the Houston Texans. Today, they somehow traded Kenyon Green for safety CJ Gardner-Johnson, who had 6 interceptions last year and 6 interceptions in 2022. The guy hits people, and on top of that, he talks a lot of trash. The Texans are going to have an unhinged secondary. Derek Stingley's the only chill one. Jalen Petrie lights people up. Kamari Lassiter is a dog. We've seen Kalen Bullock go after some people. Will Anderson's hit people late. Mario Edwards has been busted for PED. Wait, hang on. Nope. Substances of abuse. Danico Autry was popped for PEDs. You've also got, on top of that, Daniil Hunter and his big-ass biceps. He could crush a man's skull with those if he wanted to. They're so vascular.
Aziz Al-Shaair basically had to be treated like Hannibal Lecter in Jacksonville. they basically had to strap him to a board and wheel him off the court.
Burying the lead, right.
Yeah.
So, listen, the Texans are going to swarm this year.
Oh, my God. For as much as we talk about the offense and, the receiver help that they need, the offensive line help that they need. I mean, they need a lot of offensive line help. This defense is going to be so much fun to watch.
Yeah, they're going to kill people.
This defense. I have nothing of well, maybe they could use another linebacker, maybe like a rotational guy. Maybe they could use another D tackle, maybe kind of, but they kind of made those moves today. So really it's like this defense, I'm like, hell yeah, let's start the season tomorrow.
They traded someone who's hopeless in Kenyon Green for a guy who had 6 picks last year, who also is good at tackling people. I mean, this, of all the moves Nick Casario's done, is the biggest dub. And look, the Eagles, they've done some wonders with offensive linemen, so perhaps Kenyon Green isn't a lost cause there, but he was here. And he definitely needed a fresh start, I think. Yeah. So we'll see what he does in Philadelphia. But that's the big move that happened today. There were some other moves as well. Texans have been rather busy. We'll get back into talking about Laramie Tunsil in a little bit. But Mario Edwards is back. Derek Barnett, Daria Gumbawale, Kurt Heinisch back. Tremont Smith, a special teamer's back. Sheldon Rankins, who was here a couple of years ago, also back. Darrell Taylor, a defensive lineman they brought in. They also brought in a couple of They brought in a couple of white receivers. Justin Watson from the Chiefs. You might remember him from dropping that easy touchdown pass against the Texans in the December game. And Braxton Berrios, who is the boyfriend of Alex Earl, who is TikTok's it girl. So there you go. Hey, Chiefs. You got Taylor Swift. We have Alex Earl.
Yeah, there we go.
Who wins? I think that Alex Earl is the more strong and powerful independent woman.
Yes. It would help if Braxton Berrios was more of a factor as a receiver.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think he's a lock to make the roster.
No, 1,300 receiving yards. Oh, okay. In 6 years of being a pro.
Yeah, not that much.
It's like 200 per season.
Not that much. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to become Wes Welker here. Would be cool if he did, but
I would love it if he did. But
I
have
do
my
not.
doubts.
I do as well. CJ Gardner-Johnson, by the way, on social, and they also signed Laken Tomlinson, a guard, after moving on from, of course, Shaq Mason, trading Laramie Tunsil. CJ Gardner-Johnson was on, I guess, his live stream, and he said, Houston, we have a problem, to celebrate now being a part of the Houston Texans. Why do we got to do that all the time? Why do we got to do that? Can we?
At least he's trying to use a turn of phrase. Like it's not like something bad happened. It's like, no, he's a problem. Like, Houston, you just got a problem. But also, Houston, we have a problem. It's pretty played out.
So played out.
But hey, he's only been a Texan for what, like 4 hours now?
Yeah, that's true.
I'll cut him a little bit of slack.
I'll cut him some slack.
But not a great first impression. The great first impression was me remembering all the insane things that he's said to other football players. That's my first impression of CJ Gardner-Johnson. I'll be honest. When they traded for him, my first thought was like, oh my God, they got this guy, like this attitude on their team. Never mind, like, oh, what position is he gonna play? Oh, I guess he's replacing Jimmy Ward. I don't really care. He's gonna bring an edge to this team.
And I like the edge that they already have. And it's funny because Laken Tomlinson, who posted this after getting signed, God is good. It's very funny that the Texans have a bunch of God-fearing Christians who talk about the Lord a lot. CJ Stroud, D'Amico Ryans all of a sudden. I mean, both of these guys open up their press conferences thanking the man upstairs. Will Anderson, among others. So like, there's definitely a biblical element with the Houston Texans. And then on the other side of things, all those persona non grata on the defensive side of things.
Yeah, they have just psychos, football psychos.
People think they're one of the dirtiest teams in the league. They really do. A part of that's all Aziz Al-Shaair. Not it's all part of it. It's all Aziz Al-Shaair. But then, there are some other things going on in the Texans-Chiefs game that some people here bitched about that maybe did not complain about it elsewhere. Other fan bases weren't really seeing it that way. Jacksonville certainly wasn't. Jacksonville hates this place.
Yeah, no, I like this. I like this because part of it is because I don't think they actually are the dirtiest team in the league, but I do like that they have the reputation of the dirtiest team in the league. That just shows me that directionally they're going the right way in being a tough physical team, especially on defense.
Yes.
Actually, they're a tough physical defense. Their offense is not that tough or physical, but they're a tough physical defense, and that just you're gonna hurt some feelings. Hey, you're gonna hit some sliding quarterbacks.
Yeah.
You're gonna punch a running back who's just standing on the sideline. All right, that's just gonna happen sometimes. You gotta break some eggs to make an omelet.
And eggs are expensive these days. So people don't like it when you break their eggs.
No, that is also true. That expression harkens back to a day when people could just break eggs to make omelets.
Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. The reaction to Laramie Tunsil's trade is pretty interesting from inside the locker room. Per Aaron Wilson, it surprised and disappointed some Texans players. He was well respected in the locker room. Titus Howard said, "I'm sick right now," crying emoji. You saw Joe Mixon say, "Hell nah," under the post. I'm sure there's a lot of other offensive players and teammates who are looking at this and are wondering, all right, well, damn, we made it to the second round of the playoffs. Was it really all that bad? On the offensive line, yeah, it was. It was. They needed a purge. They just need to replace the purge. Now, that's where I'm a little skeptical. Like, what's happening right now, I have no problem with it. I just have a problem with what you do to fix this, what you do to replace all these guys. That's not going to be easy. That's going to take time. That might not be doable in one offseason. We've seen teams do it in one offseason, but you made it more difficult by making this Laramie Tunsil trade happen. And I'm wondering who else is next, because we did a segment last week where, impromptu, I thought to myself, hey, of the prominent athletes in Houston sports, you have to move on from one guy on each major Houston professional sports team. Who would you move on from? Astros, I said Fromber. Rockets, I said Jalen Green. And the Texans, I said Laramie Tunsil. I didn't think they would actually move on from Laramie Tunsil, though. I didn't think that would happen. But I wonder who would be next. And I've seen this name circling around. And honestly, Tunsil is a good player who just seemed a tad too aloof at times. He will be missed. Titus Howard's bothered me because of the same kind of thought where, at least until halfway through the year, it seemed like he was in denial about how poorly the offensive line was playing. And he had that moment where he strip sacked CJ Stroud against the Lions, which was, goodness gracious, such a awful moment.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it only came to me just now. But the next guy on the list, if they're going to go full Lufthansa heist cleanup from Goodfellas is Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz stunk last year. You need to have a better tight end. You need to have a guy who wants to block a little bit more. You need to have a guy who's more reliable with his hands. And look, this guy does a job that's pretty similar to the people that are getting moved on from. Shaq Mason, Kenyon Green, Laramie Tunsil. It's their job to block. It is sometimes Dalton Schultz's job to block. Also, it's his job to be a consistent target, and his hands were not great this past season. So I'm wondering about that side of things for the Texans. About who could potentially be next on the chopping block. They might be done, but everyone in that locker room, I hope at the very least hears the message that has been said without saying anything. It's all actions. What the Texans are expecting of their guys this coming season. Will they actually have the balls, chutzpah, drive, care to answer the call? They need to if they want to take a step further this year than they did last year. 713-780-3776 to call in, text in on the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Now that Laramie Tunsil's gone, what are the potential replacements for him? We'll also keep you posted on all things going on in NFL free agency on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Laramie Tunsil traded to the Washington Commanders yesterday. So who steps in? Because there's no one there. Titus Howard's played left guard before. He was a left tackle for 4 games in 2021 for the Texans, but that was during the dark times. Blake Fisher, their right tackle at the end of last year, who certainly has some growing pains, played right tackle primarily in college. I imagine there's a pretty good chance that Titus Howard's going to get moved to left tackle. They are paying him like one. If Laken Tomlinson, the guy that they signed today, is going to play left guard. So then it becomes, what do you do at center and what do you do at right guard? But you're asking a lot of this unit, given that you just moved on from the best player, even if he perhaps didn't have the attitude or desire that you wanted, even if he wasn't exactly the kind of leader that you wanted others on the team to follow. The guy's still a damn good player in Laramie Tunsil. So those are 2 internal options. There's some guys who are free agents right now. I'm not going to act like I know a whole lot about some of these guys. I do know that Tyron Smith, former Cowboys left tackle, is a 2-time first-team All-Pro. Cam Robinson, also available, played for the Vikings down the stretch last year. Jedrick Wills, Joseph Noteboom, Trent Brown. I'm sure Trent Williams is probably available, but he's like 100 years old.
Yeah, that'd be another stopgap. That's kind of how I feel about Tomlinson being 33 years old on the deal he's on. He feels a little 1-year stopgappy, where he's not going to be the 2026 solution at guard. And I worry the same thing with Trent Williams too. And how much, because you're probably going to have to give up a little bit to get him. It's not going to be a straight dump, you would think, from the Niners, right?
I wouldn't think so. You're probably right. Now, maybe they look at his contract and he's about to get cut, so that sweetens things and it leads to, a 7th-round pick or something like that.
Like how they got Mixon last year.
Right, exactly, where you hear the cut's going to happen. And we'll see what happens with Cooper Kupp. I know some people have asked online, hey, are the Texans going to be sniffing around there? I would wait. I mean, you have traded several of your late-round draft picks right now, so you might not have the crap draft capital to make it happen.
Yeah, you already traded your 7th to get Christian Kirk. Who
Right.
I guess is another guy who news comes out he's going to get cut, and then actually the Texans traded for him, which I think is a perfectly fine strategy of just, hey, instead of having to sign him, what if we just trade a guy who probably won't make the roster anyway to go get him?
The current Texans picks that they have, 25th overall, 1st rounder.
Offensive line.
58th overall, 2nd rounder.
Offensive line.
3rd round, pick number 75, which they got from the Commanders.
Best player available.
3rd round, pick number 89.
Offensive line.
Round 5, pick 167. I'd say offensive line there.
Offensive line.
Round 7, pick 243. So we're talking, that's probably close to the last pick of the draft.
Yeah, that's pretty late.
They freed up some cap space. That's neato. That's splendid. That's wonderful. But I think that you're getting close to the point of, if you have to make a trade, it's not happening now. It's if someone gets cut, you're waiting it out. I know Nick Caserio is sometimes impatient and he's just like, you know what, screw it.
Trade next year's 7th.
Yeah. But I think that they're probably done making trades. We shall see.
Yeah, unless they're gonna make either a trade back
in the draft.
Yeah,
which I could see happening.
Or a because I don't really think there's anybody available to say, hey, like the Stephon Diggs thing last year, which see how that worked out. But where it's a 2nd-round pick or so it was a 2nd-round pick for a veteran to swoop in and get them, where it's a little bit more expensive than what we're thinking with it, what they did with Mixon and Kirk, or what we're thinking they could do maybe with Trent Williams if he became available. Probably not going to do a second or third round pick for like a dude, just because I don't know if those guys are available.
Yeah.
Like, especially on offensive line, where I feel like if you have a good offensive lineman, you're trying to keep them for the most part.
For sure. And the veterans who are available, they're usually available for some sort of reason. What reason? I don't know.
Yeah.
Speaking of available veterans, did you hear about this? You hear about this? Spring break for a lot of people right now.
I heard about that.
There's an available veteran if you're in Cancun specifically.
Nice.
You know who I'm talking about? I'm not talking about a football player. I'm talking about a different kind of player. I'm talking about arguably the most available athlete in the world right now. I am, of course, talking about the ever available Bonnie Blue OnlyFans star who is in Cancun and has vowed to have the relations with every small wee weed college bro. That's a quote in sight. Spring break has kicked off for thousands of college students with controversial OnlyFans model Bonnie Blue joining partygoers in Cancun.
Controversial? What'd she do?
I think she's just being a strong, powerful, independent
She's
woman.
the Evil Knievel of OnlyFans.
Really is.
She's a stunt woman.
At this point, right? And I mean, Lily Phillips, she's at the senior homes. That's her big competitor. That's the magic bird of OnlyFans.
Yeah, the Kobayashi chestnut of the generation.
Except for in this situation, both of these ladies are white. Hey, doesn't matter. So she took to social media and said she's going to be there to take, quote, so many virginities, end quote. And now she's going to have fun with college students. She plans to live stream some of her encounters, in particular with those who are barely legal. Interesting. I've already seen a couple of pictures where she is posing and not wearing much.
No, she's not.
And I'm not just talking like bikini photos here.
Okay.
I mean, she's out there living her best life. There's a hype video and everything. So if you're in Cancun and you're looking for a free agent, veteran OnlyFans star, there's someone there for you. To each their own.
That's got to be fun for the college kids out there,
Very fun.
There's so many different games I could think of where, and the loser has to, or the winner, depending on how you view it. Maybe first and last place, you go hang out with Bonnie Blue. That on our drinking game that we're having, or whatever we're doing, first or last place. Hey,
if you're a Houston Texans player, though,
don't go to Cancun.
Don't go to Cancun. That's not Texans worthy. And if you want to be drafted by the Houston Texans, do not be spotted in Cancun.
I will say she's doing a lot of negging of these people where it's every small weenied virgin I could find.
Yeah.
Okay.
Equal opportunity. Can't say that word.
Yeah.
But hey.
I don't know what words you can't say.
Banger?
Yeah. Floozy?
No, she's just very accepting. She's very accepting. She accepts everything.
Yeah, not just her arms are wide open.
And on that note, Paul Gallant Show. That's Sean Babes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Greg Todd asks, Paul, are you going to see the new Snow White movie? No. I would rather, and I will never do this, by the way, but I'd rather pay for a subscription than watch that Snow White movie. I have zero desire to watch any live action Disney remake. I think it is a sin that they continue to do this stuff.
Snow White or Bonnie Blue?
Very obvious answer.
Okay.
Very
Which one are you buying a ticket for?
I think I listen to Bonnie Blue on a podcast. I think she's actually funny. She's a funny person. Like, she has actually been cracking some funny one-liners. Like, this Snow White girl who stepped in and just strikes me as the absolute epitome of everything that's wrong with Gen Z and Hollywood, just molded into one person. I don't care if she's a strong, powerful, independent woman. She's a little too arrogant about being a strong, independent woman. To the point where she's like, this movie's kind of stupid, and Snow White, I hate it. Like, yeah, you're right, but like, f off, lady. Anyway, up next, the 10-minute drill. The Indianapolis Colts are back. Why? You'll find out on the other side. Paul Gallant Show on ESPN Houston, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put. We're going to have to talk about some of the sights and sounds from Houston Rodeo over the weekend that I guess I missed. We'll get to that in a moment. All-time mini headline that I just saw. And this had nothing to do with the brawl that took place at the Houston Rodeo. No, this was something else. We'll get to that at 1:45 before we continue our countdown to Astros opening day. The Colts are back. They are back to signing veteran quarterbacks that aren't that good. Daniel Jones, come on down. 1 year, $14 million. He leaves the Giants after they dumped his ass. He leaves the Vikings, who did not bring him back, and will now compete with Anthony Richardson for the Colts starting QB job this year. Chris Ballard just loves those veterans, doesn't he? He loves veteran quarterbacks, whether it's Phillip Rivers or Matt Ryan or Carson Wentz or all of those other veterans that the Colts have brought in. They can't help it. This time in Daniel Jones, who, by the way, is 4-0 against the AFC South in his career from the 2022 season when the Texans stunk. But he has a total QBR of 81 in those games, the highest by any quarterback with multiple starts against the AFC South in the past 5 seasons. That's just such a random specific stat to find. His QBR with more than 2 starts against the AFC South at 81 is better than Patrick Mahomes, 79, and Josh Allen, who's 70. The Texans probably brought him down a ways after the.
I was going to say both those guys didn't play.
Not very well against the Texans.
Yeah,
That's
Mahomes
true.
played better. But yeah, neither of them played super well against the Texans. So, yeah, okay. AFC South killer, Daniel Jones.
By the way, Anthony Richardson, how's he handling it? Report. Tom Pelissero says through his agent, Derek Jackson, that Anthony Richardson is healthy and has no plans to seek a trade.
Wow.
Cool, man.
Not running from the grind.
Not running
from the quarterback competition of Daniel Jones.
But third downs against AFC South rivals, I'm tired, bro.
Yeah, that'll happen. But, Daniel Jones, I got this.
I got it.
I think. I don't know. But this is a very funny quarterback competition because I think Anthony Richardson should win it. But also, what Anthony Richardson struggles with, completing passes.
Big deal.
It is a big deal. But, like, the other stuff he does, like, even, like, big plays, he does those well. It's just the layups. He just can't quite make the layups. And that's tough. And I imagine that hurts you in a quarterback competition in practice where one guy is making all the safe throws and making them, and the other guy is throwing interceptions and can't make the safe throws.
Right, exactly. Oof.
But can make the big ones.
It's going to be fun in Indianapolis, and somehow Chris Ballard survives it all.
I mean, how do you fire a guy who's has this as his master plan to bring the Colts back to relevance?
It's crazy.
Daniel Jones, boom.
The Vikings have been very active. They signed defensive lineman Jonathan Allen to a 3-year, $60 million deal. They also signed Will Fries, a former Colts offensive lineman, and Ryan Kelly, another former Colts offensive lineman. So all in with a new offensive line for J.J. McCarthy, and they're adding to the pass rush side of things as well. Clearly, they do not believe that their 14-3 mark this past season was flukish. Personally, I do. The defense was awesome in the first half of the year. Seemed to not be that same level of defense down the stretch.
Yeah, and Sam Darnold played super well. And then
stopped against good teams.
And now you're starting to go. Now you have a rookie quarterback, or a guy who's going to make his first career start week 1 for you guys, and JJ McCarthy. So it's not exactly just all right. Show rolls on. It is going to be different. And I mean, they went 14-3 last year.
But
you know what? I think they're going to take a step back, Paul. I don't think they're going to repeat that.
Right. 0-2 against the Eagles, 0-2 against the Lions.
The New York Knicks of the NFL.
Ooh. Although, I mean, the Knicks were never that good in the regular season.
No.
They're like the 5 seed.
But they do
this
stink against everyone.
That's true.
That's good.
That's true. More moves potentially happening. The Eagles will cut cornerback Darius Slay, and the Rams will cut Cooper Kupp this week. If you're just tuning in on the Texans side of things, in addition to trading Laramie Tunsil away yesterday, they traded Kenyon Green and actually got something in return. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, a safety who last year for the Eagles had 6 interceptions. So they trade Kenyon Green and a 26 fifth-round pick to Philly for Gardner-Johnson and a 26 sixth-round pick. I can't believe that they used Kenyon Green to get anything. I really can't.
I was thinking like, well, this isn't like the NBA where you need to like balance
Match
out
contracts.
balance the contract. So Philadelphia at one point made the decision of no, we want Kenyon Green, which is very interesting to think that. I mean, a team with an awesome offensive line and an awesome offensive line coach, they see something in
Yeah.
Kenyon Green.
I don't know what.
I have no problem with it. I mean, sure, they might be able to work miracles, and he's a good offensive lineman. But if you're the Texans, like that's not happening here.
Exactly.
They have Jeff Stoutland. You don't. So might as well trade him.
More moves by the Texans. They signed former Seahawks second-round pick Darrell Taylor to a one-year deal. He was a Bear last year. Good situational pass rusher. Sheldon Rankins, who was here with the team a couple of years ago, is back for 1 year and $7 million at defensive tackle, as is Mario Edwards. Derek Barnett also back, along with Tremont Smith, Daria Gunbowale, Kurt Heinisch, a special teams player, third down back, and defensive tackle, respectively. They lost Eric Murray to the Jaguars for 3 years and $22.5 million. Already cut Shaq Mason. And I don't believe I said Laken Tomlinson is in the fold as your left guard. He played for, I think, the Jets, also the Chargers the last couple of years. And they signed a couple of white wide receivers, Justin Watson and Braxton Berrios. Paul, I thought you don't see color. Well, in this situation, for a position that, is just seeing fewer and fewer. Like you see more white samurai than you see white wide receivers.
Oh, yeah.
These days.
Shogun? Kidding me?
The Last Samurai.
Yeah.
Tokyo Vice. Although there's no samurai in that one. That's the best one of the three, by the way. This, I guess, is NFL news. Anyone see this? Hear about this? Odell Beckham Jr., former Miami Dolphin wide receiver, former many wide receiver, team wide receiver of many, many teams. Did you know that Odell Beckham Jr. is a part of a pending lawsuit against Diddy, alleging sexual assault? He has denied these allegations on Twitter made by Ashley Parham against multiple defendants, including Drewski, who I do not understand why Drewski is Drewski. Is he a rapper? Is he just a YouTube streamer?
Instagram comedian. Like
Gotcha.
He makes like social media skits and stuff.
Oh, skit guy. Okay. Beckham, I have been informed of the allegations about me in a suit. I really can't believe that my name is mentioned in that matter. There's absolutely no truth to those allegations. I do not know and have never met the person that filed the suit. I was not anywhere near Orinda, California at the time. In fact, I don't think I've ever been to Orinda, California. I've never done anything like that, and I would never do anything like that to anyone. I'm confident that these ridiculous claims against me will be dismissed. Lots of names thrown around in this lawsuit that make me kind of uncomfortable revealing some of the details.
It's also like it's all from like Dov Kleiman. Like I haven't found like an actual news outlet that's reported on this. Like I haven't seen even like the New York Post post this. So it is, and in the document it says like defendant Drewski, where it's like normally they would say his real name,
actual name, yeah.
Like his mom didn't name him Drewski, so I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah, because Drewski's defense actually seemed plausible. Like Drewski wasn't a thing.
No, he got famous like during the pandemic.
Right. I had never heard of Drewski until like 2 years ago. Yeah. And yeah, you're right. I'm not sure that I buy this, but we'll see what happens. So there you go, guys. 10-minute drill. Everything that happened in the NFL of late. Up next, something happened at the Houston Rodeo that blows my mind. We will talk about that. And if you would ever be willing to do what this man did at the rodeo, we've also got our countdown to Astros opening day. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay there.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So for those who don't know, I have been at many rodeo events over the last couple of weeks. And yesterday was the first day in a very long time that I didn't even go. I might not go today. People are trying to peer pressure me to go today. I think I need one more day off, perhaps two. But on Saturday, at some point, and this was for Bailey Zimmerman Day, right? Was Bailey Zimmerman Saturday?
Yes. Yeah, we looked it up during one of the breaks because you said he took off a shirt and
Yeah. And I was like, there's not a lot going on. I got more there. And I don't feel that comfortable taking off my shirt in front of, I don't know, a stadium of 50,000 plus. So I just saw a video. This is from the Carnival Fairgrounds where a man walks by a horse, a police horse, by the way.
Oh, okay.
And just punches it in the side of the head.
Like in Blazing Saddles?
And the horse doesn't fall down, but he walks away. A cop follows him, and he gets tackled by said cop into the ground, and hip drop tackle perhaps.
Oh, okay. The league office is gonna take a look at that play.
Yeah, I think so.
Might get a fine in the mail.
And then the horses that were all marching together start getting nervous.
Yeah, because one of them just got punched in the face.
Yeah.
They didn't think that that would happen when they woke up this morning.
He really thought he was going to be able to walk away. Like, there wasn't a lot of urgency walking away from punching the horse. The more that I look at it. So does this happen a lot? Does the carnival get this crazy? Does it get this messy? I also saw another video and it was just like straight up bunch of dudes wailing on each other. But I've never seen someone punch a horse. And I wouldn't punch a horse. First off, horses generally seem to be rather sweet creatures. No? They seem pretty mellow and nervous, if anything, which is crazy considering what beasts they are. I mean, no, these are things that we use to ride 20 miles per hour, I guess. We use them because they're such physical freaks to plow horses, pull carriages.
Yeah, they weigh like 1,000 pounds.
They were the primary form of transportation. And also, they have hooves, which often have, steel horseshoes on them. And if you've ever seen a horse kick, I mean, good luck staying conscious, let alone dying. So to go up to a horse that has a cop on the top of it and punch it is all-time psycho behavior. And it begs the question, because this man, he was wearing a satchel bag, and he did seem to be a big guy. Does he have the edge and attitude necessary to play offensive line for our Houston Texans?
Ooh.
Is this what they're looking for? Are they looking for someone willing to punch a horse? Now, I would guess from this video that this guy's maybe 6'2", 280. He's a big guy, not a huge guy.
So we're looking at guard.
Right. He would be undersized. Honestly, 280 is probably a lot. 6'2", 250. And he does look a little chunky. Probably needs to think about investing in a different kind of shirt because it's exposing the belly. And on top of that, like that combined with the male satchel, I I don't know.
Yeah, we're trading away the fashion boys. All right.
Correct. He's not part of the Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil. Well, actually, I mean, he dresses a little bit like that. Like I could see those guys wearing that because I mean, this guy is wearing.
Is it Gucci?
Whatever his jeans are, they are so torn, but like clearly on purpose torn.
Okay.
That I imagine those jeans cost like a good like $300 or so.
So he's got, I don't know, American Apparel jeans on.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Texter texted in from the 713. That's assault on a police officer if it was a mounted cop. But the cop didn't get the assault, at least that one, because he did shake off another cop. He gets tackled down, but this guy punched a horse.
No, but the horse is a police horse. So if you strike the police horse, that's striking the police.
Some people are pushing back on the idea that horses are mellow. Tora McJohnson says, horses are sweet creatures. Don't tell that to Christopher Reeves. Okay. Todd the Show says, I've seen some horses that aren't so mellow. Okay. Listen, guys, I'm just trying to tell you. I saw a man punch a horse. Pow! And the horse didn't do anything.
Yeah.
The horse deserved to get a kick in. The horse took it like a champ.
Okay. So didn't wobble.
No, didn't wobble at all.
Okay.
Now, maybe a little more centered because it has like a large man sitting on top of it. But yeah.
It's also, again, 1,000 pounds.
Mhm.
So it probably takes a bigger punch to knock down a horse. But okay. Yeah. I'm going to come out against punching police horses and all horses in general unless provoked. But even then,
what are you going to do if you're provoked? Like the horse, like say this horse is an a-hole. Like it's an a-hole horse. One of the crazy ones that is better suited for the rodeo than perhaps a policeman riding atop of it and in rather intimidating fashion riding through the rodeo. Even then, if it's the aggressor, Sean, stop. What do you it's not a shark that's going to swim away because it's nervous.
don't they have, isn't their vision like really weird where they can't see like
That sounds right.
So yeah,
Because on streets, they've got those eye things on.
the blinders.
We're talking about this because there's a video that went viral of a man at the Houston Rodeo on Saturday night on the carnival grounds punching a horse and then trying to get away. From the 832, a texter on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I learned this last night. The officers have to pay for their own horses. Those horses are not issued by the sheriff department or anything. The sheriff foots the bill. Damn. And then they take them to places that could potentially cause injury to the horse, which they have to pay for as well. Okay, so this is basically like their pet, right? I mean, this is bring your pet to work day. You're riding it around, a little bit different than carrying a Chihuahua or a Yorkie poo and putting it in those, service dog vests. He said with quotation marks.
I was gonna say it's the place where this officer has to ask, like, is this restaurant horse friendly?
I actually saw a video in Dallas of some guy who was eating outside at a nice restaurant and his horse was bridled. Is that it? By like a fence post of sorts.
Oh, like hitched?
Hitched. Thank you. That's it. That's a better term.
Yeah. Played Red Dead Redemption.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, no. That seems a little bit different. Yes, it probably would have to be a patio situation to bring your dog in. Should be the rule of thumb. People don't follow that. We lost our way as a country.
I'm cool with people bringing their horse everywhere. I'm not cool with people bringing their dog everywhere.
I think
the dog line has been crossed. It's not just the service dogs, which aren't service dogs.
Now it's just people's pets,
right?
Like they don't even pretend that's a service.
Because the service dogs, if you've ever seen a real service dog, I mean, they're amazing. They're amazing creatures. People have taken it over the line, and then they bring their dogs to the bar. The dog freaks out over like a small moment of a flicker. It's a pit bull sees a 6-year-old nearby and it gets hungry. It's stuff like that. People have gone too far with the dogs, And I feel like we haven't gone far enough with the horses. Honestly, if we want to make Texas Texas again, people got to start bringing their horses out and about. You know, hitch. Now, maybe not when it's 100 degrees outside, because I don't think there's covered horse parking. But it would be nice if we could have more horses out and about in public and less dogs. No, just a thought. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From B. Hannon, dogs are a great wingman. Have you ever talked to a horse girl? Horses are a much better wingman. They're a much better wingman. There's an erotic element with the horse riders. I've dated somebody who was a horse rider, and I was like, you need to chill a little bit, lady. You need to chill. I don't want to hear these details that you just described to me, okay? Just think about it, the statistics and all that stuff. Horses will probably get you further. Imagine riding home with someone on horseback. Your dog might be ugly. Like, there's a lot of ugly dogs out there. Or it might, want to eat a 3-year-old, which happens. There's a lot of those these days.
He never does that.
He never does that, except for last week. Oh, we couldn't put him down this time. All right. So NFL free agency is underway. What are the Astros doing with Cam Smith? Laramie Tunsil is a Commander. All that's on the table on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5, at ESPN Houston on Twitch, at ESPN 975 on the Twitch as well, at ESPN Houston on YouTube, and also on 92.5 Stay Put. Here's the latest news when it comes to Laramie Tunsil, who about 23 hours ago, the Texans traded to the Washington Commanders for 4 picks. They'll get in this year's draft a 3rd and 7th round pick, and in next year's draft, they'll get a 2nd and 4th round pick. They also had to send a 4th round pick to the Commanders as part of that deal. Per Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, the Texans were calling teams who were in the tackle market about how Tunsil, who's now with the Commanders, and said this with Pat McAfee, quote, several teams had the chance to get Laramie Tunsil, and they decided not to, end quote. Money, false starts. I'm curious as to what those reasons would be from those on the outside. The false starts definitely had to be well known across the league. I'm really curious about what that perception is of Tunsil outside of the Texans locker room. Clearly, his teammates liked him. I wonder about D'Amico, though. Jeremy Branham had the all-time hot take yesterday. So the Rockets played the Magic last night. Weird game for the Rockets. They won 97-84 despite Jabari Smith, Tari Eason, Dylan Brooks, and Jalen Green going 21 of 64 from the field.
Because the Magic shot worse.
The Magic shot 32%, 25 from outside. Houston out-rebounded them 63-42 and won on a game where they had no ball handlers and turned the ball over 19 times. Just an ugly-ass game. And D'Amico Ryans was at that game. And old Jer Bear, J-Bone himself, Branham, as he sometimes calls himself, Branham here. I'm a body language expert, and D'Amico Ryans at the Rockets game seems pretty pleasant on the day the Texans traded Laramie Tunsil. He's sitting there, D'Amico, with his wife and 2 kids. I don't think that he's talking with his wife about the Laramie Tunsil trade. I also do not understand how he seems pretty pleasant.
I think of it the other way of what would he have to be doing for it to seem like he is upset about the Laramie Tunsil trade? Like, what does he have to be doing with, correct me if I'm wrong, he has a child on his lap while he's being shown at the game. Like, he is in complete with the family mode.
Yeah.
Imagine if he's just like shaking his head, staring at the ground, like him just with his arms folded, like, man, can't believe we traded Laramie Tunsil. Like the I don't know how he was else supposed to look. He looks like a guy at a basketball game.
It's a masterful troll post by Jeremy because that's all that man does. And we love it. We love him for it. He creates engagement, you know? That's what he does. He also compared it to that viral picture of the Astros fan with the sunglasses with his hand over the Paris Hilton looking blonde, where he's talking to her about something and she's clearly not that interested. I think he's reaching a little bit here. But hey, I respect the reach. I respect the reach. Sometimes you just got to put stupid stuff out there because you know it'll get clicks and you know people will respond to it. That's the game. It's 2025. Adapt or die, bitch.
17,000 views.
Good for him. Good for him. I am curious about how the Texans viewed this trade and why they did it. I think there's a variety of different reasons. I think a lot of people are saying that the main reason the Texans made this move is because they were tired of Tunsil. They didn't like his leadership. They didn't like something about him. And I got to say, while I understand that sentiment, I feel like it might have more been about, one, not having a guy when all of a sudden he hits the other side of his career maybe there were some signs that Tunsil was on the decline. Get rid of the guy while you can. And I think also, if you're Nick Caserio, do you want to negotiate another contract with Tunsil? Especially when negotiating that contract while the team's good, it's just going to be tough. So I think that's how they're looking at it. But I am not going to join in the celebrating of this trade because I just think that if you're the Texans and you're trying to fix an offensive line that cost you the game against the Chiefs where you allow 8 sacks, replacing the best player on that offensive line, no matter how bad it might have been, is going to be very difficult. It's probably not something you're going to be able to fix in the short term, and you might not even be able to fix it in the near future. So when it comes to Tunsil, I'd like us to be a little more measured. And I'm specifically speaking to the people that are saying good riddance. I don't know that it's good riddance. I don't think that Tunsil was a malcontent or a bad leader. I think you could argue maybe he doesn't love football as much as you'd want him to love football. Maybe he's not as physical, as aggressive, more of a finesse pass blocker than he is somebody who can help you create a rushing attack that's going to run down people's throats. And maybe that's the direction the Texans are going to go next year with Joe Mixon, because Mixon had a pretty good year considering he had no help. Like, that offensive line stunk last season in run blocking, perhaps as much as they stunk in pass protection, which is really saying something. I mean, they were god awful, arguably the worst in the league. So Tunsil's presence on that offensive line was clearly not raising the level of play around. But still, you don't be so one note thinking, oh, yeah, this is great. You got a 2nd round pick and a 4th round pick in next year's draft. All you got for this year's draft is a 3rd round pick. And by the way, you gave up a 4th round pick to make this trade happen. So you didn't really get that much to help you out. And if you think you're in win now mode right now, I mean, it's not like you got that much to play with in the near future. The 2nd round pick's valuable. Sure, you could trade theoretically the 2nd round pick for a 1st round pick now or something like that if it's draft time and someone's trying to move up.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm still with a trade of a guy like this, you did get worse. And this offensive line's already really bad. Theoretically, things could be worse if you get rid of the guy who's protecting CJ Stroud's blind side.
Yeah, you're counting a lot on the kind of outside stuff to matter. The stuff that isn't how good are you at pass blocking. Right. You're counting on a lot of the locker room intangible stuff. When CJ Stroud gets knocked down, which he will a lot this year, when he gets knocked down, he runs over and picks him up. Or when there's a scuffle going on, he gets in there and sticks his nose in there and protects his guys. Like, it's a lot of you're valuing that a lot over a good left tackle. And how are you going to get a good left tackle? Like, you trade away a good one. Even if you don't like all the other stuff, you trade away a good left tackle. How are you going to get another one? Are you going to use that 2nd round pick next year and package it with this year's 1st and try to trade up like in Lance Zierlein's mock draft from last week, and you're going to try to trade up for one of these left tackles in the draft? Well, then now you're depending on a rookie. Now you're depending on a rookie at left tackle, or I don't know, you're moving either Fisher or Howard to left tackle. Like, this is good. You're going to be asking a lot from someone who is going to have to fill in for Titus Howard just because you don't like Titus Howard's attitude, which I also don't like, but he's also a really good football player.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I mean, Titus Howard is still here and still making a lot of money. And I wonder.
And he has the same like if you were to ask people about his attitude, they'd say the same exact things about Laramie Tunsil, except he doesn't have the cachet to never practice.
Right. Neither of these guys are so horrible they don't belong in the league, which is, I think, what a lot of people are trying to say with this good riddance element. But both, you could definitely wonder about how much they care about their craft, especially now that they've been paid. And listen, it's human nature to be a little bit less intense about your job once you finally make it big, unless you have something that resets you in some way, shape, or form. But they're going in a different direction, and Titus Howard better take note, because I don't know where he's going to play this next season. I would imagine right now left tackle is a possibility for him, but it's not one you feel great about. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Todd the Show says, hasn't everyone been saying Casario isn't good at drafting offensive line or finding offensive line talent? Yeah, that's the one thing right now that you look at and you wonder about. Like, he's done a really good job with defensive backs. He's done a really good job with wide receivers. The Joe Mixon trade was a steal. CJ Stroud's obviously been great. Will Anderson's been great. Like, they've done a lot of, I think, really good things the last couple of years. The Daniil Hunter trade or signing was a good move last year. But the offensive line is clearly the weakness, and tight end is probably the secondary weakness. And I think if Dalton Schultz is looking at himself in the mirror, you got to wonder if he's going to be sticking around going forward. 2, I would certainly be a little bit nervous about my future. Anyway, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 is how you call it. It's how you text it. Perhaps the most exciting thing that's happened for the Texans in these past 24 hours, it has nothing to do with Laramie Tunsil. You should be very excited about this dynamic that they added. And at some point in this hour, we continue our countdown to Astros opening day. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
What my text? Houston, we got a problem.
That is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, newest member of the Houston Texans, Eagles safety, Super Bowl champion, who had 6 interceptions over the course of this past season, and who you might know for after the Super Bowl, chirping at Travis Kelce, saying, hey, maybe you should have stuck with Kayla Nicole, Travis Kelce's ex from like 3 years ago that never shuts up about him because she's thick. And then he posted a picture of Kayla Nicole. Gardner-Johnson randomly in the middle of some podcast went on the defense for Kayla Nicole. I think he just wants to boink Kayla Nicole. And you know what? All the power in the world to him. All the power in the world to him. But I think that's what's going through his head there. And listen, white knighting online sometimes works if you are a celebrity. Supposedly, Travis Kelce allowed speaking about his love of Taylor Swift led to their love story beginning. So maybe C.J. Gardner-Johnson's about to bring the number one enemy of the Paul Gallant brand, Kayla Nicole, over. But here's the thing. I have a parasitic relationship with Kayla Nicole because the biggest posts that I've ever made in my life have all involved Kayla Nicole and me just ranting about how crazy it is that she won't stop talking about her ex who hasn't dated her for 3 years.
And so now we've set up a weird dynamic where you need her to never stop talking about Travis Kelce, and then you never stop talking about her, never talking about Travis Kelce.
Listen, I'd bring her on the show.
It's like the Batman and the Joker, where it's like, I need you. What would we do without each other?
I honestly do. There's a post I have in the holster, and I'm just too annoyed to go through it and post it. But I know if I post it, it'll turn into the exact same thing, which is every Swiftie going, yes! And then every black woman saying you're just a racist white man. And then they fight each other in the comments. And yeah, I sort of sit back in the same way. Speaking of the Joker, the same way the Joker was sitting back waiting for the people on the prison boat and the people on the boat of civilians to blow each other up. I'm an agent of chaos.
It's a social experiment.
Mm-hmm. It's the problem with people these days. You have to do everything. Anyway, bringing it back. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, newest Houston Texan. Also seems to be a leader. I can say that because NFL Films has this clip of him hyping up his Eagles before some game this past year.
All right, let's have a good week. Break.
Hey, come here real quick. Hey, listen. I know I talk a lot. Hey, listen. I know I talk a lot of shit. But listen, though, this moment right here, bro, ain't for everybody, bro. You gotta be grown ass men to go out there and fight with your brothers, bro. For the ones that were here 2 years ago, bro, y'all know how this shit gonna be, bro. For the ones that just got here, bro, get ready, bro. This shit gonna go down, bro.
They go up.
All that moral victory, shit, bro, that's the window now, bro. We compete for a championship. I talk a lot of shit. Because I know I trust my brothers to back me up. I'm going to back that shit with y'all. Let's go out there and do this. Bro, Eagles on 3. 1, 2, 3. Eagles. Okay. I like that.
So the premise of that speech was, hey, I talk a lot of bleep. I do it because I trust you guys to back me up. And this is real. This is a big moment.
Yeah, we're fighting for a chance. We know what it's like to lose. Now it's time to go out and win.
No moral victories. I'm wondering when this took place.
I don't know. It seems like it's like right before the playoffs or right before the Super Bowl. Hold on.
Did they play the Bucs in the playoffs this year? I don't think they did.
Oh, apparently this was before the Commanders game.
Really? Oh.
It just says the Eagles were not. Well, it says was not. Eagles were not losing to the Commanders after the C.J. Gardner-Johnson speech. Fire emoji from.
It's Eagles okay. Fan. It's okay.
Hey,
he said he. I mean.
Oh yeah, this is right after the NFC title game that this was posted originally.
Wow. I mean, he likes the word S, and the Commanders, the Eagles were clearly locked in for that game. I think they smoked.
He likes
Washington.
the word bro.
He does.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. It's all right. The way that things get posted these days, like, yo, this is fire. This is the greatest thing ever. It never ends up being the greatest thing ever.
I also think that, like, especially like football speeches before the game where someone's really fired up, it's like that probably works more when I am also fired up to play a game, not like sitting on my couch, just being like, sweet, now this guy's yelling at me. Like, it's just I'm not in the mood to get amped up, where if you're already in the mood to get amped up, it probably works. It's like going to a comedy club.
Gotcha.
Where
You're expecting to laugh.
Yeah, people walk in wanting to laugh. And so, like, the level of how funny you have to be, it's like a little different.
I think someone could have stepped in there, though. And listen,
Jalen Hurts is like, all right, we got it, bro.
I gave a pregame speech once.
Yeah.
It got some compliments. It was about how nobody believes in us. It was about how everyone looks at us at school. They don't know how good we are.
Overlooked.
And we're playing a team that's going to do the exact same thing to us today. I nailed it. Multiple teammates came up to me afterwards and were like, where did that come from? There was a lot more fire, pep in the step, perhaps a little theatrics.
Where'd that come from? You're like, I grew up watching the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said.
I'm a born winner.
I was in my DNA.
I was a 3-time Super Bowl champion fan at that moment in time, playing with a bunch of 1-time Super Bowl champion fans, Bucs fans. And then we went out and we got on the field, put on the helmet, buckled in. And you know what happened that day? Do you know what happened, Sean?
You proved everyone
we
wrong.
lost 63-0. Oh. But hey, the speech was great. We got running clocked in that game.
63-0. Nothing. Not even.
But the speech was great.
Not even one drive ended a point.
The speech was great. Yeah. Yeah, that was rough.
It was
rough.
You're the CJ Gardner Johnson of that.
Dude, it was incredible.
Yeah. Fellow safety.
I think it was a better speech than what CJ Gardner Johnson gave. However, CJ Gardner Johnson is better than me at football, you see, as are the Philadelphia Eagles. They're better than the Shorecrest Preparatory School Chargers. I know it doesn't sound like the Philadelphia Eagles could beat the Shorecrest Preparatory School Chargers, but trust me, they can. Okay?
Yeah. But you're selling out to stop Saquon. That's the they might beat us, but they're not going to run it. Sure, AJ Brown might be able to get past one of the corners.
In my defense, I mean, Ontario McCaleb was Fort Meade's running back, and he went on to play at Auburn. And like our best player played at West Point, and we had a couple of like D3 players too.
So the people doubting you were right to question.
Yes. You know what's crazy though? You know what's crazy about this game? This game where we lost again 63-0. Since we were getting killed, I only played defense at first. And I mean, my God, some of the people I had to tackle. There's one person I tried to tackle. This person was like 245 pounds. They were like a pro team. This team was so good, Fort Meade. And I remember like trying to tackle him. And I got low, and I'm like, I just pulled up his leg, and I'm like trying to like yank it over my shoulder, and it looked really goofy because I'm like this little limpet that's just trying to hang on to it. At least I had the stones to try to take him down. But in this game, and I'm now about to flex about stats and the losing effort, but since we're getting killed so much, they had me in on kickoff return team because I was the backup, and I'm on with like all the backups, and I'm just running for my life, and I was doing cool stuff.
Spin moves, yeah.
Which led to my original crush coming up to me after the game and saying, man, you played really well in this game. I was like, doesn't matter, we lost. There's 17-year-old Paul highlight stories. So there you go, guys. There you go. There you go. Date update. There was no date. There was no date.
Whatever. 15-year-old date update.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't happen.
2000. That was 2006. Yeah. I puked before the game. for good reason.
Not like Bill Russell, because you knew that you're gonna have a 240-pound running back's knee in your chest.
From the 832, Paul says CJ's speech is okay. Then tells us about his lame high school speech. Super Bowl champion speech versus lifetime loser. Nice. I mean, I'm just saying, I could have given a better speech there. I could have given a better speech. He did win, no doubt about it. But I think that was because the Eagles were way better than the Commanders, who had no business making it that far in the playoffs. Not because CJ Gardner-Johnson's speech. But I love that Gardner-Johnson's on the team. I'm going to get a kick out of him. I think he is going to get under a lot of people's skin. And you have a defense that, already was the strength of this team. Going into next year, this defense is going to hurt people. It's now a matter of, can the offense please pull its head out of its butt? Can it stop getting CJ Stroud killed? Which might be a little more difficult now that they moved on from Laramie Tunsil. You want to weigh in on the Texans offseason? You can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. So, Texans free agency and everything going on in the NFL is on the table. The Colts signed Daniel Jones. But also, we are now, I can't believe we're this close. I think, hang on a second, guys. I'm doing a little math off the top of my head. We are 16 days away. 2 touchdowns and two-point conversions away from Astros opening day, baby. We're going to have that trombone coming up on the other side. Stay put.
Got something to say to Paul?
Paul Gallant, what the hell is wrong with you? All I hear from you is negative about this person, negative about that person. Come on, dude.
Join the conversation by dialing or texting the HRNP listener line. Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Many people believe that I should go to the rodeo tonight. I was planning to take off tonight. I have been told that someone by the name of Zach Top is performing. What do I know about Zach Top? Literally nothing. One of the people who's trying to peer pressure me into going, and I'm very, very, very easy when it comes to peer pressure, says his songs have a very classic country 80s and 90s vibe. I do like that. If I had to pick any country music, I hate the bro country stuff that started with Florida Georgia line. Like, we're coming, or y'all sit there. Because after that, it got douchey. That song it just got old because I heard it every day for college game day.
I was going to say, that game, that song's only fun for college game day, but to actually like turn on your radio and hear it, it's crazy.
But we did get into a rather bro country phase around then. And
I'd say 2000s, 2010s.
Mm-hmm. Like everything, as someone who is open to new things, just resistant to actually try them and perhaps procrastinates a little bit too long, I've actually found over the last 4 years or so that I love country music. Specific genres of it, though.
Yeah.
So if this is like more of an old school kind of twist to it, great. I'm also told that the reason I have to go is because there will be a lot of talent. There will be, the Twitch has said this. This texter has said this. Everyone is telling me that I might find my wife and or husband at Zach Top.
And this is small sample size that I'm drawing from. The ladies like Zach Top.
Yes.
In my experience.
But I thought they liked Riley Green. Like, it seems like the ladies are just...
they like them all.
The ladies are getting excited about a lot. I think that's probably why Bailey Zimmerman on Saturday took his shirt off. Which was... I'm sorry, man. Like...
Trying too hard.
I might have played football at Shorecrest Preparatory School, but, like, I look like an alpha compared to you. And that... chicken legs and all. Okay? You wear short enough shorts, people will just focus on your quads. But Riley Green, I know everyone was super excited about that man. I gotta say, he was a pretty good looking guy. Zach Top, I guess, is bae, absolute bae. One of the people I was talking about on Date Update, the rather disastrous Date Update with the ex last week, but may or may not have. I just saw a picture with her and that guy. I was like, okay, he's a good looking guy. Seems tall. But I do think it's more about, like, it's not traditional women think everything tall is good looking, you know, even if the man was hidden in the face with the shovel. No, we're talking about, like, this is a good looking guy. So apparently everyone likes Zach Top. Apparently he plays a good genre of music. So I guess I got to go.
I mean, don't have to go, but I mean, if you learn anything from this rodeo season, like you mentioned, like, feels like every 3 days there's going to be some country music guy that you can't miss.
Yeah. From the 409. Paul talking about how hot country artists are is why I tune in every day. From the 713, I had to go to Riley Green and I almost found a new wife. LOL. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
All right.
From the 832, go Sunday and you'll find a Latino wife. Okay. I don't know what that means. Who's playing Sunday?
It's probably just their Spanish act that they have going.
A mariachi band?
Probably not, but
okay.
They might be involved.
That would be cool. That would be cool. I guess I'm going tonight. All right. That's your date update. I guess I'm going tonight. I guess I'm going because I'm damn thirsty. I was going to take the night off. Guys, my voice needs a little bit of rest. It needs a little rest. Walking through all the dust, probably talking too loud, imbibing a little bit. That's not going to help out. But I suppose all the money for drinks does go to the kids. So
it's for the kids.
It's for the kids. It's what I constantly say with the poultry auction committee when I'm trying to sell chicken to people. It's like, it's for the kids. It's for the kids. All right, guys. We're 16 days away from Astros opening day against the New York Mets. Give me that bone. The exciting news for the Astros from today at spring training, we are going to see aircraft carrier man himself, Cam Smith, in right field. When? Sooner than later. What an update. Cam Smith is going to get some time in right field sooner than later, per Joe Espada, as transcribed by Brian McTaggart, who's been doing a fantastic job covering spring training. What does that mean? What is sooner rather than later? Today, and I don't know how this looked, because again, we have to essentially rely on the Telegram-style tweets of those who are in West Palm Beach covering the Astros. He played 5 innings in right field on the backfields today. So is that with live hitting? Is that with a coach who is hitting line drives to certain parts of the ballpark? Always been really impressed by that, by the way. You ever play baseball and you have a coach who's good at hitting the ball to the specific field? I feel like if I did it, I would have just hit it all over the place.
Yeah, I would have completely sucked at that.
And this guy could directionally, Sean, like hit it right to you.
Yeah, he could hit it over your head if he wanted to. Like, he could put it more or less exactly where he wanted.
You could put it in the ground ball side of things too. So he'll get them eventually. As far as updates from today's game, Hunter Brown against the Mets, 4 scoreless innings with 6 strikeouts and 2 hits, no walks. All right, he's going to say he felt really good after that one. That's ace stuff right there. More from spring training today. Josh Hader and Brian Abreu went after Hunter Brown. They retired all 3 batters that they both faced. Jose Altuve has stayed in left field through the 8th inning of this game. Most regular players are in the clubhouse. Altuve's the one guy left out there. And one more development. And I think this is a really exciting one. So I was taking a look at the numbers for Astros players in spring training. And obviously everyone's excited about Cam Smith, who's 9 for 17 with 2 homers and 5 walks. Can you guess who the second most impressive Astros been as a hitter at spring training to this point, Sean?
Jeremy Pena.
It is correct.
Yeah.
Jeremy Pena, 8 for 16 with 2 homers.
Yeah, I think I've seen both those homers each time it happens on social media. That's why it jumped out to me, because you only hear about the good stuff in spring training.
One of the homers that he hit too, by the way, was, I felt like I was watching Nomar Garciaparra. I say it from this perspective. Garciaparra, like, it never looked like he was crushing the ball, but like he would slap the ball like out of the park to deep center field. And one of the Pena home runs, the way he swung it, and I know that Pena's from that area, so he might have watched a little Nomar growing up as a kid. It was really impressive to see.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all.
Yeah, if Pena can take a jump in offense, or really just go back to who it kind of was in 2022.
Yep.
That, I mean, again, this lineup just looks better and better. The more if they can get a bunch of guys who aren't outfielders playing outfield, but they're good hitters, and Pena to hit really well, there'll be no holes in this lineup if they just keep shoving guys where they don't belong.
He has been, to his credit, very patient of late. Like we saw this in the second half of last year, and we've seen it here too. And that's what they're looking for from all the Astros. As far as other Astros hitters of note, a lot of the good ones, a lot of the good players are struggling. Yordan's 3 for 17. Yainer Diaz is 3 for 25. Altuve's 2 for 15. A tier down, Mauricio Dubon's 1 for 19. Chas McCormick is 2 for 13, but he does have 6 walks. John Singleton is 3 for 24, so the better bod not necessarily helping him out. Brendan Rodgers did have that hit off the wall, but he's 4 for 16. Jake Myers, spring training star, 6 for 20. Zach DeZenzo, 7 for 24. All of that to say, listen, it's spring training. How much stock do you put into any of this? But Jeremy Pena, like Cam Smith, has been raking. Also, Lance McCullers throws his last live batting practice tomorrow before an actual game. Ooh, that's exciting. Christian Walker, with his oblique injury, has been running. He will do infield drills today, but he's not swinging a bat. That makes sense. Your oblique.
A lot of twisting.
Yeah, a little twisting and stuff. So there you go, guys. 16 days away from opening day.
It's getting there. It's sneaking up on me. Once you get past 20 days, it's like, oh wow, this is quick.
We are 2 days away from 2 weeks.
That is true.
That's exciting. And I heard on Monday for St. Patrick's Day, we're going to be at known Irish establishment Cobosque.
Yeah.
I love the guys at Cobos.
Known Irish establishment. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. I'll be wearing my St. Patrick's Day shirt there. So it'll be a good time. It'll be a good old time. I think I'm going to have to call in sick for flag football. Last night I had to.
Out parentheses Irish.
That's a good one. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Text that to DJ when you call out of flag football.
Oh, I will. They're probably. I might have lost my spot by not. Like last night, I actually had something pop up and I had to take care of it. But I saw that. I hate that we have these games on Mondays. Anyway, whatever. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We wrap up with some final thoughts on what's been going on with the Texans in free agency and garbage time. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Big news for the Texans today is that they somehow unloaded left guard Kenyon Green, who was a bust here, for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, an Eagles safety who had 6 picks last year. They only had to give up Green and a 2026 fifth-round pick to get Gardner-Johnson in a 26 sixth-round pick. Been a rather busy day. Things, though, do seem to be slowing down. They signed a left guard in Laken Tomlinson about a day after moving on from Laramie Tunsil. They traded him to the Washington Commanders for a 2nd and 4th round pick in 2026 and a 3rd and 7th round pick this year's coming draft. They also gave up a 4th round pick to make that move happen. So if you want to weigh in on that, any final thoughts, we'll squeeze them in. We also got to talk about something that's going on in the sport of baseball. The fashion side of things, let's be honest, these guys are lacking. Ever since they teamed up with Fanatics, it's just been rough. And it seems that they are now, Major League Baseball, releasing new hats, and I don't see how anyone could buy these unless they're doing them ironically. Basically, these hats have, in font of the team that you would see across a jersey, the team name written out, and then they have the team logo in the middle of it.
Just the logo that's normally on the hat over the words of the team name.
And I don't know who thought this was a good idea because it looks terrible and it's confusing. Because now,
agreed.
Get this. If you buy a Houston Astros version of this hat, the hat will say on the top of it, Ashos, which is not that far off from something that we say from time to time about people we don't like. You also have the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of the United States, of North America, formerly of Pangea, of planet Earth, of the solar system, of the Milky Way galaxy. Their hat features the A logo.
Big A.
And it says Angels, but visually imagine this. The A completely covers up the G in Angels. So I'm just going to spell it out for you. A-N-A-E-L-S. If you were to say that, how would it sound? Probably not safe for work.
Anils?
Sure. You could say that.
Thank God it covers the, or thank God that it doesn't cover the E. Although, actually, I wish it did. It would be funnier if it covered the E.
The AL West ones are just not good.
No, they're below 50% on the AL West.
The A's one's very confusing. It's very busy. For the Mariners, this will probably get canceled because in a woke city like Seattle, they're not going to allow this. The Mariners one looks like it says Masters. They're not gonna let that stand. And then the Rangers says Tetas, which is not that far away from saying something that some of us like. Some of us don't like. Some of us are more
It's
tough
a
guys.
Spanish word for that.
It is? I did not know that.
It's literally the Spanish word for breasts.
The Mariners, the Marlins says Mimi.
Yeah.
The Red Sox says Boban.
I know the Diamondbacks, it just says Ariana.
That's right. If you're named Ariana, you might like that hat.
Boom. I don't know what they're going for because other than the funny ones, they unanimously all look terrible.
All of them.
They look insanely bad.
Really bad. The Cleveland Guardians are now the Guakans. Sounds like it could be a tribe.
Yeah, or something from Star Wars.
Yeah, that's true. But something else has been released. I don't know how much stock to put into this, but a couple of people have suggested that they've seen what the Astros City Connect uniforms are going to look like. There's a Space City chain necklace that was released. It says Stros, and it looks like the font that the Astros had in the 90s when they were wearing their blue uniforms. And if this City Connect uniform that they're releasing is the way that they're going to go, I think it looks pretty sick. It's blue and orange. So imagine like the white throwback 90s uniforms that they wore, but instead of gold as an accent, it's orange. I think that'll look pretty good. So these hats are effing up, but the City Connect uniforms might be pretty cool.
Yeah, and if we're going to get something right, get right the thing the team will actually wear.
Not the stupid hats.
Not the stupid hat that only the worst person you know will ever buy.
Yes, exactly.
Or like a grandmother will buy for her son who likes the Astros.
Yeah.
Not realizing that it says Ash Hose on it.
Anyway, guys, it's 2:54. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. Former Facebook executive Sheryl Sandberg spent a lot of money on lingerie for herself and a young female assistant during a trip to Europe and exhorted her to come to bed during a private jet flight on the way home, according to an explosive new memoir. Sarah Wynne Williams, a former Facebook employee, wrote about the 6 years she spent at the tech giant. In Careless People, a cautionary tale of power, greed, and lost idealism. During a long drive through Europe, this Sandberg woman and her 26-year-old assistant took turns sleeping in each other's laps and stroking each other's hair. During the trip, Sandberg instructed Wynne Williams to purchase lingerie for both of them, regardless of cost. Can you guess how much it ultimately cost?
I'm going to guess it's very expensive.
Very expensive.
I'm going to guess $20,000.
Damn. Okay, you actually went north. 13 grand.
Okay.
Still.
That's an insane amount of money.
Are you buying like the Victoria's Secret wings?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. So you just have to look up what the most expensive lingerie is, right?
It must have gold on it or something.
Like how do you charge, or unless it's several different sets? Even then, that's still a lot of different sets, but I can see how you get up there. But that's just crazy. I kept waiting for like, all right, just two people having fun. It's a little inappropriate, I guess, but
it is very bizarre. This is a weird detail also as part of this leak about Facebook. I kind of
no, it's such a like this isn't like, I don't know.
Maybe they're like, oh, sex sells.
I guess that's what it is. And hey, look, we're talking about it.
We are. Southwest Airlines is going to charge to check bags for the first time. Damn, that's a bummer.
That's messed up.
That's really messed up. I mean, I'll still probably fly Southwest, but the two checked bags for free thing was pretty neat.
Yeah, no,
I don't know if I ever used it though. I'll be honest.
I mean, if
like maybe when I moved, like that's the only time I ever did it.
You think that is a lot of
for a man, that's a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot, but it's still nice to have, and because it's nice to have, they take it away.
That's true. It's very true. And on that note, guys, well, it's been real. I guess I'm gonna go see what's his face?
Zach Top
tonight. Interesting last name. It'll be a good old time. We'll do a review tomorrow on the show. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, and Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's everybody's favorite day of the week. Taco Tuesday is
it?
Anybody who has a heart.
I mean, Friday would be pretty much the best day of the week.
I mean, I've already had tacos today.
Well, look at Brian with the flex.
So he has had a good day going. Texans have had a good day going. They make some moves. How about this Kenyon Green trade? I'm not surprised that they're moving on from Kenyon Green, although I thought he would still be on this roster next year because he's rookie contract and he's cheap. I never in my wildest imagination would think that the Houston Texans would acquire probably a starter for a very good defense in C.J. Gardner-Johnson for Kenyon Green. Texans trade Kenyon Green, a 2026 fifth-round pick. They get back C.J. Gardner-Johnson, a Super Bowl winning starting safety, and they get a sixth-round pick next year. So a late-round pick swap. They trade a prospect in Kenyon Green, probably more of a project in Kenyon Green, and somehow the Houston Texans get back a upgrade at one of their safety positions.
Yeah, I just thought it was a steal. I think that when you look at what Kenyon Green was and what we talked about, we were basically writing it off as, well, we know he's going to be on the roster because he's got 1 year left. And as a former first-round pick, and he's not costing you a whole lot of money, that he was going to be around. But when you look at what they got in return, and I have been anti-Jimmy Ward, but you understand that they still, regardless of how they went about it, could use some safety help. You go and get a guy that's coming off the Super Bowl and a Super Bowl champion that, yeah, he runs his mouth, but he can also run around the field pretty damn well. And you add him to a secondary that already was pretty good. And you're going, okay, I mean, for Kenyon Green, I think it's a huge win for Nick Caserio.
Is he known as a trash talker?
Oh, my God, yes. I mean,
I love it.
See, you're probably – you need to I'll have to try and send it to you. There was a post going around right before the Commanders game where they broke it down after practice, and he was like, whoa, wait a minute. And he wanted to talk to the whole team. And he dropped about 85 S-bombs, but he was like, I talk a lot of bleep. And I talk a lot of bleep because I know y'all got my back. He's like, but we're about to go and do something, and we're going to do it, and it's not for the faint of heart. We're going to go in there, we're going to blah, 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 blah. And then they broke it down. People were like, I like that. And it's like, you know what? He's a dog, and maybe you need that kind of guy in the back end of the defense that can kind of be, I'm a dog, talking a little bit, but also backing it up.
You know how I feel about that. I love that.
I know.
I'm a big fan of the dogs. I like dogs on my football team. Yeah, I just Googled it real quick. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, trash talker. And first few videos that pop up, C.J. Gardner-Johnson's trash talking changed the game. Saquon Barkley says C.J. Gardner-Johnson is easily the best trash talker. There's a mic'd up when he beat the Dallas Cowboys. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, fire us up, all capital letters. And then apparently as well, The Athletic, they do these, the annual polls of NFL players and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
He was voted the NFL's top trash talker in the NFL. I think back-to-back years, actually.
There you go.
Look at that. The Texans, look, I like this trade already. I was about at 8 on this trade before you've learned me, before you've educated me on the vernacular and the dogness in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Now that I know this, Blankers, I'm at a 10 on this trade. I am so happy C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the back-to-back trash-talking champion in the NFL, is a Houston Texan.
Well, and all you need now is in the first couple of weeks of the season to have a borderline late hit. He's going to be on your all-Jeremy team.
I like borderline late hits.
That's what I'm saying.
I want that, especially with this offensive line. Like, I don't like little softies that are scared of getting a late hit. We talked about the Laramie Tunsil trade, obviously, and great to tell.
Mm-hmm.
You think Laramie Tunsil, all of his penalties are, before the snap. How many of those penalties? I think there was 17 last year for Laramie Tunsil led the league, 17 or 19, one of those odd numbers. How many of those penalties do you wish were like physical and not jumping before the snap and having a false start penalty? I wish all of them.
I was going to say almost all of them, if not all of them, simply because of the fact that you're not going to fault a guy for having his quarterback's back, literally, and sticking up, and being physical and getting in, pushing and shoving matches or personal fouls with defenders trying to get to his quarterback. That's one thing. But when you look at it from, lining up
too far in the backfield to the holding penalties and a lot of the other things that he got, yeah, I would love to trade them all.
Big C says he's a punk of a human, but he's a player. That's how you know he's good. That's how you know that I want him. Whenever other teams hate his guts, that's a guy that I want. I don't want the player where the other team's fans are like, oh, yeah, he's fine. Oh, he doesn't bother me. You know what I want on my team? I want a player that ticks off fans of other fan bases. That's how you know that he's good. That's how you know that he's a baller. Because if he just kind of, was mid and he just kind of was right there in the middle, then I don't want that kind of guy. I want a guy that ticks everybody off. Big C doesn't like him a whole lot. Todd the Show says Philly trash whenever he talks about CJ Gardner-Johnson. But we know that Todd the Show's a Giants fan, so he doesn't know winning football. So
isn't Clarence knowing so much because wasn't he a Saint at one point?
I didn't think so.
I thought he was a Saint at one point, which is probably
I know he was with the Lions forever.
Yeah. Once you leave the Saints, then you're dead, and you're also a lot of bad words to Clarence.
Oh yeah, he spent 3 years with the Saints. He was drafted there. So
There you
first
go.
3 years of his career is with the Saints.
Yep.
Man, so he had him on his football team and he called him a garbage of a human being?
Yeah, but a hell of a good football player, so we'll take that.
He's a punk of a – I wonder what he did to Big C.
Isn't that what we kind of rumor has it that we might have gotten rid of? As long as he was good on the football field.
Big C says wish he was still a Saint, though. So there you go.
There you have it.
There you go. I wonder if he hooked up with his sister.
Ooh,
Little C.
Oh,
I wonder.
my.
I wonder. Why does he think he's a punk of a human?
Can't she be pretty C?
They hung out on bourbon one night and that was it? Why else would Big C not like her, like him?
Because he's not a Saint anymore. He probably forced his way out. Probably once they weren't good anymore, he forced his way out, and that probably ticked him off.
I guess. Texans also, first off, before we move on to the other moves the Texans played, what do you think CJ Gardner-Johnson's role? I put the S in the wrong spot.
I think he's starting.
I think so, too. I think he starts opposite of Kalen Bullock.
Yep, sure do. And that's like I said, Jimmy Ward out. And I think that he is one of your two starting safeties, and I think he just got better today.
You think they move on from Jimmy Ward?
I think D'Amico is emotional about him, and I hate that. So I think he might stick around as a backup. But if they move on from him, I wouldn't be heartbroken in the least.
No, I think that they keep him because there's not a whole lot of savings there. With Jimmy Ward, it's like $1 million. So, what are you doing? You're cutting him to save $1 million. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I think that there is value to Jimmy Ward on this team. I don't want him as a starter. He shouldn't be starting over Kalen Bullock or CJ Gardner-Johnson. That's that mofo. But, look, Jimmy Ward is your third safety. So if you have one of those guys get hurt, you can do far worse with a backup safety than Jimmy Ward. And then also, he's Jalen Petrie insurance at nickel. When Jalen Petrie got hurt last year, Jimmy Ward was the backup nickel and was pretty good in that role. So Jimmy Ward's your backup in both of those spots.
Let's also be realistic, Jeremy. The fact that we know Jimmy Ward gets hurt when he plays all the defensive snaps. If you just play him when you need him, when injuries occur or as necessary, depending on the package that's on the field, he's probably got a far better chance of staying healthy. And because he's a veteran, he's intelligent, and he can still play a little bit, he can help you more.
Yeah, I think that's at this stage of his career, the best role for him, where he's backing up two spots. Maybe he plays a few series too, as a way to prevent Jalen Petrie from getting hurt, as a way to, maybe Kalen Bullock. You don't want him playing 100% of the snaps, although I can't imagine that. I want him playing 100% of the snaps. But maybe CJ Gardner-Johnson gets a series or two off. So it adds to the depth. But I do think he's a starter. And the fact that the Texans get a starter for Kenyon Green, who was a lost cause, he was a has-been, a bust, is pretty amazing. I really like this trade from Nick Caserio. I like today's trade way more than I liked yesterday's trade, although I am good with both.
Yeah, look, I'm good with both as well. But I think that, again, the biggest win is the fact that we thought that Kenyon Green was just going to ride it out one more year here, not going to start, but he's going to be on the roster. He's going to be backup depth. And there you go. And instead, we're talking about getting a starter on the defensive side of the football. You've already basically moved on from Kenyon Green. You can find other guys to be a backup. And it's a huge win for the Texans and Nick Caserio. So I was surprised that they were able to do it, but then I thought it was just going to be basically take some, 7th round picks in return. But the fact is that you got a starter that's going to help you. I think it's a huge win, a great day.
Yeah, it was a surprising trade that they were able to get this for Kenyon Green. Texter said he talked mess about the city and the food, Nola Jason. Okay, well, he's not very smart about his food then, because New Orleans food might be it's definitely top 3 in America. New Orleans food. There's not a lot of versatility in New Orleans, but if you're going specifically for like Cajun or Creole, unbelievable. I would put New Orleans probably in second as my favorite food city in the country. Yeah, Houston because of its diversity. You can find the best of everything in Houston. I question his food taste. Yeah, I don't know if Chicago has the diversity.
Well, I'll tell you what, with the Italian, and then you can still get the Midwest steaks. And I think Chicago's a really good food town.
It is. Like, it's probably my 3. Like, we're kind of arguing greats, right? It's like whenever we say who's the greatest of this, and you have to put down one great because you're uplifting another great. They're both great. Texans also got they brought back Mario Edwards, which I think we all like that, right? I do think that Tim Settle probably is locked into this team now with this addition because there's not a whole lot more money to go around on the defensive line. They brought in a couple of backup defensive ends yesterday for over $10 million. You brought back Rankins from Cincinnati when he left you for a little bit. And then now you bring back Mario Edwards. I don't see them, and Autry's still under contract. I don't see them moving on from Settle and bringing in a big bruising one tech. I think Settle is already that guy.
Yeah, maybe so. I think overall, the Edwards was way more than I thought he was going to be. So the fact that you're bringing him back, I'm totally fine with that. Now, if he can just, stay clean and just, play like he played last year.
I don't need him to stay clean.
Okay. Well,
I want him to be the best version of
dirty.
himself.
I'm talking about if you're going to miss.
No, I know what you meant.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want him missing any more time, just like I prefer Autry if he's going to be on this team, doesn't miss any more time. Because I think that, when they're on the football field, they help you and they're better.
Would you rather them play 10 games at a 10, or would you rather them play 16 games at a 6?
Well, I mean,
they just need to stagger their usage.
The big thing that's good is especially on the defensive side of the football, and especially at the defensive line position, they have a lot of depth. They have a lot of depth, and they can go to a lot of different guys. So that helps, even with whether it's because of injury or they just like to keep guys fresh. So they are able to rotate guys through.
Yeah, you just need them to stagger when they're using. They need to cycle whenever the other one's not cycling. I say this kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I want to win a championship, man. Like, how much do you want win? How much do you want to win? We talk about this all the time. Like, how much do you want to win? If it meant Mario Edwards got busted for PEDs and served a 6-game suspension in the middle of next season, would you be willing to trade that for winning a Super Bowl next year?
I mean, of course. I mean, look, anytime you can get a Super Bowl in Houston, you're going to trade.
Yeah, both of them can get a 6-game suspension for all I care if it means the Texans are lifting the Lombardi. They both can get it. Bring back Brian Cushing out of retirement. Let him serve a 1-year suspension if it means lifting a Lombardi.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I'm just, like I said, I'm thankful that they have the depth so that if guys are going to miss multiple games for whatever the case.
Why does PED usage make you uncomfortable?
It's just, I think it's careless. I think that in today's day and age, whether you blame it on your trainers or your agent or the guy at the pharmacy or whatever it is, I just think it's careless. And I think that what you can and can't do and take and can't take. And I think it's careless when guys get suspended. I think it's disrespectful to his team.
No, what he just needs to make sure he gets bad steak in Mexico. That's the best cover-up for PED usage.
Okay, Dwayne Brown. Yeah.
Texans did sign an offensive lineman, too. They signed Laken Tomlinson to a 1-year, $4.25 million deal. He's got incentives worth $5 million. Veteran offensive lineman. He's not great anymore, according to like people I trust in Pro Football Focus, but he's extremely reliable. He has not missed a game like ever. Has been somebody you can count on to start. Left guard, can he bounce back to right guard? I don't know, or I don't. No, I shouldn't say bounce back because he never played right guard. Can he bounce over to right guard? I don't know. He was pretty average to above average on the Pro Football Focus score, and what I think that the Texans are doing here is I don't think that Nick Caserio wants to go into the draft counting on adding a starting offensive lineman. I think he wants to head into the draft having a base. And I think that base might be set. I think it's Titus Howard at left tackle. I think it's Laken Tomlinson at left guard. I think it's Jarrett Patterson at center. I think it's Juice Scruggs at right guard. I think it's Blake Fisher at right tackle. Maybe they add to the interior offensive line between now and the draft. But that is their baseline right now. And I think Caserio wants that baseline so he's not held hostage to drafting an offensive lineman in the first round. If he gets to his spot, can't trade up, blah, 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 blah. I don't think he wants to have to be committed to drafting an offensive lineman at 25.
Well, and I'm a little cringeworthy of the fact that because of his history, I still don't have confidence that he's going to go high and get an offensive lineman that's going to work out. So I'm a little leery of the fact that I would prefer them to get at least one more veteran that can fill one of those roles. But I mean, we'll wait and see, because I also am really kind of hoping that they use the first round pick on a wide receiver. So we'll see what he's able to do. Maybe because of the extra picks, he can trade up. He gets the offensive lineman first, and then you get a wide receiver in the second or third. But yeah, I would hope that there's still, whether it be a trade or free agency, there's a way to bring another veteran into this mix.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be held hostage. Like, he wants to be able to draft and have versatility on draft day, which I think is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I don't think you should ever head to the draft being like, we have to get this specific position and a starter at this specific position, especially when you're drafting late in the first round. So I think there's a better than 50-50 chance Tomlinson's a starter. But if he's not, then he's a really good interior offensive line piece that provides stability and can back up and do all that stuff.
Yeah, the good news is he's always healthy. The bad news is that he has a propensity to maybe give up some sacks.
Yeah, he does.
But at the same time, at least he's reliable. And so, like you said, now whether it's a receiver or an offensive lineman in the first round, you don't have every team in the league that's trying to move up late in the first round, knowing where the Texans pick, going, oh, they got to get offensive line or they got to get wide receiver. And then they can jump up, or they know exactly what the Texans are going to do. He has options.
Yeah, I want to push back on that. Not necessarily like argue with you, but pose a question that might contradict that scenario for the Houston Texans. Like, what if it's not an offensive lineman or wide receiver? We have a busy show today. It is a Taco Tuesday edition. I'm going to bail out an hour early. Boys are going to have my back there. I hope you guys are okay with that. I haven't told y'all that at all. I gotta head to Kansas City. We'll talk about the Rockets in Magic, the win last night. Cash them or trash them with the B, since it is a Tuesday. That Christian Kirk trade's looking a little bit better today, huh? A busy show. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're at Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees. What do you think of all the flurry of moves the Houston Texans have made? 713-780-3776. Killeries, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's only a Tuesday, and it's already been a stressful week. I feel like we've already spent 7 days this week, doesn't it? You're probably looking to escape the rat race, aren't you? You're looking to get out of the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you that stress. I have the best weekend idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, escape the anxiety, the stress, all of the rat race, and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. Open green spaces, beautiful wildlife, majestic, mature trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. You got to drop a line. You can't beat that. Just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. And you're going to be thankful that you did it. You're going to be able to recover. You're going to be able to do so much to get your peace and quiet, your comfort back on track. You're going to be so thankful if you head up there. Hike on their 92-acre property, kayaking, pickleball courts, or how about just hanging out by the pool with a drink? Can't beat that. Two Creeks Crossing Resort also loves to take care of their visitors. A barbecue cook-off one weekend, a crawfish boil the next. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, or pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
You know what this makes me want to do, Blankers?
Drink a cold beer.
Have a cold beer. You know where I want to have that cold beer?
In Kansas City.
No, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston.
Okay.
Zach Top's playing tonight, Brian?
Yeah, he's tonight's rodeo artist.
There you go. I like this song. A little slow. If I'm going to do country and it's slow, it's usually some of the old school stuff. Probably George Strait. But this is, I love the album name of this song, though. It's Cold Beer and Country Music. Like, isn't that synonymous with each other?
It spells it out for you. That's exactly what you're looking for.
I feel like it's redundant, though. You know what I mean? Song's called I Never Lie. Okay. That's my party anthem here, I think. Texter says we need 3 Richie Incognitos. I'm down. Bring me 3 Richie Incognitos. I had a buddy message me today. I'm more of an acquaintance. He said that he wants Richie Incognito coaching on this staff, and I couldn't agree more. That's the best take that guy's ever had.
I think that people looking at him a little differently now that he got his name cleared from the bullying of the Dolphins when he was there.
Yeah, I know. Was it Jacob Martin?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he kind of messed up. Messed Richie Incognito. Although Richie Incognito played more games after that than Jacob Martin.
He had a long career.
He still played.
I don't think it was Jacob Martin. Jacob Martin was a linebacker for the Texans.
It was Martin.
Yeah.
I thought it was Jake Martin.
Jacob Martin was a linebacker for the Texans. Maybe they have the same name, but I think it might be a different first name.
We'll figure it out.
Jonathan Martin.
There we go. That's it.
I mean, it's easy mistake. I mean, Martins am I supposed to remember? Or maybe how many underperforming Martins do I need to know? I was watching Martin the other night in the hotel on BET as I fell asleep. I love that show.
Always was good.
Yeah, that show's good. That show's so good. It was the one wherever he was on. He was like, he took like a parking ticket to court, and he had like this big trial and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Where he represented himself.
Yeah. And then the judge like found him guilty. He's like, no, like he got shot and was going to jail for the rest of his life. And the judge like, it's $150. It's so funny. Nola Food, the most overrated food in America. Zero diversity, one-hit wonders. Okay, that's not true.
You just made the list.
Yeah, what do you mean one-hit wonders? I can hear the diversity side of that, but the one-hit wonder side of that, give me a little Ron's Gumbo Shop in Metairie on my way into New Orleans. Give me a po' boy. What's that market called in the middle of the city? I can't remember, but fantastic shrimp po' boys. How about a little snowball on your way out of town with the ice cream at the bottom? How about some crackling and boudin in Scott, Louisiana? Come on, man. Nola Food's overrated.
Joel didn't like that last one.
Yeah, the crackling and the boudin was not my favorite.
What's wrong with you?
I'm not.
Did you try any when we were out at the?
Yeah, I'm not a big Cajun fan. And
I went by there on Sunday.
Oh, did you really?
I did. Yeah. The best stop.
There you go.
Went back there on Monday. I had a little boudin and crackling for breakfast ahead of some Cougar baseball.
Okay.
How would you like that for breakfast?
Nope. No, thank you.
Diverse one-hit wonder. So I'm sorry, I'm writing this into Bad Take Boulevard. What if we had some good ketchup on it? Would you be able to tolerate a little bit more?
No. But
I'm just wondering.
That comment would be a big hit in Twitch, I think.
I had to ask. I believe I read an article about the most arrests per team somewhat equaled success, not necessarily big win in the Super Bowl, i.e. the Legion of Boom and the current Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know if that's true, 0002.
I was going to say the Chiefs because they already had a graphic that said typical Chiefs behavior once the season's over, and I think they've already had like 5 or 6 guys arrested.
Yeah. The Xavier Worthy, though, that seems to be a bad
that got taken
deal.
back, yeah.
They dropped charges already.
Yep.
Apparently, like that's some extortion going on, depending on what side of the story you want to believe. But the Legion of Boom was notorious for just like committing crime defensively. Like they would just tackle you, they'd hit you hard, they would interfere on every single pass that was thrown. And the mantra was like, hey, we're not going to get called every time. So they would just like commit all these penalties. I don't want to be the most penalized team in the NFL, but I do want to be the most aggressive, swarming, hit other teams hard and letting them know that you're there.
Like, if you got Bobby Wagner in the middle of your defense, you're going to get some of that. Bobby Wagner is one tough, you know what.
Yeah, son of a gun. Texans trading makes the defense seem stout. That will be Texans' strength. I'm just worried about the offense. You got Caley, you got Stroud, you got some pieces. Texans are moving just to make moves. Nothing has been or will be enough to elevate the team. They will continue to build through the draft, knowing they're fixing to pay CJ. I think the defense is better than it was just with the addition of CJ Gardner-Johnson. Also, you have a year of development from all the young players. I think the defense is better. Offensively, I think you have become less talented. Like Diggs was more talented than I think Kirk, but you didn't have him the whole year. Tank Dell was more talented than your current number 3 receiver, whoever that is, but he got hurt. The offensive line, I think it's more about the type of players that they want. I think they're willing to trade talent for getting swarmy players, to use their word. They want physical dudes, and they're trying to establish a culture.
This is essentially what they did with the interior defensive linemen a little over a year ago, when we thought that they played fairly well, and D'Amico had other ideas saying, look, we need to be better on the interior defensive line. We need to stop the run better, and we've got to upgrade those positions. And then when they started bringing guys in and we looked at it, there were questions like, did they really? Because the 2 guys they let go were pretty good. But at the end of the year, you look at it and go, man, the guys they brought in did their job. Foley played his tail off. You know, the guys that were playing, even Edwards, played better than we thought that they were going to play. And I think that kind of along the same lines, they got rid of guys that they just knew, either in the case of Kenyon Green, couldn't play, or however you want to look at why they got rid of Laramie Tunsil and his big contract. They're going to bring in guys that are better suited to kind of fit the mold of what they're looking for in their O-line. So I don't think we should judge it less than 48 hours into free agency. I think that there's plenty of time to see how it all unfolds before we even get to camp or week 1. But I think it was pretty clear, and D'Amico made it clear kind of at the end of the season too with the interviews, that they were looking for tougher and a certain style of offensive linemen that I think they're going to go get.
Yeah. It'd be pretty boring, though. While I agree with you, it'd be boring if we didn't react until the end of the offseason, or just like for 3 hours. We're going to wait.
I'm saying, look, there is frustration, and I heard it from a lot of my buddies, even last night and this morning, about, well, you know, kind of what I brought up to you guys yesterday. Like, if you knew you were going to try and get rid of Tunsil, then, you know, should you not have been like at the top of the free agency market to go get, you know, some of the bigger names that are out there offensive line wise? And, you know, everybody looks at the way they're going to approach free agency differently. And a lot of times the first guys off the board really are the ones that get grossly overpaid. So we just have to be patient.
They couldn't afford that either.
Right.
Yeah, like that wasn't an option for them. Like they couldn't do that
because of the cap. I mean, because of the financial restrictions.
They couldn't pay a tackle. Like who's gotten the most tackle money this offseason? I don't even know. But it's what, $25 million? Like they couldn't do that.
Yeah, I think it's about 20 a year. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that they could afford that. Like this is very clearly to me future finances / they're trying to build a certain identity on their line. Man, Texans are just cleaning out that offensive line, and it's incredible. Look, that's the thing too. Like they've gotten rid of 3 of their starting offensive linemen, 2.5. Kenyon Green didn't start the whole year. Shaq Mason did when he was healthy, and then when he came back in the playoffs, and then Laramie Tunsil started all year, of course. This was one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL. We talked late in the season, too, about like the offense, like underperforming, taking a step back, CJ Stroud, a little regression into his second year. And I remember having these conversations like heading into the playoffs and even in the playoffs, that if the Texans had a complete overhaul of what they were doing offensively, it would not bother me. Because who cares? Like they were one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL. They were bottom half of the NFL offensively when they should have been top 10-ish with the talent that they had. So I don't mind the overhaul. I think it's fair to question the return. I think it's fair to question when you move on from Tunsil, all of those things. But the idea that we're going to overhaul the offense with a new coaching staff, we're going to overhaul the offensive line that was one of the worst offensive lines in the entire league, despite it being pretty talented, I don't think it's the wrong mindset at all.
I don't either, because of the fact that, look, if it wasn't broke, then don't fix it. But the fact is you're bottom 3 in the entire league in how bad your offensive line paid. And we said the resources you threw at that offensive line, between where the draft picks were that were filling some of the positions and the money that was dished out to kind of pay the rest of them, that you need to be better and you need to do better. And like you said, you're bringing in a new offensive line coach and a new offensive coordinator, and you need to kind of, as much as you don't like change, or for whatever the reason you didn't want to see change, there were big names with less than abilities in the way they played a year ago. And I think that means you have every right to press the reset button and try and overhaul everything that you can before you start another season.
Like you weren't opposed to change with this offense,
No,
right?
not at
Yeah,
all.
I don't know how you couldn't be. Like this was an offense that needed change. Like everybody was griping at Slowick for the entire year. Everybody was griping about the offensive line and the pressure that was getting to CJ Stroud. Everybody was.
Yeah.
And then the Texans make overhauling changes to try to address that, and people are critical about it. Like it's kind of contradictory to me.
Like the season doesn't start next week. So you got rid of your best offensive lineman, but he was the best offensive lineman on the worst offensive line or one of the worst offensive lines in the league. So you got to figure out, you can pass your criticism once you figure out what they're going to do to try and make the entire unit better. Kenyon Green, we knew was a bust. We knew that no matter what number he changed to and how he changed his diet and what he was doing differently, he couldn't pass block to save his life. So you moved on for him. And, oh, by the way, you got a player that's actually going to help you. So let's see how you replace those guys on the line. Let's see how Nick gets creative, as we mentioned, that he might have to get to try and get some veterans and a mix with if he brings in more rookies.
I don't think anybody's criticizing the Kenyon Green move, though.
No. I mean, look, I think that was a steal. I think that, yeah, you can say you can criticize that Nick swung and missed on the draft pick, but he still recovered well enough to get a starter for him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But like people that are critical of the moves that the Texans have made is more about Tunsil than Kenyon Green. I am curious to see what Kenyon Green looks like in Philly, though, with that offensive line tutelage that he's going to receive there. Like
that's what I was thinking. I was
like,
hoping he gets
can he
some
reinvent
tutelage.
that bust word? Can he go from being what looked like a bust to being like a real NFL starter? I'm kind of rooting for him. Like I don't want the Texans to like lose the trade or anything like that. But I like Kenyon Green, and I am a homer. And he went to Atascocita. I grew up in Atascocita, went to Humble High School, so I am rooting for Kenyon Green.
Yeah, as soon as he got drafted too, he came on the show with us. So we
that's not why I like him though.
I don't have to. I'm not saying that's why you like him. I'm saying that was cool because he didn't have to do that, and a lot of guys get in trouble for doing that. But I think that you look at Mekhi Becton, you look at a guy that was pretty much a bust with the Jets, and he goes to the Eagles, and he turns out to be a better than serviceable offensive lineman. And if you can learn from Johnson and some of the guys that are on that offensive line, and you kind of understand how they do it, there is a chance for you to get better.
Yeah, that guy's a free agent too, by the way.
Which guy?
How do you say his name? Mekhi what?
Mekhi Becton?
Yeah, Becton's a free agent.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like that's somebody that maybe Texans could be in on. I wonder, do you think they're going to sign anybody else?
I do. I think at some point, whether it's a sign or a trade, I think they're going to get at least one more veteran offensive lineman.
What price point do you think it'll be?
If I had to guess, I'd say in and around 10.
Okay.
I think Zeitler's in play.
If Zeitler, I would sign Zeitler for $10 million right now.
Yeah,
I would do that. That'd be fine with me.
Yep.
The other guy we were throwing around yesterday, was it Fries or Freeze? I don't know how to pronounce his name. I don't keep up with offensive linemen in the NFL. I just look at people's lists and trust Lance Zierlein. But that Fries guy, Will Fries, who got signed by the Vikings today, he got 5 years, $88 million.
Oof.
5 years, $88 million. Oof. Like the Texans can't afford that big white boy. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, even the deal that the Packers gave out to the guy from the Niners, it's like, yeah, he ended up starting at the end, but in Green Bay, they were talking about, well, he gives us depth on the offensive line. I'm like, you're paying that much for depth? Like, and you're going to play the musical chairs that I hate about moving guys around and shifting them into different positions for next season. That's dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Eric the driver says, I'm reserving judgment until I see who Nick puts out there for week 1. That's probably the wise thing to do, Eric, but we can't do that for 5 months on this show. Old Time Grocer, the name of that po' boy spot in New Orleans. It's so good. All right, 713-780-3776. Rockets. They got a win yesterday. Let's talk about it. Also, Jabari had a good game. There was something he said after the game I didn't love, though, and also the curious case of Cam Whitmore. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rockets played a basketball game yesterday. They won a basketball game yesterday, 97-84 against the Orlando Magic, who are a little below average in the Eastern Conference, a game that you were supposed to win. The Rockets did cruise control, cruise to the 13-point victory. Before we get into the Cam convo and the Jabari convo, what'd you think of the game, how the Rockets played?
I was a little bit more pleased with the fact that, especially in the second half, they kind of turned it up a notch and kept the pressure on Orlando. Orlando made a little run there to get it down to like 12, 10, and then they were able to kind of stop that right away and continue to keep the pedal down. So I liked the overall ability to kind of keep them at bay the entire second half and didn't let them get close. Once they got up, they were able to kind of defend that lead. So I was pleased with it.
Yeah, that was a good win. Like, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that they're going to go ahead and plan the parade. I mean, you beat a team in the Eastern Conference below 500. It was a home game. You were favored. But you cruised to a 13-point victory. Like, this was what you were supposed to do. You know, Amin Thompson, all of that. I thought that they played well. Like, this wasn't a struggle or anything. I'm a fan of the double bigs lineup.
Yes.
Like, I know you can't do it every game. Like, if you go up against an opponent who has a very athletic four that plays the four and shoots the three-pointer really well, then you can't get away with it every game. But offensively, it's way better than I thought it would be. Like, I would have concern if I hadn't seen it before with Alpi Şengün trying to go to work on the block, and then you have Steven Adams who's eating up a bunch of space. You think it would clog the middle. But Alpi's a good passer, and then as soon as they send that center to double team Alpi, I mean, Adams is right there in the dunk spot, or even better, just put up a shot and miss it and allow Steven Adams to get the rebound. You can't do it every night, but I'm a fan of when Ime does do it matchup specific.
I thought it was going to be gimmicky at first, and I thought it would be limited in where they could use it. But when you look at a team like Orlando that doesn't have physical bigs too, you can really take advantage of that. And then you've got to force them to play your style. It maybe causes you to maybe not put the pedal down as fast in transition unless you have numbers. But overall, that you can really take advantage. Steven Adams with 17 rebounds. I mean, my God. I mean, the guy he's strong, he's powerful, he's smart. He's not the best shooter in the world, but he can finish around the basket a little bit. And he's such a physical force because Alpi really isn't, that they really work well off of each other. Then when you get a Jabari in there that can play like the oversized three, they can go really big on teams and they can really catch them on their heels.
Yeah. You even go back to, like, there was times before Alpi or Amin got hurt, where he was doing that with Adams, Alpi, Jabari at the 3. He was playing Tari at the 2 and Amin at the 1. Like, that is terrifying length.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the size of that starting 5 is kind of ridiculous. I don't think that you can do that every night.
No.
It is matchup dependent, but that size alone is pretty intimidating. And defensively, like you said, other than Alpi at the 4, defending the 4, and again, that's why it's matchup specific, that's a pretty daunting defense. Steven Adams is a beast, man. That is a big man. They didn't have an answer. He had 11 offensive rebounds. 11. The Orlando had 13 in the game. The whole team had 13. Steven Adams had 11.
There was the one rebound in the second half where Wagner had his one arm on a complete lockdown, yanking him towards the free throw line. And with his other arm and his strength, he was still able to get the ball and secure it with one hand. And then kind of on the floor, look at Wagner like, yeah, that didn't work.
Yeah,
like,
he's a beast.
He's unbelievable.
He is. I like his diet too. Just the caveman diet. Yep. I can relate to that. Texter, I worked on my spreadsheet today, did my calculations and did my pivots and all these great things that you said. I've got the Rockets winning 50 games, exactly 50 games, buddy. I think it's the guy that has been telling us all year the Rockets are going to win 50. Now, their pace currently is 50.
Mm-hmm.
They're back to a 50-game pace again. So do you think they hit the 50-win mark?
I think that was my threshold. I said I think I could see them getting to 50. I think I was in the 49-50 range. I know that a few weeks ago, everybody was like 54, 56, and I couldn't see that. So I am open-minded to the fact that they can win 50 games, yes.
The race is tight. They're 2 games behind Denver for second, but they're only 3.5 ahead of Minnesota for 7th. So, like, there's still some doing to be done. 65 games into the
Lakers did them a solid
schedule
last night and crapped the bed against the Nets. So that helps, too, because the Lakers could start to tumble a little bit with LeBron out. So we'll see.
Rockets have this home stretch, too. Phoenix tomorrow, Dallas, Chicago, Philadelphia. So you get a chance to rattle off some wins here.
And they
with
got to
that
take
stretch
advantage.
coming up.
Those teams are all wounded for the most part, or they suck. This is where you have to just stack some wins at home to kind of put you in the best position, not only to get to 50, but you, like you said, you can gain some ground in the standings pretty quickly now if you can just take care of your business.
Even like if you go a little bit beyond that, at Orlando, at Miami, like road games are tough, whatever. But then Denver at home, Atlanta at home, at you, and then this is when the stretch that kind of gets hard. At Utah, at Phoenix, at the Lakers, home for Utah, home for Oklahoma City, at Golden State, at the Clippers, at the Lakers, home for Denver. So like that last stretch driver, like all these teams that you're competing with in the Western Conference. So there's going to be a lot at stake for the final 2 weeks of the year.
Yeah, and you don't ever take Utah for granted at home because of the travel and the altitude and the fact that their airport's in the middle of nowhere. And so you got to be careful there. And then the Miami game is a booby trap because literally the booby trap is there. And guys
What do you mean by that?
That there's a strip club named the Booby Trap that gets them every time. Let's just put it that way.
Well,
that's exactly what I mean.
Are you hiding anything when you say that? You say let's just leave it at that. I think you about summed it up.
Pretty much. And the Rockets fans should be very familiar with it. Just see John Wall and Kevin Porter Jr. and others.
The wow factor whenever they had Wall, Oladipo, and what was it, Christian Wood?
Oh,
was
that's
it Wood or
right.
Woods?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Wood.
Christian Wood. Yeah, he didn't have an S at the end. Texture says they don't have that many more back-to-backs. I see only 2. They have played Dallas and then Chicago Friday, Saturday here at home on this trip. And then final 2 days of March, they play at Phoenix and at LA. That's sad. They're not going to be able to visit Sedona.
Yeah,
it really stinks for them.
I think you gave them enough recommendations that they want to be there.
They won't be able to, though.
Yeah, they can't make it happen.
They'll be straight to LA. That's too bad. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Cam Whitmore, the curious case. And then Jabari played well yesterday. He said something post-game that didn't really sit well with me. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure, at PRP treatments, which is platelet-rich plasma. It's essentially, you've heard it, athletes use it for their joints, for their elbows, their shoulders, their knees. They could do it with hair restoration as well, and it's almost like fertilizing your lawn. They do it, and you get the more blood flow and better growth to your hair, and you get thicker, fuller hair. And the NeoGraft procedure is quite simply the best procedure done. It's done right here in the medical center by Doc Linville and his staff. And it's fantastic at getting your own hair back because it is your own hair. It's not all the gimmicks that you see on TV. It's literally your own hair from places that you're never going to lose it. And scientifically, Doc will tell you, genetically, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. So he takes some of it and repurposes it where you need it most. Maybe it's the hairline in front or that baboon's butt that's showing with the shiny patch up and back. But regardless, it takes care of the problem once and for all, and it's with you for the rest of your life because he's taking it from a place where it never goes away. Because you're listening to me now and you're interested in what he has to offer you down the road, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com right now and set up your first appointment. It's a consultation that's free. No money out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line, no commitments to be made. You walk in, they explain everything to you. They show you before and after pictures. A lot of people like me, and then you realize what they do really, really works. And it's a game changer. You have confidence again, and you have self-esteem because your hair is back, and you see it instantly when you get done with the procedure. In 6 to 9 months, you see the full results, but you are absolutely as happy as I am when you realize you got your hair back. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by, but get that free consultation. People off the street pay $150. You don't pay a thing if you go to 975hair.com and sign up for that consultation. Go see my friend, Doc Linville. He's the best in the business.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What is this curious case of Cam Whitmore, Blankers?
I just, in frustration, I watched the game last night because of the fact that I thought, well, as much as he can't get out of his own way a lot of time, that I'm like the leader of the belief that Cam Whitmore is a hyper-talented basketball player. And throughout the season, no matter how much he's probably created his own mess and doghouse in which that he had to sit in, when his number has been called in the past because of straight necessity, if nothing else, he has played really, really well. And I thought, look, Amen's going to be out for a couple of weeks. They're kind of short on depth right now. They're probably going to need him to step up again. Last time they needed him to step up, he had a career-high 27 points. This is another opportunity for Cam to kind of erase all of his mistakes of the past, show that he's a valuable asset, maybe start working his way back into the lineup. But he plays 2 minutes. And you look at it and you go, why? And it's not because of its ability. It's everything between his ears. And it's so frustrating to me over and over again. But it's like now we're getting later in the season where you think Ime's probably going to start tightening up his rotation. And when Amen comes back, he's going to probably solidify his rotation. And right now it looks like Cam Whitmore is further towards the end of the bench than he is towards cracking another opportunity to get back in there. And, you look at Reed Shepherd, and Reed Shepherd was getting some minutes now. Well, now he's out too. So there's one less guy that you have to leapfrog. There's more opportunities that should be there. I don't know the full story behind the scenes, but something's got to be up yet again because coming off that 27-point performance, he didn't play hardly at all. And now I'm looking at this going, this was the ample opportunity against a younger team if you were going to use Cam Whitmore, and he didn't play again.
Yeah, I feel like Ime's been tightening that rotation since they returned from the All-Star break. Like, that's to me is when he put the screws on. Like, that's when Cam Whitmore stopped playing. And he played on that back-to-back when everybody was out. Now, who are you pointing the finger at here?
I think this is more where, well, first of all, I think the finger should be strictly pointed, first and foremost at Cam Whitmore himself. Because the people that I have talked to and the people that are in the know just say what I've been fearful of, which is it isn't about ability, talent, and basketball skill. It's about the fact that he just can't wrap his head around the fact that he's not going to get the kind of priority with the ball, looks, and attention that he got when he was in high school and AAU and his 1 year at Villanova. This is a different scenario. When you get to the NBA at this level, you're not the best player on your team right now. And if you think you are, and you're going to try and play like you are, you're not going to play. And I think that that's where it starts. But I think that when you have, and we talked about this even with the Kenyon Green type thing. Now, this is only year one, so, there's a chance that he's still going to change, grow, mature, and all those things. But at a certain point, general managers normally like to push their guys that they drafted, especially because they think they got a steal in him, and that he would get opportunities. But he's gotten opportunities already, and yet it seems like you said, coming out of the All-Star break, he looked like he had done it again. Like he did something to where he was firmly on the end of the bench, acting like he didn't care. And yet he got called on in a game where they desperately needed him, and he performed well. And I thought, well, now maybe there's another chance that there's a crack open in that door, and maybe he can walk through it one last time. But now he's, the double big lineup has hurt him. And I think that overall, Ime's just like, look, at this point in the season, I can't be screwing around with this anymore.
Yeah, I point the finger at Cam too. Like, I'm not big on the complaining about minutes when the Rockets cruise to a victory type of deal. Like, anybody who's complaining that Cam Whitmore should have been playing yesterday whenever they were cruising to a 13-point victory, who should he have played over? Like, everybody played pretty well. Things were going pretty good for the Rockets yesterday. I'm not going to listen, well, Cam should have played above this guy. They won by 13. They played a pretty complete game. They were doing pretty good. I point the finger at Cam too. Like, do you think Ime Udoka wants to win, or you think Ime Udoka wants to lose? Yeah. Ime Udoka wants to win basketball games, and he's going to play the guys that he thinks gives him the best chance to win. Well, Cam Whitmore scored 28 points in 30 minutes. Well, those aren't the things that Ime Udoka is looking for. We know that and you could challenge that and say he's wrong on that assessment, but Ime Udoka is a defensive first head coach. He wants a really good defensive team, and if you're not going to do the things that he is asking you to do, that he is forcing you to do, you're not going to get minutes. And he may talked about this early in the year where Cam Whitmore is aware of the things that they're asking him to do. And if he's not living up to what they're asking him to do, he's not going to play. So it's not an Ime Udoka thing. Ime Udoka wants to win. Ime Udoka is going to play the players he trusts the most. So if you're upset about Cam Whitmore not playing tons of minutes, then your criticism should be at Cam Whitmore.
It really should. And I wish that, I would love to be able to, to get through to the kid and just say, because here's my fear, Jeremy, and Kevin Joseph was tweeting me, and he was talking about Jabari, and he's like, I'm so fearful they're going to trade him and that he's going to become a star elsewhere. And I'm like, Jabari's not the guy I'm worried about becoming a star elsewhere. Cam Whitmore's the guy that I think that at a certain point, you just realize either we can't get through to him or we can't spend any more time wasted trying to get him to see things the way we need him to see it. And then we move on from him. And then he goes somewhere else and he matures and he understands and maybe he learns a little something. And then he truly maximizes who he can be in this league. And you look back and go, it's unfortunate it couldn't have been with us. So I hope that, look.
Or he flames out and he gets out of the league in 5 years.
That's also a possibility. I'm not denying that. I just see too much talent to understand that the only thing that's going to keep Cam from being having a long career in the NBA is Cam.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I think they're very different players, Cam and Jabari. Like Cam Whitmore to me is a scorer and almost nothing else. And I think that Cam's scoring attribute can be elite. I do think that. But I think he's kind of a one-trick pony. It's the best trick to have, probably. Whereas Jabari's much different player. Like he's not really a scorer. He's a guy who can hit shots. He's going to be a pretty high level shooter. Should be a good rebounder. Can defend. He's pretty athletic for a 4 too. That chase down block he had yesterday was pretty nice. Yeah. Jabari did kind of annoy me though. And look, Jabari played great. Like this has nothing to do with the performance on the floor. Had 20. Grabbed 7 rebounds. Hit half of his 3-pointers. Like he played well. But it was after the game where he said something that kind of caught my attention, and I don't love it. Latchard Binkley had a little post-game scrum with Jabari. Take a listen.
Or does it make it easier for you knowing that you're going to have some type of mismatch on the offensive end?
It makes it easy on everybody. Because if you miss, you just like 8 times out of 10, you're going to get the rebound. You know what I'm saying? So it just makes it easier just because you got those 2 people in there. And I love crashing, so if I got a small person on me, probably can't box me out. So it's just hard for teams, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it helps me a lot. I like playing 3. I don't got to do a lot of dirty work, you know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. So, yeah, I love it.
Do you catch where you think I didn't like what he said?
You don't like that he doesn't like to do a lot of dirty work?
I don't want my power forward to be saying openly. I don't want him to have this feeling at all, but then to have the comfort level to say it openly that he doesn't want to do the dirty things. Yeah. I want every player on my team doing the dirty things. You know who else wants all his players doing the dirty things? Ime Udoka wants all his players doing the dirty things. And a guy who has been labeled soft before, not by me, but some people in the national media. I saw something last week. I forget who it was. It's a good player, kind of soft, talking about
Tim
Jabari.
Legler. I think it was Tim
Was it Legler?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it nationally last week. And then openly, Jabari's like, yeah, I love playing the 3. I don't have to do the dirty work. SAWFT soft. I've defended this guy. I like his skill set. Like to me, you can't have 5 scorers on the floor. I think he's a nice piece to a really good team. Can shoot from all over. I think he's capable of being a 40% 3-point shooter someday. He's long. He has rebounding potential. Doesn't like to do the dirty work, though, so he's probably not going to live up to that rebounding potential. Hearing that last night, he played well. I should be happy about Jabari. I should be having a little, aha moment to everybody. I don't like doing the dirty things. Come on, Bari. You can't be saying that as a starting power forward for Ime Udoka.
This is a guy that came in saying self-proclaimed locksmith, and he wants to play defense. He wants to shut guys down. He wants to be kind of like that stopper at the 4, where you really have to be tough and do the dirty work. But if you're looking for the easy out and looking to play the 3 with 2 bigs so that it's easier on you, it's weak sauce. And to me, when you're talking about the difference between Cam and Jabari, I think everything that Cam is, Jabari, I don't think is. And I think that everything that Jabari is, I don't think Cam is.
I think they're totally different players.
I think that Cam, the one thing that I will say, other than just being a scorer, is with his athleticism and his physicality, when he wants to rebound, when he sets his mind, and you've seen him kind of high point basketballs in the lane in traffic, where you realize If he just understood what it takes on the defensive end a little bit, I think that he could rebound. I think that he could stay in front of guys. But he just doesn't feel like that's something that he has to do. And that kind of increases my level of frustration. From Jabari's standpoint, there's too many times where my frustration kind of lies with a guy that's almost 7 foot tall, that has the ability to shoot the basketball if he's facing up, but has good touch around the basket. He gets a smaller guy on him, and he settles for a Dirk Nowitzki fadeaway, as opposed to taking the smaller guy and putting him on his hip pocket and backing him into the lane and taking advantage of the size difference.
Yeah, I think he's more of a catch and shoot guy.
But I think that you have to be smart. Like, if you get a smaller guy on you, even if you're a catch and shoot guy, you realize you're either going to get fouled or you're going to get a clean look at the basket going into the paint. That doesn't preclude you the next possession, or when a bigger guy's on you, from using your lateral quickness to get away from a defender and get a wide open shot, or
Yeah,
get
he's
a
not
better
great
shot.
off the dribble, though.
No, I'm saying someone else would create the action, but that you still could get your spot up threes like he got in the second half last night, and you'll still get your opportunities. But I think you just got to be smarter when you get, like, you see him get so frustrated when he doesn't get his number called on plays. He just kind of wants to check out. And he's not a focal point of the offense per se, but he's an important part of the offense, because when things break down, or when they're just kind of, they get into their actions, he's going to get open looks.
713-780-ESPN. The people want to weigh in on the curious case of Cam Whitmore. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Tad says that Cam has been playing good defense and rebounding. Ime's creating the Whitmore villain origin story. That's a bit of a reach. Tad says Ryan Hollins talked before the game about Cam being the big impact maker during the stretch without him in and then doesn't play. So even guys around the team have no idea what is going on. I don't think the radio guys always or the TV guys always privy to everything.
They know some things. They aren't in practice to know everything, and I think a lot of this is behind the scenes.
I mostly agree because, we're kind of theorizing here, right? Like, we're making our theories of, why isn't he playing? I think it simply boils down to Ime Udoka thinks other guys give him a better chance to win. But, the good defense thing, what makes you think he's playing good defense? Because you see a few minutes a game where he's marking his defender? Ime Udoka probably views the game a little bit different than Todd the Show. I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that Ime probably values and views things a little bit differently than Todd.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that when you look at what's required of real NBA coaches that run systems on both ends of the floor, you have to be able to switch. You have to stay active. You cannot lose out on 50-50 balls. You have to be aggressive, and you see the body language and you see the way he acts when he's on the defensive end. Now, the one night that he did, because he was, and again, it's just kind of like what we were talking about with Jabari a little bit, but it's almost like times 10. When he's involved offensively and he's getting some buckets, he gets a little bit more focused in on defense, which shows you he can do it. And that's when I see him going up in traffic to get rebounds. I see him getting back defensively to shut down breaks. But when he's not involved offensively, it's even worse. But good NBA coaches that run the system that Ime works, if you don't play D, you're not going to be on the court long.
He's also a guy who goes under a screen when they're going over screens, and Ime Udoka takes the timeout to take him out of the game. He's also that kind of guy. So, my guess is during practices and things, and probably even during games, that he's missing assignments, that he's doing things that do not give Ime trust that he's always going to do the right thing, that he's going to be a defensive liability, maybe not one-on-one defense, because I agree with you that he's capable, but the team system and what they do defensively, he doesn't trust Cam Whitmore to execute that. And that's why he plays 2 minutes, even in a blowout game, and those 2 minutes were the final 2 minutes of the game when the game was in hand. He doesn't trust him. I think it's that simple.
Well, and I started to do a little digging a while back because I was deeply concerned that a guy that I saw that had this much talent was a guy that may never find a way to find a niche to be an NBA player for a long period of time. And so I was like, please tell me that this guy isn't a guy that just upstairs, it's never going to click. The light's never going to go on. I'm not saying Royce White type guy, but I'm saying a guy that has all the tools, but Mr. Goodwrench doesn't know what to do with them. And then he fizzles, like you said, he could be fizzling out of the league in a couple of years. And they're like, nope, it has nothing to do with any of that stuff. This is all about a kid that basically was spoon-fed with a silver spoon his entire life, saying you're the man. And now you've gotten to a point where you're on a team where you're not the man anymore, and you don't want to do what they're telling you to do if you want to be on the floor. And at a certain point, you get done banging your head against the wall and giving them enough chances, and you go, I'm done for the year.
He hasn't bought in.
At all.
He hasn't bought into what Ime's telling him he has to do in order for him to play.
And Jeremy, we saw this to certain degrees with Silas, with Jalen Green, where Jalen Green was kind of like that, but Jalen Green had that understanding that he is kind of the guy. He was still kind of the man, but he was still going to be required to play some defense. And that wasn't something that he was up to doing. He had to totally adjust when Ime took over. And Ime, I think, made it very clear right away that, hey, you're a talent offensively for us, but you won't be playing if you don't play defense.
Yeah, and I don't even what? Well, he's playing good defense. I think whenever he's on the floor, he's playing capable one-on-one defense. I think it's more scheme, structure, what Ime's telling them to do, half-court defense. When we double team the post, this is what we want you doing with the shooter. This is how we're going to defend the pick and roll. This is how we're going to close out. I think it's those little details that he I don't want to say refuses to do. I don't want to say because I think he's capable. He's obviously capable. I think it's more effort than anything else. And I think that's why Ime refuses to play him. Like, until you're going to do those things, you're not getting minutes on my team. And let's keep in mind, Ime's defense first. So if you're not doing those little things to get on the floor and he can't trust you defensively, they ain't going to play you.
Well, and it's attitude as well. It's attitude when you're in the game. It's attitude when you're out of the game. It's attitude with your teammates. It's attitude when you're told, hey, look, when you're on the floor, I don't need you to be our primary scorer. If you have an open look from 3, then take it. If you're on the break, then finish it. But don't sit there and pout and like give me half effort when you're not involved in the offense or other guys are shooting. And then as it relates to the defensive end, you can't give up layups. Like, you can't be the guy responsible for giving up easy baskets, or you're going to be on the bench as quick as you can blink your eyes.
Texter, Cam should be playing Jeff's minutes. Shouldn't have been yesterday. Jeff played well. And again, I don't know, he may trust Cam Whitmore. Wasn't Jabari an Aldridge comp? Is Jabari like Bosch? I don't think Jabari's offensive game is anything like those guys. I think Jabari's offensive game is really going to be a catch and shoot guy, and which is fine. Like, be a really good shooter. Play good defense. I do want to see an uptick in his rebounding. Stop being so soft and say you don't want to do the dirty things. But I think that's his game. I don't really think Jabari's ever going to evolve into an above average scorer. I think he can be a really good shooter, but I don't think he's somebody that the Rockets are ever going to go through offensively.
No, I mean, look, every team's different. I thought his ultimate ceiling was Chris Bosh, and I don't think he's anywhere near it. I think that his best case scenario is he's a starter on an NBA team. But he is also a guy that has to come to the realization that he's not going to be a max player. He's not going to be one of the first 2 or 3 options on the team. But if he does what he's capable of doing really well, like you said, he can spot up and shoot. He's capable of playing defense. He can block shots and rebound. If he does those things, there's going to be a place for him starting on most teams in this league.
So you're saying Jabari's like Ryan Anderson? No, not at all. Ryan Anderson was he was more of a hustle guy, not a good defender. Also wasn't a great rebounder.
3-point shooter.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying Jabari's like Ryan Anderson at all. I like Jabari's skill set. I think Jabari's skill set's very unique. I don't think he's ever going to be, like you said, a top 2, top 3 offensive player on a given team, but I think he can be a really good role player on a really good team. Texter, it seemed to me he was saying it more tongue-in-cheek than being sincere and about not wanting to do the dirty work. I hope so. I just don't like how it's on his mind. Like, don't even joke about that, dude. Like, be nasty. Be a dog. Don't be Laramie Tunsil. Be Titus Howard? Nah, that didn't work. Seems to me too much ego on that Rockets roster. I don't see that a whole lot. I don't see ego much with them.
I think if there was a lot of ego on this team, you'd have a hard time seeing the way this team plays defense and seeing the way this team, every from the commercials they're now running to every quote and every post-game interview where everybody's got each other's back, where there is a togetherness, where these guys are all being selfless in the fact that Fred VanVleet used to be a big-time scorer when he was with Toronto. He's obviously older too, but he's not doing that. Dylan Brooks doesn't care if there are nights when he doesn't get the ball as much or get his shots. These guys, Steven Adams is about as selfless as you can get, but you got guys that understand what is expected of them from their head coach, and they got the results to prove it with the kind of season that they're having. That I don't think that that's the case at all.
Yeah, I don't. I think everybody has selfish moments in the NBA, but I don't think it's a selfish team. I think Alpi at times can be a little selfish. I think Cam can be a little selfish. Dropping 4 seeds after the All-Star break is Udoka's fault. Okay, some blame on Udoka. Cam needs to grow up a little more mature, realize he's in the NBA. He's not one of the best. Udoka is messing with Cam's head. Some of the blame is on both of them at this point. I mean, the guy can flat out score. Whatever the problem is with Cam, a good coach or somebody in leadership should help him bounce back. I blame Udoka. Okay, what if he's playing the long game, though? Like, what if he realizes that he kind of has to break a wild horse, and then if all of a sudden Cam Whitmore buys in next year and he reaches that potential that you're talking about, wouldn't you say it's a great coaching job?
Yeah,
that he's looking long term as opposed to short term. That he's not enabling him. Like I don't put any blame on Udoka. I think Udoka could also be playing the long game.
I think that could be true, but also at a certain point, we know how much that he wants to win, that he's only got so much time to screw around with this, and now you're getting down to crunch time. We're at the end of the regular season, where every game matters, and at a certain point, for the sake of the long game too, you just say, hey, look. We did all we could do for this year. I'm done screwing with Cam. I got to go with the guys that I know when I put out there are going to do what I ask them to do, play the roles that they're expected to play, and not do the things that Cam has been doing lately. And in the offseason, and then going into next season, hopefully we can continue to work on this. It's a work in progress. But at a certain point, because he wants to win and he knows this team is capable of winning for this season, you have to draw the line and go, I'm just going to, focus all my efforts on the guys that are doing it the way I want them to do it.
Yeah, he needs to buy in. Two texters just said Jabari's skill set reminds me of Robert Horry. I do see that a little bit, like a guy who's a 3-4 that is, a good shooter at that 3-4 position. They both have pretty good athleticism. Horry was much more clutch, as we know. Big shot Bob. I don't think it's a terrible comparison. Jabari's probably a better pure shooter than Robert Horry was, though.
I don't know about that. I would say the other way. And I think that definitely Robert, more athletic with the ball in his hands. Jabari, better post defender, probably.
Let's pull up Robert Horry's three-point shooting. See if I misremember this at all. Robert Horry was a career 34% three-point shooter. I think Jabari's is like 35, but is still very young and not here near his peak. Yeah, 34. 33.9 for Jabari. 34 career for Horry. So Horry's was a little bit better. Now Horry's had the benefit of his entire career.
Right.
I think Jabari will finish better than 34-1. Like Jabari this year is 35-4.
Yeah, I think he'll fall off and be a 28% three-point shooter in his career.
You want to bet?
No, I don't think that. I don't think 28. I think that's substantial. I'm just for the sake of the argument. I think
that's pretty similar.
I think Robert was really good on the break, and when he had the ball in his hands. Whereas I think Jabari is better when it's like guarding bigger players. And yeah, Robert had some stints against Barkley and some guys, but I think overall Jabari night in, night out can defend the four.
Yeah, I think there are some similarities to their game. Kind of 3-4s, both capable 3-point shooters. I don't hate that comparison. No, Horry was 6'10", 240. Jabari 6'11", 220.
Yeah.
I don't think Horry was 240 when he came into the league, though.
No,
He was pretty thin.
Yeah, he was thin, but he was coming off of an Alabama season where he was playing the 5. So he was versatile.
5 in college?
Yeah, they had a really athletic but really small team. They had like 4 NBA guys on that team.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Him playing the 5's awesome in college.
Yep.
That'd be a mismatch nightmare. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Time to cash them or trash them. What are you cashing or trashing with the Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Cash or trash with the B, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
Hey, by the way, first off, that Alabama team with Robert Ory had Latrell Sprewell, James Robinson, and Jason Caffey, who all also played in the NBA. And Robert Ory was the tallest player on the team at 6'9".
Wow.
Yeah.
How many games they win?
They were a tournament team.
Oh.
Let me see what they finished.
I'm gonna
26-9.
I'm gonna go back and watch. That was a good team. I'm gonna go back and watch some of their games. I like watching random old NCAA tournament games late at night. I'm a sicko.
When I
All
was
right,
with the Blazers, we drafted James Robinson in the first round. Didn't go well.
No.
My cash or trash is Rockets are going to end up. I'm going to catch more heat for this. They're going to be the 6th seed in the West.
Trash.
And they're going to win 49 games.
Trash. Didn't you just say they were going to win 50?
I'm bordering it. I was bordering back between 40 and 50 and 49 and 50, but I started it at the start of the year by saying they wouldn't win 50. So I'm going to stick with it. They're going to win 49 games. They're going to be the 6th seed.
You're like Homer Simpson backing into the hedge. I'm going to go trash because of the 6th seed, though. I think they'll finish with a top 5 seed.
Yeah, I do too. I'm going to trash it. If you're already at 49, I'm struggling to see how this take progressed from point A to point B. But I'll go ahead and trash it. I think they're going to be better in the 6th seed.
I don't explain to you how it progressed.
My first one. Well, I only have one, but I have some from the text line here and some twitters or tweeters. First off, here's Joe Espada to help me solidify my case.
Different player. He's walking around with a different level of confidence. We know how much, the ability that he has, but he's starting to walk around like he knows he could play at this level. He's part of our future, and he's showing that he's really close to making an impact in our lineup.
Who do you think he's talking about?
Cam?
Nope. Wrong. This is a quote about Bryce Matthews.
Really?
My cash or trash. Bryce Matthews will start games at second base for the Astros this year.
Whoa.
I'm going to cash it. I think whether it be injury related or otherwise, I think that there's going to be a time when he gets an opportunity, and because of September call-ups, I'll cash it.
Yeah, the September call-up thing kind of clinches it for me because certainly there's no one at second base right now that's a roadblock for Bryce Matthews. So the idea of a September call-up, because I don't see him getting up before Cam. I don't see him coming up before August. But
Cam wouldn't matter in this.
No, I know, but those are the two top prospects. I'm not saying they matter at all as far as their timeline. I'm just saying we're talking about when these guys are going to come up. I think Cam beats them to the majors. But why
does that matter?
It doesn't matter. I'm just laying out a timeline.
I don't know how it's relevant. I'm struggling there.
It's not. I don't know why you're even arguing the point.
I don't know why you said it.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and cash it. I think he gets a September call-up.
I think you're overrating the September call-ups. There's only 2 of them nowadays. And the Astros aren't going to be giving away starts if they're in the thick of a playoff race.
I mean, did I not say that because of injury or otherwise, I think there'll be opportunities for him, and because there's a September call-up, that he will be in the bigs this year?
I don't know if I love the emphasis on the September call-up y'all gave it. I mean, legitimate starts at second base to help this team win, not some, run Rudy out there to get him a play or two. No, he's going to be a legitimate starter this year at some point. Help the Astros win some games. Not some charity act, some make-a-wish.
All right, trash it then.
Trash.
I don't care if you trash it. What is yours, Brian?
My cash or trash it this week is, and we've obviously had this conversation at different times, mostly because of basketball and the game a week or so ago where the Rockets sat all their starters against Oklahoma City before they put everybody in and still lost against the Pacers. But I would shorten both the NBA and the MLB season to a point where NBA wouldn't have, and obviously you could do this by expanding the amount of the calendar it takes up, but I wouldn't want to do that. So same footprint on the calendar, but shorten the season to where the NBA wouldn't have to have any back-to-backs, and to where the baseball would have every team would have 1 day off per week. I don't think we need 162 or 82 in either sport.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No, I agree with you. It's probably not going to happen because money. But I just don't. I don't think either sport is better for the amount of games that they currently have. So if you can restrict the amount of games to where more star athletes are ready and less maybe hurt less often, I think it makes sense.
Here's the thing to me. Like they've been doing the same amount of games and the same length of schedule for a long, long time. And now suddenly we got soft and we got fluffy and we have to overly cater to all these guys playing these sports.
That's not entirely true.
I mean, look at load management in the NBA and tell me that's not entirely true.
No, but I mean, I don't know when NBA went to an 82-game schedule, but baseball and the NFL both increased their schedule multiple times.
NBA has been at 82 for a long period of time, and even back when we had all the physicality of the 80s and all the different game, the way that the game was played, and everybody talking about all that stuff. And you can go back to even then they were flying commercial. But the fact that we're now deeply involved in load management and everybody is just basically kind of mailing in the regular season just to make the playoffs so that they could be full strength and ready to go by the regular season, I think they're soft.
Yeah, there's been a wussification of basketball.
Huge.
Probably because of the
back in
expanded
the bottle,
playoffs.
though.
Yeah, huge wussification.
Are you cashing or trashing it?
I'm trashing it.
Trash.
I'm going to trash it too. I like
Trash.
the traditional numbers. I like the records that are chased because of the numbers. I don't want to go backwards on it. Like, I know that the PEDs and stuff kind of ruined the baseball, like the sanctimony of baseball numbers, right? The prestige of those numbers. But I still want to see somebody chase down one of those numbers that it wouldn't happen if you played 150 games or 140 games.
But the sports already did that. That was the entire basis of the asterisk that was given to Roger Maris.
They went upwards though; they didn't go downwards.
I know. I'm just saying, like, if we're talking about keeping the amount of games because of an attachment to the chase for the numbers, that's already been lost.
I would say that PEDs did more damage than the addition of 8 games, and going downward would have going down would have a much greater impact on overall numbers than going up, because now 3,000 hits isn't as meaningful. 300 wins is probably never getting done, but if it's really difficult to do it in a 150 game year as opposed to 162, because then you stack all those years together. So I think it totally changes our outlook on which numbers or certain milestones. And I hate that PEDs ruin that for everybody already, but that's my biggest hang up with it. I'm going to trash it. Plus, I like 162.
Trash.
I like 82. I don't want less games. It's less for us to talk about.
Agreed.
On Twitter, Jesse, he said that Isak Paredes, Hayden Wisniewski, and Cam Smith's combined 2025 WAR will be better than Kyle Tucker's WAR. Cash or trash?
I don't think Tucker's going to have a great year, but I'll trash it.
Trash.
I'm going to cash it for the vibes. Brian?
I mean, what do you figure Tucker's WAR will be? Like 6 or 7 on a normal good
he
year?
Was like on an 8-9 WAR pace last year.
Okay.
Before he got hurt.
All right. I mean, and that would have been
4.7 last year. Played in half the games.
I'm sorry. What was that?
He had a 4.7 WAR last year in 78 games. Pretty high number.
Yeah, like I think Paredes could get you, maybe 3, 4. It's just the total amount of time that Cam Smith plays is the real hang up. So I'm going to go ahead and trash it.
Okay.
Did Tucker start the spring 0 for until he hit a home run the other day?
I don't know.
I think he was like 0 for 20 and he hit a home run.
I don't pay attention to spring training baseball for the other 29 organizations, but I do think I saw that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I do. Hayden Wisniewski on his Twitter profile. Pepsi over Coke. Cash or trash?
Oh, trash it, trash it, trash it. Ugh.
Trash.
Yeah, trash.
I don't think that Pepsi stinks. I don't mind Pepsi, but it's not as good as Coke.
It really isn't. It's too sweet.
So I'll trash it too.
Yeah, I agree.
Bill likes sports on Twitter. The clock should move forward at like noon on Monday. Losing an hour of the already too short weekend is bad word. So he wants to move daylight, the spring forward. Instead of doing it late Saturday into Sunday, he wants to do it Monday at noon.
I'm fine with that. I kind of,
we should just not have it.
I need the sunshine. I need the sunshine after we get off of work.
Could you imagine not having this and then like what the egg prices would be after that? You can't have that.
I mean, Arizona's never had it, so it's not like every state in the union does it.
Yeah, you getting any sort of crops from the desert?
No, I don't care. Like, I think the whole daylight saving time thing is stupid.
I really don't even understand it. I'm not smart enough to figure out. I know they did it for like crops in the past and farmers in the past, but I'm not really sure the reason that they still do it. I would rather have it Monday at noon than wee hours of Sunday morning. I agree with that.
Yeah. Look, the only reason why I think it's better from the standpoint of Sunday morning is hopefully that you can sleep in on Sunday to try and make up for it the first day, it's still a pain in the ass on
It
Monday.
would also cause like massive, I think, chaos for like just anyone in a normal job. Like, I mean, trying to set meetings or anything like that with a time jump during the middle of the day. I don't think that works.
I'd be here for the drama.
Of course.
That'd be awesome. I would love to see that. Let's see. A few on the text line here. 7-Up's greater than Sprite. Philip 68. Cash or trash?
Trash.
Trash.
Sprite. I think Sprite is a little more flavor.
Trash.
I like Sprite more than 7-Up, but give me cherry 7-Up over both of them.
Cherry 7-Up's not bad. I mean, the only time I really go 7-Up is if you got an upset stomach.
Yeah, I like cherry 7-Up. Eric the Driver, the Rockets will make, not necessarily win, an NBA Finals in the next 4 years.
They will make but not win in the next 4 years?
Yeah.
Trash it.
Trash. Cash it. I think they make it in the next 4 years.
Cash it. I don't have a strong feel, but I'll cash it.
Cash or trash. Nick makes some more moves in the Texans select a cornerstone tackle and wide receiver in the first round. Both of them, I'm trashing that.
I'm trashing it as well.
Texans O-line will be better next season. Cash or trash?
Boy, I sure hope so. Third worst in the league ain't hard to top, but I will cash it.
Yeah, I'm cashing. I don't think it could be worse. Once the Texans finish working their magic on their offensive line through the draft and through free agency, they'll be in the top half of the NFL next year. I guess he means top half of O-line in the NFL.
That sounds right. Hopefully cash it.
Yeah, that's a long thing to go.
It is.
I'm going to trash.
How about right at 15? How about that?
Sierra Mist is
Well,
better
that'd
than
be top half.
Sprite. I thought they got rid of Sierra Mist. I thought it's now Starry.
I think that's right.
I think they got rid of it.
I think.
I know there's Starry, and I don't
think
pay
it used-
attention.
I
I don't
think it
think
was
Sierra
Sierra
Mist is around anymore.
Yeah, I think Sierra Mist transitioned into
Misted.
Starry. I mean, transitioning is the thing you do nowadays. Cash or trash, Tiger will never compete again after his ruptured Achilles.
Cash it.
Cash.
I'm going to trash it. I think he'll compete again.
Okay, define compete. And like in a major?
Oh, he'll play the Masters.
I think
Jeremy's probably right.
Yeah, I think he'll play again. And I think he's
Okay,
going to play on the
major, not
Champions Tour.
Masters.
Then I
Yeah, I think he will. I think he'll play in the British Open.
Yeah, at the time I don't know how. I mean, how is he? Like 40? He's over 45,
He's
right?
close to 50 because he's close to playing in the Champions Tour if he wants.
Yeah, he's
But
right.
he's
God, a ruptured-
still in
ruptured
his mind
Achilles?
chasing Jack.
Oh,
He's
man.
still chasing Jack.
He's not chasing, Jack.
Like he
What
is.
is he?
but
3
isn't.
back?
He's actually 49.
Yeah, I don't think he ever. No, he's not chasing Jack. Sure, these events that he automatically qualifies for, as far as because he's a past winner, he probably plays in those. But I don't see anything beyond that.
I mean, he's got his own tournaments. So I think he'll play some more. I think he's going to play on the Champions Tour. I really do.
I don't. I just don't see that being something that he wants to do.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Time will tell. All right. I want to give Nick Caserio credit for something. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Also want to give some love to Pro Dunk Hoops. Look, this is it's March. It's March, for goodness sakes. Whenever I was a kid, whenever I played the most basketball, in March, relive those buzzer beaters, relive those moments, and you want your kids to do that, don't you? Get them a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware, rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston, and it's height adjustable. Lower from 5 feet to 10 feet for the little guy, for you, whatever. Anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. And their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories are next level, too. LED light kits for night play. You're at work, kids are at school, you can't play till the evening, you can't play until the sun goes down. That's okay. You got LED light kits. You can play throughout the entire night, annoy the neighbors. Backstop nets, you don't have to chase the basketball around. Pole pad lettering so you can customize the goal just how you want. And you can order all of that and everything else, including professional installation, online at produnk.com. That's right. The pros from ProDunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't have to bust out the ladder. You don't have to mess with the level. All you have to do is talk to the pros at ProDunk. They're going to do this for you. You don't install. The pros at ProDunk do all of the work. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or just visit them online, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So apparently our texters are saying that look up Sierra Mist to Starry story. Pepsi's trademark expired and some random woman bought it, so she owns Sierra Mist. Pepsi offered her $10 million and she turned it down, so they just changed their name to Starry. Imagine turning that down.
What? You had nothing to begin with and they offered you 10 mil?
Yeah, I wonder, what was her motive there? She thought she was going to
Seriously.
get more or something? 10 million? You won. You just trumped them. Their trademark expired. They didn't realize it. You got them. Here's your moment to cash in. Here's a $10 million check. Nah, I'm good. Okay, we'll just change our name. You're not getting anything for that now.
Yeah, just swing and a miss. That's terrible.
That's one of the worst business stories ever.
Yeah, you need better consultations from business people. That was just a dumb decision.
That's pretty bad. Yeah. A lot of people are saying that. Yeah, Starry replaced Sierra Mist after a lady with the same name bought the copyrights to the name and website. Interesting. All right, I want to give Nick Caserio some credit for something real quick. I've always said how I like my general managers to be courageous and to have bravado. I haven't always agreed with everything Nick Caserio has done, but Nick Caserio has some cojones. Caserio cojones, we might have to start calling this guy. Big Nick, we might have to start calling this guy. He had the courage to trade Laramie Tunsil. They were terrible on the offensive line. He traded his most talented offensive lineman. Imagine the courage you have to do that, even if you don't like the trade. The courage to do that. You go back to last offseason. He brought in Stephon Diggs. Whenever you had Nico and Tank, Stephon Diggs and his personality, you need a little bit of courage to bring him into town. You let Grenard go, but then you signed Danielle Hunter last year. Takes a little courage. Perhaps the most courageous thing he ever did is when he put that quarterback package together to trade up to number 3 and draft Will Anderson, who's been very, very good. I've said forever that I want general managers that have some courage. Haven't always agreed with Nick, but the dude is courageous.
Yeah, look, I think that we had the conversation before CJ was drafted, the trade for Will was made, and we were quite honest about the fact that some of the trades that he made were head scratchers, that maybe the seat was warming up for him because he missed on 2 head coaches. I think much like Cal kind of resurrected his whole reputation and turned to 180, Nick maybe didn't have to go 180, but Nick has won me over because aside from what we can point to with offensive linemen in the draft, he's drafted secondary and wide receiver guys that have hit spot on.
Those aren't courageous moves though. You just draft dudes that you think are going to be really good. The courageous moves that he has
I think
made.
It's a courageous move that you went with Stingley, who was oft injured, over a guy like Sauce when Sauce was more proven and he was
That
healthy.
was kind of 50-50. I can see your point on that one. You go with an injury risk, a guy who's been banged up, but that one was kind of 50-50. That was half the population was on the Stingley side, half was on the Sauce. I was on the Sauce side. I wanted Sauce over Stingley. If I could have the redo button, I would take that one back.
Mm-hmm. I like a lot of what he's been able to do. You highlighted a majority of them, but I think that overall, when you look at the fact that he's not afraid to swing big, he's not afraid to kind of go against the grain. And this is going to be the one that's really intriguing now because this latest venture is going to be really interesting to how do you get to a point where you create the serviceable and better line that's hopefully better than it was a year ago that we were just talking about. I give him the courage. I give him credit for the courage to get out from Tunsil, to move on from a guy that he drafted in the first round, but got a starter for, which was a huge move. Now, the biggest challenge that intrigues me that I believe he can do is rebuilding this offensive line so that it does the job next season.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive. What's up, Philip?
Hey, just had a theory that I was thinking maybe Casario's thinking, and who knows what he's actually thinking. But, I believe if we weren't the worst, we were no better than second worst at third down distance for a first down. And my thinking is maybe they're going to go with road graders and try to really run block and make that a point of emphasis, with the idea being if we're in more 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 2 than 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, yes, our quality of pass blocking is going to be worse, but the quantity of opportunities that we need to pass block won't be as many. With the idea that, okay, if we just get an average pass blocking out of the left and right tackles, but we're doing the 3rd and long a fraction of, let's say, 30% the same amount, then you're going to end up with fewer sacks just from that. So there's the quantity as well as the quality to factor in.
I appreciate the call, Philip. I just don't see it.
Yep.
I think, simply first and foremost that, there's going to be too many defenses that just load up the box. And no matter how good your run blocking is, I mean, if you become too run heavy and too predictable, and this team likes to throw the football, and we don't know exactly what we don't know about Kaylee's offense at this point, but I don't think it's going to be New England-esque as much as it's going to be more McVay and kind of get, throw the ball, you do what they've been doing already by throwing the football a good portion of the time. And I don't think that's the case. I just don't think they're going to be run heavy, and I don't think that would work for this team.
Yeah, I think that Kaylee will have the testicular fortitude to be more run heavy. Like, I think they're going to do some 12 personnel. I think that they want to be heavy play action. I think they do want to run the ball with more success than they did last year. I actually agree with Philip's theory here. Now, like, are they going to sign 5 dudes who are really good at run blocking and aren't good pass blockers? The Tomlinson guy was a better pass blocker than run blocker. But I do think that that's going to be their offensive mindset, is that they're going to want to run the ball more. And then to be able to pass the ball out of that. I think it's kind of the New England way. McVay was weird because they do a bunch of different stuff, but like, they run the ball really well. Like, where did Kyron Williams come from? Like, all of a sudden that guy's one of the better running backs in the NFL. So I actually agree with Philip's theory here, because I think it's part of their new identity. Like, so many times last year, we were like, what is the identity? And Slowick was even asked on a few occasions, what is your identity? And Slowick was like, well, football is football, over and over again, never really had an identity. Stroud was asked about it. There you go. Stroud was asked about it. He's like, well, it's just the Texans' way. Like, no one ever really had an answer. I think that the Texans are trying to establish their identity this year. I think they've already set that in place defensively. I think the addition today with the safety from Philly speaks to that a little bit more. Like, they want to be physical. They want to be in your face. They want to swarm. Like, that's what D'Amico's, like, that's been his mantra since he stepped foot onto Kirby, was we want to swarm and all the things that are involved with that. I do think that they want to carry that over to the offensive side. I feel like they had an offensive line that they viewed last year as soft, starting with Laramie Tunsil. Really good football player, but dude doesn't do anything extra. CJ Stroud's on record on a podcast saying that, Laramie doesn't really practice a whole lot, didn't do anything extra. That doesn't really set the identity. That doesn't carry over well to the other players. Like, your best player is just over there chilling during practices. Like, how does that look for the rest of the offensive line? Does that lead to a soft attitude? And then you get onto the field, you make so many penalties, it carries over. So I do think that this entire offseason, even if you trade talent, even if you're lesser talent-wise next year, especially on the offensive line, the whole idea is going to be toughness, physical, in your face. Maybe you play a lot of low-scoring games. Maybe you're running the ball more. Maybe you're in more 3rd and 3s as opposed to 3rd and 7s, but you're trading away some explosive plays, because they were pretty good in explosive plays last year. I was actually going to have this segment yesterday. Philip, you stole my my thunder here a little bit. I think all of these moves that we've seen so far, it's only been 2 days. I think all these moves we've seen so far is so that the Texans continue their identity defensively, and it re-identifies them offensively.
I don't see it, Jeremy. I don't see it to the level that you're. Look, I see the toughness thing, and I see the kind of restructuring the personnel to fit the kind of culture and the kind of attitude that you want to have. But I just think that CJ with Kirk and Nico and Dalton Schultz, who's a receiving tight end for the most part, and Mixon, who still catches the ball out of the backfield, I think that
I'm not saying they're going to run it 60% of the time. I'm saying they're going to play 12 personnel and they're going to give you a lot of run looks.
Okay, yeah. So maybe they're going to give you run looks, but I still think that this team is going to throw the ball a significant amount of time. I think it's going to be equal or better in the favor of passing. I think that with that being said, that you're still going to have the offensive line that's capable of pass blocking and giving CJ time. And I think that it's going to be real interesting to see who's going to play the tackles and how they're going to fill out this offensive line by the time we get to game one. Because I think that they do still have to improve. And I do think that, yeah, it's not a high bar to set if you want to say that you want to be better than where they were a year ago when they were third worst in the league. But I would like them to aim higher and do some things so that they can kind of be in the middle of the pack at the very worst, so that we don't see CJ on his tailbone as much and we don't see him taking the kind of hits or getting the happy feet that we saw this last season.
No, that's I think part of that, though, is the personnel that you're in. I think part of that's the formation that you're in. If you're sitting down at 11 personnel and you have 3 receiver looks and, you're spreading everything out, okay, well, that's going to be harder for your tight ends to block. It's going to be harder because you don't have as many guys on the offensive line. Whenever you have the run looks and you're running the ball a good amount, but you're still passing out of those run looks, whether it's play action or whatever, now the defense is on their heels a little bit more. I actually expect the Texans to look more physical offensively based on the formations that they run. I don't think they're going to be as spread out as much as we've seen in the past. I think they're going to run a lot of 12 personnel. Slowick kind of had to do that this year, but they weren't very good at it. I don't think it was the best thing that he did. But I also think it fits into what D'Amico wants to do. Like, D'Amico Ryans is a defensive-minded coach. They had a really good defense last year, and I could sense frustration that D'Amico had last season because his offense put him in really bad spots. I don't think D'Amico's scared of punting on 4th down. Pin the offense back deep. Let's go play some defense. I don't think we see this high-octane, high-powered Houston Texans offense where C.J. Stroud leads the league in passing yards per game like he did his rookie year. I think this is going to look a lot more like the early Brady days where they have a really good defense. You're trying to win games defensively. Your offense doesn't screw it up, doesn't turn it over. Drives where they have the football for a lot of time. And like the caller said, a lot of 3rd and 3s, a lot of 3rd and 4s, and you get out of these 3rd and 8s and these 3rd and 9s that you led the league in last year.
It'll be interesting to see. I still think that they are going to pass it more than that. I think that.
You're getting hung up on the passing thing. Like, I still think they're going to pass the ball a good amount. I just don't think they're going to do it out of the spread and Stroud and the shotgun.
You want a fullback?
I think they're going to use fullback. Yeah,
You think Juszczyk could be used here?
He does seem very swarmy.
I was going to say, because I think D'Amico probably knows some things about him and may like him, and he's going to be out there, and maybe he's your guy.
Yeah, no, I really believe that this offseason offensively, they want to establish an identity of physical offensive football, and that doesn't mean that they're not going to throw the ball. I just think it's going to be out of physical offensive looks.
Yeah, maybe you're right. It's good. I am very curious, and I'm excited to see what Kaylee's going to bring to the table. I am very curious to see how different it's going to be from Slowick's system. And I fully believe that he's going to be a guy that is going to be in full control of the offense, and we're not going to be sitting there scratching our heads at some of the ways the plays were called. But look, whatever works for this team, and if it's anything, if they change the look, but they're more effective by doing it, and it allows CJ to kind of settle down a little bit more and not have to be scrambling for his life so much, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, because that's one way to get more protection,
Right.
It's like if you're losing talent on the offensive line, well, how do you overcome that loss of talent? Okay, maybe you have more bodies inside
or bigger bodies, right? Like
run the ball.
If you have a bigger fullback, if you have, if maybe Dalton Schultz isn't on the field as much because you're going to look for more physical blocking tight ends.
Yeah, and look, we're all guessing. Like, is it going to look more Rammy? Is it going to look more McVay? Is it going to look more Patriots-y, Belichick-y? We don't know. Like, we have no clue what Kaylee's system's going to be for the Texans. He was asked about that when they introduced him. He said, well, I'm going to tell you it's going to be the Texans' way. Maybe it's a combination of both. Like, I'm excited to see it, but it is going to be interesting. It's going to be a fascinating time. All right, I'm going to dip out here. Fly to KC. Hope you guys are good with that. Gonna get some mediocre, some mediocre Kansas City barbecue. Although DJ Bieniemy thinks it's better than Houston, but he's an idiot. But I might get some burn-ins. We'll see. The boys will take you the rest of the way. Lots going on around the NFL too. How about this mid quarterback competition that the Colts are putting together? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I'm escaping the show right here on a Tuesday. I'll be back tomorrow, though. I know that you guys are ready to escape the week, the work week. It's only Tuesday, and it's already been taxing. The whole springing forward an hour, it's really set you behind this week. I get it. The job stinks, traffic's getting on your nerves, whatever's causing you stress. Well, you want to get away? You want a weekend idea? I got just the one for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. One of the great things about Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston, too, is you get a weekend escape out of the city into the beautiful nature, and it doesn't take you all day to drive there. It's 90 minutes from Houston. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful mature trees. And if you like fishing, well, you got to get down there. It's some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat that. Like I said, it's 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Whether it's hiking their 92-acre property, kayaking, pickleball courts, or you just want to hang out by the pool with a drink, you can do that too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort also loves to take care of you. A barbecue cook-off one weekend, a crawfish boil the next. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing. From glampings to cabins to tree houses, just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham out to hit the road to get the Cougars postseason
Our
underway
beloved Cougs!
as they get ready for the opening game of the Big 12 tournament, which is coming up later this week. Brian is here with me as we continue to sit in our chairs, and we'll take you all the way to the top of the hour. A lot of good spirited conversation already today. Another active day, Brian, across the NFL. Lots more signings, lots more teams doing a lot more things, including your Houston Texans, getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson in a trade for, of all people, Kenyon Green, as Nick Caserio continues to be active. But we're still waiting for like the big shoe to fall in terms of a lineman or two that might actually make us feel better about losing a guy like Laramie Tunsil. But around the league, some interesting moves. The quarterback carousel keeps on turning. We know Pittsburgh, the Giants, they still need a quarterback. Tennessee may be looking for a quarterback. Interesting things because now Rodgers is rumored to be between Pittsburgh and the Giants. But one guy that was with the Giants, Daniel Jones, who was with the Vikings at the end of last year, and they thought might be the bridge guy to replace Sam Darnold if J.J. McCarthy's not ready. He did what a lot of people were rumoring about in the last week or so. He signed a one-year deal for some pretty substantial money, up to about $17.5 million with the Indianapolis Colts. With the sole purpose of doing what GM Chris Ballard wanted to do, which is create competition for Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, it still feels a little bit. I think we had the conversation about like, is this really a real competition, or is this kind of a fake competition with bringing in a guy that we know Anthony Richardson is going to beat out? And I still lean to the side of it being a fake competition, at least initially. Like, I think there's no way they don't go into week one of the season with Anthony Richardson being their starter. He will be their starter for week one. So I
disagree.
Okay, well,
did you hear the rumors today were that leading up to the starting of free agency, that Ballard was putting it out there that you could trade for Anthony Richardson?
Well, sure. I mean, but we're talking about a scenario where he's still on the roster. Like, I mean, and that it would actually behoove them to keep Anthony Richardson as a starter if they did want to trade him, unless you're worried about him just being so awful that he completely tanks whatever trade value he has left. But I don't think he certainly doesn't improve it if he's sitting on the bench. So if they're wanting to trade him, I still think they play him. I think he goes into week one as a starter. I'd put it like 90%. Like, I think this is very much a fake competition. But I will say, along where the lines where you're going, and I was going to make this a cash or trash it, but I didn't want to sabotage this segment that was coming up later in the show. I do think, even though I said Anthony Richardson is the week one starter, I do think Daniel Jones starts more games for the Colts this year than Anthony Richardson.
Here's some things. I don't think he has to remain the starter if he was able to trade him before you even go to camp. If he was able to trade him at the start of free agency and get out from under him, and then best case scenario for a general manager that looks like he may have swung and missed and whiffed on a quarterback as high as they took Anthony Richardson, if you get a guy that was a first-round pick that swung and missed with the Giants, but you can resurrect his career with a better overall environment with Indianapolis, maybe you save some face. I don't know, but I think that the word has gotten out enough already that Anthony Richardson might have deficiencies that he might not get over.
Then I don't think there's a trade value for him right now. The only way then
but he's still going to try.
Sure. Well, we all try, but like if the idea is they're going to trade him before the season starts, if going off of what you said, if he's already proven that he has things in his game he can't fix, then you might. To me, if you have some delusion that you're going to make a big run in 2025, which I can't imagine the Colts think they are, then you might as well let Richardson try to show some good tape to give teams a reason to trade for him, because otherwise, going off what you said, he's already shown that he's broken. Like, and why would you give anything to get a broken quarterback?
Well, I mean, he's hoping to do whatever he can to get out from under him, but I think that they know better than anybody. It's kind of like when Trey Lance was with the Niners. I already was kind of picking up vibes that he was done before he even got started. And then the Niners knew more than anybody else, and at the end of the day, just ended up pulling the plug. And I think that whether it's the McAfee side of this or the basically calling no moss and taking himself out of a game, or the fact that we just saw seeing him twice a year, we saw all the ability on the ground for his ability to run the football, but when he had to pass the football, he was terrible.
Yeah, he could occasionally hit a deep shot from time to time, but he also would overthrow half of those deep shots. So, yeah, this is not me saying he's 90% their week one starter is not an endorsement of Anthony Richardson's talent. I don't think he's ever going to be a good NFL quarterback. I don't even think he's even going to be a serviceable starter in the NFL. But I just don't see a reason why the Colts would view Daniel Jones as some reclamation product that they can get more out of than Giants did. Because Brian Daboll, I think was widely viewed as a great offensive coordinator. They made the playoffs in year one with Daniel Jones. He obviously was a part of the transformation that Josh Allen made from inaccurate quarterback to eventual NFL MVP. So I don't think they would view Daniel Jones as a guy that's going to get them anywhere close to where they want to be. So the higher upside is with Anthony Richardson, and you have the upside of if he plays decently, then you can maybe trade him. So I don't see any motivation to not start Richardson week one.
We'll see. And then the other interesting thing is that, I said Rodgers is being looked at as a guy that's going to have his choice between Pittsburgh and the New York Giants. But at the same time, where's Russell Wilson going to go? And one of the rumors out here today was the fact that Daniel Jones exiting an opportunity to come back to Minnesota, which evidently the Vikings were entertaining doing, now opens the door that maybe a guy like Russell Wilson goes to Minnesota. They are loading up in free agency. They've loaded up the defensive line. They brought back Aaron Jones. We know that they have good receivers. That maybe Russell Wilson could be a guy that, especially if JJ McCarthy's not ready, whether it be physically or otherwise, that Russell Wilson could be a guy in Minnesota.
Yeah, that makes some sense. I mean, selfishly, for my own entertainment and amusement, I'm still holding out hopes that Rodgers goes to Minnesota so he can complete the Brett Favre career arc of
trilogy.
Of going Green Bay to the Jets to the Vikings. But that scenario for Russell Wilson does make a lot of sense because, I mean, JJ McCarthy, obviously didn't pass the ball a whole lot at Michigan. Looks pretty decent in his preseason games, but that's preseason. So I could see Minnesota with all the veteran talent they have, maybe deciding to put Russell Wilson out there for a few games to the point where they feel like JJ McCarthy's getting it in practice. I mean, maybe that point happens early. Maybe it happens in training camp and they don't end up using Russell Wilson. But Russell Wilson would be a very nice, basically safety valve.
Fallback, too.
Yeah, fallback, yeah.
I mean, I look at it and I say, I personally just don't know if he's got 2 knee surgeries on the same knee in the course of his rookie season. I would be having questions about when he would be available. And then if he's able to grasp everything with, like you said, preseason's one thing, but when you get into the less vanilla and the real nuts and bolts of an NFL season, they are in total go for it mode. I mean, the guys that they have brought in and the guys that they have signed are telling you that on both sides of the ball that they are loading up to try and go for it while they capitalize on not having a franchise quarterback salary. With that being said, I think that you still have to have a quarterback that's capable of performing. And I think that if there's any questions or concerns about JJ McCarthy at all, I think you got to have a veteran behind him that might be in front of him to start the season. And I think Russ makes a whole hell of a lot of sense.
He definitely makes sense. I'm not as worried about the timeline as far as his health with JJ McCarthy, just because that injury happened so early. Like, it didn't happen obviously before week one. It happened in August. So by the time
but then he had another procedure.
Okay. Yeah. It's possible he's not ready for week one. I guess I'm just not as worried about it. But either way, regardless, like if it's just because you're worried about a rookie grasping the playbook, or if it's the concern for the injury, or if it's both, I think it makes a lot of sense to have that veteran ready to go, like they did last year. So I think it makes a lot of sense with Russell Wilson. I guess I'm just not as worried overall about the injury. It's more, and Kevin O'Connell is someone I view can get the best out of basically any quarterback you put in front of him. But he's still a rookie. He's still coming from a system where he didn't pass the ball a whole lot. So I think it makes sense to have Russell Wilson in place.
Yeah, other interesting moves. Justin Reed, the former Texan, the former Chief, signs a multi-year deal with the Saints.
I joked about Aaron Rodgers following the Brett Favre career arc, and now it feels like Justin Reed is following the Tyrann Mathieu career arc, who went Texans, the Chiefs, the Saints. So, yeah, it's an interesting move there. Pretty good safety. I wouldn't say he's elite as a safety, but
he's
certainly
the best kicker that they have at safety.
It certainly found his way into a lot of big plays and big moments. So that at least that you could say that about him. Certainly someone who got away that the Texans really hit on in the third round and then obviously slipped away. Don't blame him for not wanting to be here as in amongst the mess that the Texans were for a few years.
Yeah, no, he got out. Now he's getting some money. He got himself a Super Bowl ring, so he's doing what he needs to do for his career. Yeah, so that's interesting to see how that plays out. Jacoby Brissett signing with the Cardinals. He was one of the last other quarterbacks that were still out there. But, again, Leonard Floyd, he's going to sign with Atlanta after leaving the Niners. Niners look completely depleted. I'm curious as to what the Niners are doing. We mentioned the fact that Kyle Juszczyk is going to be let go at fullback. But, when you look at their defensive line and how strong it was in years past, and now how depleted it is, now Dre Greenlaw even signs with the Broncos as one of their linebackers.
And they lost their safety to the Broncos, too.
They are
Hufanga.
losing so many different guys that you wonder what San Francisco's doing. And I know that they're kind of cap strapped, but we also know you can create cap space. And you still haven't figured out what you're going to do with Brock Purdy. You got rid of, Debo as well. You're hoping Christian McCaffrey comes back healthy. But, boy, that defense that used to be so staunch looks like it might have taken a lot of hits.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if you gave everyone involved with the 49ers truth serum where they actually feel they're at, because I'm with you. Like, I don't look at that team, especially from a defensive standpoint, and think they're still the contender they were. Obviously, they lost multiple playmakers on that side of the ball. Now, the offense, if healthy, and it's a huge if because these guys are old and injury prone. But, if you still have, Brandon Ayuk coming back, you have Christian McCaffrey coming back. George Kittle was awesome last year and has been awesome. And then Ricky Pearsall, obviously his rookie season was a little bit delayed because of, getting shot in the chest, but he was a first-round pick. So there's still a lot of talent there on the offensive side of the ball. Plus you have at least an adequate quarterback and one of the best play callers in the game. So I see every reason, if healthy, to think that the 49ers could be an elite offense. But, yeah, I don't know where they would view themselves on the defensive side as far as being a contender. The only thing I would say is that maybe their answer to that is the Eagles also lost a lot of their team this offseason. So I don't know if any NFC team other than the Vikings has really looked like they've taken massive steps forward.
But when you have Cooper DeJean and you've got the big boy from Georgia on the defensive line and they're on rookie contracts,
Jalen Carter.
Yeah, Jalen Carter and Cooper DeJean and their second round Wheatstraw. They've got enough rookies that are starting that are playing well.
Sure. Oh, sure. It's just they've lost so many big names.
Yeah, they lost Drake. They lost Dre Bly. They lost CJ Garner Johnson to the Texans. They lost several of their defensive pass rushers and interior defensive linemen.
Yeah, Josh Sweat's gone.
So how he's got his hands full, because
I trust him to.
He's so good, but he's
probably the best general manager in the game.
I agree, but kind of like Nick Caserio, but maybe more so, coming off a Super Bowl, he's got work to do.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. Like, we've seen this with other teams before, where you get to the ultimate goal, the Super Bowl, the World Series, or whatever, and you realize, okay, our cap, while not a disaster, is maybe a little bit precarious, and you take the step back, the half step back for a year, and then come back the year following. Now, saying that, they still have tons of weapons on offense. Obviously, quarterback, 2 wide receivers, running back, all set. Defense still has a lot of playmakers with Jalen Carter leading the group. But it is interesting to see, too, the teams that have been at the top of the NFC for so long, with the 49ers and the Eagles, both right at the start of free agency, take at least a decent step back.
I'm interested
with the overall talent and depth of their roster.
From the standpoint of us calling out teams that maybe have taken hits like the Niners and the Eagles, I think, as much as it pains me to say this, but I think one of the big winners so far has been the Bears. I think that the Bears have, New England's loading up and they're spending money, and they had a boatload of money to spend. I think from the standpoint of purely helping themselves, I think Caleb Williams is out of excuses now because of the fact that as much as they gave him weapons when he came into the league, the fact that you added 3 interior offensive linemen, a center and 2 guards, to your defensive line, to your offensive line, and then you added Grady Jarrett to the middle of your defensive line. I just think that there is everything there to look at the Bears and say, yeah, Washington and the Bears and the Patriots, to me, are the 3 teams that have helped themselves the most.
Yeah, I think Caleb Williams is out of excuses even before this, though. To me, he was out of his excuses the second Ben Johnson signed on as their head coach. I mean, we saw what a difference he made for Jared Goff. Not that Goff wasn't good with Sean McVay, but I think Goff went to another level. Hell, he was top 5 in MVP, as I pat myself on the back for that prediction. But I think Caleb Williams, it really, I find it hard even to make excuses for him last year. I know he was dealing with a coaching staff that wasn't ideal, but my God, the amount of weapons he had on that team with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, and you spend a top 8 overall, top 8 pick on Rome Odunze. You have DeAndre Swift at running back. Roshan Johnson's a pretty good complimentary back. he had so much talent on that offensive side. It was already hard to kind of give him an excuse because we've seen rookies come into the league with less and still play really well. But certainly now with Ben Johnson in tow, yeah, excuses are over for Caleb
Well,
Williams.
but I think it's in tandem, right? I think I agree with you that Ben Johnson's the first thing that kind of takes all, because the coaching staff was such a mess last year. But I think the bigger thing is that he was complaining that he was under constant duress. And now the fact that they made 3 significant moves.
Getting Joe Tooney certainly helps. I think the move from the guard from the Rams a little bit overrated. Like his Pro
But
Football
they got
Focus.
the best center on the market in free agency too.
Yeah, Tooney and the center from the Falcons. I'm forgetting his name off the top of my head. Certainly good moves there. But the guard they traded for like right before free agency started from the Rams. You look at his Pro Football Focus score for whatever that's worth, not very good. It's like in the 50s. So I don't know how impactful that would be. But the other 2 spots there with Tooney and the center from the Falcons certainly impactful.
Yeah, no, look, it's going to be interesting, but at least, they've done everything they could possibly do in the first 2 years of Caleb Williams' professional career to say, it's on you now. I mean, there's no more excuses.
If he has a similar year or worse, I think we can close the book on Caleb Williams being a top level starter.
No doubt about it. All right, we got a little bit more than a half hour to go in the show, but you guys can be a part of it. And let's not forget, Car Wreck of the Day is coming up. If you've got nominations and or you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. You can text us. You can call us. You can get in on social medias. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We're on Twitter. We've got plenty more to get to, so hang right where you are. Before we go to the break, I do want to tell you again about my good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at getting your hair back. If you are experiencing hair loss, if you've had hair loss already, if you've got bald spots, and you don't think there's anything you can do about it, I'm here to tell you there absolutely is. It's called the Neograph procedure and PRP treatments, and they're done right here in the Med Center by Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best because he's going to put you at ease right away, and he's going to explain everything to you. I had a consultation where I came in. He said, Joel, can I talk to you for a second? I want to explain some things to you. Sure. I go in to talk to him, and he starts to tell me, hey, look, I can see that your hairline is receding. I can see that from the pictures from the station that your forehead has essentially become an 8-head. I can fix it. I was like, really? Okay, well, I've seen these things on TV before. I don't want the sprays, the creams, the foams, the stuff that just mask the problem. And he said, no, it's not anything like that. He's like, genetically, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. So I'm going to tell you the way we take some of that hair that you're never going to lose and put it where you need it most. It's kind of like resodding your lawn. And I was interested. On top of that, he said we do PRP treatments the same way you have experience in athletes that have gotten PRP for their knees and their joints and their elbows. They can do it for hair too. And it's like fertilizing your lawn and therefore getting better, thicker hair that grows stronger and longer. So after he explained everything to me, he said, do you think you might want to consider it? I went home. I talked it over with my wife. I did. And boy, am I glad I did, because the procedure is literally painless. And at the end of it, when you get up and get ready to walk out of there, you already see the follicles in place, and they're already there starting to grow and get more situated and firm where he puts them. In 6 to 9 months, you see the full results, and you are ecstatic because you get your hair back, and it uplifts your complete self-appearance, your self-worth, your confidence level. And I can't tell you how much it's meant to me and my family. You should check it out too. All you got to do to get a free consultation like I got is go to 975hair.com and sign up for one. People off the street pay $150. You don't pay a thing. No commitment to be made or money out of pocket. Just you meeting with them explaining what they can do, and you thinking if it's something you might consider. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com, sign up for that free consultation, and tell them I sent you by.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, Branham out traveling with the Cougs, getting ready for the Big 12 tournament. Brian and I are in, taking you up until 6 o'clock.
No?
No. So plenty to get to here in the final little bit over a half hour. Brian had a little bit of an interesting comment that he and I have been more on the same page on than Jeremy, but we were talking, probably not more than a week ago, about the fact that Jalen Green was once again on a heater. He was playing much better basketball. He was shooting more like 35, 36, 37% from three. He was putting up 20-plus points a game. He was doing things to help his team win as opposed to late in games doing things that kind of deterred from his team's chance to win games. And now Brian and I, in a spirited discussion with Jeremy, had kind of said, look, he had a couple of stinkers. And even when he didn't play good in one of the last stinkers, Jeremy was like, yeah, but he didn't shoot himself out of a bunch of stuff. He didn't take a ton of bad shots.
Right.
He wasn't. But at the same time, you can't avoid the fact that he wasn't the same kind of Jalen that he had been maybe since the All-Star break. But now here we are again, because you and I were a little leery of, hey, I got to see more, because I'm not so sure that he might not do this again. And yet here we are.
Yeah, like this feels like this is going to be the conversation that never ends with Jalen until he either completely bottoms out or becomes the player we'd hoped he'd be. But I think we've had more proof that, not to pat ourselves in the back here, Joel, but I think it's more proof that Jalen is kind of what you and I have said he is. He's a good player. He's a plus player. But he's not been the player that we'd hoped he'd become. And part of Jeremy's argument was like over 82 games, he actually does look like he's a consistent player. But when you dig into the 82 games, there's all these peaks and valleys. Every 4 games he's good, and next 4 games he's bad. And he had that stretch to begin this calendar year back in January. It was like 8 games, great. You look at the next 9, terrible. And this has just been a repeated process. So even if he's like 82 games or overall good, when you dig into the numbers, it just paints the picture of a very inconsistent player. And specifically with these last 4 games. And before that, he was really good. And that was when Jeremy was making his case for him. The last 4 games for Jalen, 12.5 points per game, 32% from the field, 30% from three. And that's what we see with Jalen. He'll go on these heaters. I mean, it was March last season. It was January this season. But he always kind of reverts back eventually to this up and down player who 3 games good, 3 games bad, 4 games good, 4 games bad. And overall, a player I just don't trust.
See, that's why I've been hell-bent on the fact that they didn't need to extend him when they did, that you had plenty of time and you were still trying to figure out who he could truly be or not be. And in the case of what we've seen again recently, yes, to Jeremy's point, the turnovers are down a little bit, but the point and the points per game are down. But, his point is you don't have to be a Sports Center baby. It's more than just points. But when you look at it overall, he's not passing the ball at a very high level. He's not rebounding the ball at a very high level. He can, but that's normally when he's on a heater scoring. And it's kind of like when we were talking about Jabari, where a lot of these guys these days, they feel like they're more engaged in the game when they're scoring points.
100% like receivers in the NFL.
And when they're not scoring points, they check out. And now Cam Whitmore is the ultimate example of a guy that if he doesn't score points, he checks out. But Jabari gets that way a lot too. And it was worse with Silas because if you remember, it was strictly isolation plays.
He did run plays
where
yeah.
Jalen would get one, Şengün would get one, and then Jabari would expect one. And if he didn't get it, then his dauber was down and he was half energy and he basically was starting to check out. And I think that that's a product of a lot of guys in the league right now because they feel like their ultimate worth is defined by how many points they score. So I understand that Jeremy's argument is Jalen's points are down, but overall, 30% from three is not good enough.
Yeah.
And it's the shots that he takes because a lot of times you can pass up a good shot to get a better shot and you'll probably get the ball back if you're open. But a lot of these threes that he's taking have 2 guys draped all over him, and they just don't make sense in the system that Ime is trying to run.
Which is concerning because, I mean, you guys spent part of the 4 o'clock hour talking about how, we're this far into Cam Whitmore's rookie season, and he still doesn't seem to get it. And now this is obviously year 2 for Jalen with Coach Udoka, and specifically to the point that you talked about with the shot selection with his threes, he still doesn't seem to get it. And overall, like I got Jeremy's point with, because I think that game that where the conversation came up, he did have a down scoring game, but he had like 8 assists or 8 rebounds, or maybe it was 8 in both. I don't remember. But this 4-game stretch where I mentioned where he's only 12.5 points per game and shooting poorly, he's 5 and 5 in assist and rebound, which is fine. But it's not, you wouldn't say, okay, I'll take 5 and 5. I'll deal with bad scoring if he goes 5 and 5 on rebounds and assists. Like, that's, to me, at least in my opinion, not contributing enough in those other areas to make you forget about poor scoring. Not to mention the fact that Jalen Green, I mean, I'll take assists, I'll take rebounds from him, but the main thing you need from him as far as this team construction is scoring. So when he has a down game, I think it's bigger. I think it's a bigger conversation than just, well, he has a down game. Like, his role on this team is as a scorer.
Yeah, see, and that's what I was pointing out the last time we had this conversation, is the fact that you're not Tari Eason.
You're not Dylan Brooks, where
you're not a guy that does a lot of
is
things,
good, yeah.
and you're being relied upon to be like a Swiss Army knife.
Right.
You are one of the two driving forces behind where you're supposed to get the majority of your points. It's you and Şengün on a night in, night out basis. I know they'd like to think Fred VanVleet occasionally he can be that guy. He's not that guy anymore. It's those two guys. And so if Jalen is only getting you 12.5 points a game, and especially now because you do have to factor in the contract, he's making enough money now, and he signed an extension with big money that says that's money given normally to a guy that's one of your 2 best scoring players. And he's just not consistent enough to be that guy.
I'm not as worried about the money because he took a little less than the max value could have gotten. And also I think it plays a factor in where if you make some of these trades that, people either think they should make or are rumored, regardless of who's involved, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, whoever, you would need obviously some upper salaries to make things match in the NBA. So I don't know if the contract is as big of a detriment to me as it is for you, but I certainly get the point where when you're looking at his game log and it's 4 games good, 4 games bad, and there's these constant up and downs, that it certainly gives people the feelings like, well, he's not really earning the money.
There's too much volatility and too much fluctuation for a guy that was drafted as high as he was and is continually looked at as a guy that should be leading this franchise. So that's where my biggest concerns lie. Now, he's gotten better on defense. He's gotten better, with shot selection, and turnovers are down. But overall, the expectations are so high for this guy, and we continually ask, what can he truly be? Until we know that, I think the demands are still going to be high, and the expectations are going to be through the roof, and it's going to be on him to kind of try to find ways to not let these lulls last as long as we've seen them last. He's gone months of good, and a month good, a month bad. Now you're talking about 4 to 8 games. It's better, but those 4 games could be killer when you're trying to fight for positioning in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's what Jalen Green can be. Like, sometimes we have the conversation, what's his upside? Like, his upside is what he is during those streaks where he gets hot for, January or March last season, where he's 30 points per game and shooting really well. That is his upside. But the difference between the great players and the pretty good, the fringe all-star players, is that consistency. When the guys at the top of the league have a down game, it's not scoring 11 points and shooting poorly. They're still finding a way close to 20. They're still shooting, upper 30s. They're not bottoming out the way Jalen Green's bottoming out.
Let us know what you think. Jalen Green, where are you with him? Are you worried? Are you concerned? Is this just another one of those little lulls, but you think he's going to be better? 713-780-3776. You can hit us up on social media as well, with the YouTube, with the Twitter, with the Twitch. We've got plenty more to go in the final half hour of the show. And don't forget the car wreck of the day. Get your nominations in now. Brian and I will have a couple of car wrecks before we turn it over to Glenn Davis and Soccer Matters at 6 p.m. Don't go anywhere. Much more of the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Brian, does the name Nick Neiman mean anything to you?
Yeah, he's a professional wrestler.
Okay, well, there's another Nick Neiman that's a professional football player that was a linebacker for the Chargers that is now the newest member of your Houston Texans, joining the team, according to Tom Pelissero, on a 2-year deal worth up to $6.5 million. The former Chargers special teams ace.
Okay, see, you beat me.
You love them.
Okay, you knew exactly what I was thinking then.
Yes.
Yeah, because Tom Pelissero is probably the king of this, but the flowery language in a tweet announcing a signing or a trade for a player that's very mid to not even mid. But yeah, so he's a special teams ace. That's what they call him. Because Tom Pelissero also called Dare Ogunbowale a special teams phenom when the Texans.
Now you're bringing back a phenom and adding an ace.
I know. Yeah, this Texans breaking news: best special teams in the league. They added an ace and brought back a phenom.
So the ace in filling the hole when covering kicks and punts. Does he play linebacker at all? We'll see, because of the fact that they're giving him the potential to make up to $6.5 million on a 2-year deal.
Okay, so up to 6.5. So I assume there's a lot of incentives. Does it say what the base is?
I would think so. It didn't say the base offhand.
Okay.
Just a 2-year deal worth up to 6.5.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, I mean, I can't see him cracking the Texans' top 3 linebackers for sure. I mean, he's behind Aziz, Toe, and Christian Harris. Assuming Christian Harris is ready to go, but.
Boy, I sure hope so.
I know, but I mean, like he was back, and then like the playoff game, like his snaps were pretty limited. So I don't know where exactly they're at with Christian Harris, but I presume the signing doesn't crack their top 3 for sure.
Well, Keith wants to get in here on NFL free agency before we get back to this Jalen Green conversation. Keith, what do you got for us today?
Hey guys, I'm a huge Ravens fan. A little bit worried heading into day 2. Ravens haven't done anything, but 2 names I want to throw out there. You know, veterans with big money and potential trade destinations. What do you guys think of Cooper Kupp to the Ravens to bolster that receiving core? And is Kirk Cousins to the Browns pretty much a done deal, you think?
I think I appreciate the call, Keith. Look, I think from a Kirk Cousins perspective, we don't know if he's going to go anywhere until he's able to go anywhere. I mean, we're all assuming that Atlanta's going to let him go and that they're already done with him, but they haven't done so yet. So until he hits the market, he's a name that is like a safety valve for a lot of teams, because I still think he could factor into the Giants. I think that there's probably an outside chance, but probably not a probability that he could factor in to the Steelers. And I think that you're right. You bring up a team like the Browns, and I think when you poll some of their best players, and Jerry Jeudy and Myles Garrett, and there's been like five or six guys that have been interviewed by the Browns in the last 24 to 48 hours, and all of them said they need a quarterback. One, it doesn't speak highly for the future of Deshaun Watson for the big picture, but we didn't expect him to be back this year. But it definitely screams the fact that they need better than Kenny Pickett at quarterback to try and win some football games next season.
Yeah, I'm pulling up Kirk Cousins' Spotrac page because I don't know if it's even actually possible. Yeah, he's got a $65 million debt cap. They can't do that. I mean, let's be honest. Like, there's no way the Browns, who already at the time set a record for guaranteed money to quarterbacks with Deshaun Watson, I know they gave themselves some flexibility by reworking his contract a little bit a few days ago, but there's no way they're taking on what's left of Kirk Cousins' contract, which is $27 million this year, $35 the next 2 years. So, I mean, we're looking at $97 million over the next 3 years, plus the Falcons would have to take a $65 million dead cap. No, it's not possible. He's not going to the Browns.
I mean, and by the way, he's stealing money. Like, I don't care if you were hurt or not last year.
Yeah, unless there's some crazy thing where he could forfeit the money because he wants to go somewhere and be a starter. But even then, would you want to go to Cleveland? That. Like, I know, but I'm just saying, like, in a crazy hypothetical world where he could do that, would you do that to go to Cleveland? Like, no, you're not going to Cleveland. I mean, I don't even think you're guaranteed to be the starter there for that long, because they still seem to. I mean, Deshaun Watson's still there. He's still owed a ton of money. So that doesn't make any sense. Like, he's not going to Cleveland.
No, and at this point in his career, and even if he was hurt, we don't know the significance of how hurt he was last year when he played terrible. But the fact is that this is his last big payday. He's taking every cent of this. If he never plays again, he's set for life and many other lifetimes, and the money's going to keep pouring in. I'm not giving any of that back. I'm good. I mean, I know it's tough for some guys to walk away. It's real easy to walk away when you're making that much cash.
Yeah, I mean, 27 this year, 35 next year, 35 the year after.
Man,
I don't see how that's movable. Like, even if Kirk Cousins wanted to go to Cleveland, which I doubt that's true, I don't see how the Falcons make it work with a $65 million debt cap. I mean, $65 million debt cap, they can't make that work. Teams balk over a $20 million debt cap, and he's got 65.
Yeah, they're
on top of Cleveland then taking over a guy that's going to be making $35 million at the age of 38 and 39, the 2 seasons after this upcoming one, while also having Deshaun Watson on the roster. Like, neither team can make that work. The other thing from Keith, though, Cooper Kupp to the Ravens, I think that makes some sense. I mean, Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, that's right. Look, I think the biggest thing for the Ravens to get involved in this is they're not going to pay him 19 plus. They're going to wait for him to get cut.
Well, yeah, he will be cut. The Rams have said unless they find a trade partner, which they're not, that he will be cut tomorrow when the league year starts. So he's I think he makes some sense though. The Ravens obviously tried, I guess, multiple times to Deontay Johnson to get that extra receiver.
He's still technically with them.
Oh, that's right. Came
Because
back.
they signed him,
know.
even though they weren't able to activate him. They signed him to carry over into this season.
Right. I wonder when that contract actually expires.
I don't know.
But I mean, overall, it's meaningless. But obviously, Zay Flowers is your top guy. Mark Andrews is still there, but he's not really a high target guy at this point. He's mostly a red zone threat, it feels like. Rashad Bateman had a kind of a rebound year, but I would still like a healthy Cooper Kupp over him. So I think it makes some sense to add Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, I think I could see that. I think that's one of the teams
It
that
sense for
probably
him
look at
too.
him.
I mean, the Ravens are a Super Bowl threat, so it makes sense for him to try to get another ring before he calls it a career.
Someone said Nick Nemeth is the wrestler.
Yeah, I misheard you. Nick Nemeth is a wrestler. When you said Nick Neiman, I swore I thought I heard Nemeth, but yes.
Yeah, Nick Neiman. All right, and then some of the text line commentary on our Jalen Green conversation. Rockets have been missing Fred VanVleet for the last 17 games. That is the story of this team. I disagree. Fred VanVleet at this point in his career,
not one guy.
Look, he is a floor general that can get you into your offense. Your offense that he gets you into is going to be significantly based around Şengün and Jalen Green. That's why Jalen Green is so important.
In the swoon, the swoon that started in February started with Fred VanVleet was still, healthy. So I mean, obviously Fred VanVleet helps. He's your best true point guard. He's a pretty good shooter, but he's not the entire reason why the team has slipped a little bit.
Now, this is one that I tend to agree with.
Okay.
0188 says Jalen Green is the new Stevie franchise.
Ooh.
I think there's a lot of similarities, Brian. I really do. I think
Stevie was a more I want to say he was a more explosive athlete.
Ooh, I don't know. Jalen can really jump.
I know.
And he can hang, and he finishes around the basket.
Jalen's longer.
And he can dunk. Stevie might have been a more consistent shooter.
Might have been. I mean, Stevie was in a dunk contest. Let's not underrate
so
his
was Jalen, and he screwed up royally.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to underrate Stevie's athleticism because he was a freak. I think I might take, like, if we're talking Rockets, like what they did as a Rocket, I think I would take Francis over Jalen Green so far. Is that crazy?
No, I might lean. I think I kind of lean that way as well.
And he can play point.
You got people that are defending Jalen Green that says, "Hey, 7 rebounds in each of the last 2 games, getting it done when the shot isn't falling." I'm going to tell you something right now.
5 and 5 over his last 4,
Yeah,
so it's not really the case.
Not really the case, but also even if it was the case, I don't need my go-to guard getting me 7 rebounds, but just basically screwing off all the points. I need my lead guard,
especially when they're playing the double big lineup. I mean, like, you're not relying on Jalen for rebounds at that point. I mean, what he gives you is nice, but if you had to assign what you need from each guy, and obviously the game is way more complicated than that, but Jalen would be scoring.
Yeah, it's just, and someone else followed that up with, 8 rebounds in 2 of the last 4 games. Well, you just said it. It's not about, and it's the bigger point to me, which is it's not about the rebounds. Jalen Green, in order to be the Jalen Green that you signed on the dotted line to, that you drafted in the top 3, is Jalen Green a guy that is going to be one of the 2 go-to guys on this team? 4 points, 4 assists, 4 energy, 4 transition. And right now, he's in another lull where he's not doing that.
And not only that, but I think without knowing it, that texter kind of points out the inconsistency. He said 8 rebounds in 2 of his last 4 games, but if he's over that same time period of 4 games, averaging 5 and 5 or 5 rebounds, that means the other 2 games where he didn't get 8, he bottomed out.
Yeah.
So that kind of points to whether it be rebounds or scoring the basketball, he's inconsistent.
Yeah, and look, and here's the other thing. So 3338 says Francis was a poor man's Russell Westbrook. No, he wasn't, because they're totally
Russell
different
Westbrook
players.
way more athletic.
Yeah, Russell Westbrook is strong. Yes, he can jump
He
like
was a
Steve to
sprinter,
some point.
man.
Stevie was a way better shooter than Russell Westbrook.
Agreed.
But Stevie didn't want the physicality. He didn't want to take the punishment. He wanted to get to the lane and use finesse,
Right.
whereas Russell Westbrook would take on two guys with contact
He wanted to fight you on the way to the rim.
and still
yeah.
find a way to throw it down.
Yeah, it's completely different mindsets. I agree with that. Like, one, you're dead on. Francis was a better. Not that Francis was a great shooter, but he's a better shooter than Russ. But yeah, just the way the 2 guys played completely different. Francis would attack the basket, but if he can, take a guy off the dribble and pull up for the shot, he'd rather do that than take the bump underneath the rim.
He'd rather dribble the ball for 19 seconds and then find
Russ,
a way to get a shot
Russ
off. Whereas
seeks
Russ
out
is
the
going to
contact.
Yeah,
he wants to fight you.
He gets red in his eyes and zeroes in on the fact that he's punishing the rim, and if you're in the way, then you're a casualty, and that's the way it
he
goes.
likes when he gets the contact. Francis was
big
not
time.
that guy.
No, not at all. And someone texted in, I don't care if Green gets 0 boards, but I need him to get 20 points and 6 assists. And I think that's the crux of my conversation, which is this is a guy that's supposed to be a high volume points and maybe assist guy, but I don't really care about his rebounds, especially when you got a big front line.
Yeah, no, to me, what he gives you as far as rebounding is, extra. It's gravy. Like I would like to have, a guy like him average 5-6 rebounds, but it's not what I paid him for when he got a max or a near max deal.
And 3338 said, I didn't mean body. I meant body type, not the play style of Westbrook. Well, that makes it worse. Russell Westbrook was a way stronger, bigger, physical guard and presence than Steve Francis. But we appreciate you chiming in. All right, we got the car wreck of the day next, so don't go anywhere. We're going to wrap it up, but then we're going to turn it over to Glenn Davis and Soccer Matters, because it always does. But Glenn is the foremost expert in soccer, and he'll talk all about soccer with you coming up after our show. Hang right where you are. Car wreck coming up on deck. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. You know how we like to do it to finish the program. Our car wreck of the day. Brian McDonald, lead us off. What do you have?
I know the men's basketball tournament for the Big 12 hasn't, or at least for Cougars fans, hasn't kicks off tomorrow. Or no, I'm sorry, today's Tuesday. Jeez, I forgot what day it was. It starts on Thursday for the Cougs. But have you seen their courts? Certainly the women's tournament's underway, so you can see the courts there for the Big 12 tournament in Kansas City for the women's side. But it's a bit weird. It's gray with black lining. It's got the like the Roman 12 drawn and like repeatedly scratched like all the way through on the court, and it's, I don't know, some people love it. The Big 12 is claiming the players love it. Everyone I've seen from the media or fans who have seen this court think it's absolutely hideous. But the car wreck is the Big 12 commissioner saying it's not about me for this court. It's about the kids.
That court isn't about me. It's about our student athletes. You know, when I first got here, it was all about modernizing and contemporizing our brand, connecting to culture, and getting on the consciousness of current and future student athletes. And that's what we're doing. Every student athlete that walked on that court last week came up to me and said, Brett, it's fantastic. They took selfies. They loved it. Today, I got here very early. Iowa State practiced, and the entire team said, love it. Love being on there. I think it's aspirational. You know, that's our stage.
Aspirational, Joel.
And we wanted to make a profound statement. And I think we did, and I love it.
They certainly made a profound statement. I don't know if profoundly bad maybe, but it's not about him. It's about the kids, Joel. This hideous court.
I guess
it's about
so.
the kids.
Well, my car wreck is Michelle Beadle, that once upon a time worked at ESPN for 10 years, doubling down on what Charles Barkley said about Kendrick Perkins, Stephen A. Smith, and them force-feeding Lakers and Dallas Cowboys topics. She said, this is what I've been trying to say all season long. And she said that I worked there. We had to just talk about the Lakers. We always talked about the Cowboys. It's brain-numbing, formulated BS. Although she said the word. There were days it was like, how are we forcing a story about this? There are actually stories that people might care about. The truth is out about ESPN, Brian.
Oh, I think the truth has been out there for anyone willing to listen to it, for sure.
At least
but
Stephen A. admitted it's about ratings.
yeah, look, I don't necessarily blame ESPN for what they try to do, because if they believe is what makes them money, they should absolutely do it. But as the viewer, I do want to hear.
So annoying.
I want to hear about more than just two teams.
And like Mike Greenberg, I don't care about Aaron Rodgers for 2.5 years,
about your Jets
and I don't care
fandom.
about your Jets. Yeah, it's just annoying as
agree.
hell. What's winning?
ESPN.
Okay, we'll go with it.
Should we give the
Yeah,
car wreck
the
as we're
fiendish plot-
on ESPN?
Yeah, the fiendish plot of ESPN. How about that? We don't have network programming to go to, at least in this case.
No, Soccer Matters.
Soccer
up
Matters
next.
coming up next.
Hall of Fame
with
at
the
7.
formidable, the respectable, the Hall of Fame-esque Glenn Davis is right up on your dial, coming up at the top of the hour. For Brian, I'm Joel. Jeremy will be back tomorrow. We appreciate you guys listening. Have a great night, everybody, from the Killer Bees.
Today, what drama today? Welcome in, everybody. And I got to tell you, tonight, an hour will not be enough here for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5. We got a lot of news here. So we started off with this. First of all, we stream at ESPN975.com. And as always, a big thank you to our presenting sponsor, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Get your calls in tonight at 713-780-3776. We are going to start with our mailbag tonight, and we got a lot of good stuff from a number of different people on social media. We'll keep that going tomorrow night. I've got tickets to the Dynamo Real Salt Lake. I got tickets to the opener for the Houston Dash. But the big news right now is that Liverpool is out of the Champions League. PSG do it on penalties. Donnarumma coming up big in goal for PSG on Nunez and Curtis Jones. So Liverpool will cruise to the title in the Premier League, but they are out of the Champions League now. They don't make it to the final 8. Barcelona today does get to the final 8 in the quarters. 3-1 over Benfica. Bayern Munich, 2-0 over Bayer Leverkusen. That's 5-0 on aggregate. They advance. Inter Milan, Feyenoord. Inter Milan advances as well. Tomorrow, you got a couple of them, but we're all going to be looking at the Atletico Madrid and Real Madrid game. You got Lille, Dortmund, Arsenal, PSV. That one's pretty much over after Arsenal won 7-1, and then Aston Villa and Bruges. If you've got thoughts about the Champions League tonight, call because some real drama today, especially in that PSG Liverpool game. What a watch that was. Next Tuesday, we go live, and we've got live guests, and I'm still booking them. Going to be a lot of really interesting people from the soccer community and in and around it at Senate Avenue Brew Pub. That's our new brew pub. We're going to do a live show there once every month. Senate Avenue Brew Pub. It's just up 290. You take the Senate Avenue exit, 6 Central Time to 8 p.m. in Jersey Village. So if you're coming from the Galleria Heights downtown, take 290 North. It's easy. Senate Avenue exits right there. There'll be ex-pros there. Live guests, T-shirts, ticket giveaways, a night to be with like-minded soccer individuals. We've got a number of people already connected. Josh Gardner, who heads up MLS Next here in Houston with Houston Rangers, played in MLS with the LA Galaxy in Seattle. We're going to talk player development. We're looking for another person to join him on the player development panel. Batiri, the artist, who's doing a lot of interesting stuff with Goal Park. We're going to raffle off one of his pieces of art. John-Luc Blackburn of Team Houston, which we'll be talking about how small to mid-level businesses can really activate the World Cup and make it a part of your business with all the people that are coming to Houston here in 2026. So a lot of cool stuff going on. We will have a segment on Liga MX with a couple of Liga MX experts, in my opinion. They will be on the show as well next Tuesday night. But we are back tomorrow night, just a reminder there. So, yeah, it's a really cool brew pub up there. It's Senate Avenue Brewery. It's a small batch brewery. 7 days of the week, you get lunch and dinner. Super fresh when you go in. You smell all the great hops and everything that's used in beer. And on Thursdays, you can do steak and steins. You bring your own stein, and they'll fill it up. Senate Avenue Brewery. Great spot. Friday fish and chips. They got it all going on. But we're going to do a lot of soccer watching up there, and we're going to do a lot of live shows for all of you like-minded individuals. 7 big screens. They got award-winning beer, 2 U.S. Open Beer Championship medals, and 3 Texas Craft Brewery Cup medals. Easy to get to. It's Senate Avenue Brewery. Next Tuesday night, live radio. Okay, additionally, thedriven.net is where to go to sign up for the Kick Cancer 3 versus 3 extravaganza. I can't tell you how pumped I am right now. I think there's over 65 people have already signed up. We're going to make a great donation to the 501c charity, the Snowdrop Foundation. All right. That's March 16th. That's this Sunday. $50. You get a T-shirt. We're playing for pediatric cancer patients and the Snowdrop Foundation, a 501c charity. All right. Just a couple of quick things here on the Dynamo, and then we're going to recap some international stuff. I see a lot of things out there from everybody right now. First off, Dwayne Holmes is a new signing for the Houston Dynamo. He's a Dynamo player now, signed from Preston North End. 72 appearances there. I think he's got 6 goals, maybe a few more. 30 years old. 19 months he was there. They are in the English Championship. They're in 15th place out of 24. He's got, and I don't know what kind of fracture it is. So we'll ask the Dynamo general manager and sporting director and president of soccer operations, Pat Onstad, tonight. But the Dynamo have signed Dwayne Holmes. Now, after I saw a social media drop from Asher Mendelson, the Dynamo technical director, he said they had to redo the contract, I guess, because during the negotiation, he must have got injured. It was kind of left for you to figure out, but it's not hard to figure out. So I'm assuming there was some things that they backtracked on with him based on how he comes back with this injured leg. And we'll ask Pat that as well. And Pat Onstad, the Dynamo president of soccer operations, will be on in the third segment. So here's some of my opinions on the Dynamo 3 games, but let's go to Colorado. So first of all, they had to go and reset that game, Ben Olsen. Last thing you want to do is play really open, take a few goals, lose again. Okay, so this was a deep defending game. This was all about defending, staying in a low block, took little risk in the game. It's what you do when you want to try to regain confidence, especially from a defensive standpoint. And that was accomplished. It was a good move by Ben Olsen. But let's face it, the attack was toothless, okay? I think it was good for the defenders to get a good game under their belt, good for the team collectively, good for Andrew Tarbell to have a great job in goal. He will join us live tomorrow night. And they were compact. And when you're compact and you drop deep, that's a way of controlling a game. And it's also a way of regaining confidence. That's what the Dynamo did. Columbus are an excellent team. But let me remind you, they are a different team without Cucho Hernandez. They couldn't break the Dynamo down. Cucho Hernandez went to Real Betis. It was also their third game in 8 days. Just for context here, that's all. Because I hear people saying, oh, they're the best team in CONCACAF. No, they're not. No, they're not right now. You're looking to the past. It's like when we say the Dynamo are a good possession team, that's the last 2 years. Not so far this year in 2025. So be careful how you put things in context, I guess. And I'll take your calls, 713-780-3776, because these are simply my opinions. But when you don't have a player of that stature, your entire team is looked at differently. And they could not play the ball to their strikers. They could not find the feet of their strikers in and around the box because they didn't really have a player of that caliber. So when you lose a Cucho Hernandez, you lose a very big piece of how others are going to approach you. Diego Rossi tried, but he's not playing with his back to goal. And he's not going to run and dribble through 7 guys. The Dynamo attack was pretty much, it wasn't there. They had 1 shot on goal. I think they had a flurry in the 37th minute where they had the ball. And then they had 1 good chance that was dropped back after a nice sequence. I think to Griffin Dorsey, and he went over the top. I think it was Griffin. It's only going to become more dangerous with the signing of players, the health of Anali and Quinones, potentially with a system change. It doesn't look like the Dynamo ever want to change off the system, and the addition of a transition game and more individuals. And I said individuals that are dynamic, that can make a play and win you the game. 1 shot on goal. I mean, you're not going to win on the road, but you did get a draw and you did regain some confidence going into RSL. And that's a team the Dynamo have always done well against. Nico Ladero from the start is what you all wanted out there. But for me, I don't know if I want Nico Ladero from the start when we're going to spend the majority in a deeper low block. That dulls his sword. It doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't set him necessarily up for success because he's too far away from goal. And so is Ezequiel Ponce. Now, if the Dynamo were at home and they were going after the game, yeah, I see Ladero starting. But I think like you saw, you're going to get 60 minutes tops. Or do you want to bring him in later in games when maybe the edge is off opponents? I don't know. Ezekiel Ponce gets limited services and chances. He is not a threat vertically. Aliyu is a threat. That's why he's double and triple teamed, because he can run. But Aliyu has not had success getting behind anybody on the left side of the field. And I know a lot of you Dynamo fans have been hard on him. When he first came, the first 3 or 4 games, before he was fully integrated, he was most dangerous. And we were all going, wow, this is a really good signing. I don't know what's happened to him. I don't know if it's because he's playing as an inverted winger. I don't know if in his head it's all about defending. Same with Ezekiel Ponce, maybe. But if you're going to criticize Aliyu, why aren't you criticizing Amin Bassi and Sebastian Kowalczyk and others? I mean, he's the guy you can go to because he gets a lot of the ball and he's not successful beating anybody right now, Aliyu. So Dynamo have a lot to figure out. Aliyu's overplayed every game. He's kind of the lone vertical threat. It repeats. That's why people are tired of watching him lose the ball. But when you have 2 right-footed players on the left side of the field, it's difficult, I'm telling you, because you never get anybody overlapping using the left foot. Now, Ezekiel Ponce has to do a lot of defending and drops deep, so that when you win the ball, he's already deep in your midfield. So you have no targets and you have no depth. Width and depth are very important for an attack when you have the ball. So these guys are doing a lot of work defensively, and they're not in or around the box. Brian, do you have the Warren Barton hit where we could just play his thoughts on Ezekiel Ponce? All right. So here's what Warren Barton was on the show. He did the Dynamo FC Dallas game on Apple, the same game that I did. And Warren just echoed a lot of the same things I've been saying.
Yeah, no, Glenn, he's on an island, and he's not got blistering pace. The only thing I would say in the games that I've seen, he's had good chances to score goals. He's lacking confidence. He hasn't got the service that you would expect for him to come along. He's being asked to come back and play in a low block. So when he does get the ball, he's 60 yards away from goal, and he's not dynamic enough to get up the field. He hasn't got the pace to hurt you. He's a clever player. He can be, deadly in the penalty area, but you've got to get him in there. And as I said, the chances that he is getting, he looks like a striker starved of service and lacking confidence. And you can score as many goals as you like in training and pre-season, but when it comes to the moments, he had a good header against Dallas that he should have scored. He had a chance as well with a shot that he should have scored. But as I said, and you rightly said it, Glenn, he's doing a lot of work to defend, low block, helping. Me personally, I'm not telling Ben what to do. I'd leave him up the field because he doesn't really affect the game. He's not a player that comes back and puts pressure on the ball and hustles around. He's just really a body in front of a back line. If he was playing, he wouldn't affect me passing the ball because he doesn't really get close. So I would say to him, look, take a chance and stay up there. It may make the field a little bit bigger. And just give him another option and leave him up there because he doesn't really want to be 50, 60 yards away from goal because he definitely hasn't got the pace to get up there,
Yeah, and listen, by the way, I'm not the coach, so I'm not sitting here questioning everything. I'm just giving you my assessment from what I see. But if his strengths are in the box, using his body, which we have seen him use very effectively, and he scored a goal every 2 games in Greece, you have to set him up in the box. Now, part of the problem is if it's based on the last 2 years, it's a very methodical build, and he's playing against very settled, what I would say settled defenses. So just some thoughts on the Dynamo there. They will take on Real Salt Lake this weekend, and they should have regained confidence. So good for them. In the short term, it's a good point. It's reclaiming some confidence. Your goalkeeper's regained confidence, Andrew Tarbell. He did everything he needed to do in this game, got a clean sheet. Everybody feels good with a clean sheet, defenders, everybody. So now you kind of cleaned the slate and you come home against RSL, who's had their own struggles, and they have lost some big players, and they will come home now to take them on, and that's a team the Dynamo have been really, really good against. All right, Chris, so here we dip into the mailbag a little bit, and then we'll go more international in the second segment, and we will take your phone calls at 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. CONCACAF Gold Cup, July 6th, Energy. Got the final here. How about that? With World Cup 2026 around the corner. Tickets will go on sale for the Gold Cup final late spring. You go to lsse.net to get to the front of the line and get the access and join the Gold Cup wait list to know all the information, when the tickets are available. You get ahead of it. Luxury private suites up to 22 guests are all available. You do the VIP party, you get the food, the beverage, personal attendant. This stuff is great, for the corporate world or for your friends if you want to all chip in. It's awesome to get a suite. And it's a final. It's going to be history here in Houston at Energy. So get the hassle-free experience by purchasing, if you want, one of the suites. You get your parking passes paid, all that really, really good stuff. All right, this is Heartbreaker, the Rolling Stones. I love the line, stole the love right out my heart. It's a heartbreaker. Cactus Music brings you all this great music. Today I handpicked it, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to Cactus and I'm going to ask some of the employees, Brian, to handpick their own 4 songs for the show. I think that would be pretty cool, and they'll come up with some really different stuff. All right, let's take a break. It's Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Still tail. Now it's Liel. Rafael Lial's ball in. Pulisic is there. He got the second. He scores the third. And from 2-0 down, Milan do now lead by 3-2.
Pulisic with 3-2 comeback lead over Lecce. He'll be the greatest American player ever to play in Europe. That's still in his mid-20s. He's got to have a great World Cup in 2026. This is the Stranglers. Stranglers, No Mercy. It's a great song. They've been around a while. All right, welcome back to the show. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. Phone lines are lighting up here. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. We got Gio and AJ. Let's go to Gio first. Gio, what do you got?
Hey, what's up, Glenn? Thanks for having me on. Just wanted to get some comments on this thriller of a game. Just wow, end-to-end, great stuff from both teams. I don't think either team deserves to be eliminated, really. It's such a great game, such a great series. I wanted to ask if I'm a Barcelona supporter. I watched the game early on. I thought they were going to go through, either way. Just have a really great team, great coach, really good form right now. And just wanted to ask if you think the Ballon d'Or race is over with Liverpool. I don't know how much it accounts really, having success in Champions League and going through and keeping on advancing. But what do you think about the Ballon d'Or race? I know Salah, he's killing in the Prem. Obviously, the goals are just nonstop from him. Rafinha as well. It'd be great if we have another Ballon d'Or winner, from a Barcelona side. But I wanted to get your take on what you think happens and determines what or who could be the winner.
Well, remember, it's very subjective. It comes from journalists, right? It's very subjective.
Right.
People wanted to say, these are the reasons why Vinny Jr. lost, but one of the criteria is
Definitely.
sportsmanship. So he's not going to win that category. But and the guy who won it the last time, I thought that was really actually astute of the journalist, because Rodri won it for Manchester City, and he plays in the six. He's not the dribbler or the goal scorer. He's the guy that balances a team out. He's the guy that allows others to attack. And I think it's rare when you see somebody like that win it. And then, he gets injured, and you see what happened to City this year without him. They're not the same team. He's such a focal point, and that position, the six in the modern game, is huge. But it's very subjective to me. Listen, Mo Salah is a goal-scoring machine. These guys are all amazing players, all of them. I don't know if that affects. I think when you go deeper in these tournaments, I do think in the minds of journalists, that is associated with what individuals do. No question. All right, Gio?
Yeah, I think the same. I think the kind of impact Lily had for, Man City was pretty evident. For the Sportman says Vinny. I think Vinny could have been a rightful winner. Even though I'm a Barcelona fan, I love his game. I do think he's a really great player, but the things that Rafinha and Mo Salah are doing right now are just
It's pretty sick.
Worldly.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. And I'm looking forward to seeing your team, Barcelona, advance in this. And I want to see what they do in the quarterfinals. Listen, Gio, great call. Thank you very much for tuning in tonight, and thanks for your insight. Let's go to AJ. AJ's got a comment about the Dynamo, and you can call in at 713-780-3776. AJ.
Hey, Glenn. How you doing?
I'm good, AJ. How are you?
Good, good. So I want to talk Dynamo. I seen the Columbus game. Very, very well played on the defense side. I think we were just there to defend and get a point. Columbus is struggling. They lost that game against LA for the CONCACAF Champions League.
Yep.
Not the same Columbus. So let me ask you this: why, or is it me? But do you feel Ben's system is to be too much defensive? I know it was like that when he was in DC United, and I feel like that's kind of hurting us.
Well,
or is it that we don't have the playmakers?
Yeah,
maybe?
I don't disagree with anything you said. So you got a number of things going on right now. You have 4 players that left were starters that you have to replace with equal or better players, right? Okay? This is not being disrespectful to anybody, but you lost 4 starters, 4 key pieces. That's number 1. Number 2, as I've said often on this show, the Dynamo play in a very narrow system, okay? Which means when you lose the ball, you're close to the ball. And that combined with possession, which I would say is methodical in their build, makes them a team the last 2 years. Now, this is 2025. This is different. There's a whole new different thing going on because this is a rebuild. Nobody wants to say it, but it's a rebuild. But the Dynamo, when they lose the ball, then they're all close together. It's compact. They're hard to break down. And then you had that game where, when Herrera was on in 2023, it was a fantastic possession game. He was making plays. That was the difference. But it's always been adding attack to a good possession game and a good defending game. Now, they lost the defending game in the first 2 games, and that's because personnel, I think, in a lot of cases. And that has to be improved.
Yeah, I agree. But, I'm looking at Coco and Liga MX playing totally different. I know he wasn't playing in the right spot here with Houston.
Mm-hmm.
I know. And then I look at Ponce's game. When Ponce was in Greece, more dynamic. Maybe it's the coaching style.
It's a different system in Greece, too. Different system.
Yeah. But, if it ain't working for you, and I hate to say it, but great possession team 2 years in a row, but not very well goal scoring to me.
I think that's the question. Listen, I'm with you, and I don't mean this, but that is the question for the Dynamo, their staff, the general manager, Pat Onstad, who's actually the soccer operations leader. He's coming on soon. They just signed a player from Preston North End, Dwayne Holmes. We're going to ask him about him. They still got the ability to get a DP. So, listen, this is the question. And, you can be content in the short term with the draw in Columbus because that was to regain confidence. I think that's all good. But the future of this team is how do you score goals? How do you win games? How do you give yourself some breathing room to make mistakes by scoring 2 and 3 goals and having some multi-goal games at times? And that is the question for Ben, and I think the staff. They've addressed it in the offseason. But that may come in either a change of system or some ultra talented guys that are signed to unleash Ponce.
It's always the same. Pass out wide. Dorsey gets out wide, centers into the box. You're not going to win every header, man, in the box. Attack through the middle. Let's change it up. Let's put our 2 forwards out there. Let's not just rely on Ponce, play too defensive. Bring McGlynn. I feel like he's lacking a little something. Maybe he's just
that was a tough game for McGlynn and Ladero because it was all about defending. But I'm with you. The team needs a little bit. I think we don't have any transition game, which is important because opponents know you don't have it. They can press you high, and they're not worried about you. They're not worried about Ponce getting behind you. The only guy they're worried about was Aliu, and Aliu gets double and triple teamed because the Dynamo, to me, have become a little bit predictable. Listen, Gio, I got to keep AJ. I got to keep it moving. Great points. Thank you very much for calling in here tonight. 713-780-3776 is the number. Let's go to the mailbag here a little bit. Let's have a little bit of fun. We had some great stuff coming in from people. Chris Sinsky, how do you feel about transfer strategy the Dynamo employ buying injured players for cheap or free. Hope they recover. Well, I mean, they are being frugal, and you have to do what an owner says. And if the owner wants you to be a little bit frugal, a lot of the moves the Dynamo have made are frugal moves, cost-saving, effective moves, which, sometimes you have to do that. No question. Everybody's looking for a bargain. On the other hand, they spent $2.1 million cash on Jack McGlynn. Now, I believe if McGlynn gets a higher end DP over his head, that he's going to become an even better signing. No question. Let's see. Carp says, initial reaction to Dwayne Holmes signing. What does he offer the team? How much does this improve? I don't know enough about him, honestly. Obviously, if they're looking at him and they were going to sign him before he got injured, they like what they see. I've seen some video of him cutting in on his right foot. I think he's played 72 games. He's got a handful of goals, maybe 6 to 9 goals. So time will tell. We're stockpiling guys. We have Lawrence Anali. You got to hope he comes back healthy. He's got a real turn of speed, and he can break lines. Nelson Quinones Jr., so we'll see what happens there. Let's see. Kenny says, in your opinion, how much time does it take accurately to judge a foreign signing in MLS? Foreign signing, in this instance, as a non-U.S. player coming from a foreign league. Well, Kenny, I would only say this. If you bring in a DP, you expect instant results. If it's a younger player that is less experienced, they have to adjust to a number of differing things. Being away from home, style of play. And listen, we've seen a lot of big names fail in this league, not only because they had a hard time adjusting to the nature of the league and the travel, but also because they felt they could come here and take a holiday. And we all know that's not true. If Cristiano Ronaldo was here, I believe he would not have the easiest of times in MLS. I don't think it would be easy for him. I really don't. I mean, I think he'd score his goals, but I don't think it would be easy. It's a lot tougher than the league he's playing in right now, and he's not necessarily perfect there. Patrick says, why are so many teams overhauling their roster every year? Seems like a new trend. Even the title winner sold their center forward. Dynamo has a very different 11, as does LAFC. They were solid playoff teams last year. Well, that's an easy one. It's roster compliance. Teams are built on 3-year cycles, I believe. You don't get a lot of benefits if you win a title. Dejan Joveljic was sold to Sporting. That might be good business financially, but he has to be replaced. And you have to remember, when the Galaxy wins the Cup, everybody's going in asking for better contracts. They haven't won a game yet. Pansil's out, that great winger. That was very important, along with Peck, to unlock Joveljic. Joveljic is gone, and, of course, their great playmaker, Ricky Puig, is gone as well. But they're going to need a goal scorer. Yeah, they got 2 good wingers. They need a center forward, and that's what they're going to be looking to do. Glenn, this comes from Kyle. Did the golden age of soccer begin with the rise of Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo? Or are we still witnessing that golden age? So the definition of golden age is an idyllic, often imaginary pastime of peace, prosperity, and happiness. And we've gotten a lot of happiness out of watching Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. We've also had some non-peace around that too. But I believe these are 2 guys that drove it. I don't think the golden age, and the use of the word the golden age, are we witnessing it? I think that's different to everybody. I mean, the golden age in sports is relative to everybody, and their game, the time periods, the players they love, the teams they love. The game is obviously evolving tactically, infrastructure-wise, globally. Tactics change, right? We're talking about Ben Olsen's tactics in a narrow team. Everybody's got the things they like. Time periods are defined, though, I think, personally. So if you were a huge Barcelona fan and you were in that tiki-taka period where they were winning all the titles with a midfield with Busquets, Iniesta, Xavi, Messi, that may be your golden period or your golden age. You might have watched the Brazilian national team with Pelé, Rivellino, Jorginho, Carlos Alberto. Different time. Wasn't commercial. It's just about the great players in the game. That may be the time period for you that's the golden age. Or maybe for you, the golden age was watching the life and times of Diego Maradona or Johan Cruyff. I don't know. I think these are personal. These are just a few examples. Other people would have a boatload of them. But the Messi-Ronaldo period is historic. There's no question. Two remarkable players driving each other. To make a basketball analogy, Larry Bird and Michael Jordan. How about that? Aren't I clever, Brian?
I thought you were going to say Bird and Magic, but Bird, it works with Jordan as well.
Yeah, any of those, right? Yeah, we can't keep Magic out of the conversation.
No, 5-time champion.
No, we can't. All right, quick word here to remind you of two things. Senate Avenue Brewery, small batch brewery kitchen, open 7 days of the week for lunch and dinner. Great crew brafted beer. Only sold in the Jersey Village tap room. It's fresh. So you go in there, you want fresh beer, it's incredible. Next Tuesday, we got the live show up there. Senate Avenue's brewery has daily specials, steak and steins on Thursday, fish and chips, great upscale kitchen, excellent food, all this award-winning beer. There's different types. There is a rumor there's going to be an edition of a Soccer Matters beer, Brian. This is what we're hearing. Just a rumor right now.
You have a name theory that you might want to put on it?
Oh, it'd be Soccer Matters.
It'd be Soccer Matters? Okay.
Yeah, but for sure, this is a possibility. This rumor has legs. There is some truth to it, I heard, on the street. They got 7 big screens. Senate Avenue Brewery. It's easy to get to. Highway 290 to Senate Avenue. Also, and I know the guys are not happy today in the Liverpool supporters group over at Hugh O'Connor's Pub, both Dinkins and West University, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. Great spots also for watching the game. So we got these pubs all over the city that are fantastic. CONCACAF Gold Cup, July 6th, lsse.net to get in front of the line to get access for the best tickets. Could be the U.S. and Mexico in the final. Who knows? And then also DanisInspirations.com for the best in modern contemporary furniture.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Great callers there. Really appreciate the calls and chatting about the game. We love it. I was just talking to producer Brian McDonald during the break, and I said, wow, we pulled some sound from the weekend, and it's already irrelevant by Tuesday night because there's so much going on in the world of soccer. So it's pretty crazy. This is the Doughboys, Tears of a Clown. Our friends at Cactus Musical, maybe they'll be impressed I pulled this one out. I don't know. But we're gonna get the people at Cactus, all the staff who are really big music buffs, to start making their list. So that's going to be a lot of fun. All right, let's keep things rolling here. Big shout out, as always, to Danish Inspirations Modern Contemporary Furniture. Just got a nice text. Jan Christensen, listening to the show in Thailand, said the PSG Liverpool game was excellent. Danish Inspirations Modern Contemporary Furniture. It is danishinspirations.com. All right, president of the soccer operations, he is Pat Onstad. Oh, that's right. Brian's got to remind me. Caller number 4 right now. Pair of tickets to the Houston Dynamo Real Salt Lake. Caller number 4. Now we bring on the president of soccer operations, Pat Onstad. Pat, how are you?
Good, Glenn. How are you doing?
Sorry to put you through that mouthful of stuff right there, but we got to pay the bills.
Hey, listen, we're giving away 2 tickets. That's important.
Exactly.
That's important.
And we know the Dynamo have liked and have gotten really good results against Real Salt Lake as of late. So that'll be a good one this Saturday night. So be ready for it. And we're going to give some more out tomorrow night as well. All right. So, Pat, let's now that we got you on, let's just get you into the new signing, Preston North End, Dwayne Holmes.
Yeah, it's a guy that we've been talking to for a little while, an American that's was born in the United States and at 2 years old went over to England. So all intents and purposes, he's probably more British than he is American, but has American passport, which is nice for our league. And at this stage of his career, he feels like he's ready for a new challenge. And he's played 10 years in the championship, which I would argue is one of the most competitive leagues in the world. It's a difficult place to play, and he's done really well there. So we're excited to bring him on board. Disappointed that he's injured. Unfortunately, when we were going through this, he got injured, but we're excited to get him on. And, we're not bringing him in for 2 or 3 games. We're bringing him in for a couple of seasons. So we're excited to have him on board.
All right. Take us behind the curtain as much as you can, because I saw Asher Mendelson, the technical director. Asher put out today something about restructuring the deal. I'm assuming that is after he's injured.
Correct. So when we had gone fairly far down and had a relatively good understanding of what the contract would look like. And, for us, it was about timing and what we were probably going to have to get him out of Preston and what that might look like. And to be fair, Preston's been a really good partner in this whole process. And they wanted to do well by the player. I mean, the players committed a lot to them. And I think they're really happy with Dwayne, and this is his wishes. He wanted to come to MLS. Unfortunately, he played in a big game on a Wednesday night and got kicked from behind and broke his fibula in his leg. So it's not the tibia, the big one. It's the one that you can't really feel in your muscle belly. And it's a weight-bearing bone, but heals pretty quickly. And we think he's probably somewhere between 5 to 6 weeks from getting on the field for us. But we also so when that happened, we went back to the agent, talked to the club, and they kind of found a solution that could work, I think, for all 3 parties, and we're happy to have him here.
Dynamo president, soccer operations. He's Pat Onstad. Pat, is this something where you get your own medical people in to look at the player, or is that going too far?
No, we once it happened, we were able to get our hands on the X-ray pretty quick. Dwayne had sent it to us literally within hours of it happening, and our medical guys looked at it right away and thought it was a nice clean break. I mean, the irony is actually it sounds horrible. You say a broken leg, but it's a lot better than, say, a high ankle sprain, which can be 4 to 5 months, and depending on how bad the injury is. So we're pretty happy with where we're at, but we wanted to get him in here, get him in our environment, get him meet his teammates and the coaching staff, and start understanding how we play, and let our medical staff
get our hands on him. And, in fairness to Preston, it's difficult when you have a player that's already got, 1 foot out the door and he's thinking where he's going to go in the summer. Regardless, for them, I thought they did right by the player to make sure he was looked after. And I don't think you want that sort of player around getting his treatment when he's really getting treatment to go play for another club. So I think for all parties, this worked out really well.
He's Dynamo president of soccer operations, Pat Onstead. Pat, 3 games in, I know it's not the way you want to start the season, but let's face it, you lost 4 real key starters here. Just your synopsis on the first 3 so far.
Yeah, I think, I think we gifted some goals away in the first 2 games. It was really disappointing. I think we shot ourselves in the foot. I thought we played fairly well against Dallas and in the scheme of things, and certainly from our analysis and our data that we probably deserved to win the game more than Dallas did. But when you give up those sort of goals we did through 2 mistakes, it hurts you. And we got punished. In fairness to Dallas, they punished us. So I think, unfortunately, the way we started out 6 minutes in against, or 8 minutes in against Miami, give up that goal in a game that, granted, I think our group probably put more pressure on themselves than they needed to, and it was tough to recover. So I was really happy in talking to Ben today and Asher. I think the 3 of us are really pleased with the response from the guys to go on the road. Super difficult place to play against Columbus, a high-scoring team. They average, for what it's worth, 1.7 XG, which is per game at home, and we limited them to 0.45, I believe it was, XG. So a great defensive effort. Now, our offensive side to get better, and we need to create more. But we created 0.4. It was one of those games that probably deserved to be a tie. And to have a clean sheet on the road, I think, was really good and helped us get back to what I think has been our benchmark under Benny. Is we've been a very good defensive team and a tough team to break down.
Was that an important game, Pat, to kind of drop off and get behind the ball and just kind of reclaim your team shape and control of the game from that position deeper based on what happened in the Inter-Miami game?
Yeah, a little bit. Also against Columbus, they're a team, they played LAFC in Champions League last week. I think they had over 60%, 65% of the ball, if I'm not mistaken, and lost 3-0 to LAFC. Who just said, that's fine, you can have the ball, but we're going to transition on you and we're going to win. That was tried to mimic that game plan. We probably don't have, the Bouangas and those type of players that can go out and power through them, but we did create a couple of opportunities that, if we're being really greedy, we would say maybe we could have snuck 3 points out. Not that we deserved them, but we could have snuck it out. And I think against Columbus, that's how you have to play. You have to know that you're going to have to play against the ball for a long periods of time, and you have to embrace that. Ponce and the Neen Bassi up top, they put in a boatload of work defensively, and I think not many DPs in our league would put that sort of work in to try to get a result with their group, and we were pretty proud of those 2 up top.
Pat, you lost 4 very, very key pieces last year. It was a good business period for you guys. You took in some real money, but now your job is to find 4 players of equal quality and or maybe even better quality in those 4 positions, whether it's within your